think there's some people who go straight into the ticket?
I'm sure there are.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello, hello, if you're one of those. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to yet another day here of the group stages of the International 2015. Today, myself and Draskell will be covering Fnatic versus Na'Vi here as the first series here on the third stream of the International. And, well, what a couple of big teams. Na'Vi not having the greatest of times so far. Yesterday was a little bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
They did lose 2 series, one of them, of course, against Complexity, a team that a lot of people expected them to be able to take the series against. So I'm sure Na'Vi, after that, they're going to come back with, you know, a fresh start, a little bit of a different opinion, but it is against Fnatic. Fnatic themselves are, well, pretty much in a similar position to Na'Vi in
They're in the same position, actually.
It's pretty much bang on, isn't
They're
it?
both
Points?
bottom of the group.
Okay.
Both
yeah,
of them
that's
are
right.
0, 2, and 2, which means that if you guys don't understand how the group is actually laid out, every time you get a win, it's a 2-0, you get 3 points. Every single time you get a draw and you go 1-1, you get 1 point. And then obviously a 2-0 or a 0-2 is you don't get anything. So right now, Na'Vi and Fnatic are both the bottom of their group with 2 points each. So basically, one of these teams, if they want to even have a decent chance of getting into that top 4, being in the upper bracket, they need to 2-0.
This is, yeah, it's a very important match, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because this is going to define the difference between those 2 bottom ones. Fnatic and Na'Vi, it's going to be interesting. I feel that both teams going into this, it's going to be even standings here. It's especially after Na'Vi's performance recently. They're going to have to bring something quite spectacular out the bag to prove that they still have the power. And, well, 2 strong picks coming out straight away. They get themselves the Tusk and the Quap. Fnatic, of course, they do open up with that Gyrocopter, which we have been seeing a lot of success with this tournament.
I like the fact that Na'Vi are kind of going for the ambiguous, like, Tusk Queen heroes, because we saw that yesterday. EG did something similar when they opened up with Queen. It just allows their laning phase to be that much more stable, and you don't have to worry about potentially getting that dual off lane. And Fnatic have already actually banned out Undying, so there's even, I would say, less kind of aggressive potential coming out from Fnatic already early on in this draft. But I really like when teams open up with heroes that actually can go for aggressive potential like picks, and they also have strong laners. Because yesterday, when we were casting Hot 6, it was pretty apparent that there was a glaring weakness in their draft, right? They had no way of actually starting engagements. And I always like it when a team makes sure that they cover at least a majority of their options, instead of just saying, we're all in on one aspect, and if we don't win the game by X point, then we have a really hard time finishing it up.
Yeah, the initial, and that's what's fun to watch as well, being able to see those big plays kick off with the playmakers. And Fnatic, they grab themselves the Bane, a hero that, well, probably almost certainly going to expect to see come up between these 2 teams, because you know, of course, Na'Vi as well, art style. He's a big fan of the hero, can do a lot of magic. This time, though, Fnatic, they're going to make sure they grab it for themselves. Bans on the Earthshaker and bans on the Brood as well, not wanting Fnatic to sneak that one through.
It's pretty standard stuff so far. I mean, taking out Shaker from Seneko, that's always going to be a good bet, right? Like, that guy's been an absolute monster on it. We could see the Bounty Hunter also being prioritized here by Fnatic in the second phase. Between Bounty Hunter and Tusk, if you give a team both of those heroes, you already have Queen, who's such a strong laner. So I like the fact that Fnatic, they're trying to run their, we want to make sure our cores have decent lanes at the very least strategy, which Winter even said on the analyst panel the other day that that's how Mushi likes to play. He wants to have all of his cores have an easy time. And even there was a game where I believe that they actually ran like a tri-core lineup. And as long as those heroes don't just get owned in their respective matchups, that kind of strategy can work out very well. So maybe they're looking to try to do something similar.
Yeah, indeed. And, well, we'll see what they decide to ban out here, Na'Vi, with their 4th ban now for the side. I mean, as you were saying earlier, it's interesting about the Seneko. We've seen a lot of teams, when they go against Na'Vi, literally ban out Seneko.
Yep.
It's kind of been a little bit less the case here. They do still, obviously, with the Earthshaker and the Bounty Hunter, 2 heroes that he does favour. But that Wyvern is still there and still available.
And they're going to have a chance to take it here if they want. I feel like Winter Wyvern is a hero that you can always fit into your draft. There's never a point where I feel if you need a support, that Wyvern is a bad pick. The hero brings so much to the table. The versatility, I think, is almost unparalleled. You have good burst with Splinter Blast. It's one of the hardest hitting nukes with the lowest cooldown. I think it's 7 seconds. And then you have a fantastic ultimate, which you can just cast on any hero, even with BKB. And in the late game, we've seen a lot of Winter Wyverns actually just get like core position heroes killed because of a good ulti. So I think that hero is like, not broken, but it's definitely a tier 1 support.
Talking about tier 1 picks, well, Bloodseeker A lot of popularity in the pub game, a little less in competitive, but still, nonetheless, we've seen it being banned out in a fair few series. This time, Na'Vi are going to be able to sneak that one past it. Now, I'd imagine, I don't think they'll run it as a jungle. It's probably going to be the Havor's Bloodseeker, you'd imagine here.
I would guess. I think Dendi is pretty much the Queen player. Havos probably has played Queen in the past. I'm sure there's been a point where they decided to just rotate the heroes around and say, you know what, it's probably better to just put something else mid in this case. But taking the Bloodseeker, I'm kind of thinking, okay, so there's a lot of disable already on Fnatic, right? Like, they have Bane, so you have Nightmare and Fiend Script, you get the Light Strike Array, you have high damage. I guess between the Tusk and the Bloodseeker, you can split it up a little bit. Like, if you're initiating on a Gyrocopter, you're not just going to eat that full Rocket Barrage. But I think the more important thing here is, when you're running Bloodseeker, you want a laning composition that's going to be able to win their lanes. Because if you win your lanes really hard, and you have good harass, that means you're going to get that thirst bonus damage. And if you're doing a safe lane Bloodseeker, which we kind of assume that they are right now, at least given the picks, that you're going to be able to just zone the offlaner just due to how fast you are and how much damage you actually deal.
Absolutely. And what I like as well from Fnatic, of course, as soon as the Bloodseeker's picked up, straight away with little hesitation, picking up that Lina house. So all around a good hero, but also kind of, well, pretty good against the Bloodseeker in the sense that as the Bloodseeker, you got to be very careful when you Blood Rage yourself because of the nuke potential Lina's got.
Yeah, you can very easily just go in and be like, I'm going to Rupture you, and typically you Blood Rage yourself, then you Rupture, because you want the maximum damage output. Sometimes you actually Blood Rage the hero that you're going on, in case you're like outnumbering them, but more often than not, you're going to do the former in early game scenarios, and like you said, you can just walk in and just die. But here we go. Another pretty common support that we've seen, at least thus far here at TI5. It's going to be Dazzle. I like it because I was really worried for Bloodseeker and Tusk trying to go into the heroes of Fnatic right now. I feel like between their control and just their damage output, they needed something that would be able to stay back and actually help them in the fights and keep them like high health with a sustain. You have that weave now, you have Shallow Grave, and you don't have to worry about your Bloodseeker running in and just getting annihilated instantly. And Fnatic, their answer to that is going to be the Wyvern. So we're looking at a core position Lina for sure. And I believe Fnatic are just going to need their offlaner, whereas Na'Vi probably going to see that Havos Bloodseeker.
Oh, it certainly looks like that at the moment in time. I was talking about Dazzle sitting on the back and helping out. Wyvern going to be able to do exactly the same there for Fnatic. The question is really, what is Na'Vi going to pick up for this final pick when it comes around? Na'Vi now looking to ban any kind of offlaner that they feel Fnatic might want to run themselves. Of course, the fact that they are running a Tusk, we do see Clock being banned out a lot. Okay, it's going to be another disruptive hero banned out. They're going to take away the SB.
It makes sense. If you look at Fnatic's lineup so far, they have so much disruptive potential. Like Winter Wyvern has Curse. You can Cold Embrace somebody who gets ruptured when the Bloodseeker and the Tusk go in. You have Light Strike Array. You have Bane, Gyrocopter's area control damage with Flak, and the Rocket Barrage with the Call Down combination. My biggest concern right now for Navi's Trapped is that they actually lack Disable. They have a bunch of heroes who are very good at chasing and like running in, but they don't actually have a lot of lockdown. And trying to fight into Fnatic's heroes right now, I feel like they're all ranged. All of them except for Gyrocopter have an actual real hard Disable. So I'm kind of thinking to myself, are Na'Vi going to be able to fight up against this during the mid game? I guess it depends very heavily on the lanes themselves and how much Havos and this Bloodseeker can get and how well Dendi does mid.
Yeah, absolutely. If Dendi and Havos start to absolutely run havoc across the map, there's going to be the potential for a big kind of momentum swing to begin for Na'Vi. But it's just finding their footing there in the earlier stages it's going to be the key to that. Na'Vi now with this final pick, still looking for that secondary support, and well, I've got to be honest, so far in the group stage, I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of focus on IO either. Even in the banning stages, there's been a lot of drafts where it's totally been ignored.
Yep.
And it's gotten to the point where, as we're seeing now, they're able to pick it up as a 5th pick. Offlaner for Fnatic is going to be that Darkseer. But IO,
I think Na'Vi are kind of all in with their strategy. They see the draft and they think to themselves, all right, mid-game, Fnatic's lineup is actually extremely difficult to fight into. So one of the good ways to circumvent that issue, like if we're looking at it on paper, 5v5, Fnatic, they have the advantage in my opinion. Especially with that Darkseer now and the Gyrocopter Wombo combo. And plus you also have Curse to synergize with that. Na'Vi are going to need BKBs, or they're going to need to be able to create so much chaos with Wisp relocates and Queen ganks with Tusk that Fnatic are not going to be able to get everyone on the same page. Like I think that's how they have to play this. They need to try to pull Fnatic apart with just non-stop aggression.
Oh, it's going to be really interesting to watch here. Yeah, with the IO. What was the potential for these pickoffs? And Well, Fnatic, as you said, maybe looking more for that kind of team fight potential. And Na'Vi going to look for those kind of pickoffs across the map. But nonetheless, let's see what we've got going down here with the first game in the first series here on the third stream of the International. Na'Vi versus Fnatic, game 1. As we get ourselves in terms of lanes, I imagine it's pretty much going to be their standard. We're going to have the Darkseer off lane. You're going to have your Tusk off lane. Safe lane and tri lane is probably going to come out from both sides. We may see the Bane, Kessigimba, look for a bit of early kind of rotations. You know, we'll see where he likes to kind of put his presence towards the laning stage.
He might kind of sit around mid for a while too.
Yeah.
You can just be a nuisance, you know, get like either Enfeeble or you get Nightmare. You could just make the other mid not able to trade with you. And Bane has great early stats, right? Like 58 base damage with no stat items at all and 4 armor. Like he is an absolute beast when it comes to at least level 1. So right now, Fnatic just going for the jungle invade here. Probably just looking to get some vision up. Very common warding spots coming out here from both teams. And the lanes are super important for Na'Vi as well. They need their Bloodseeker to get off to a very good start. And then the rotations coming in from Fnatic, they have to also be on point. They need to control the game from a very early point. Like, you don't pick Bloodseeker and Tusk and Wisp with Queen to sit around and do nothing, right? Like, Na'Vi want to go super ham this game.
Yeah, and if anything, the Eye is just going to help that. You know, as soon as we see that level 6 come online, they're going to be looking for pickoffs all across the map. And it is actually going to be a Hyo here on the Darkseer heading towards this top lane. So we might actually see Fnatic go a little bit aggressive here. Yeah, Jaro is going to be heading down to that bottom lane, KYXY. Johnny and Kessig hanging around towards the mid lane at the moment, but I imagine they will need to go and help out the Jaro. It's going to be the Jaro versus this Bloodseeker lane. Na'Vi themselves, they've got Funnycan Artstyle on the off lane. Dendy towards the mid, of course, Seneko hanging around there. Might need to help him out indeed. Yeah, Johnny's going to stick around with Mushi, so we might see a bit of a 2-on-2 in the mid lane. But yeah, so the Darkseer being sent up to the top lane. Is this Fnatic kind of avoiding what Na'Vi are trying to do? Who's coming out on top here?
I really think that this is the best possible situation for Fnatic. They see the fact that, okay, if Bloodseeker is up against an offlaner, and it's Darkseer, and there's one other hero there just constantly harassing, we talked about how important it was for the Bloodseeker to have lanes that are going to win. And by winning, you just want to have consistent harass, right? You want to keep the heroes low, so Havos can benefit from that thirst and be able to bully his offlaner. If Fnatic lane in this way, and they have 2 heroes in mid and bottom, they're guaranteeing 2 out of 3 lanes will win. That means the thirst benefit from Havos is going to be lower. You're also shutting down his farm in conjunction. And, I mean, Dazzle Tusk is not really going to be able to kill a Darkseer unless Ohio gets drastically out of position, which I really don't see happening in this matchup. So, for Fnatic, I think these lanes are pretty ideal.
Yeah, it certainly feels pretty smart from the side. As you said, Havos is having a lot of trouble here. Gesick just coming in with the slaps, forcing back the Bloodseeker. And space is being created very easily for KRXY to pretty much have free farm in this lane. There's not going to be anything the Bloodseeker can do to disrupt this Jaro's farm down here. He's going to need a bit of backup if they want to try and slow down Fnatic in that respect. Artstyle actually hanging around the mid lane now with Seneko, leaving Funnick on his own against Ohio. Of course, being a melee hero, it's not going to be too much fun up against this Darkseer. We've seen a few games where the offlane has been able to get a fair bit of farm. It's probably going to be a little bit less so when you're trying to do it up against this Ohio Darkseer.
It's going to be annoying CSing out of the tower, but we talk about Tusk a lot, and he needs, more than anything, he needs levels. Like, you want to just hit 6. We are going to see a haste turn picked up here by Mushi, but I don't think he's going to try to go for any early kill. And you can finally see Na'Vi realize they need to rotate. Like, Artstyle's made his way towards bottom. He's like, I can't let my Bloodseeker sit down here and get nothing when the Gyro's going to free farm. And it even gets to a point where I think that Havos would be so underleveled and underfarmed that KYXY would be able to just solo zone him. And that means that Kessick can just start going somewhere else if he wants to try to like go for a gank on mid, for example, if they manage to find out that Wisp. I think Na'Vi might have spread themselves a little bit too thin with the supports that they picked because they don't give you any options. They're both very defensive and no disables.
Oh, here we go as well. They know he's level 1. They know he's got the heal. No Shallow Grave available. Going in with the Rocket Barrage. There's your first blood. Johnny there to help out as well. And Fnatic just finding the opening perfectly there on the bottom lane. And I mean, that is your Dazzle that was sent down here to help out Havos.
Well, they knew that they couldn't like let things stand. Maybe the better option would have been just to have Havos do what he's doing now. I mean, he's rotated to the jungle. This is probably one of the only things he can do in this situation. Buy like your Quelling Blade, start jungling, but he's not even really able to do that effectively. I think for the time being, Fnatic are going to be more than pleased with the way the lanes are rolling out. And you can see Johnny and Imba are both just like, all right, he's in the jungle. We know where he is. We got vision. I think they might have seen him actually walk up there in the first place if he went through the lane at least. And art style, at least he's level 2 now. So he has Shallow Grave just in case something goes horribly awry.
And they've got some more backup coming in as well. So Neko is hanging around in the sidelines. Does have that bottle, of course. And the mid lane for Dendi, 15 for 7, 14 for 1. Slightly ahead there in terms of the denies. But again, Johnny just doing what he can, disrupting the jungling here off of Vorst with the backup of art style. And just more and more space created for this Gyrocopter. They are indeed going in. Nice Mushi looking for the TP out. Nothing they can do to stop that. And still just 1-0 on the board. And if I was Navi, I'd be very worried about this Gyrocopter, Andy.
I'd be worried about everything, actually. I mean, Darkseer and Gyro are both the top of the board by a lot. And you can see Ohio is pressuring so hard here on Fnatic, even with that bottle. He's got a salve. He's going to use his snowball to avoid taking a little bit more damage here. Is he actually going to die? Okay, jeez, that was close.
The salve actually gets cancelled as well.
He burns his salve, and now he's pretty much got to go back to base. Unless, okay, never mind. Seneko has a regen, so I guess he can heal him up.
Indeed. Just trying to get a bit of harassment out onto Ohio. Ohio is actually out of mana, no mana for Surge, but I don't think Ohio cares. He's just going to run head at them. He at level 6, pretty damn tanky. Not a fear in the world here for Ohio. And Vorst just desperately trying to find CS under the tower, but we are 5 minutes in, and he's only got himself 6 CS. This is a very poor-looking Bloodseeker.
Well, at the very least, he's getting some experience under the tower. When damage is dealt to enemy heroes, too, it's deceptive how Bloodseeker works, because obviously you want to farm on the hero. But if you find an opportunity where Fnatic have a couple of heroes that are low on HP, then you can actually start to run in and go for your damage, and then maybe you can kill. But the biggest concern is not even really the Bloodseeker not farming. It's the supports on Na'Vi. They're too weak right now to do anything. Like, Seneko doesn't have an impact hero early like Shaker or Winter Wyvern that can actually go around and help you win the lanes. That's their biggest issue is they picked a draft that needed to win early, and their supports can't help them do that. They just don't have lanes that are strong enough.
Absolutely. It certainly feels like that from the side. But it's still early days, 6 minutes in. You know, in the mid lane, Dendi's still having a pretty good time. 25 for 15. Certainly starting to break away here from Mushi's Lina in terms of farm with the backup of Seneko as well. So I feel like a lot of this is going to be down to Dendi's rotations and what he can do for his team across the map.
There's so much pressure on him this game. If he doesn't have, like, perfect TP ganks and they start pressuring, like maybe you gank bottom, try to take out KYXY, or even killing a support at this point is going to be okay. Even if they have 2 heroes that are farming relatively well, the rest of their team is getting pretty much nothing. And even though Dendi is actually kind of, he's not owning mid, but he's doing very well. Like, he's 30 and 19. 19 denies up against Mushi, who only has 1 and 20 CS right now. A lot of that was because Seneko was sitting nearby, right? Like, he was helping harass, and that's the trade that Na'Vi were making by having Habos just get absolutely nothing out of his lane. I mean, look, he's mid. Like, he has absolutely nowhere to go.
Yeah, he's certainly struggling to find someone to farm. Bottom lane, the pressure coming in. TPs are coming out from Na'Vi. Looks like they want to try and go in with the defense. Moving forward, Kessick taking a fair bit of damage. Goes out with a Nightmare, now with a Brain Stab. Keeping himself alive, but Dendi here with the rotation will enable them to find the kill onto Bane. So, well, we're talking about the reactions from Dendi this time. Coming out to bring them on the board. They're going to find KYXY. KYXY just going to find Art Star. They're going in straight away. Snake and Dendi are about. Dendi's still got the ultimate available here. This could be big. KYXY and Johnny, they're grouping up, and there we go. Sonic Wave, Dendi with the double kill. And this is exactly how Dendi needs to be playing to get Na'Vi ahead of this game.
Thank God for Na'Vi that Dendi actually made that happen. I'm really surprised that Fnatic decided to keep going on that. They saw 3 heroes
mid lane as well.
Too. They're going to get Mushi.
Fnatic, that's big. I mean, Tusk, he was level 7, had the Walrus Punch, catching out the Lina. And Na'Vi, you know, they had a bit of a slow start. The lanes didn't look too great, but now the action's kicked off, and Na'Vi are in their element.
Now, we knew that they wanted to go ham, right? Like, they picked these heroes like Tusk, Bloodseeker, Queen of Pain. They're not going to let the game stay stale. They're just going to create as much chaos as they can. They realize this is pretty much not just good for the way that their team plays in general, because I think that Na'Vi thrive under those chaotic situations, but it's also what they picked. And this is even before Seneko is level 6. He's going to be around level 5 soon. And then we're going to start seeing like relocate ganks on top of the action that we've already been seeing, and that's pretty much where Na'Vi want to be. They want to make Fnatic scared, like just to be anywhere on the map at all points.
Ohio still finding a lot of space here on this top lane, pressuring the tier 1. But bottom lane, The rest of the side of Fnatic, KRXY able to destroy a tower. Now with the phase boots Aquila and the Ogre Club, this is going to be a very, very speedy BKB if KRXY's farm continues at this rate. 61 CS at 8.5 minutes in. Nearly almost perfect CS here on the Gyrocopter.
Well, we kind of expect that, right? He had a super easy lane. He was sitting there, and Havost was longingly looking at creeps and saying, I really wish I could hit those. The biggest things for me so far are the two core positions on Na'Vi, like Funnick and Dendi. Both of them so far have pretty much brought to the table what they absolutely need to, which is good rotations, forcing a reaction out of Fnatic, killing the cores, like both of them, Lina and Gyrocopter together. That is the ideal situation when you're having a bad laning phase to make a transition where you know that you're going to be able to get those kills going for yourself. And the one thing about Navi's lineup is they can't let up. They have to continue to look for those openings.
And Dendi's certainly going to do that 10 seconds before he's got the Sonic Wave available again. Top lane. Funnick having to be careful as Ohio. Johnny and Mushi putting on the pressure. Okay, KRXY is going to actually join the cause here as well, looking for some more tower gold. And it's actually going to be Kessick being hunted down there by Havost. Dendi's there as well, Bane in a lot of trouble, looking for a neutral deny. Isn't going to happen. And this is another kill. Could be the beginnings of quite a queen game here for the mid laner, and he's going to look for Mushi. He's going to find it. Double kill for Dendi. This is his 5th kill. They also get the courier. And he's still got the Sonic Wave. Dendi looking for the wraparound. 3 heroes. Could he find the angle? Gets the Sonic Wave out. Only catches 1 here onto Johnny. But now with the snowball forward, they're going to burst down Johnny. It's an ultra kill for Dendi. 10 minutes in. He's absolutely outdoing himself here, Dendi. We were saying at the beginning, it's all about Dendi. Dendi's got to pull it out of the bag. 10 minutes in, he's doing nothing less than that. 7 kills on the board. Dominated the mid lane. This is he was not happy with how the games went yesterday, and he's bringing his A game today, Andrew.
I really think that these types of games where they rely on somebody like Dendi in that core position to bring their A game, like you mentioned, this is, I think, the way that their team has to play. When you have Dendi, you have to put him on impact heroes. You need to let him control the pace of the game for you. And it's being showcased right now that even in a horrible laning situation where one of your cores is just getting completely snubbed, that it doesn't matter as long as Dendi has the room that he needs to pretty much just roll the game. And that's exactly what we've been seeing. So they get to tier 1 in the safe lane. Now Fnatic, they've lost a lot in the last probably 2 to 3 minutes. And we knew that Na'Vi were going to play this aggressive style. It seems like Fnatic are just getting caught off guard by how mobile they actually are.
I mean, looking at the graph, as you said, those last 2 minutes is shown pretty much perfectly. Coming up to a 5,000 lead suddenly out the blue there for Na'Vi. And notable what was on the courier. It was KRXY's Ogre Club.
I'll relocate bottom lane.
Oh, here we go indeed. Hitting level 6 on Seneca. They want to use it straight away, and Dendi, with the help of the IO, finds himself that pick off onto Mushi. And, I mean, this is classic Na'Vi. Seneca is going to go down. Feature grip thrown out there by Kessick. Not wanting to let the IO get away. Funnick with the ice shards. Isn't going to be able to catch anyone else. So they do lose the IO, but well worth it there for picking up the kill onto Mushi.
Yeah, without a doubt, trading mid for support. You're always going to be happy with that. They do get the offlane tower in the meantime, so I think all in all, Fnatic probably end up even in that trade. Just being able to get that tower off the map is always going to be nice. This is going to be non-stop aggression, though. Again, I really feel like Na'Vi can't let up, because as soon as Fnatic get to their Wombo combo stage, and this is also prior to Johnny, he's level 4, right? He doesn't have his ulti yet. But one good vacuum, one good call down, one good Winter's Curse. That's going to be how Fnatic are going to turn these engagements.
Dendi, though, he's got his Yules finished at 12 minutes in on top of the treads.
Yeah, he is stacked.
This is incredible. And he's going to look for more. He's got the ultimate straight onto Mushi with the backup of Seneca. Mushi's going to die. Kessick is not going to want to reveal himself here. It's a monster kill streak here for your Queen of Pain, 12 minutes in, and Dendi just continuing to impress.
I'm really, really happy with the way that Na'Vi, like, they didn't panic too much with their laning phase. Sure, art style, he made one rotation. He goes bottom, dies here. We're going to see a snowball here.
Wants to try and go for Johnny here, but unlucky there with the ice charge. The cold embrace is there in time as well for Johnny. And he's going to be A-OK here.
It's very refreshing to see Na'Vi able to recover from a laning phase like that. Because it looked really bad at first, right?
Yeah, it couldn't have been any worse, I don't think. Apart from the mid lane. Dendi was doing all right in the mid.
Mid was okay.
That's what counted.
The other 2 lanes were kind of struggling, but now, as it often happens here when you're watching Na'Vi, it is very quickly becoming the Dendi show.
It really is the moment, and we can see now Fnatic.
They got mech already.
Oh, on higher.
Yeah,
yes,
this is going to be a very strong gank.
Yeah. I see what Fnatic can do with it. Heading towards the mid lane at the moment, you've got both Havorst and Fnatic here. Actually drawing the long route round.
Oh,
here.
they both showed. I think they want to try to go on this.
Wrap him around. They've got the whole caboodle. They still don't have the Winter's Curse, but they're probably not going to need it. They've got the Fiend's Grip and Fnatic. Yeah, he's going to get Fiend's Grip straight up. Cooldown as well. Nowhere for the Tusk to hide in the snowballs. That's going to be a pick off there for Fnatic. They're not going to be able to find a second one, but nonetheless, getting themselves a kill, which they certainly need to. 10-4 at the moment, still a little bit behind Na'Vi, but Fnatic might look for a push off the back of this one, ready to apply the pressure in the mid lane.
And the other thing, too, is you can never forget that Fnatic's 5-man is ridiculous. Like, when KYXY has call down up, Johnny hits that level 6, he's very close, he's only 40 experience away. You have to respect their combo until your BKBs are out. If you don't, and Fnatic are 5-manning, you can tell right now that Na'Vi, they're still very hesitant to try to fight into this because they realize it. And Mushi...
Oh, round the back, indeed, going straight for Seneko. Isn't going to be able to find the kill, and now he's been ruptured up. Havorst trying to turn this one around. Now he runs away because Mushi's been cold embraced up. They're not going to be able to find that kill. Where is Dendi? Dendi, here he is coming in. He's got the Sonic Wave available in a couple of seconds. Moving forward, he'll be able to take down Johnny already. Now with the Yules holding the Gyro in place. He's a little bit low on mana, but he's got the dagger. Now Havorst chasing down a well. KOX trying to TP out, but the damage is too much. Dendi now beyond godlike there with the double kill, and the rest of Fnatic just left to run away. Funny going to chase this one down with the snowball. Is going to find Kessick. The wall has been dropped by Ohio, and Fnatic actually taking a fair bit of damage here from the illusion, bringing him back as well. But Seneko is there. He's going to be able to relocate him out in 8 seconds if needed, but I don't think it is. Ohio is going to be the one to TP away. Havorst chasing down Kessick will clean up the Bane. And 14-5, Na'Vi yet again taking a very nice fight against Fnatic. And Dendi, 10 kills, 2 assists. They just can't kill him. 1,600 gold in the bank.
I'm really... Like, I watched that fight and I'm thinking to myself, okay, Mushi goes in. He ults and gets everyone a little bit lower, but at that point they didn't have cooldown. Like, Johnny still wasn't level 6 and needed like one more creep wave. And I think that fight would have went a lot better for them because when you go in as Lina, you drop every single one of your abilities and not a single hero is dead. You pretty much have to run. And even though they're able to keep him alive with the Cold Embrace, the teleport reaction coming in from Fnatic realizing, hey, I know their ultimates aren't actually off cooldown yet because they got Fiend's Grip a little bit earlier, and the cooldown had been used to kill me anyway. I can just go in and kill Mushi straight up. And then once you're down a core, the rest of the Fnatic team, like, they need their heroes to pretty much combo together. If they're fighting isolated, it's going to be a significantly weaker draft. This is a 5-man team, and they need to remember that.
And they're certainly sticking around in the groups at the moment. They've left Ohio on this top lane to continue to farm, which he has been doing very well so far. He is actually, in fact, equal in terms of farm to KYXY on the net worth. Still at the top of the board, though, of course, Dendi, 7,200 at the moment in total. Fnatic's managed to find himself an invis room here, but it has, of course, been spotted out here. So Fnatic needs to be careful. Sentry popped down and Fnatic might just walk into this. Oh, the blink reaction just in time. Getting himself out. Now with the Winter's Curse, they want to kill him. He's got the snowball available and backups there as well. Maybe this isn't the fight that Fnatic want to take. Cooldown coming out, catching a few of them, but there's your Sonic Wave. On to 3, on to 4, in fact, catching Mushi at the clip of it. They're going to be able to find 2 heroes so far. Havorst is able to run himself away, and now Denny's going to look for more. Moving forward with Fnatic, they'll be able to take down Johnny here on the Wyvern. And now, blinking forward for more Mushi. He won't be able to cancel it as the Yules is on cooldown. They do end up losing Havorst. But again, a 1-for-3 trade there for Na'Vi. And Fnatic just seem to struggle to do anything against the aggression of this lineup.
They're just not able to get their combo going. Like, the way that Na'Vi are taking the fights is so disruptive, and they're not ever having like a full 5 versus 5 clash. So even in that last engagement, the way that Johnny had to use his ult was suboptimal, right? Like, he wasn't able to get the combo that he really wanted going. And Mushi has had such a hard game that at this point, he's still only level 9. I mean, Dendi is level 11, almost 12. Keep in mind, level 11 is a massive level in terms of experience. It requires like 3 times as much experience to go from 11 to 12 than it does to go from like, what, 8 to 9 or 9 to 10 even?
Yeah,
so
there's
with that being said, it's just an ode to how much Dendi and the rest of Na'Vi are just... If they were playing like this from the get-go, I don't think they would be the bottom of the group.
No, it certainly feels like just a totally different performance here for the team today, at least compared to what we saw them in all 4 games, didn't we, yesterday?
Yep.
And it was a very, very different Na'Vi. But this time, it seems to be they seem to be in their comfort zone here. It's the heroes that they're working very well with, and the Dendi Quap, of course. Pretty much, well, it is a flawless performance so far. 11 kills.
Oh, relocate top lane?
Indeed, they've spotted him out on his own. They want to try and do it, and KYXY not the place he wants to be, and he's got to be very careful about coming out and revealing himself in these lanes. Maybe just forgetting about the IO here. And yet another kill here for the Quap. Might be looking for more. He's going to have the ult here in 20 seconds. And well, Fnatic's going straight in onto Johnny. Johnny's going to go down. Oh, Dandy clears that one up. He wants more for his scoreboard. And the scoreboard for this Queen looking pretty impeccable at the moment. And we were talking about Mushi falling behind. Just the difference between these two mids. Dandy with 13-0-4. Mushi with 0-5 and 2.
I'm not really sure. Fnatic, they have great high ground defense. That's one thing we can also talk about is if Fnatic keep getting bullied outside of the map, the one thing that they can always rely on is the fact that, okay, we got our huge wombo combo, and no one on the side of Na'Vi actually have a BKB yet. Like Havost, he went Midas, then he goes back for the SNY. He wants to just get items that increase his farm rate, still allow him to participate in these team fights. But again, like even Fnatic being in this position, they still have an opportunity to take a good fight if they can get everything going together. And this is a 5-man smoke. They're all in the same area. Let's see what they can do.
Let's see what they can do indeed. But the Sonic Wave is available here for Dendi. He's going to look very careful for an angle, and he might just find it. And they're moving in, and now already Fnatic being scouted out. They're going to go in, but that's a nice wall. That's the combo that you need from Fnatic. They bring down Avors. They nearly find Dendi. Dendi's going to be able to buy himself sometime with the Yules. Will be able to blink himself out. Suneko there with a heal. There's your Sonic Wave catching a few of them. KYXY is going to be taken down. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Arstyle getting low. Will just be able to get himself out of the fight. Ice Shard's flying through. Dendi blinking himself away. Suneko now on the retreat. Funny going back in with a Walrus Punch there onto Kesekimba. Brings down the Bane. Dendi being healed up by Suneko. Ready to go back in. Maybe thinking about this one. Johnny and Mushi still around. Ohio in the lane, but now, yeah, Dendi blinking forward onto Johnny there with the with the dagger, and now Ice Shards as well. But here's Ohio bringing back Fnatic with a vacuum. Not enough damage now. Dendi holding Ohio in place. Now looking for Johnny. Johnny's cold embraced himself. Will he be able to save him? He's actually turning around onto Dendi. Dendi getting low, but the weave now from Dazzle, giving him that armor buff. He's going to be A-OK. Fnatic finds Johnny, and now Artstyle just on the retreat. Dendi has TP'd himself out. It's just Artstyle and Suneko left around here with Fnatic, who's been used up. Could be in trouble. Light Strike Array. Looks like they'll find him. No! Shadowgrave just in time. He hasn't got a TP available here, so is he going to be able to get out of this one? And well, there.
No way! No way!
No!
Oh my!
Oh,
right,
KYXY with the cleanup, nearly getting away out of that one, Fnatic. But nonetheless, what a fight! Fnatic, they do find something. We saw the wombo combo come out, but you got to hand it to Na'Vi. They were able to fight back through it, and the fact that they could keep Dendi alive and allow him to still do that in response, and he still hasn't died. 15 kills, 5 assists on the Quap, no deaths in the moment. Mid lane, Havorst doing Havorsty things here. It's going to be kept alive here by Suneko here with the mechanism. Maybe you're thinking about turning this one around. Dendi is about. KYXY has been ruptured. I don't seem confident in jumping in here. Lina has got Laguna. She hasn't got the mana to use it though. They're going to leave that one.
Yeah, I think if they realized how little mana Mushi had, they would have jumped. He might not have seen it.
I think that they see it now. They see now the mana on Mushi, and they're going to try and go for it. But the Yules from Mushi is going to be on time to TP away. Very nicely done there from Mushi. He'll be able to keep his life intact this time. Dendi still 20 seconds before he's got that Sonic Wave available again. Just, yeah, I mean, we're 21 minutes in. This man's got an Aghanims and a Yules. It's getting pretty damn disgusting.
He's a beast. What else can you say? Even, like, the start of the game, when he goes bottom, he gets those 3 kills. He's already put himself in a great position. The one thing about Queen in this game is you need to make sure that you're always the one forcing aggression. And with that Tusk and the Bloodseeker, like Havost has been, I guess, less active on the map than Dendi, but what else do you expect, right? Like, it's Queen of Pain. You want to be at all these fights. Another smoke here from Fnatic.
Let's see what they can do. Again, Dendi with the ultimate available. He's going to get caught out this time by the Yules. He might be able to duke this out with his own Yules. Yeah, he's going to use himself up straight away. Will allow him the time to get the blink out. So some of the combos already being dropped. Hasn't done anything, but now Fnatic, they found Artstyle and they found Havorst as well. Havorst getting low, but Havorst gets relocated to the side there by Suneko to buy him some time, and now he's going to go back in with the Sonic Wave there from Dendi. Dendi getting free script up, getting low. Fnatic will finish off Kesekimba. They found Mushi here as well. Dendi just blinking himself out into the trees, out away from this fight. They did lose Artstyle. Now Fnatic going for more, potentially blinking forward. Found Johnny. Havorst dropping down the blood right, and there's Dendi turning back up. Johnny with the cold embrace, but he's almost certainly going to die anyway. Dendi and Suneko looking in for the kill, will find it. Third hero there to drop on the side of Fnatic, and Na'Vi just losing 1. More stats here for the Dendi scoreboard, and the game I really look at the graphs now. It's going to be a massive difference. Yeah, it's coming up to about 12,000. XP is a similar story. I don't know what Fnatic, they've got to look for just a huge wombo combo to turn this one around. We've seen them manage to get off the combo a couple of times, but it just hasn't been enough at this point.
Well, I think the biggest thing is when they went in, they Yules Dendi right away, and they just go for the stun on the Lina, right? But when you have Yules, if you just Yules yourself immediately after, it's like a 50-50 chance that the player either blinks away or just uses a self Yules after your initiation. So there, Mushi threw the stun thinking that Dendi might just try to go for a blink instead of Yulesing himself at a second time. But now you can just assume that Dendi's going to do that every single time. Like, just use the Yules to avoid the setup from the Lina, in which case you can hold your stun and cancel cast it and make him think that you're going to do it. And that way the stun will actually land the second time. Because once that combo is used, Fnatic's teamfight potential goes down the drain. Like, your call down is out. Mushi's already used his stun. He wasn't able to land anything really big in that fight. And the Fiend's Grip also got interrupted like immediately by Fnatic. He sees it, he blinks in, he goes straight onto the Bane, and he lets Dendi get out. So it's been a lot of close calls so far for Dendi. He's actually had 2 moments where he's been nearly dead and been saved.
Yeah.
And I think that even in this position, Fnatic, they're showing that their teamfight potential is still so good that they can contest Na'Vi.
Yeah, and they just continues to try and find this farm on KYXY. I mean, he's still doing pretty good, 9.4k gold. Yeah, he's picked up the recipe here for the Black King branch of the Ogre Club. Still just needs that Mithril Hammer. And he'll have that done on top of the SMY. Havor's farm, though, has started to skyrocket. He's closing in on his BKB himself after the Midas SMY. Just the amount of space that Denny's been able to create here for this Bloodseeker, meaning that Havor's now is top of the last hit board. And this is a Bloodseeker that has 6 CS at 5 minutes in.
His recovery has been pretty miraculous. It's a Bloodseeker, though, because the hero doesn't ever have to go back to base. If you're using mana to Rupture and Blood Right and go for the kill, then that's pretty much the point where you say, okay, now I got to go get mana or whatever. But as long as you're not being directly pressured all the time, you can farm for days. You get that Blood Rage going for yourself. You can accelerate your own farm rate just by having it up all the time. And like you were mentioning, too, Dendi has been pretty instrumental in allowing Na'Vi to bring themselves back into this game after the first 8 to 10 minutes where the laning phase was not really ideal. I think Fnatic maybe just lost sight a little bit of what their lineup was actually built for. And then after a couple of really bad engagements where they were kind of split up, now they've realized, hey, look, we know our 5-man is really sick. So all we need to do is not get split up anymore. And then we can look to try to pressure that way.
We're talking about pressure, Fnatic trying to put it on here on this bottom tier 2. Na'Vi themselves, they've got Funnick and Seneko up here on the top. Tier 2 on the top lane already sitting at half health here for the side of Fnatic. Similar story here for Na'Vi. And Fnatic with the pings out, they want to stick around here. KOXY going to go in and is going to look to try and finish off this tier 2. And it doesn't look like Na'Vi are going to do anything in reaction to this. Some of the pings coming out, just warning out, see if any TP's coming in, but no TP's down for this one. They're going to let this go. And with that, KYXY only a couple of 100 gold away from that Mithril Hammer for the BKB complete. And Funnick does find the top town. Funnick, worth mentioning, of course, he did pick up that Desolator, helping him with the push. And he's looking pretty damn stacked here on the Tusk.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with Funnick being in that lane where he was still able to get experience. I think teams are going to start to realize very quickly that this hero, although he does do very well with farm, there's no doubt about that, it's more about the early levels and being able to get to like level 6, level 7, get that max level of Ice Shards going so you can actually go for a kill combo. Because we were talking a lot about Dendi, but Funnick has also had a fantastic game. Like, he's 5-2 and 9. He's been very high kill contribution to his team. He was also the one who ganked Mushi in mid right when bottom lane they got those 3 kills that Dendi actually teleported for. So we said in the very beginning, Na'Vi, they want to go ham. And that's pretty much what everyone has been doing outside of poor Havos. He didn't have a great lane, but now he's back on top of the net worth, man. He's good to go.
Yeah, he's right up there with Dendi, which is pretty impressive, keeping on the same level as a Quap that's got 15 kills and 8 assists.
Yep.
It just goes to show the amount of fun that Vorst has managed to find. BKB now done for him. Notable, of course, the BKB, of course, now done. The KYXY as well. So we'll see if that's going to allow the side of Fnatic to take a little bit of a better engagement next time they look for the old Wombo. But, I mean, you got Greaves finished on your IO.
This is pretty terrifying for Fnatic. Because of the fact that BKBs are going to start coming out on Na'Vi on top of the fact that Wisp has Guardian Greaves, we talked a lot yesterday about how every single team has a specific damage composition. So you get your pure damage, your physical damage, and your magical damage. Right now, Fnatic are relying almost 100% on magical damage. Between their Darkseer, the Gyro combo, and then you have Bane, you have Lina. And I'm pretty sure up until this point, Yeah, Mushi does not have his Aghanims, so he does not have that pure damage Laguna Blade, which means with BKB being available on this Bloodseeker, the only ways they can stop him are just that ultimate from ultimate from Winter Wyvern and Bane Grip. And KYXY is going to get ruptured here, but looks like Na'Vi are more concerned with the tower.
And as well, this is going to be pretty key as well. If Dendy can hit level 16 before this fight, which he's only a few creeps away from, that's going to be devastating. That level 3 Sonic Wave with Aghanims. I mean, well,
not just that, but BKB and Dendy as well.
It's done. It's done indeed. I mean, I do not know how you're killing the Quap at this point. It's, I mean, Ags on Lina, it's a bit of a pipe dream at the moment for Mushi. He's got the point booster, 1k gold on top of it, but there's not going to be nearly enough pure burst damage or physical damage yet from the side of Fnatic to kill this Quap. I mean, I guess they've got the Winter's Curse, they've got the Punches of Jara, but still, you just look at the fact that you've got Snako. With Greaves, you've got Artstar. I literally don't think there's any way they're killing Dendy unless Na'Vi go for a massive misplay.
The Wisp, in my opinion, is really smart too, because you mentioned the Winter's Curse and stuff like that, but you can actually relocate people out of a Winter's Curse. That's the coolest part about it, right? Like sometimes you see like people used to pick Venge for swap, you get your Shadow Demon for disruption, but Wisp just brings you to safety no matter what. And you have that insane health offset of the Wisp potentially double healing you with a tether, and then of course popping the Greaves on himself and whatever target he's going to. So that hero, it's kind of a Wyvern counter in a way. And if you can get that relocate in a team fight and then the curse is wasted, then all of a sudden Fnatic, they're down pretty much one of their biggest disables. And we saw how Fnatic, they don't have a very easy time functioning after that combo is thrown out. If they don't get kills with it, their team fight is pretty much already done. Like they just need to either run, or maybe they've done enough to where they can try to clean it up. But last time when they fought in the woods, that was not the case.
Oh, Dendy was pinging out to the side. Mushi is hiding there. Mushi is actually going to use up Dendy here, but Dendy just pots the BKB. He wants to fight. There's just Sonic Wave catching out KYXY, bringing him low. He's been Blood Rage ruptured up as well. There's the Vacuum Wall though. They have lost Kessigimba on the Bane, and the Wombo is just not doing enough. They're going to put the Winter's Curse onto a Force. A Force getting low, but not low enough. He's going to live through this one. They have managed to find the Jara, and now they're going to clear up Johnny here as well. Again, Fnatic just throwing everything out, everything down, but finding absolutely nothing. They just can't dent Na'Vi's lineup at this point with the amount of lead that Na'Vi's found 30 minutes in.
It's just because the item progression of Na'Vi is too fast. They went from a pretty solid laning phase to Dendy getting a really nice 3-man gank bottom, Mushi dying, and then they transitioned into kind of like this little sloppy skirmish fights where Na'Vi, they want to skirmish. Look at their heroes, Bloodseeker, Queen of Pain, like Tusk. These heroes excel in small-scale engagements. You never want to fight these heroes if you're Fnatic, if you don't have everyone together. And I think they just gave away too much with their team fights. They said, okay, we're going to go in like 1 or 2 at a time, try to fight Na'Vi, and then set up a combo. But by the time that happens, the heroes are already dead. And look at Na'Vi now. They're feeling very confident. They want to go for this.
Yeah.
Fnatic are smoked, but they don't have Winter's Curse. They don't have Wall.
This is going to be a very risky engagement to take. They do get off a very nice stun, and they burst down Artstar. This is big. Dandy getting low will be able to get himself out. Now the snowball going for Mushi, but there's just Sonic Wave turning up. KYXY moving on to Dandy, trying to do what he can here with the BKB. Buyback now coming out from Mushi. Havorce just turning to KYXY. 1v1 mate. Dendy on the back lines, bring KYXY low, will be able to bring him down. Dendy now blinking forward on pretty much zero health. Pops the BKB, has got the Aegis here, but that's the BKB used before the Aegis. Johnny on the high ground. Dendy, he knows it. I think he might just go for this one. Hasn't got the scream for a few seconds. Johnny with the golden embrace, and now Mushi trying to set this up with the Yules. Dendy, he's going to need some help, and there's the help. The gang's turned up. They're going to bow with a Walrus Punch onto Mushi, and that is a die back here from Lina. They're stuck on the high ground here with the wall and the Winter's Curse. A fair bit going on to Dendy, but he will be able to blink away. Havorce kind of stuck up here. He's like, guys, can you get me out of here? He is stuck in the trees. The higher will go up, and with KYXY, they do kill Havorce. Dendy able to get himself away, though, with Snako. Have a look at the fight recap there. So it is, what, 3 for 3 effectively, but that was with 2 buybacks and a dieback from Fnatic. And you've got to remember, all in all, at the end of the day, Dendy still doesn't die. He loses the Aegis, but still his life intact. 16 kills, 12 assists, been involved in 28 of the 32 kills this game.
When he dies, he's going to give him like 2k gold.
It's going to be a hell of a lot of
his death is actually just going to be like 2,000 gold
to
one
really
hero.
Mid.
Here we go mid, yeah.
Indeed, they found KYXY, so all on his own. He's got to look at the TP out. Will he be able to get it? Yes, just gets himself out.
Yeah.
Nothing to stop it there for the Magic.
Yeah, not very nice reaction. Obviously, pop on the BKB, just trying to get himself out of there. I I'm looking at Fnatic right now, and you saw that team fight, right? It was a 3-man or 4-man vacuum into a light strike array that I believe hit on 3. Imagine if Johnny had Curse for that. Like, they would have crushed that fight. It's just insane to think about that even with a 20-plus kill deficit and the fact that right now Fnatic are behind in excess of 20,000 golden experience. Fnatic in the meantime just punching Bane to death. That damage is real, but even with that kind of a deficit, they can still manage to take fights. Just imagine if Fnatic had been a little bit more disciplined about how they take their 5 versus 5 and maybe just grouping up a little bit sooner. As soon as they got that mech on the Darkseer, they wanted to start trying to make things happen, but their fights were just, they were a little bit too sloppy, and Na'Vi took full advantage of that.
And the money's starting to rack up for some of Na'Vi's members as well. Fnatic, 2.6k gold on top of the Shadowblade Dessa. Artstars managed to pick himself up a gem, has that amulet towards the Glimmer Cape. And Horse now with a Hyperstone, possibly going to be looking for an AC. I mean, it would be very nice to help them out with this push. Very effective, of course, in these big 5-on-5s as well. And Dendi with 4,200 gold on him. I mean, what do you expect we'll see from Dendi? I wouldn't be surprised with the amount of fights we're doing that we see him just go for the Octarine.
It could be Octarine. A lot of Queen of Pains have been favoring that item after you already have Aghanims. Makes it so your ulti is up like pretty much every single creep wave. And I think it puts your blink at 4.5 seconds, which is extremely fast. You could go Hex as well. Oh, no, okay, it's Shiva's.
Okay.
Yeah, Shiva's is still really nice too. Because with the Shivas, you're not really worried about the gyrocopter right-click anymore, which can be a bit of a problem. And if you get cursed, which is a high possibility, because Dendi is a high priority target now because he's freaking 16-0. If you do get cursed, there's less likelihood that you're going to die because you have that extra armor. So his physical damage mitigation is going to be quite a bit higher than it was. And that's also a Solar Crest too.
Oh man, I mean, Fnatic, they're going to try. They have got all the ults available, but indeed, Fnatic just going straight in onto KOXY. They've got the Cold Embrace here, buying the Gyro some time. Linking forward here, Ohio really want to look for the fight. Dendi's popped the BKB, looking for a Sonic Wave straight onto KYXY. He's popped the BKB, but he's incredibly low, backing himself, but they have found Fnatic here. Fnatic kind of caught on the wrong side of the fight, but Fnatic with a Warrior's Punch, bringing KYXY low. Laguna Blade does finish off Fnatic. Cold Embrace there from Johnny, topping up KYXY, and looks like, yeah, Na'Vi, I'm going to be too happy with that. Losing a hero, and this time not being able to find anything in return.
A little bit too ham, you know, just a little bit. Sometimes you just want to go for a kill and you say, you know what? I'm going to go all in on this. Didn't end up working out there for Fnatic, but I think Na'Vi are going to be fine with that. You can't give away too many of those kills to Fnatic because the Gyrocopter late game is still very scary to think about. And Curse, it only gets better as the game goes on. As the heroes on the enemy team scale, Winter's Curse becomes that much more scary as an ability. And then you have Mushi, who, I mean, I got to think at some point the guy's going to finish his Aghanims, right? Like, he's within 900 gold of it, a little bit under that now.
He's going to have it soon, but yeah. it certainly is...
But
not the time he set out for.
Yeah, Lena's Burst is still going to be something that you're going to have to respect. Because only 2,000 health, it sounds like a decent chunk, but against Fnatic, if you get caught without your BKB, you can still die very easily.
Oh, you certainly can. Bloodseeker, of course, now just about 100 away from finishing that recipe and getting himself the Assault Cuirass here as well. Dendi. As, yeah, he's going to be able to have the potential to finish off the old Shivas. Just needs to get that Mystic Staff on its way. KYXY, what's he got coming out to him? Just sending the curry out to the Secret Shop. 1,900 gold on him at the moment. What's he going to opt for as his next up? Okay, so he's actually going to pick himself up a bit of invasion here.
Yeah, it's going to be Butterfly. Yeah, Butterfly is nice. With BKB popped, if he doesn't just die to the Queen Burst, having that extra evasion means that they, like, all linning on him becomes a bit more dangerous. Evasion is fantastic, especially when no one on Na'Vi is going to be buying MKB. If anyone, it's probably going to be Havos, and it might be his next item after he sees that KYXY has picked up that Talisman of Evasion in the first place. I believe Fnatic are trying to do something here. They're all grouped up on high ground. I'm not sure if they're waiting for Na'Vi to pressure or... There's only one hero showing right now, so they could be anticipating some kind of gank and just sitting on the high ground to make sure that if Na'Vi are going into their woods, that they would be at the positional advantage. But now I think they're just going to go ahead and back off.
Yeah, we did just see some pings coming out from Na'Vi around here, so maybe questioning whether there was going to be a movement from Fnatic down through the jungle past their Secret Shop. It's not going to be the case, though, and Fnatic, nonetheless, won't be able to catch Na'Vi off the back of anything. Dendi, Seneko, and Artstar just hanging around towards the bottom. Vorst and Fnatic are now heading towards mid. They need to be a little bit careful here. They've spotted out KYXY. And I think, yeah, they're going to keep themselves safe here. It's going to be very hard for Fnatic to catch anyone out on Na'Vi.
The other thing, too, that's frustrating for Fnatic now is the Wisp factor that we haven't really said a whole lot about. I mean, sure, he's been ganking and stuff, but just the fact that you can play off-map like this, Fnatic have to play such inefficient Dota. They're all stacking together all the time, which means that they're not like split farming lanes. They're not doing what Na'Vi are doing, which is, oh, well, we can just split up and do what we want to do. And the other issue is Fnatic normally in this situation, they would want to smoke to try to find somebody because they probably assume that Dendy is still free farming and Seneco's most likely just following him around. But they don't have any vision on Navi's side of the map. So a smoke is always an inherent risk when you don't have that vision laid out for you to be able to say, okay, well, at the very least, we know they're not going to be here. Their only ward is on their side of the map. It's on that high ground on the way to the Roshan pit from the tier 2. And Na'Vi now feeling like this is their time.
I mean, now Mushi does have that Aghanim Scepter complete. So we will see that big amount of burst pure come into play in the next fight. But is it just a little too little, a little too late? We'll see. Oh, Na'Vi able to pressure. There's 2.2k gold now on your quad on top of the Shivas. Dandy continuing to look incredibly scary for the side of Fnatic. But Fnatic, as you said, really good high ground defense. It's going to be interesting to see how Na'Vi go about breaking the base.
They probably just go for Roche. They have a... No, wait, that's Fnatic's courier, right? Yeah. Fnatic's courier was scouting Roshan. They just want to know when it's up because there's a high likelihood that Na'Vi just immediately bolt for the pit. Oh, no, KYXY.
He goes out. He's going to put the BKB. He's found a few of the side of Na'Vi. But now he's ruptured up. Dendy's still got the Sonic Wave pure damage to burst through this if he wants to, but Ahayo's there with the mech to back him up. There is the backup of Fnatic, and Dendy trying to get himself in position for an ultimate there. There we go. KOXY and Johnny caught out. Fiend Script now from Kessick holding Dendy in place, and they have lost Fnatic on the side of Na'Vi, so it's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Dendy being kept safe and topped up here by Artside here with the Shallow Grave, and Dendy blinking forward. Takes down Bane, and that's going to be the gem recovered as well here for the side of Na'Vi. 3 heroes hitting the deck on the side of Fnatic. Ahayo and Mushi just left in the base here. It's going to be a buyback from Johnny, realizing they've got to do something on the defensive here.
What can he do, though? There's no buyback on Gyro. I mean, the Bane can buy back, but there's no Fiend Script. There's no Curse. I think Na'Vi just racks them here. Well,
with this AC on her Vorce, they're doing an incredible right. There's your vacuum, but there is not a wall available. Splinter Blast doing quite a bit. Her Vorce getting low, but Seneca, the amount of sustain that Na'Vi have at this point, incredibly hard for Fnatic to fight into. And Na'Vi just go back onto the melee racks. They should be able to claim this one. Still 30 seconds before the gyro's back. Dendy going forward. Will get used up here by Mushi. Looks for the stun, but again, Dendy there with a counter use, using himself, dodging out the stun. And they will clear out the top set of racks here and get themselves out as well. Oh! Avost!
Goodbye, Avost.
Laguna Blade to the backside. Mushi not happy with that. The fact that they took the racks and punishes the Bloodseeker. So they do get at least that off the back of it. But that's a set of racks down. More kills for Dendy at 4,600 gold. Let's have a look at his net worth now. 21,000 here. He is a good... Well, the highest net worth on the side of Fnatic is your Darkseer. It is quite a difference here between the two sides. We're at a 30... I don't think I've seen many games where it's been a 30,000 lead, and the team that's behind are still kind of in it.
Yeah, but that's why I was so concerned for Na'Vi at the start of the game, because I'm looking at Fnatic's lineup and I'm thinking to myself, how do you actually fight that? Imagine if it was only like a 10k lead or a 15k lead and maybe Mushi had like one more item or KYXY had a butterfly and even just some lifesteal. The difference in the team fights would be massive. I mean, they're going for Roshan. This is kind of a last-ditch effort. They realize that Havost hasn't bought back. They know that they have an opening here, and they need to try to do something about it. And their option is here to kill Roche, maybe force Na'Vi into an engagement that could not favor them.
He wants to go for it. There's your ult.
Oh,
Kessick's down. Ahio will be able to get off the mech now with the Warriors Punch from Fnatic. Fnatic being held in place here by the Winter's Curse. Dendy hitting onto Fnatic now with the Laguna Blade onto Dendy. Dendy's going to be fine, able to blink himself away. Fnatic just scouting out and chasing away KYXY. It was actually the relocate, from Seneko, bringing Dendy out of the fight. Almost only going to bring him back in. Fnatic taking down Johnny here on the high ground, and there's Dendy. Brought back in here by Seneko after Seneko did save him from any further disaster. But 2 heroes down. Fnatic, they were looking for the play in terms of getting Roshan. It's not going to happen. And Na'Vi now go into the pit to finish off Roche themselves, claim themselves the Aegis. And this might just be the ticket to closing down the game here if Na'Vi want to go for it down the mid lane.
That's most likely the last nail in the coffin, as they say. There's kind of this weird feeling of Fnatic. I liked their draft a lot more this game in terms of what they were able to do in their 5-man. But Na'Vi just outplayed them so badly. every single point in this game. It was always them on the aggression, just making sure that they could find kills
Fnatic
like
straight
this.
in with the old 1-2. That's Kessick down on the bane. KOXO popping the BKB, but he's got to sit there. Ruptures on him, throws down the corner and trying to fight. There's nice vacuum. Sonic Wave though from Dendy, blowing them up. It's God beyond God, like double kill for Dendy. It's a team. It's over. This game is well and truly over. And Dendy, you said it being the Dendy show. This is a classic Dendy show game. 20 kills, 15 assists, doesn't die at all. I mean, the rest of the team of Na'Vi, big shout-outs to them. They all played it pretty impeccably as well. You look at Seneko. We'll see in a minute on the scoreboard. The amount of assists this guy had on the IO, very impressive play.
He only died once.
But I mean, just Na'Vi, after a pretty horrific day for them yesterday, certainly are turning up to this, and they're ready. They are ready to go. And it seems like Fnatic just left in tow here, and we're going to see if Fnatic, of course, can step it up for Game 2. But Game 1, well, what a match for Na'Vi.
I'm very impressed the fact that they're able to have... They had 2 pretty bad days back-to-back, right? Then
Yeah,
they come into,
it's not been a good start.
They come into this group stage day and they say, you know what? We're done with that. We don't care. Fnatic is a team who took a match off of Secret a little bit earlier on in the tournament. We're gonna bring our A game. We're gonna play the game that we want to play, and we're gonna make it work. And that's exactly what they showcased here in Game 1 against Fnatic. Fnatic, I wouldn't be upset with the way I drafted the lanes. They were good. The draft was good. It was all about play, being on the same page. I don't know if it was communication issues or what, but it really did not seem like Fnatic wanted to play around that 5-man early enough, at least, for how they actually drafted their heroes. So maybe next game, they'll get a little bit more coordination going between them. Maybe tie up the series 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll see if Fnatic are able to swing it around. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because Game 2 between Na'Vi and Fnatic will be right around the corner. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second game here between Na'Vi and Fnatic. We're ready to get ourselves rocking and rolling after a game one in which Na'Vi looked pretty damn unstoppable, Andy.
I still want to say that Fnatic's draft, I really feel, was better, almost in every single way. But I don't know what it is about Na'Vi, but whenever they need to perform, when it's down to the wire, they always manage to just bring the best possible Dota that they can, and they showcase it there in game one. So moving on here to game two, Fnatic, that had to have been a little bit of a wake-up call. I'm sure Mushi is sitting there and thinking to himself, I know that our draft was good. There's no way that it should have gone that lopsided, right? So we just have to assume that they overperformed, or they had a really good game and we just didn't have our communication quite on the level that we needed it to be. So as long as they keep like a calm mindset, go into game two, try to execute their game plan a little bit better, I think they'll be A-okay.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something different, because whatever it was in that game, as you said, even with the heroes that essentially looked to be the right picks, it just wasn't enough. This game, Na'Vi, they're going to ban out the SF. They're going to ban out the Quap themselves here. So not going to want to pick it up there. Even though they do have first pick, interestingly enough, they're not going to want to do a repeat. They're going to try something different from the Dendi Quap. Let's see what they go for. Fnatic with the second ban, taking away that Gyrocopter. And the question is, what do Na'Vi open with? There's obviously a very, very large number of strong heroes still in the pool. You've got your Tusks. Then we may be looking forward to seeing it as the first pick. Other heroes, sometimes between Na'Vi, they do like to get themselves the Wyvern themselves straight up. We saw Fnatic, of course, running it with Johnny. Maybe this time Na'Vi want to take it. A lot of Seneko heroes here. Not a single one has been banned out. They might want to pick up the Bounty straight up. We've seen a few teams pick up the Bounty first, or maybe even the Shaker, if they're worried about Fnatic getting that one in the first two picks. There's a lot of options. Anyone else that you feel that Na'Vi... Okay, it's the Tusk.
Yeah, it's the Tusk. It's the most stable opening, I feel.
Yeah.
Because at the very least, you can get Seneco's hero if you want, because you can get one more hero before the second ban phase comes through. So if you want like Shaker, which Fnatic might just take here, depending on how much they like the hero, but you can get your Winter Wyvern or you can get your Shaker for Seneko as soon as these two picks come out. And Fnatic, they're going with the Undying Bloodseeker. And I think after the first game, maybe they want heroes that don't necessarily have to do like the whole 5-man Dota thing. Maybe that's just not how they function best. But instead of prioritizing what Seneko is going to play, they go straight up Naga. I mean, I know a lot of teams are highly prioritizing that hero so far here at TI5, but I don't really think I've seen Na'Vi play it that much.
All right, it's going to be interesting to see how Na'Vi run with it. I'd imagine, is it going to be in the support capacity? I don't think it's going to be a Vorse Naga, is it?
I don't know if I've seen him play it in a long time. I know he does play it, but I'm fairly certain it's going to be support.
Yeah.
Like I think it's going to be support.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe it's another one of Seneco's magical heroes that he's going to suddenly turn up and play, or they'll put it on art style. We'll see.
I think it would be a Seneko hero rather than art style, because art style typically plays like hard 5.
Plays the fifth, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing a Seneko Naga if that's going to be the case. But we'll see how they do decide to run it. Third ban now for the side of Na'Vi. I mean, you're up against the lineup. They picked an Undying. They picked a Bloodseeker. I kind of feel maybe even banning something like the Dazzle at this point, or the Wyvern.
Yeah, anything with sustain, you kind of want to ban. It's dangerous to ban Wyvern, though, because you probably still want it if you're Na'Vi.
Okay.
Right? Because Curse is amazing against Bloodseeker. The hero has high mobility. It's a good disable that pretty much just... You can get Bloodseeker killed so easily with Winter Wyvern. It's another reason why heroes like Shaker are also good, because you want heroes that can stay very far away from the fight, who can still disable the Bloodseeker from that distance and be like, okay, now, even if somebody gets ruptured or something like that, you have your Naga Siren Song, you can put him into Snowball already, and then if you get one more good peel mechanism, you're going to have a lot to deal with that Seeker.
Darkseer is going to be the ban, and looking at obviously what Fnatic had in the first game, I'd probably say Darkseer was definitely one of the strongest heroes they were having, because I believe it was probably top of the net worth at the end of the game as well.
He was,
I really knew what he was doing on their hero. But Fnatic this time, going to ban out the Lina. Pretty much the same reason why Na'Vi did the first game. They've got a Bloodseeker. They don't want to be worrying about that burst damage on top of the Blood Rage coming in.
They have so many setups, too, for Light Strike Array already. Like, they have Tusk Snowball, you can get Punch, you can get Netted. Even like a Naga Siren Song, if you pop it and cancel it properly and you have your timings down, you can land the stun like right after the song ends. There's a lot you can do with that combo, so I do like the fact that they take it out.
I wouldn't be surprised if Na'Vi themselves take the Dazzle. You know, they've got the Naga, very nice with the illusions. They've got the Tusk. It is the wombo combo.
Fnatic
so
could,
Fnatic probably to ban it, I feel.
They could ban Wyvern and pick Dazzle. Because they had the first pick out of this ban phase, right? So if they want to get their sustain
or vice
with
versa.
their Undying, yeah, they could do either.
Nice. Both, I think, yeah, you've got to touch up on the Dazzle and the Wyvern here at this point of the draft.
See if they're feeling that. See if they want to just... Oh, they banned the Bane?
The Artstar Bane, and they'll grab themselves the Mushi Storm. Now, Na'Vi, in response to this...
That actually makes Wyvern an even better pick, actually.
Well, for Na'Vi, for Snake.
For Na'Vi, yeah,
or for Artstar,
because they already have 2 heroes that are considered highly mobile. And again, that's an instantaneous disable coming out from Wyvern. The problem is, if Seneko is going to be playing Naga, then they pretty much can't pick it because then he can't play both heroes. And I'm not sure if Artstyle is very familiar with Wyvern. Because Artstyle is the Dazzle player. He's not the Wyvern player.
No, he is the Dazzle. Dazzle of the team, which, as I said...
So maybe that's why they're ignoring it.
I think
maybe that's why...
Dazzle's going to be very nice as well with the Razor as well, with the amount of physical DPS, you know, going into the fights with the physical eye of the Storm, and yeah, so that will almost certainly be a Vorst Razor. So it is looking like Seneko Naga. Fnatic now with this 4th pick, they're going to take themselves the CM. Come on, we're talking about the Dazzles and the Wyvern. Come on, give us one here.
I think it's much more likely Dazzle than Wyvern.
Yeah.
Just because, again, I mean, it's not like Wyvern is super high skill cap, but Seneko just plays it so well. Maybe they're throwing us for a loop. Maybe it's going to be mid-Naga.
I mean, I guess the thing is, though, if you pick Dazzle, I mean, is your lockdown good enough to deal with heroes like the Storm and the Bloodseeker?
It's a different style of play. It's not revolving around having that lockdown. It's more about winning your lanes when you have that hero.
I think it's
and it's going to be Dazzle. So that is pretty much not guaranteed Naga support, but a very good chance.
Yes,
that it's going to be
certainly looking like it. Certainly looking like it. I mean, we're still imagining Na'Vi to be looking for that Dendi playmaking hero. There's no...
Puck is actually really solid here.
Puck would be very nice. I mean, we're talking about, controlling heroes like the Bloodseeker and the Storm. So Dreamcoil very nice with the BS, and Waning Rift going to be helping out with the Storm Spirit. And especially when you look at the squishy heroes like CM and heroes like Undying.
Oh, wait, they think it's mid-Razor. They just banned Slardar.
Surely it's a Force Razor.
It could be mid-Razor up against Storm, because that matchup is actually very favored for the Razor. And then maybe they think it is Core Naga.
Okay. I mean, Slardar, of course, would have made a lot of sense if they did want to run it as a mid-Razor because of just the synergy with the Razor and the Dazzle. Yeah. I mean, even the Naga, you know, with the Riptide and armor reduction, that is a lot of armor reduction across the team. I mean, you're going to be able to blow up the side of Fnatic in a couple of crushes and a couple of fishy slaps.
Yeah, you get wrecked really hard. Like, just amplify damage, and you also get minus armor from Eye of the Storm, too. Can't forget about that. So heroes like Bloodseeker, who typically want to try to run in, you kind of just get you get owned real hard. So Brood ban coming in from Na'Vi, just a safety ban more than anything else. And Fnatic, they're going to get their hands on a last pick bounty between the Storm, Bloodseeker bounty. We talked about last game how Na'Vi wanted to go ham. I think Fnatic kind of want to try to do the same thing this time.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we see teams do a lot of the time in terms of when they lose a game like that, they just say, well, okay, we need to try something different. And Fnatic doing exactly that. A totally different play style to what they were going to look for in the first game.
I still think Puck's nice. If they don't want to run mid-Razor. If they want to run mid-Razor, then they either need to pick a core or another support, depending on if they're comfortable playing that Seneko Naga or not.
Let's have a look. This is going to make it a lot clearer for us. And there we go.
Called
it is the Puck. You called it indeed.
No, I called 2 in a row. I almost went for the turkey there. I called the Dazzle and the Puck.
You did, you did.
Yeah.
I'll take 50%. I'd like to say I called the Dazzle. But
well, we talked about the 2 heroes, and then I was like, it's much more likely that they would pick Dazzle because...
Yes, you did. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that. But
we both get 1 point.
But lineup-wise, I'm liking what Fnatic are doing. I'm liking the fact that they're changing up the game from game 1.
Yep.
But at the same time, you look at Na'Vi's lineup, and it is very, very strong. And we're going to see Seneko Naga, which I've not had the pleasure of casting a game for before. I don't know if it's just me missing games in which he's played it, but I'm not aware of it being one of the heroes he goes to.
I don't think he does it very often.
No.
I'm sure he's played it before, but I don't think that he does it too much. They usually like putting him on like playmaking supports in the early game, like we talked about Wyvern and Shaker, because his awareness and his understanding of like how to move around the map and gank is insane.
Yeah.
So being able to get those heroes is nice.
And yeah, talking about how good Seneko's awareness is going to be, I mean, that's going to be fantastic with the Naga song. Yeah. I can expect to see some spectacular stuff coming out in terms of the ultimate. But we'll see how this one goes down here with Na'Vi versus Fnatic here in Game 2.
Wait, are they? He's got a Stout Shield. Is he farming?
Where we're looking?
Seneko. Or maybe he just buys Stout Shield because he wants to be annoying in lane. I guess it's also a possibility.
Yeah, surely.
Because I'm pretty sure when Aoi plays Naga, he doesn't start Stout Shield.
I mean,
It's very uncommon.
I can't imagine being in the lane with Havor saying, I'm going to farm over
He's
you,
going to
mate.
support Razor, you know? No big deal.
That'll be the day.
It's a weird starting build, that's all.
As you said, I guess it makes the Naga very, very irritating in lane. You know, that's 6 armor, hefty bit of base HP as well. So Seneca's going to be able to go in with harassment. And Na'Vi at the moment, looking for the rat round. And we go with the good luck, have fun. And Hio with the ball spost in response. Na'Vi able to secure themselves by the looks of it, this bounty run at the bottom, because the side of Fnatic looking towards the top. Lane-wise, I guess we're pretty much going to see Hio on that off lane. Johnny hanging around there potentially on the bounty hunter. We might see him trying to help out mid. It is going to be Mushi on the mid Bloodseeker.
Yep.
So it is going to be the safe lane Storm being played by KYXY, of course. And Na'Vi likewise. It's going to be interesting to see what Seneko does, but Fnatic, for the most part, is going to be on his own on the Tusk on the bottom lane.
I think Seneko might chill down here with him. I think that's why he probably
Okay.
bought that Stout Shield. So, again, it's going to be another 2-1-2 coming out from Na'Vi. And I like this because their heroes are actually very level dependent. Like we talked about Fnatic's Tusk in Game 1 and how imperative it was that he got that level 7 when he did to make sure that he could, you know, go around and gank Mushi. So I think that it's really good that Na'Vi are going to be able to set their lanes up in that way 2 times. But mid, it's going to be a bit of a struggle here for Dendi because this is like the ultimate nuisance.
Oh man, the Blood Rage bounty.
Look at
I'm
how much
liking
damage
that.
he just took.
That's smart.
Would you say it's so smart?
I'd say that I like this is smart. I mean, anytime the bounty comes in, I guess you'll still see the cast animation of Mushi and be like, hey, who did he Blood Rage? So it gives away the fact that the bounty's there, but still.
It doesn't matter though.
It comes in and out, a few punches and Dendi's down to half health.
If he hits you like 1 or 2 times with that on, you're wrecked. There's not really much you can do about it.
He's going to go for a Vorst here as well, and Vorst with a couple of decays on him. Again.
Look at how much damage that does, man.
This is the bounty hunter being a bounty hunter. Reason why a lot of teams like to take him out, because he can be an absolute nuisance in the laning stage. And already Na'Vi just dropping down the sentries. They do not want Johnny being a part of the mid lane.
Yeah, it's very common for this kind of stuff to happen, though. Fortunately for Na'Vi, they also got a good D ward. Like the first sentry they dropped, they actually got a high ground ward on their side of the river that was dropped by Fnatic. So for the early game, at least, they're only going to have 1 ward worth of vision, and I'm not sure.
Vorst to get 3 decays on him. Tombstone's dropped. He's only got 378 health.
I think he's dead.
I think he's incredibly dead. He's not going to be able to take down the Tombstone. Trying to go for the runaround isn't going to happen. And Artstyle will find the return kill onto Johnny. But nonetheless, losing the roaming bounty, getting yourself first blood on the position 1 Razor.
The thing is, since
Fnatic.
he actually died to creeps and bottom lane, gonna see another dive here.
Yeah, going in onto KYXY, could be in a bit of trouble here. Trying to turn this one around with the burst damage is not going to be quite enough to bring that. Oh, maybe.
Oh my god.
KYXY gets the kill onto Fnatic, and he gets out. Damn.
That base armor, like Storm's base armor is the only reason he is alive right now. Storm has one of the highest starting armors for an int hero. Actually, he might have the highest in general for like any ranged int, but that is painful. I think him and OD are definitely up there. And they underestimated his tankiness, and it cost him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of start that Fnatic want. You know, last game wasn't the best of starts in terms of kills. They did have a good, strong laning position, but now kills on top of it as well, 2-1. And Vorst, of course, needs to be careful because Johnny's got his eyes on him. Bottom lane, bit of a fight. They're going out to Kess again, but this time Na'Vi able to find the Crystal Maiden in the jungle, and they will get that kill without losing anything in response.
Oh, I was wrong, by the way. Techies is the highest. I forgot about Techies. But he doesn't count because he's a, like... No, we don't talk about Techies. We'll just say that. But Johnny is still managing to make a lot of stuff happen here around the map. You can see him just being annoying here to Artstyle and Havost in top lane. I'm just really, like... I'm a little bit worried right now for Navi's lanes because, unlike last game, I don't have that sense of Fnatic need to 5-man this time around. I feel like they actually have multiple ways that they can choose to play this. And, I mean, Havost has 10 CS right now. That's not really that impressive for 3 minutes in.
He's certainly struggling. He's got the backup of Artstyle now, though, here in this lane. Johnny, though, going for Artstyle here. And now the Tombstone's been dropped. Kessig's coming in as well. Artstyle's got to run. He has got a Shallow Grave available. He's not going to get the chance to get it off, though. Dazzle to fall. And the rotation from Kessig, very, very nice indeed. Mid lane, how's it going? What?
Mushi is crushing
this
lane.
is a ridiculous
But there's
lead for
nothing.
Mushi.
There's nothing Puck can do. That's the thing. Like, this matchup is so lopsided in favor of Mushi, without a doubt. And considering his other lanes are also doing well.
Yeah.
In the previous match, we talked about Havost and how he needed his other lanes to actually try to deal damage. But if that happens for Mushi, he just absolutely dominates the lane. Like, there is not a thing that Puck can do in this matchup. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't actually just die.
And well, we see Johnny at the moment hiding around here. He's going to find himself Artstyle just with a quick slash. And now, of course, Fnatic, they're going to realize that Avos possibly on his own. They've still got Kessick around. Johnny's making his way back up with a haste rune. Avos needing to be careful. Ohio, Tombstone back and available. Avos has got to be very, very careful where he treads here, because they're ready to go, and they're going to go for it here. Havorst in a lot of trouble. Tombstone drop. There's going to be a TP coming in from Artstyle. Will he be able to get the Shallow Grove off? Yes, he will, just in time. With the TP as well coming in from Snake on the Naga, it might be enough to save Havorst. No! CM there with a final right click. Just in time, timed perfectly against the Shallow Grave. Will find the kill. And here comes Johnny looking for Artstyle. No, he's not. He's going to leave it. Johnny's not coming today.
For now, Fnatic definitely the ones winning laning phase. Bottom lane, KYXY is in some trouble here.
Right, he's not getting himself out of that one. Will go down. Funnick and Snako working as a team there to bring that one out. Funnick able to save back up as well. 4 for 3 at the moment. And this is certainly stepping up to be quite a game here. Mid lane still. Dandy struggling against Mushi. Mushi about a level ahead now, halfway through 6 compared to Dandy's halfway through 5 in the CS. 34 for 13 against 14 for 0. A very different story to what we saw Dandy perform in the last game.
Well, again, it's a lopsided matchup. You're not supposed to win this. Even in a circumstance where it's just a straight-up 1v1, Bloodseeker would probably win like 9 out of 10 times, given equal player skill or whatever, right? So the fact that he's not died is actually kind of surprising. Normally, a Puck will just get chased down behind a tower. Thankfully for Dandy, though, he's got boots already. He's got his 17 charge wand, and he will be A-OK, at least for the time being. But top lane, Johnny, he does not want to give up, man. He just wants to try to go for kills.
Kessie's coming in as well. He is going to have to back up, yeah, Johnny, to remove that static link. Mid lane, Suneko coming with the wraparound here, and Dreamcold dropped as well. Mushi in a lot of trouble. Has got the Blood Bright out, though. Doesn't matter, though. They'll lose the Bloodseeker. Maybe they can find something off the back of it. Looking for Artstyle, but Artstyle will get the Shallow Grave off. Ohio's turned up here, trying to fight through this. Has dropped down the Tombstone. Artstyle sticking around, trying to get rid of the zombies out of the Tombstone. Not going to happen. Artstyle to full Funnick, trying to get rid of the Tombstone. He will. Funnick just able to get himself out. No! Against CM with these right clicks. Kessie Kimber. It's just too much for Na'Vi. Second kill there for the side, and oh, they're going to look for more. Ohio moving forward. Suneko, he's coming a little bit too far. That's a double kill for Ohio. Ohio's just destroying them. Look at the decay stack. He's got
1,300 health in 7 minutes.
This man's a beast. 7 for 4. The Undying doing so much in these fights. 3 kills and 3 assists on your Ohio Undying. 6 of the 7 kills he's been involved in.
He had so many decay stacks, it actually didn't show them all at the very end. Like, they wore off now, so he'll be getting back to his normal amount of HP, I guess you could say. But he's got Arcanes and almost an entire mech at 7 minutes. He's second highest in terms of last hits right now. His net worth is reflected as being the highest by 500, even higher than Mushi, who is completely dominating middle lane. Like, this start here for Fnatic it's insane.
Yeah, this is Fnatic pretty much reading Na'Vi very nicely and doing exactly what it takes to come out on top of them here in Game 2. Looking a lot more hopeful for them. Ohio and Kessick ready to go for some more action here on the top lane against Dandy. They found Suneko, though. Suneko could be in a lot of trouble. Tombstone's dropped. They're going to try and chase this one down. Ohio is held back, but with the rupture, Suneko, he's got nowhere to run. At level 5, there's no chance of a song. He goes down. That's going to be the Naga falling yet again. 8 for 4 pings now on the tower. Dandy hiding behind in the tree line here. Is there going to be any kind of reaction from Na'Vi? Are they just going to let this one go? You can see Johnny there did spot out Artstyle, but the pressure just being applied by Fnatic on this top lane. Dandy's got the Dream Coil. Fortification coming out, but I don't know if they can fight this there. It's going to be the Naga backup. And okay, they are going to do it. Dream Coil's drop. Mushi's popped down the Blood Ride, though. Running with the snowball dodge here. Mushi getting low. And will they be able to get the Bloodseeker? Yes, they will. That's the Bloodseeker down. Now Na'Vi looking for more, looking for the Crystal Maiden. They'll find Kessick as well here. Funnick, he's got himself this haste rune, looking to chase down more here potentially, but Johnny, he is up with the invis. There's no sentry down here in the river. Na'Vi No sentry. Yeah, it's just towards the mid lane that Na'Vi have got the sentry. So Johnny's going to be able to get himself out. But 2 kills there for Na'Vi. They do lose the tower, but they are able to get the deny.
Yeah, the deny is big. You want to keep the Undying away from his mech as long as you can. If Ohio finishes up that mech, and then they just start doing like 5-man if they want, or even just running around with the Undying mech and Bounty Hunter with the Bloodseeker and CM, you don't have to have the Storm actually help out yet, which is great for KYXY because in the laning phase, he was actually getting shut down maybe even harder than Dendi was. But now, since Fnatic have started to rotate around the map, force Na'Vi to react to them, he's managed to recover his farm quite a bit. So he goes from dying in lane once. He did get a return kill the first time, or just straight up a kill without dying. That was nice, but other than that, he was struggling. So any recovery time they can give him to this point, there aren't really a lot of disables on Na'Vi for him. It's really just the puck.
No, mid lane. He's going to get ruptured up. Fnatic are ready and waiting to start this fight. Going on to Fnatic, he's a little bit tanky here on the Tusk, but under the Tombstone, he's going to have the Snowball that will give him some time. But I don't know if there's any saving Tusk here. Comes in, looks for the punch and Keswick, bringing him low. Won't be able to find the kill and does lose his life here, Fnatic. Herbost thinking about going in, but the Tombstone's still there, and he has not got any mana. Half health as well. Not the time for the Razors to be fighting. Seneko as well now has hit level 6. So maybe we'll see a few more of these engagements going in favor of Na'Vi if he's able to find the opening for the ultimate. Now mid lane, Fnatic able to claim themselves this tower, and this time there won't be a deny in sight.
They got the mech 2 on Undying. This is a really scary point in the game for Na'Vi. The one cool thing that you mentioned is, like, because they have Song available on Seneko, they can use it to stack Weave once Art Style hits level 6, and they can use it to stack up a static link. So if you link somebody and you actually start singing, it doesn't deal damage. And we're going to see Johnny here actually get picked off by Dendi. It's a killing spree for him here in the bottom lane. But there are a couple of cool ways to synergize Song. You get mass damage drain, and then you can start things off with a snowball. And it's kind of similar to the combo that we saw Complexity do early in the morning yesterday when they were initiating with that kind of thing, and then they just used the Tusk snowball.
Being chased down here by Hervorst and Artstyle. He's going to try and run. He's going to try and hide. Gets himself up to the high ground. Hervorst, he's got a plasma field in a few seconds. Keswick with the jukes. Oh!
He's still dead, I think.
He is indeed. He's able to dodge him out, but the plasma field, you're not dodging that one. I'll take down CM. Blink Dagger now completed on Dendi Arcade Boots on the Naga as well.
And Na'Vi are still very much in this. They just need to be very coordinated about how they take the next few engagements. Like, they're going to need to go for picks. I really think they need to avoid trying to fight around the Undying too. Ohio's farm is just insane. He's still the highest net worth. Almost 12 minutes into the game. This offlane Undying, he is a beast.
Dendi here was looking for the courier. And
it's a
bit of a courier bait. Indeed, Ohio's come in here with Johnny, but Dendi with the blink, with the orb, should be able to get himself out to safety.
Okay.
He's fine. The pings come out here. They realize he's in there. But
Johnny had Shuriken, though. I think if he had just walked up and continued to chase, they probably would have been able to kill him.
I guess, well, the Naga was around. Seneko was there with the song. It was always available if they felt it was necessary. But of course, it's always very nice at this point of the game to force out the song because of the long cooldown.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes at level 1. Yeah. It's pretty insane. So, more pressure being applied here by Fnatic. They realize that this is their big power spike moment. They got that Undying with the mech available. They got track now, too, on Johnny, which is going to be great. We just saw it showcase there on Dendi a little while ago. And they can see pretty much everything that's going on. In a 5 versus 5, I have a hard time thinking that Fnatic would lose. Like, they have Blood Rite, which is great for control. They got Rupture. They got Mech Undying. I think that taking 5-man or even just, like, pressuring towers is very easy for them. But, again, unlike the game number 1, they don't have to play in one specific way. Because they have Storm and the Bounty Hunter, they can just kind of create space by playing off-map. Like, Johnny just walking around and tracking people with KYXY not being visible. Na'Vi are always going to feel that pressure because as it stands right now, their warding isn't, like, it's kind of aggressive, but it doesn't really see into Fnatic's jungle. So they have very limited information as to what's going on.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Na'Vi do in response to what Fnatic have brought to the game so far. I think, yeah, as you said, the fact that Ohio, second on the net worth, that's, yeah, the team fight. Not going to be nice. Not going to be nice if Na'Vi want to try and fight in full head-on. KYXY still trying to look to catch up his farm. He's third on the board.
I think they saw that smoke. They should have definitely seen that. Yeah, the ward scouted it out, so they're going to ping it. And I'm pretty sure they just get revealed by Bounty Hunter right away. Oh, the dust is slow. by that time, Johnny's already well out of there.
Unfortunate there for Na'Vi, and space created again for KYXY. Look at him on the top lane, finding the space, using it to the best of his advantage, and we are going to see, it's now starting to pull away here for Fnatic, the goal difference. It is just 3k though, 14 minutes in, not a massive lead, but again, it is one that Fnatic have pretty much held for the entirety of this game so far. Na'Vi yet able to swing the game back into their favor as of yet.
Well, Na'Vi have a couple of opportunities for team fights. With the puck having a blink dagger at this stage in the game, that's going to be nice. They have good disengage as well, so if something starts going wrong...
He's going in on KYXY, and he's going to bring him incredibly low. Not quite low enough, though, unfortunately for Dendi, as he is able to escape there, KYXY, getting himself back to base.
Thank goodness for strength treads, huh? Pretty sure he would have been dead if he was on int.
It was very, very close indeed. Fnatic, bottom lane. They're looking on this tier 1 here. Kessie Kimber, Ohio and the boys, Mushy. Snako hanging around. We haven't really seen Snako be able to do too much yet this game. It's we haven't really seen this. I don't think we've seen a song at all yet so far. Still not finding the perfect chance to get it off. Ohio coming up to the top lane. Havorst, how's his farm doing? Well, he is working towards what looks like to be the mech here for Havorst himself. He's going to be picking it up for the team.
Yeah. The funny part is he's actually going to have it slower than the Undying, so that's always a little bit funny to see when you have a game like that, because Razor's known to dominate his lane, right? Like, that's what the hero is picked for majority of the time. But his mech's going to be a little bit delayed. I don't think it'll hurt Na'Vi too much in the long run. It's just Fnatic. They have a slight lead at the moment. And you were talking about Snako not being able to use a song, and I think that's mainly because using it to initiate is super dangerous against Fnatic, because they will chase you forever. So if you go and you song to initiate and then you make a mistake in that fight, Fnatic could very easily just clean up your entire team, because they have that track, they have Storm, they have Bloodseeker. Their chasing potential is nuts. So I think it's always safer to try to save it for a moment to like disengage and be like, whoa, I don't want to take this fight. We'll just go ahead and song and back off.
I mean, what's the game plan at the moment for the side of Fnatic? Are they going to be happy with where they are, or do they need to look for more engagements, or is it just about getting that farm on KYXY, getting him that completed Bloodstone as soon as possible before they look to try and take on Na'Vi head on?
Yeah, getting Bloodstone is going to be great because the puck doesn't really deal a lot of damage. That's kind of Na'Vi's biggest issue right now, is their lack of DPS. So in the previous match, they had a lot of burst damage with the Queen of Pain. They had the ability to just kill a hero and get out because they also had things like Tusk at their disposal. And sure, they have it this game too, but Puck is not known for being as bursty of a hero as Queen. So they're going to have a hard time killing KYXY if he gets that Bloodstone going. He's going to have so much effective HP. And you can see here, like, even after being punched and whatever, KYXY, he kind of has no fear. And he knows that Dendi's not there, so he can just play as aggressive as he wants.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as you said, Dendi's really the only one that he needs to be worried about in terms of getting caught out. So having a grand old time. Johnny as well, level 7. Heading into the jungle, looking to get some intel. There is a hell of a lot of sentries around the map for Na'Vi. They are already waiting Johnny. He knows he's safe under this bit of the map with the sentry already placed, but he is going to get scouted out potentially if he comes around here towards Havorst. Now he's going to go to the north. The pings did come out nonetheless, and Fnatic will... Oh no, the dust doesn't quite latch onto Johnny. Every time just on the tip. Johnny not being caught out by these dusts. And there we go, the dust from Artstar. This time it does get him. Okay, Johnny's in trouble now, and he'll get taken down. Does take him a couple of dusts, but Na'Vi, they catch out the Bounty Hunter.
That's 3 heroes, though. Oh, Dendi, bottom lane. Mushi and KYXY looking for the Rupture. Good blink.
Dendi, yeah, blinks out. He's Orban out as well. He's fine. Hey, okay. And Dendi again, another game so far. He hasn't died at all in this one. Dendi proving to be as elusive as you'd expect on the puck. But it's just going to be a question of how much he can do for the team. Blink Dagger has now been completed by Fnatic, though, on this task. So 18 minutes in, you know, regarding on how the game's gone so far, not too bad of a timing here for him.
Maybe they can start to make something happen with that Blink Dagger. That's going to be kind of a, I think, a go-to item for Na'Vi. Because before, when it's just the puck that has the Blink Dagger, it still takes some time for people to actually follow up your initiation. Whereas now, because of the fact that they do have that Blink available on Fnatic, they can just go in and try to burst the hero down really quickly. It's going to be tough, though, man. There's Glimmer Cape, Mech Arcanes on Ohio.
Oh, man.
Like, good God, he is farmed. How do you actually... Okay, so the only burst damage that Na'Vi have is Magical Burst, right? And if they get Glimmer Cape on the hero who's being initiated on, like if they put it on KYXY in the middle of a fight, he's going to take almost no damage. I'm a little bit concerned that Na'Vi, Puck is a hero who falls off, right? Like Razor, he's very good, but you need heroes to stand still. I think he's going to have a hard time finding a static link.
They're going to go for this. Mid lane, Fnatic's come out. Johnny scouts it out. KYXY straight in. We'll have the snowball here to buy him some time, and he will have the ability to blink himself away. They're going to zip forward for more, though. The tracks, they're revealing that KYXY is out of mana, and oh, he's not going to find the kill. Art style there in time with the shallow grave. Fnatic to live. Bottom lane indeed going in, going hard onto Dendi. Dendi should be able to just make it out. Decay too short. No, the rupture. The zombies. Ah, he's able to TP. Where's the... Oh, the soul rip from Ohio. Mega kill streak for the man. The rich just got richer as Ohio picks up that kill onto Dendi.
There is a very, very stressful point in the game right now for Na'Vi, and it's going to be the next, like, anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes where they don't have enough item progression on their heroes to really feel confident in taking these fights. I think that their lineup is so based around not necessarily a wombo combo, but the fact that they have to
the
be
Glimmer
able to
Cape initiation
properly.
Straight onto Havorst. Is he going to get caught in the blood right? Yes, he is. They're going to chase this one down. Freezing field there from Kessick for a little bit to scare off any TP reaction, but it's still going to come in. Funny. Looking for Johnny. They'll be able to turn this one around. They found the Bounty Hunter. That is going to be it for the time being, but Fnatic moving forward. Thinking about a higher, but it's a little bit too tricky of a target to tackle without the rest of his team, as Dendi is still back in base at the moment. But they do get the Johnny Bounty Hunter, and they don't lose anything, and they don't lose the tier 2.
So I figured out Navi's game plan in the last 20 seconds.
What do you reckon?
I
Well,
clicked
what's the plan?
Seneko, and he's got 2,700 gold.
Oh, boy.
So the plan
When in
is
doubt, get Radiance.
we need to make sure that the Naga Siren gets Radiance. That's going to be their fallback. Now, it's still, I think, Fnatic's game to lose at this point. They definitely have a lead. Okay, that's aggressive.
That's a very nice dream call as well. Mushi and Kessigimba. Kessigimba to fall. Mushi's still alive, buying himself some time. Ohio has turned up, and now the song here. They're looking to take down the Tombstone, and this is Na'Vi now working perfectly as a team. Can they get the kills on the back of this? Mushi is going to get blown up straight away by the hill bomb. Ohio, he's getting low on mana. He hasn't got a mech. He's already used it. Dendi catching him out in with the snowball as well from Fnatic. Ohio to fall as well. KOX from the sideline. Can he do anything in response? I don't think he can. He needs to get himself out. Will zip himself back towards his base with the amount of mana that he's got. 3 heroes to fall on Fnatic. Off the back of that, Seneko, 3.4k gold. They get this tower as well. He's pretty much got his goddamn relic.
If he gets the last hit, okay, never mind. He lets somebody else get it, which is fine. But like you mentioned, he's gonna get a Radiance in like 25 minutes as support Naga Siren.
This, I mean, it didn't look, you know, across the map, things weren't looking great for Na'Vi, the farm. For Fnatic, it was kind of a question of how are they going to be able to keep on top of this? And Seneko turns up and says,
"In Seneko, we
welcome
trust."
to the Seneko Naga. In the games where we kind of force a voice back, we say, mate, you're buying the mech,
Yeah.
I'm carrying this one.
Well, that's why I thought it was so funny at the start of the game. I asked the question, is he actually going to farm? Because he had Stout Shield, which is pretty uncommon for a starting build for that hero, at least in the support capacity. But now, it's like, yeah, I'm farming. I'm only like, what, 1,200 gold away from finishing up that Radiance, and once he does,
It's insane.
Fnatic, they have pretty good pick potential, but their D push is kind of mediocre. They kind of have Storm and, I guess, CM Nuke, and that's about it. Oh, Johnny.
Oh, the dust again for Fnatic, catching out the Bounty Hunter. Straight in we go. Seneko as well being able to pick up that kill. Closing in on that recipe for the Radiance. And I got to be honest, you look at a kind of a game in which the Naga's going to get that Radiance to start pushing the lanes out and get 6-slotted eventually over time. And you ask yourself, what do Fnatic's lineup do against a stacked Naga?
That is the question, right? Is can they actually do anything to stop a Naga with Radiance? Like, sure, the Storm, you might be able to go for picks with Bounty Hunter and Storm and maybe even the Bloodseeker, but KYXY is going straight for Bloodstone, and he has it at 23 minutes, which isn't really the fastest timing. So now he needs to get to Orchid before he's going to be able to really do anything to Seneko, and I think the timing might just be a little bit too late. This is actually very interesting because most teams who run Naga Siren support, like you think EG is probably the front runner, right? They run it quite a bit. They never do this.
I think,
it's always
I think there's a couple of times that he might have gone, but the majority of the time,
yeah,
it just doesn't happen.
Most of the time it's like Solar Crest,
Yeah.
Guardian Greaves, like stuff like that. I think Aoi even makes like 4
It
staff.
is rare
But
on the support.
maybe they just realized that
Do you think this was the plan going into this game, or this is them adapting to how the game's going and saying, right, we need you to get Radiance?
it's an adaptation for
Yeah.
sure. They look at it and they say, there's no way a support Naga is going to win us the game. We actually need to transition to carry Naga because Razor just doesn't do anything versus the cores of Fnatic. Like, Bloodseeker can run away. With track speed, you can run away. Bottom lane,
Dendy straight in. Can they burst him down before he can get out? Oh, yes, they can. Hi, they're coming in to help out with the Soul Rip. They will bring down Dendy. And Fnatic able to keep themselves fine. I mean, you know, they are going to have this Naga with the... oh, there we go. Radiance now complete. 24-minute Radiance on your support Naga. Seneko picking that one up. And I think Fnatic, you know, they realize they've got to up the pressure, up the ante. You know, 5 heroes down here, they need to go for it.
They're going to see this and be like, oh, God, this is actually really bad. It's a really nice adaptation, though, coming in from Na'Vi. It's very common to look at that pick and just say, like, okay, well, it's going to be standard support. And, you know, maybe he gets a couple of decent support items, but he'll never really transition into that core role. And now Fnatic, after having seen that Radiance, they're going to go, oh, we actually need to win the game now. Like, we can't let this go on for, like, another 10, 15, 20 minutes, however long it takes for Seneko to get to his core items, because it's going to start to become a huge issue for them.
I mean, already, you just look at the net worth, and it is Seneko at the top of that net worth for the side of Na'Vi. The highest farmer at the moment. Just behind him is
Havos was giving him creeps in the jungle. He was actually hitting them low so Seneko could get to that Radiance. They realize how important it is for them to be able to get that split push going.
Oh, this is going to be very, very interesting indeed to see what Fnatic do in response. We saw them trying to look for something on this bottom lane, but they kind of got spooked out. Now they're going to go back in potentially with this smoke. Where's the plan? Maybe heading towards the jungle. They know that Seneko's going to potentially look towards that, of course, with the Radiance to farm. And at the moment, it's just Mushi up here as well, scouting out. What's he got coming out of the curry? Is that the BKB? Okay, no, it's the workings of one. He's got the Yoga Club on its way. Okay, here we go. Zipping onto Artstar. They want a quick and easy pick off, and then Artstar will find it. Dendy's down now with the Dream Coil onto 2. There's going to be TPs coming out as well, and there's Fnatic. Straight away with the Warriors Punch on the KYXY. They're looking to try and bring down, but here we go with the Glimmer Cape. He's going to be okay. The song's coming out now from Seneko. Is this a disengaged song? It certainly looks like it. They want to get out of here. Dandy just clearing off these zombies. Okay, Rupture onto Havors and zipping forward. They want to try and find him. He will be able to use the last of his mana here to get off the mech. It's not going to save them, though. The Razor will go down. And Fnatic proving that still with the aggression and the team fight that they've got, they can very easily take one against Na'Vi.
Yeah, their fighting was never really in question, though. It was a matter of, are you going to find the fights with Naga Siren having that Radiance? Like, the way that Na'Vi can play this, they can just turtle. With, what, 3 other heroes, like Puck and the Naga Siren can split push the entire time. It's still very difficult for them to lock down Dendy until that Orchid is actually online. And I'm pretty sure... Okay, Dendy's going straight Hex, never mind. He's not making Yules. So in a lot of these games, when you're playing against like Bloodseeker and Storm, you kind of go Yules just to prevent the Orchid from just straight up being a death sentence to you. And I think based around how Na'Vi have to play this, maybe Yules would have been a slightly better choice just to make sure that you're not like a solo target. Because if Naga is the only person showing on the map, it becomes a lot harder to really play the Naga game. Because if you're the only person showing, then obviously Fnatic are going to prioritize you because they don't have any other targets. But if Dendy can show as well, then it's like 2 people that they think about trying to kill. And the more they focus Dendy, the easier it will be for Seneko to continue to get his farm. So right now, Na'Vi, the fallback plan is Naga Siren, please. Just help us. And they give him a gem, too.
And, well, yeah, ensuring that Johnny's not going to be able to catch him out as well. That's a smart play here from Na'Vi. Boots of travel now completed by Seneko in, as well at this time. So 27.5 minutes in, so he's now going to be able to get himself around the map. And now, with the energy booster still in tower, just disassembling his arcanes for that one. Now the push coming in from the bottom lane here. Fnatic. We've seen them try before to fight in this position, but each and every time Na'Vi have been there with the defense. Now we'll see if Fnatic are able to accomplish anything with this one. KYXY hanging around. He's still just a little bit short of his... Okay, he's got 1 Oblivion Staff. He's got... Yeah,
he's got it
holding
now.
the work. Is that...
Yeah, he has it.
Ah, there we go. Yes, so it's just coming back to him on the courier. And it's still sitting on the floor, in fact. There we go. He'll go out and pick it up. There we go. So that's your Orchid done on KYXY as well. And he has got 11 Bloodstone charges. So we'll see what the Storm is able to achieve against Na'Vi.
This is a good timing. The first gank that he gets is pretty much free because Na'Vi will likely not see the Orchid finish until KYXY goes for a kill. Their warding, it's not super aggressive right now. They have 1 ward on their high ground in the jungle, but that's about it. So KYXY should have a pretty easy time finding a couple of pickoffs. The one concern, though, is Seneko, he's going to be going for that Manta style most likely, or at the very least, he'll get a Yasha. Then he might go Octarine first since he already made Arcanes. Like, he disassembled, makes spots, keeps the energy booster. If he goes Manta before Fnatic actually are able to really pressure the map, they're going to have some big issues. Like, Naga Siren is no joke when you start getting to like the 40, 45-minute mark and being able to kill those illusions as they continually get more and more tanky. And also consider the fact that heroes like Undying, even though Ohio is still like 4th highest net worth, which is insane, by the way, that he's managed to keep that up, he just doesn't quite have the same impact as he did maybe like, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, it certainly feels like the Undying's impact has been falling off over the last few minutes. Well, kind of half of the game. Moving forward here, they found Fnatic here. This could be a nice and quick pickoff, and it's certainly going to be nothing less than that. Fnatic, not a hope in the world there with KOXY revealing the Orchid and bringing down the Tusk. And KOXY, he's certainly going to be a very, very scary force as the game goes on, and also a force that will be able to take down Seneko if he's caught out of position, at least until he's able to get at least another item on board of this Naga.
I'm wondering if he's going to go for Soul Booster or if he's going to go back for the Yasha. It's hard to say. I think having Yasha has its merits. Like, the illusions running faster means that you can actually push the lanes in deeper. Like, a lot of Naga Siren players will just run the illusion past the creep wave and pull it out. But Ohio, Glimmer caping in here. They will be able to secure the tier 2 mid. No contention coming out from Na'Vi. I think that's actually the smart play. Because if for whatever reason your Naga Siren gets picked off and has to buy back, it's very painful. Because he doesn't have any health items yet, right? He's still very squishy. He's only got 1200 HP. Oh, they spotted out KYXY.
Yeah, they want to find this kill. This is going to be a very tasty kill to find indeed. 12 Bloodstone charges at the moment. KYXY has been having quite a game so far. Caught in trouble right at the end snare. Will go down. Seneko getting that kill as well. So this, I mean, this is big for the old Naga. Getting the kills onto this man. And 2.6k gold now sitting on him. So we will hopefully see what he does decide to opt for as his next movement.
I think he's going Soul Booster.
Okay, Soul Booster. Okay.
Yeah, it's still really good. It makes it so if the storm jumps you, there's still a good chance you can live, even without the use of the Manta. And having the Octarine, I personally feel like that is the go-to item on Naga Siren. Like, the cooldown reduction is amazing. You get the extra tankiness out of it as well. It's just so good. I don't really think you can pass it up in most cases. And the thing is, it's still only 31 minutes in.
Yeah, this is
like, this is comparable to a normal position 1 Naga farm.
A core Naga would have been happy with this. Yeah.
I think Na'Vi, they're feeling actually pretty confident about this game. Fnatic, though, they're not going to just take it on the chin. They are going to try to sneak this Roshan. They realize they need to win. Like, obviously, you always want to win when you play Dota, but they need to win now. Like, they can't let the game continue at the rate that it is.
And with this Aegis, KOXY going to be able to grab that onto the Storm. And well, just this last tier 2 standing in the base for Na'Vi. But as you said, with the Naga, the ability to just continuously push these lanes out of Vorst, actually going to be able to find this top tier 1 off the back of that momentum. There we go, a bit more money in the kitty here for the team. And Dendi, very, very close to his scythe, has got the Mystic Staff picked up on top of the Ultimate Orb, so just needing that final component. And then with the scythe as well, Na'Vi are going to look very, very scary in these fights, if they can find the initiation.
I think with the Puck having a blink and the Tusk also having it, you can kind of initiate whenever you want. If Seneko's back there to kind of stop the team fight if things are going bad, just be like, oh yeah, I'll pop Song. Everyone else can just retreat if we have a bad engagement. Even with the use of the Aegis, I'm kind of hesitant to say that Fnatic could actually break base. Like, they'll probably get the tier 2 bottom. But outside of that, they haven't really been able to make a whole lot happen. Everyone's farming, which is great. But it's not about how fast you can farm, it's what can you do to deal with this late game Naga Siren on Na'Vi.
Well, that really is the question, and when he's just under about 600 gold away from completing the Octarine, I don't know, man. It's certainly starting to look a little bit rockier for Fnatic. It's been up and down in terms of difference. It's only about 2.5k favouring the side of Fnatic, which 33 minutes in really is nothing. The XP a little bit more so in the favour of Fnatic, but still Na'Vi, as you said, I'm sure they're going to feel very comfortable with the progression that Seneko's been able to find.
He'll have his Octarine very soon. He's only like 2,400 away, I think. No, he has 2,400 gold, excuse me.
Yeah, so
he's like 300 away.
He was very close to the Mystic Staff.
And with that, it is going to be absolute nightmare for Fnatic to try to finish out this game. And like you mentioned too a little bit earlier, Denny now with a full Hex. During these team fights, Fnatic need to make these next like 5-10 minutes count. Like
yeah,
really
they need
badly.
to go for it. They really need to go for it. Otherwise, it's just going to get harder and harder. It is one of those games against the Naga where it's just becoming a ticking time bomb. And to that point where it's just going to be almost impossible to push the base against unless you catch Seneko out of place and get him off the map for a good minute.
Well, the one nice thing that Fnatic have for now is that Seneko is confined to his base. He hasn't bought Octarine because he knows he needs buyback. So if they can take a fight with Naga being in base, that is ideal. Because if you know she's there, that means she can't be riding lanes. She can't be pushing them out. 2 of the 3 lanes right now are actually pushed in favor of Fnatic. This is one of the best situations you can hope for if you're playing up against Naga.
The Vorst houses farm. Look, he's got the BKB on top of the mech. Still not anything too special on the Razor. It is the Storm and the Bloodseeker at the top of the moment. Bloodseeker, Mr. Mushi, closing in on his MKB now. Just about 800 or so to go for that one. Fnatic still looking pretty scary with the Desolator and the Medallion. You know, if he locks down onto someone on the side of Fnatic, they will be able to kill them pretty darn quickly. So just a bit of a standoff here between the two sides as Fnatic hanging around looking for any kind of opening, any kind of overextension from Na'Vi, but Na'Vi sticking very close, very safe to their base. Seneko is actually going to come out a little bit here. We'll see where he decides to end up. There's quite a long way to go all the way around to this, but maybe he realizes that because Fnatic are here, he is safe to do this, as he is going to make a long trek, leaving the base here. Fnatic, they're going to continue to stay here and look to push, and now here we go. Zipping in, KYXY going to get caught out here by the punch. Now your side from Denny. Can they kill the Storm? Yes, they can. But Storm's got the Aegis. He's going to be back here for round 2. Seneko's TP back as well. Can they kill him? He's got the Song, and they're going to use it.
Oh, no.
But they toggle the silence. It might not matter anyway if they can kill him. And, oh, no! KYXY gets out! This is a disaster for the side of Na'Vi as they're unable to find the kill. They did get the Aegis, and they do defend the base, but unfortunately for Na'Vi, very close to killing the Storm, which would have been massive for them. But just a little bit of a miscommunication there between the skills.
Yeah, Seneko kind of biffed that one. Okay, so they did that combo earlier, right? They silenced after the song ended, and they killed KYXY when he was high ground, which showed that maybe Seneko just thought that that's how they should always do it, because it's almost a guarantee, but then he just immediately silences him. The song comes out, gives him about a second and a half of invulnerability, ends up saving his life. So a little bit unfortunate that they're not able to get the Storm off the map, but in that time, Seneko, he manages to secure his Octarine. He's also got almost enough money for buyback. Shouldn't be too much longer. And at the end of the day, they still get the Aegis. So
yes.
it's not they're still going to be okay with it. Obviously, would have been better if they killed the Storm. But still now, Fnatic, they're probably sitting there going, man, that was supposed to be our time. They even knew that Seneko wasn't there right away. So they jump in straight away, try to go for an engagement, force it really hard because, hey, the Naga's not here. And they still aren't able to make anything really big happen.
Well, Vorst, he's found Johnny, and Johnny's found Vorst. Things coming out, but Vorst going in. Chasing this one down, walking the dog, and here's KYXY coming in to turn this one around. Vorst popping the BKB, trying to continue to fight, but now just going to simply look for the TP out. Doesn't want to stick around, doesn't want to be a part of this, and will get himself back to base.
Well, the Naga begins. All he needs to do now, I think, is he gets Yasha, maybe goes to Manta style and the Butterfly or something like that, and he will be pretty much the split-pushing god of Naga Siren.
This is going to be so nasty for Fnatic to try and push the lanes back out against. I mean, overall, they're doing fairly well here. They keep focusing on this bottom lane. This is where they want to try and break the base first by the looks of it. The 5-man yet here all again. Now, Vorst and Artstyle just left defending here. The illusions, though, from Seneko. I mean, this creep wave is going to bring this tier 2 down very low. Yeah, TP's coming out. They're going to need to do something to stop this one because this tower very close to dropping.
This is a bad sign. When a team has to TP back to address Naga, that's how you know the team with a Naga is winning, right? Because every single time Fnatic have to get off of Navi's side of the map, that's less pressure. A hero TPs away, especially a hero like Storm, who is one of the better initiators on their team. It just gives you so much breathing room because now you can see Na'Vi, they're moving outside of their base, they're starting to get some farm on other lanes. Fnatic are just in the situation where if the Naga Siren is pressuring towers too hard and no one is there, because you obviously want 5 people to push, right? If you're trying to break high ground, you need everyone. So whenever Seneko is getting those lanes pushed in, suddenly it becomes just like the first person that TP's back, instantly Na'Vi are going to be like, okay, we can either go for a kill ourselves, or we just go back to farming.
Top lane, talking about farming, KYXY is looking for some. Needs to be careful though, because Dendi is
Dendi has
around with the
Hex.
Hex, yeah. Actually going to look the wrong way here. Now he's going to reveal himself. Actually trying to go in on Snaker, but there's the backup. Funny coming in first. KYXY gets the BKB out before the Hex goes down, and now he really wants to get this Snark, and he might just find it. He does. Brings down Suneko. Now he's going to look to get himself out. He's out of mana though. But the backup's here. Fnatic's turned up. This is the kind of fight that they want to look for. Dendi's blinked himself away from this. And there will be a blink out from Fnatic as well, but they're going to chase it down here. Fnatic, frostbitten up. They'll take him down as well, and Fnatic finding Na'Vi out of place very, very nicely. And these are the kind of pickoffs and fights that Fnatic have been looking for pretty much the last 20 minutes of the game.
It was so close to Dendi getting that Hex off. If he got the Hex on KYXY before the BKB, I think they probably would have just killed the Storm, and that team fight would have went horrendously for Fnatic. But unfortunately, Dendi wasn't quite able to get in range fast enough. I think they recovered the gem. Yeah, Dendi picked it up. So they didn't end up giving away the gem to Fnatic, which is definitely a good thing. They're going to try to force the Naga Siren to buy back, but I'm not sure if he has to. Even getting like racks here, I think it's not worth buying back on the Naga. You want that hero to be alive twice, because if you buy back now, and then you like they back up or whatever, it just means that if you die one more time, you just lose the game. So obviously having that safety of a buyback is always going to be much nicer, even if you end up giving away a tier 3 for it. So Na'Vi made the right call in that situation. The rest of Fnatic are going to be content with their pick and just back off.
16s of 15, the graph still showing, of course, this lead for Fnatic, and even more so there after that fight. So Suneko, you know, still got a fair bit of work to do to keep hold of this game here for the team. 1,600 gold now on top of that. Yasha Avorst on top of the BKB now has managed to pick himself up that plate mail. He has got 3,900 in the bank as well, so well on his way to picking up his next item. Funnick's got 2k in gold and art style. He's picked up the Ghost Scepter. Other than that, a little bit of a poor game here for Artstyle. Lowest on the net worth, but understandably so. It's been a tough one. On to the Bloodseeker here. Mushy getting caught out in the mid lane, and they'll be able to bring him down. KOXY coming in, trying to turn this one around, doing a lot of damage. He's a little bit low on mana. Dendi kept alive here with the Shallow Grave, and now there's your song. BKB is going to wear out. Can Na'Vi find something off the back of this here? They have got Mushy to worry about on the sidelines, but they've already taken down Johnny here on the Bounty Hunter. But no, Na'Vi, they're just all dying.
Ulti.
The damage from Keswick's freezing field too much. And the fact you've got Mushy just running around at the speed of light. Artstyle drops as well. And that was not the Song of the Siren setup that they needed. And 4 of them dead. What a disastrous fight for them against Fnatic, who played that absolutely impeccably. And off the back of that, should be able to force out a fair few buybacks from Na'Vi.
That CML absolutely decimated them.
Yeah.
Keswick, definitely shout out to him for that. Double buyback from Na'Vi. You said it yourself that they were going to have to probably buy back for that. But the thing is, now they're using buybacks, and Roshan's up. So before that fight even happened, I think Na'Vi wanted to try to pressure to try to have this situation happen, but for them, obviously. Like, Fnatic winning that fight means they get to go into Roshan for free. And now it's like, this game is completely in Fnatic's favor once again. Because of the fact that Naga bought back. We talked about when they were pushing top how bad it is to have to buy back in that situation, because it means one more death could just end the game. And Suneko still doesn't have anything close to finishing his Manta style. If he has Manta, he can live through the Storm initiation. But without it, he's relying on the rest of his team to try to help him out.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible fight there for Fnatic. And Na'Vi at this point, they do need to be careful. Suneko's got to be very careful. He really is protect Suneko at this point. He's got to be up, because when he's down, the lanes suddenly get all pushed in. Fnatic get the momentum again going. And it gets a lot harder for them to do anything. Ohio now sitting on 3.1k gold. Continues to be a very down, rich, undying. And as you said, the freezing field massive. Look at the amount of money that Kessie's got after that. 2,800 here on the Crystal Maiden. He's looking very darn healthy indeed. KYXY, 13 Bloodstone charges, 2.9k gold as well for him. Now, what does the Storm go as his next item? Does he himself look for something like the Scythe?
Yeah, I think Hex is probably the best choice. If you assume that Suneko is eventually going to get to that Manta style, maybe even before you get a chance to fight again, having a Hex just means that you have that guaranteed initiation and just saying, all right, well, we can jump him for sure. We have Rupture at our disposal as well. At the very least, we can force them, force Na'Vi into pretty much retreating. But for now, you can tell the stark contrast and the control that Fnatic have over this game in the last course of like 5-10 minutes is Na'Vi losing that fight, Suneko being forced to buy out, losing Roche. It seemed like the game they had a very good stranglehold on it with that Naga, and just off the back of 1 or 2 good engagements, Fnatic, they just pull it right back.
I mean, look at it. Like, it's just rocketed up about 10k, and Fnatic, they're ready to go. They're smoked up, looking towards the top lane, and ready to start to apply some pressure, looking to break the base. Dendy. He's chilling here. The wall's being popped down. They know Dendy's there. The ping's coming out from Na'Vi saying, Dendy, get yourself back. Fnatic, they're going to look to jump. They certainly are still hiding here. Havorst, is he going to be the one to tank this? Moving forward, still not close enough for Fnatic to want to jump in. But at this point, what do Na'Vi do to stop this? They've got the song, but they haven't really got a huge amount of wombo combo. Yes, they've got the weave, they've got the dream coil. But other than that, it's just a lot of kind of single target. We're going to have to see what they can do. They have found KYXY. KYXY just able to zip himself back out, and this Storm is pretty darn hard to bring down at this point of the game. And
He's insanely tanky, for
Bottom
sure.
tower does go down there, though. So again, these creep waves being pushed out. The momentum's certainly there for Na'Vi, but at this point, pressured into their own base.
I think Fnatic are perfectly fine just sitting here.
Yeah.
Because again, the Naga Siren's going to be sending illusions to other lanes, sure. It happens, you know. That's just how the hero actually functions. But by the way, welcome in to everyone tuning in. We're now on the main stream here. And I guess we must be the last game running, right? At
it
least
must
in the
be.
first series.
And this game could be running for quite a bit more if Na'Vi are able to get it their way. If you're just joining, this is a game in which Seneko is on his Naga and has managed to find a hell of a lot of farm. He said, Havorst, I'm going to carry today. He's got a Radiance Manta style complete now as well on top of the Octarine 45 minutes in. We've seen Fnatic have a couple of really nice team fights in which they've been able to get themselves into the base now, but KYXY getting X'd up, and the Glimmer indeed from Fnatic, able to get himself back out. So they're slowly chipping away at the base. It's just the ranged racks, but still, look at the other lanes. I mean, they're going to have to send someone down to deal with this creep wave here. And Seneko on the back of this, he's really holding Na'Vi in on this game with the amount of pressure he's applying to the lanes. And it's a lot of this, it just feels a lot of pressure is on Seneko at this point. It's
kind of all on him, actually. If he gets picked off one more time, he still has, what, right now he's not able to buy back for 3 minutes. He'll have enough money when the buyback cooldown is back up, but for a while, Na'Vi, they need to continually push out lanes. That is their only game plan. When they went mid trying to fight because they knew Roshan was going to spawn, they had the right mentality about wanting to fight over Roshan. That part was fine, but they just didn't respect Fnatic's 5 versus 5 potential enough. I mean, if we're speaking bluntly, Fnatic's 5-man is insane. Like, they're actually so good in 5 versus 5 engagements, especially considering the amount of mobility that their cores have. And we said, even at the start, Na'Vi, they lack disable. They're not able to really hold the Storm in place. They can't deal with Mushi. So when you take that 5 versus 5 and you song aggressively, you leave yourself no retreat option. And then Fnatic just run them over. So I think that decision in of itself has kind of put them into this spot right now where Seneko is just being completely relied on to keep them in the game.
I mean, if you do look at the lockdown that Na'Vi have, essentially they've got the 3 seconds at the Waning Rift, the 3.5 seconds of the Hex, and then it is down pretty much to the Snowball Stun as well. But even in those, kind of 6-7 seconds, if you perfectly kind of stagger them, stagger the lockdown, I don't know if they're killing this Storm because he's pretty darn fat. You know, 2,300 health. And there's a freaking goddamn Undying keeping him alive with everything that he's got in his items.
There's a ton of heals, there's Glimmer Capes, there's Solar Crest, Force Staffs. 7 seconds sounds like a really long time, but in reality, trying to line those things up together without the enemy team doing anything to stop you is very unlikely. So in the grand scheme of things, they don't really have a lot to deal with KYXY at this point, and he is sitting on top of 5,600 gold, likely going to be seeing him pick up that Hex. He might even buy it and just say, screw having buyback, because right now, Fnatic are still pressuring a lot, and he's got a lot of Bloodstone charges, so even if he does die, he'll be respawning relatively quick.
Man, with the 13, it's going to be something around, what, 20 second, 20, 30 maximum respawn. It's not going to be a big one at all.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah. But, I mean, as well in these fights, we've been seeing the Blood Rage being used on KYXY, so he's doing a hell of a lot of damage zipping around. They're really not scared of him dropping, because they know that they can keep the Storm alive. Na'Vi here, just ready, and they're waiting for Fnatic. It's very hard for Na'Vi now to leave the base. In fact, I don't think we've seen anyone other than Seneko dare to leave. At the same time, Kesik, he's got the BKB now on his Crystal Maiden as well. Level 16 here with a 3rd point in Freezing Field. Na'Vi have got to be so scared of these 5-on-5 engagements.
At least they have a couple of ways of stopping the ultis still. Like, when they had that CM ult mid, that was kind of the thing that sealed the deal. Like, Kesik standing in the trees, getting that huge freezing field off, killing, I think, 2 or 3 members of Na'Vi, just in terms of sheer damage output. That was a huge play. They can Walrus Punch, I think, to stop Black King Bar, or BKB ulti, and then they also have the Naga Net. That's pretty much the only 2 ways. So looking for him to try to get some big ultis off. Fnatic, though, they're not going too crazy right now. They're kind of just content to control the map, farm it up. They're going to see that teleport from Seneko. Actually, no, he might have been on a vision when he did that. But if they see him teleport to a lane, they immediately have to pressure because you want to always push the Naga Siren back into her base. The longer you can keep her confined in there, the less likely it is that you're going to have lanes being pushed like all the way to your base. And you can see what he's doing. Like, he's actually just running his illusions past creep waves. He's not trying to sit there and tank him out. He's just putting him in front of the tier 2 and like parking it there and just trying to get the lanes out as far as he can.
Naga doing Naga things here on all the lanes. He did pick up the diffuser blade as well. It's going to be very nice in the fighting and in the pushing. Also bottom lane going in onto this tier 3 KYXY, zipping forward. And Vorst, yeah, just chilling about here. Vorst in terms of farm on top of the AC now. Does have 2,400. But yeah, these illusions, they're sitting there tanking up the tower as well. Why not? That's going to be a creep wave going down. The amount of farm that this Naga's got, allowing him to achieve this. And you're going to have to send someone back on the side of Fnatic because you've got a couple of siege creeps, so they're going to be knocking on your door. And indeed, KYXY there with the TP back. And, oh man, this game, we could be in for the long haul, Andy, with this one.
It is possible. I mean, it's 50 minutes. Yeah. For a Naga Siren game, that is not long by any stretch of the imagination.
A walk in the park.
We've seen like 2-hour games, something like that with Naga Sirens before in the past. But Roshan, going to be the next point of contention. Again, forcing KYXY out is the big deal. It means Na'Vi can get themselves going on the map. They know Roshan's going to be up soon. Funnick scouts the pit. He sees it. It's not up just yet, but they know. That's why they're going for the smoke play. I really hope they at least save Song to run away this time, because if they didn't learn their lesson from what they did mid before, it could be Fnatic just taking another really strong fight.
Yeah, smoked up at the moment, Na'Vi. Seeing what they can find. And as you said, this would be a lovely time to try and catch out Fnatic, because other than now, Na'Vi haven't really left the base here. So it would really catch Fnatic off guard. But it is not going to be the case. Fnatic themselves grouped up towards the mid lane. And I was just kind of having a look. There is no gem at the moment on the side of Na'Vi. We do have a gem on the side of Fnatic, though. Of course, Keswick holding it on the CM. And Seneko just continued to push out, has found 4,100 net worth now as well. And he is catching up here with KYXY Stormfire. There's going to be a bit of a fight kicking off though here. Keswick, he tries for the freezing field, but the Warriors Punch is there to cancel it. And they do lose the Crystal Maiden. At the same time, KYXY looking for Artstyle. Denny's there to back it up. KYXY, will he be able to find the kill? No, Artstyle with the Shallow Grave. KYXY is going to have to get himself the hell out of there. Doesn't want to fight it. Actually going to join the rest of the gang, looking for Seneko. Seneko, he's got the TP. Will be able to disengage this time with the Song of the Siren.
They're giving away Roche. Like, that TP basically just says, we cannot fight Roche anymore. I'm really surprised that after getting that CM kill, they didn't just try to go for that. And the funny part about it, too, was KYXY had Orchid that entire time. He just let Artstyle use Grave. Like, he had Orchid off cooldown and just didn't go for the kill. That is a really bizarre kind of exchange, I guess, from both teams. But Seneko teleporting himself top. He's going to just shove the wave in again, trying to prevent the push in mid. And maybe because of the lane equilibrium right now, Na'Vi aren't actually giving away Roche because now Fnatic have to de-push again. Like, they're feeling not as confident. Like, maybe they don't kill it fast enough and Na'Vi would be able to react in time. So definitely a very stressful situation for both teams. And this is still anyone's game, right? Like, if Fnatic win one good team fight or they're able to get Roshan, that might be enough to help them break high ground. I think if Na'Vi somehow manage to get Roshan, Fnatic are going to be in a really, really bad place.
It's getting harder and harder against this Naga Siren. The courier going out to the secret shop. What's going to be the item of choice here for Seneko? Does he go for the butterfly or the... it's going to be the butterfly straight up purchased as well. So that means there's no buyback available for Seneko here, going all in with the butterfly purchase.
He's really tanky, though. So he has 24 armor, evasion, and 2,100 health. His illusions are going to be absolute monsters at this point. Even trying to kill those in general, it's going to be tough. Fnatic with the smoke, just trying to scout out the Roshan pit. They see it's up.
Here we go. Zip zapping straight in onto Funny Kid with the Hex, but now with the return Hex, they're trying to do it for the low ground. Dendy there controlling KYXY. Artstyle is the one that might be in a lot of trouble. There we go. The Orchid this time, but the Song coming out. It's not quick enough to save Artstyle. Artstyle will fall. The rest of Na'Vi getting themselves back up to the high ground. They're going to be all right. 38 seconds until Artstyle returns. It could have gone a lot worse for Na'Vi, that one. They do just lose the Dazzle, but the big kind of punishment here for them is the fact that Fnatic are going to be able to take Roche off the back of it, and there's nothing that Na'Vi can do to fight this. They've got a Hex now on the Undying as well.
Ohio is just like, he's like, whatever, just casual Undying, 6-1 and 11. At 53 minutes, this is actually an insane amount of items for an Undying to have. And the Hex is so good. Like, double Hex, you initiate with a Storm, you Hex, then you get the pull. You can go for the Orchid as well if Manta Style is down on Seneko, and then you can just go into another Hex. They actually have more than enough to be able to deal with this Naga Siren inside a fight. So for now, having the Aegis Fnatic, they want to be aggressive. They want to control. They want to force Seneko to come back to base.
Mushi at the moment in the mid lane on his Bloodseeker. And just looking at Mushi as well. He is incredibly stacked. He's got a Butterfly. He's got the MKB. He's got everything that he needs. He's also holding the cheese at the moment. So when he does turn up to the fights, he's just going to be something else that Na'Vi are really going to have to worry about. We haven't really seen him in full force in these last couple of engagements. But when he does turn up, the difficulty for Na'Vi is certainly going to be stepped up. Seneko, indeed, just continuing to pressure this top lane. Hasn't been able to do too much damage to the tier 3, but is going to be able to skip out the creeps in the middle as well. Mushi trying to do what he can really to deal with it. He's kind of been left on his own to defend the base. The rest of Fnatic hanging around here on this bottom lane, which is kind of where we've seen them sitting for around the last 20 minutes. They always come back to this spot. They really want to try and break this area of the map. But each and every time, they're still yet to take down the tier 3. Na'Vi have been pretty strong with the defense.
It's just really hard to fully commit when you're in the situation, right? Because what if Fnatic make a mistake? What if they fail this high ground push with an Aegis? That means that you're going to have to wait minimum for the next Roshan to spawn. And by that point, it might already be too late. You can see Seneko, he still hasn't even felt pressured enough to teleport to base. He's saying, yeah, it's fine. I'll just sit up here, pop my Manta on cooldown, throw some mirror images at the tower. Like, this tier 3 top lane is taking more damage than the bottom tier 3 that Na'Vi are being pushed in by right now. So it's a little bit concerning.
Oh, they're going to go in straight away with the Hex onto Havorst. They want to try and find it, but he's going to be fine. They're actually backing up because the Hex down to KYXY will be able to get the BKB out, looking for the kill onto Fnatic, pulling him in, but they are hard. The Snowball there just in time, along with the Shallow Grave, and now it's going to be Fnatic getting themselves the hell out. Snowball chasing down KYXY with a stun catch. No, he's able to just duke it out, but now with the ensnare, Seneko's turned up to the fight here. KYXY will get Glimmer Cake Top. He's going to be fine for the time being because Na'Vi backing themselves back up to the base. And KYXY, he's looking for blood. He just goes straight in there. He is not scared at all. He knows that they cannot kill this Storm. There's a freezing field here, because why the hell not? It looks pretty there from Kesekimba. Mushi continues to go, and now KXY with the Hex onto Dendi. Shiva's Guard as well. Can they peel it with Mushi's damage? Arstar just in time here with the Shallow Grave. Dendi needs to get himself out. Can't go down. They've already lost Fnatic here on the side of Na'Vi. Now with the Hex onto KXY. Buyback from Fnatic here. And now Seneko going in. Can he clean this one? Is he the carry that Na'Vi need at this point in time? Kesik's able to retreat himself out. Johnny getting low, getting healed up by the Soul Rip here by the Undying. There comes Fnatic in with the balls. 3 heroes down at the moment. They've managed to pop the Aegis here on Storm Spirit. Can they kill him for the second time? That's going to be the real testament to see if they can do it. But no, KXY is out of there. They're going to go for the easier target. Looking for Mushi. Mushi eats the cheese. He's a bit of a fan of the old Gorgonzola, trying to continue to fight this. Blood Bright's being thrown down. Havorst bringing Kesekimba low. Kesek's still alive at this moment in time. KXY just doing too much. Mushi low. Needs the lifesteal. Is he going to find it? Mushi's going to drop. KXY getting psyched up. Can they kill the Storm? Yes, they can! It's a team wipe. Fnatic hit the deck, and Na'Vi are able, for what seems to be the first time in forever, take an incredibly convincing fight against Fnatic. What a performance.
They're going to force buybacks here, too. Seneko TP's mid straight away, forces Mushi to buy back into the game. The Storm's going to be up in 20. KOXY had a lot of Bloodstone charges for that, but that was cheese. That was Aegis. They forced one buyback? Only one, and that's with Seneko using his song and immediately canceling it, saying to himself, okay, this song wasn't actually ideal. So the fact that Na'Vi, they get that huge weave stack going, they chase out with mass minus armor. This Naga Siren is insanely tanky at this point, has a diffusal blade. She can just upgrade it if she wants, buy moon shards, and pretty much Boots of Travel level 2. I think he actually has enough money for everything if he wants to do that. That fight all kicked off by KYXY going back in, tries to kill Dendi, the Grave saves him, and then Fnatic dies, sure, but again, he had buyback, and they commit so hard. They want to end the game because they know that Seneko is not going to allow them to keep those lanes pushed. He's just going to continually pressure, and unfortunately for Fnatic, it wasn't great. Like, that was a 15,000 experience swing of a team fight.
Oh.
I mean, that's gold, but yeah.
Damn.
The experience was...
Well, we'll have a look at the XP now, Andy. Oh, there we go. There we go. Starting to swing round indeed. I mean, they've got to be careful. You can't be losing fights like this, as you said, against a lineup with an incredibly stacked Seneko Naga. 36,000 net worth coming up on the board for him. 6K ahead of the KYXY Storm Spirit. And, I mean, what does he buy? What's he got coming out for him at the moment? Is it just the upgraded... Okay, it's the upgraded diffusal. Okay, it's going to pop up to the second level of that. But with the amount of money he's got enough to, of course, upgrade those bots. And then after that, Is this how you remain 6 slotted? Is there anything you can go for on top of this? Anything
You can get
swap
Refresher.
out?
You can get Refresher.
But does he need I mean, with the Octarine, it's a 45 seconds cooldown.
A lot of it is more about like refreshing Boots of Travel and stuff. Like even with a lower cooldown from Octarine, you can do stuff like bot in, spawn illusions, refresh, bot back to base. Because sometimes in the late game, if a team sees you bot to a wave and you don't have Refresher, they will just go for an all-in push, right? That's why Seneko is very conservative with his Boots of Travel use so far. And if he has to leave base, he always walks if he sees Fnatic on his side of the map. If he was to teleport, then Fnatic can just say, oh, we just push. But if you get Refresher, you have a lot more opportunity to play around with it and make a little bit more space and deal more damage to the tier 3s by being able to use your bots twice in succession. So he can go that. He can decide to go for Necrobook, put it on the courier, just be really annoying and just spawn stuff by his own courier even. I mean, when you're getting to this kind of gold territory, a lot of stuff is possible. But he should buy Moonshards first.
Oh, Moonshot. Ah, yeah, that's something that I've overlooked. I'd like to see a bit of the old Moonshot, Seneko, Naga. That's the dream there. Mushi. He's being eyed up here by Na'Vi, and here we go straight in onto Mushi with the Hex as well. Can they bring him down? Yes, they can! That's your Bloodseeker down for 2 minutes. Let's have a look at the buyback, because it doesn't look like it's available. KYXY trying to fight back here, pulling in Artstyle here. Artstyle getting low, but with the Ghost Scepter going to be okay. And now as Na'Vi continues to fight, KYXY is incredibly low on mana, needs to be careful. There is a freezing field coming out from Kessing in, but doing enough. But the rawest punch there from Fnatic will cancel it. They lose KYXY as well. He will buy back straight away, but Kessing on the sidelines. The Mushi Bounty Hunter, Bloodseeker down as well. They don't have buyback. Seneko there with a clutch song. TP's out. The Na'Vi side will escape. They did lose Fnatic and Artstyle off the back of that, but the fact that they were able to get Mushi off the map for 90 seconds is huge. And okay, there's your 7th slotted item. It's going to be the Necro 3 picked up by Seneko. He wants to get the push on.
He bought his own courier too.
A Hex picked up by Havorst as well. I mean, this game is going from spectacle to spectacle. I
mean, this is the Midas touch, I guess you could say, right? Like Seneko right now is the king of money. He's got almost 800 CS, 770 right now at 60 minutes in.
Oh, man.
And this was a guy who didn't start off as a position 1. Like, it came to be as the game kind of progressed. And like I was saying earlier, man, in Seneko we trust. The guy can play pretty much any kind of role that he needs to.
He has more CS now than the entirety of his team put together. The work that this guy's putting in.
Yep. I mean, this is what happens when you play Naga, right? Like, you soak up the entire map.
Yeah, it's expected.
It's very, very common for this
especially at 61 minutes in.
Yeah. So now I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, he's sending his Necrobook on the courier out to him in the top lane, or keeping it at least in the area. The other thing, too, that was super painful for Fnatic, Mushi is still dead. Like, he bought back, and then he died again. He was dead for 2 minutes. And then KYXY bought back, Seneko songed, and KYXY couldn't get a return kill. So that was a massive investment coming in from Fnatic with no gain. Absolutely nothing. And because they lost a huge team fight, Na'Vi have been pushing the lanes so hard. Like, Seneko is sending his Necrobook minions down middle lane now. He's got the illusions as well. He's actually mismicroed a bit because, okay, there we go. Now the Necrobook is actually attacking. But they know Roshan's going to be up soon. And this time, Fnatic, if they're going to contest, they need to smoke for it.
Look, they're just dealing with this push from the Naga. You know, where's your creep wave at now? It's gone. And the Necros, yep, KYXY he's having a bit of a difficulty. And at this point, you know, if you look to the game about 20 minutes ago, it was Na'Vi being pressured into their base. Now, it's pretty much Fnatic being very, very careful about when they leave theirs, because they've been on the receiving end of the aggression that Na'Vi have, and no, they're at a point now where they can quite easily lose a fight against Na'Vi if Na'Vi get the jump. And Na'Vi, they're going to look to use this space to go for Roshan. But Fnatic, smoked up, they want to contest this one. This is going to be big. It's a half elf for the moment. Kessig leading the way here. In we go straight away with the BKB. Now with the freezing field. Fnatic trying to get the no with the Warriors punch, but he's actually going to opt to use the snowball here. They have lost Artstyle here on the Dazzle. Havorst doing what he can here with the Eye of the Storm. Seneko running around as well, focusing onto Mushi. Mushi gets down, and he will be able to bring down Havorst before Seneko can save him with the Song of the Siren. Seneko will simply TP out. They'll send Dendi back to base as well. And this is going to open it up for Fnatic themselves to claim Roche and get the Aegis and the Cheese onto their team. A big win there for Fnatic.
That was such a good timing. Like, Seneko not being there at the start of the fight, Mushi just going in straight away, killing one of the highest net worth heroes. Like, they took out Havorst, and as soon as he dies, it's automatically just, they can't fight anymore. Artstyle, I think, was the first one who dropped a little bit further to the right, inside of the river. But it was all about taking away the Aegis from Na'Vi.
There's also a gem that was dropped as well. I believe that is Artstyle's gem. They didn't spot that out. So we'll see if the team recovers that one.
It's still kind of important to have gem, but for now, it's more just about like who wins the next couple of engagements. And Vision right now definitely favoring Fnatic. They've gotten a couple of wards down. And that smoke, you kind of have to anticipate that play from Fnatic, because when you see the lanes pushing in and Fnatic's not showing on the map, it becomes fairly obvious, okay, well, they're sitting in the base or they know we're doing Roche. So it felt like Na'Vi maybe weren't fully prepared for that, or at the very least, Seneko wasn't close enough to the pit to really have the impact that he was looking for. By the time he got the song off, it was already a little bit too late. And with the use of that Aegis and Cheese, maybe Fnatic, maybe they get one more shot here.
They're going to go for it this time. Aegis and Cheese and so, as you were saying. Let's see what Na'Vi can do in order to stop this. They have got everyone up, and they're smoking up as well, looking for maybe to bait a KYXY forward onto a jump. Weave's going to get thrown down by Artstyle. Lotus Sword popped onto KYXY as well to help him against these Scythe initiations. And here we go. Okay, Fnatic in with the Walrus Punch. They just have to follow it up now. KYXY is little piggy push. He's trying to chase it down. Look at the damage he is doing here. Havorst, though, did get the static link off. And now the ensnare holding Mushi back in place. Ohio and KYXY grouped up. Danny has got the Dream Coil available, and when your Rift comes out with the BKB there straight away. They're trying to get Kessigimba getting low. They will bring down the Crystal Maiden. Snowball coming out just in time here from Fnatic. Mushi getting low. Look at the damage Havorst is doing. It's doing too much. Mushi's going to fall. KYXY trying to fight through this one. Seneko getting at the Mirror's Image and now chasing down Mushi. Mushi's fairly speedy, trying to run himself away. Here we go. Now he's popping down the Blood Bright. Can they kill Mushi? Getting low. The damage again. Havorst is doing so much with the AC and everything. Mushi can't run himself out of this one. Now they look towards Ohio. Ohio will get the Hex out onto Seneko, but KYXY, he's saved up from Deadly. KYXY gets Walrus punched here by Fnatic. Ohio trying to duke it out into the sideline here with a Glimmer Cape. Havorst incredibly low, but he's got this shallow grave here from Artstyle. Mushi, can he fight it? Can he get the lifesteal? No, he won't get the lifesteal. Will get the kill though. He's getting so ripped up. Mushi, he's going to live. It's a double kill for Mushi. He'll clear out the creep waves as well. A TP was being attempted by Na'Vi. There's a buyback from Havorst, a buyback as well from Seneko. But the side of Fnatic, they back off after that one. And what a fight. So Na'Vi essentially all dying in that one. Only 3 dropping on Fnatic with the buyback from Mushi. But that buyback from Mushi pretty much did secure them that team fight, as he came back in, was able to get a double kill against Na'Vi. And we can see a fairly hefty gold swing, adding up to, well, pretty much over 8,000 difference created between the gold and XP. A little slightly less, but the money certainly favoring the side of Fnatic because of all those buybacks that Na'Vi did have to expend there.
Fnatic, or Mushi, made it so worth it. Like, he made his buyback pay for itself in full. Like, there's no way that they have to buy back on anyone on the side of Na'Vi if Mushi is dead after that Aegis and they don't continue pushing it in. So the fact that his buyback paid for itself, it was so close to being him just having a dieback. And if that happened, Na'Vi would have just probably walked down a lane and just won the game, because both of their cores had to buy out at that point. And if you're alive and you know Mushi's dead for 2 minutes, it's like, okay, well, we pretty much just, at the very least, take your mid-racks, because that's plenty of time at this stage, given how inflated everyone's damage is. But now, Fnatic, they have to play so careful. They're taking these team fights with Cheese and Aegis, and they're still not winning. I mean, yeah, buyback is always a thing when you're defending your base, but when you have this level of farm, Mushi is almost fully slotted. Like, he can buy moon shards, I guess, and that's about it. But otherwise, like KYXY, he's pretty much in the same boat. He can just buy moon shards. I think he has buyback available. He is the only core, though, on Fnatic who has it. So I feel like it's super risky to take a fight right now.
31 to 20 at 67 minutes in now on the clock. Yet again, in these TI5 group stages, another game that's over an hour. I don't know what the kind of record is of how many.
I think it's like 85 minutes at TI5.
Oh, the record. I mean, just the number of games that have been this long. There
you mean
feels to be a lot of them. Yeah,
that's
been in this tournament so far. It's a very different thing to what we were seeing in previous patches. I can tell you that. It's quite something. And okie dokie, going forward and going out.
That was so
little bit of a jump there. Looking for the punch.
KYXY is trying to give me a heart attack, dude. Like, if he got hit there and Hex, he was dead.
Well, Na'Vi at this point playing very, very carefully, understandably so as well. Bots have been upgraded here by Seneko. Still seeing on 5,300 going forwards. Fnatic Oh, okay, with the Hector and Denny, can they find Mushi now? KOXO balling in straight away. He's popped the BKB as well, looking for Denny. Denny's been hexed up. Now Denny's got the Lotus Orb on himself, trying to turn it around. Mushi with his BKB and the Lotus Orb. But it's the Song of the Siren from Seneko, maybe setting this one up. Mushi getting low, and indeed he will go down. That's going to be Mushi down for 2 minutes with that dieback effectively. Now looking for KYXY. Can they get him? KYXY, he's getting low, but Kessigimba doing what he can with a freezing field. Pretty big. Kessigimba to fall, though. KYXY's out of mana, and the Walrus Punch there. Fnatic be able to finish him off. Buyback from Storm Spirit. Realizes his team needs him to turn this one around. Ohio keeping himself alive. He's got a fair few decay stacks, and there we go. KYXY zipping straight back into the fight. He'll find one. Who's he going to go for? He's going to go for Havorst here, pulling him in. They've lost Dendy. They've lost Seneko. Neither of these heroes with buyback available. This KYXY buyback might just win the game here for Fnatic. He's looking for Havorst here. Going forward. Will he be able to get it? Arstyle doing what he can to keep him up. Arstyle's now a pig. Pigs don't help people live. They help people eat. And that's going to be it. Potentially 3 heroes down on Na'Vi. Fnatic stuck in the tree line. They're looking for him. Arstyle trying to do what he can to keep his team alive. He says, guys, I'm trying my best here. It's not going to be enough. Fnatic will get a shuriken to the backside. Buyback from Arstyle, but it's a Dazzle trying to defend a base against 3 very, very angry members of Fnatic who are going to look to take the bottom set of racks and potentially more because buybacks are not on the menu for Na'Vi.
Dear God, man. Between Kessick and KYXY,
That
they
buyback.
totally carried that fight. That CM ulti did so much work. No buybacks on Na'Vi. Fnatic, they're going straight for the throne. That fight looked so good for Na'Vi in the start. That song, completely isolating Mushi with his BKB and killing him straight away 2 minutes off the map. Nothing he could do. He basically sat on the sidelines and watched his team pretty much carry him to victory. I mean, that fight was completely nuts. KYXY and Kessick, OP.
That Storm buyback, that was game win. I mean, Na'Vi, they haven't tapped out yet. I mean, it must be frustrating to get to 17 minutes in. Na'Vi.
The bounty buys a book. Johnny buys book in their base and pops at the push.
Johnny.
Good game, well played, comes out from Na'Vi.
It was always good at literature.
How did Fnatic actually win this game? Like,
wow.
It looked so bad for them after a while.
Seneko, hats off to him. He did very well in terms of transitioning into that carry role. But at the end of the day, the plays from Fnatic, they brought their A++ game. At the end of the day, the decisions they made at the end
the 2 buybacks
were incredible. Yeah.
The buyback from Mushi, which forced Seneko to buy back along with Havorst, that was the thing that set everything in motion. Because then, when KYXY had his buyback, they killed the 2 cores again, right outside of Navi's space, and that was enough for them to take the win.
Incredible stuff. And what a series as a whole. Obviously, that was the second game. They're leaving the series 1-1 between the 2 sides. Na'Vi able to take the first game. And what was a pretty incredible game that if you guys obviously watch on the mainstream didn't catch it, I do advise you watching if you're a fan of the Queen of Pain. Because that was a textbook how to play Queen of Pain from Dendy. But game 2, what a matchup. 17 minutes in, Fnatic take the victory. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that as much as myself and Andy did. And we're going to head now back over to the analysts to hear what they've got to say about that epic game. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second series of the day here on stream number 3. It is Complexity Gaming up against Team Secret. Right, well, now a lot of things that people will probably be expecting from this matchup. Obviously, Secret known for doing pretty damn well. Complexity, overall a little less so, but so far this tournament in the group stages, Complexity have proven to us that you don't underestimate this team. We've seen them 2-0 against teams like Na'Vi. Secret, it might be a little bit of a different start, but I've got to be honest, Andy, I'm looking forward to this one to see how Complexity can stand up to the giants that are Team Secret.
It is one of their first true tests, right? Like, they had a series that they split with IG a couple of days ago, and then everyone was thinking, like, okay, well, Complexity have 2-0'd 2 of their opponents, and they split with IG. Maybe everyone just severely underestimated them, but I want to keep in mind that when Complexity played against IG in that game, they went Tusk Techies, and I really feel like that caught IG off guard. I feel that was one strategy that maybe they weren't expecting, and that's how Complexity were able to glean their win away from them. So now, Team Secret, this is the team to beat, in my opinion. I mean, outside of LGD, I think they actually just split the series on the mainstream. It was 1-1, right?
Oh, yeah, it was 1-1 just now.
Yeah. So now, this is potentially one of the teams that could finish top 3 at TI in Team Secret. And Complexity, they're starting things off with the Naga Siren. Often happens here when you're watching. I'm not sure what Secret want to be bringing here. I don't know if they're going to go for their Tusk. I don't know if they're going to go for maybe something a little bit different. But they are a team who is known to experiment.
Absolutely. Talking about the game yesterday from Complexity, the fact that they have a lot of, they had a big success with Tusk Techies against IG, and we know that Secret themselves love the combination as well. So it will be interesting to see how those two heroes kind of fit into this draft, and whether we will indeed see one of the sides touch upon the Techies. Opening pick for Secret, as you said, kind of expecting it to be the Tusk. They have got a couple. They've got the pairing, though, if they wanted to pick up some kind of combo here with these first 2 opening picks. And certainly taking their time here to decide about it. So maybe if it was going to be the Tusk, they would have picked it a little bit more quicker. And then maybe thinking about something else here for these first 2 picks for the team. Certainly, yeah. Okay. They're going to go for the Tusk. Anyway.
It's stable.
It is the Secret pick. I mean, first pick, a lot of teams as well. If it's there for the first pick, if you can't get, well, these 4 very high priority heroes that have, of course, already been banned out, Tusk is the one that you look to.
And they could go like Bounty or something too.
Yeah?
I think the pairing is actually really strong. What you commonly see is Tusk plus another support. You don't typically pick the core that early on, but I guess if you want to, like if you find something that's a bit stable in lane, like a Lina, for example, you can do that. It's another combination that we've been seeing a whole heck of a lot here throughout the group stages at TI. It just really depends. Like, Secret's hard to anticipate because they're the ones who kind of innovate and lead people into picking like these heroes like Tusk, for example. Like, they were the ones who kind of brought it into the forefront, you know? So if they want to change it up a bit, try something different, they are always capable of doing that.
It's always interesting to see what they want to run here against a Naga. It's going to be the Dazzle. Okay, so we talk about Tusk combinations. Tusk Dazzle, that's definitely one that's up there.
That's one of Puppy's favorite heroes as well, playing Dazzle. It's weird because Dazzle is typically seen as a defensive support a lot of the time, but when you're playing it with a Tusk, or like a Naga Siren, for example, I mean, clearly Complexity have it here, but it gives you that aggressive potential because you have a hard form of initiation, or you have something that at the very least partners in with that Shadow Wave to make sure that you can deal a good amount of damage. So I'm happy to see Secret pick it up here. Again, it's a very stable opening too. No real glaring weaknesses in it. It's just we got good ganking potential. We got a good support. Wait a little bit later until we start thinking about picking up those cores. Now we're going to have to see Complexity's answer to this. We've been seeing Shaker, Winter Wyvern, stuff like that. It's very good.
Yeah, Shaker would be nice. I'm thinking as well, they might want to pick up a Clock, you know, for Moon if he wants to run that in the offlane. Very good against the Tusk.
Yep, could be.
That's another option. But yeah, the Shaker might be one that they look towards. Could be good to see something a bit for like the old SB, getting the Spirit Breakers. Just some of these disruptive heroes that are going to help you kind of break down the aggression that Tusk is going to be able to bring Team Secret.
Seems like both teams are kind of taking their time here in the first couple of bans and picks at the very least, and understandably so. I actually like the fact that Complexity banned Gyrocopter, by the way. I think that hero is actually like very hard to punish. I mean, even the analyst desk a second ago was talking about how the hero has like no weaknesses almost. He's very hard to lane against, a very good late game, good mid game, pretty much just good everything. And Complexity's choice is going to in fact be that Bloodseeker.
Okay. I mean, we're seeing more and more picks of this hero, indeed. And I mean, Complexity, why do you feel they picked it up at this stage of the draft, picking up one of their cores this early on?
They could be looking at the Tusk and the Dazzle and saying, I don't think you're going to be able to pressure our lanes hard enough with those heroes to really punish us picking a Bloodseeker at this early phase. So since a lot of the time, the team that picks second, they'll pick that Tusk and then they'll pick Dazzle in conjunction with that. It's very common to see other people who have first pick a core after they see the supports. Because after you see supports, you have a better idea of how the lanes could potentially shape up, and you can judge whether or not, okay, I can get away with picking this hero now. And it's still very high priority, right, because it's a core role. So I think that's maybe why Complexity decided to pick it here.
Well, release a ban coming out from the side of Complexity, and Undying is going to be what's taking it away with Secret's ban. And I was gonna suggest the Undying potentially for, I mean, either of the sides. You know, if Secret wanted to run it with the Tusk combination, and at the same time, yeah, I guess with the Naga in lane, you know, being able to have these fights, and with the Bloodseeker,
it's
just
insane with
the
Bloodseeker.
skirmishing potential is it's just doubled as soon as you throw out an Undying into your lineup.
Yeah, you drop a Tombstone, get a Decay, all of a sudden it's like Bloodseeker's got haste and speed. It's a completely insane combination. And it's very common to ban out lane bullies once you see a team like Complexity pick up Bloodseeker this early. You just want to ban heroes that have good harass in lane. As Lesh and Queen are already taken out, obviously that was prior to having seen the Bloodseeker, but it kind of still synergizes with the way that Team Secret want to go about this. Is we have Dazzle for sustain, so against Bloodseeker it's going to be a little bit more effective than normal. Keeping those heroes at a high threshold of health will make it so the Bloodseeker's Thirst isn't as effective, and Grave is also a great tool at being able to stop it. And I don't know if that's a respect ban per se.
It seems like it for the Moon NP.
They know. They definitely know that Complexity have run this before, and we are going to see the Lina here coming out from Secret.
Okay, and of course, in the last two games where we've seen the Bloodseeker, yeah, banned out every time that a team runs the Bloodseeker because of that burst potential. You've got to be very careful when you Blood Rage. And yeah, as you said, interesting to see Secret ban out Moon's Nature's Prophet. We know it's one of the heroes he does like to run. And we also do know, of course, that Complexity, they are a fan of jungle heroes. Now,
yep.
I don't know if that's kind of maybe leading to the potential of it being a Z-Freak Bloodseeker if they wanted to, but we know that Complexity like to go greedy. You know, we've seen them play heroes like the Enigma, also just running stuff like the Fly CM, in which Fly definitely kind of orientates to sticking in the jungle, really, getting those early levels there, so solely focusing on the farming for the Crystal Maiden. But nonetheless, I mean, talking about Fly, actually, his heroes, we've seen him play a very strong Wyvern and a very strong Crystal Maiden. Both heroes are still available in the pool here.
I think Wyvern is really good against this. Complexity, they're going back to the Bloodseeker Zeus combination, so this is... It could be a Bloodseeker jungle. I'm actually looking at Naga Siren right now thinking, okay, it could be support.
There we go.
The Tusk techies, man. The Tusk techies.
Okay, now you got to look at two things though. Complexity, they have got the Zeus to grant you vision of the mines. They are going to need to pick up some ranged heroes
but
here.
It's
that
too
is the
melee
issue.
Already on Complexity.
And Zeus's range not great for getting rid of those mines at all. But at the same time, they've got a Naga. You know, the Mirror's Image. That's going to help you clear out some of the, well, not the remote mines, but the standard mines. So they have got things to deal with it, but it is that Techies Tusk combination, which, I mean, I don't have the stats up, but I can imagine the win rate for Secret with that combination has got to be insanely high.
It's probably very high. That's my guess as well. I think the techies... Okay, so the scenario that you pick that hero, you look at it and you say, okay, they got a couple of melee heroes. Okay. Yeah, the Winter Wyvern will come out here for Complexity, as expected. But Bloodseeker and Naga, both pretty darn useless against techies in general. You have Lina to deal with the Bloodseeker and Tusk as your hard initiation hero, so... I'm kind of favoring Secret's draft at the moment. You can tell what Complexity are going for, though. They have that synergy with the Zeus and the Bloodseeker. You know, you get the harass damage, you get the bonus Blood Rage damage for the Thunder God's Wrath and such, and you can actually burst very, very hard with this composition. I'm just a little bit concerned about what their answer is to techies and if they're going to be able to really pressure enough during that mid-game.
Final ban from the side of Secret, getting rid of that Brood. Look at Complexity's potential here for that offlane hero, for Moon. I mean, there are still a fair few strong offlaners left in the pool. I like this ban. Getting rid of Artee's is anti-mage because we've seen the games he picks it up. His win rate with AM's got to be pretty darn high this tournament because he just gets an insane amount of farm. And teams, they sometimes let it through as if they kind of feel like they can deal with it, but it never seems to be the case. Always gets out of hand, out of control. So Artur is going to have to look elsewhere here for this position 1 hero. Complexity with the final, as I was saying, there's Darkseer available.
It's also not a bad
Spirit Breaker.
Game.
Klinks for
For
our
Secret,
tour?
yeah. I think it's actually a pretty decent Klinks game.
Okay.
The only thing that really counters him is Winter Wyvern, but the same could be said for a lot of carries, right? It's a good sustainable laner. You wouldn't have to necessarily put too much attention on him right now. And even in 1v1s, he excels. And plus, with Death Pact and the way that it works, you have such high health that even if you get ruptured, you can probably just stand there and hit him. And with Grave, you have that extra 5 seconds of just being able to deal damage during that time. But we'll see what Secret go for. I think that's also a pretty solid option as a Klinks. We haven't seen Wraith King too much, but it's also not bad against the Bloodseeker in general.
Well, thinking about this one. Long
Or
and hard
Lycan.
Secret. Lycan.
Lycan is good.
Could be a fun one here.
Yeah.
That is certainly true, especially when they're trying to get the push on with the Tusk Techies just leaping straight past the tower, looking for the pickoffs, making it very hard for Complexity to hold the defense. Not easy. What is going to be the selection here from S4?
Oh, Templar
okay,
Assassin.
so it looks like it's going to be an Art or Lina, would you imagine?
I guess so.
Art's in the mid lane with the TA. Well, wow, okay. But the
I
TA
think
selected it. Why the TA this game?
I think S4 definitely plays TA here, for sure.
Okay.
It's a pretty good matchup against Zeus. Like, you don't want to really trade the 3 Arc Lightnings for a Refraction, right? Like, unless you're going for CS on top of that. You can keep yourself at a pretty high amount of health, which means the Thirst from the Bloodseeker is not going to be as good. And the other thing, too, is if you get ruptured, you pop Refraction, and then you hit him. Okay, it is Arteezy playing TA. Okay, I thought it was definitely going to be S4, but have they played, like, safe lane TA before, or are they actually just
I think it'll be
gonna switch
Arteezy
around
mid, won't it?
completely?
It would be like when he plays SF for the team. You know, they swap it around, they put S4 in the safe lane, get Arteezy mid.
Yeah, it's possible.
Because as you said, I think, yeah, the TA against the Zeus would be nice. But normally, yeah, when S4
Well,
plays
even
these-
Zeus against Lina, it's still fine. Like
yeah.
the
It's
matchup
not
isn't
an awful
bad.
lane, no. But
I think Lina actually does better against Darkseer than TA by a lot. So they probably will just.
I mean,
put TA in
especially
mid.
as well if Lina can find herself in a lane against the Bloodseeker. You know, I don't know if that's going to happen depending on how the lanes match up.
Well, they're gonna probably just do Lina Dazzle bottom, Techie's Tusk top, TA mid. That's my guess.
Nonetheless, this is going to be an exciting game, of course. Tusk Techies is in the runnings for Secret. And the side of Complexity Gaming, as we were saying in the series the other day, showing a lot of promise. But you're going to need a little bit more than just promise to go up against a side like Team Secret. Moon, of course, getting that ward straight down here in the bottom lane. And yeah, it is going to be Arteezy heading towards the mid lane on his TA. We're going to be seeing S4 on the safe lane, Lina. And yeah, of course, the Zai Kuroki duo on that Tusk Techies up on the top lane with Puppey just hanging around on the bottom, keeping S4 in safeness. And yeah, Complexity, their lineup, pretty much what we're expecting. We're going to see Z-Freak actually with the poor man's shield, so maybe it is going to be ZZ in the jungle? Is this a jungle blood and a laning Naga with the poor man's?
It could be. I mean, it's a little bit different, but I mean, hey, we just saw Na'Vi pretty much do something similar, right? Like, they started off by giving the Naga Siren Stout Shield. They transition her into a position 1. And I think that Naga could potentially be good enough at delaying the game to maybe give Complexity a chance here. But again, it's all down to the early laning phase. Like, what do you actually get out of the lanes? Like, if you're playing right now in your Complexity, are you going to be able to win that Tusk Techies matchup with, like, Naga Siren Safe Lane and Winter Wyvern? It seems okay. Like, Naga has very good base armor. No doubt about that. I think armor is like the key here as well for these types of heroes.
Need to be careful here. There's going to be Complexity going in actually with the Arctic Burn onto Puppey. Puppey's got the heal. There's going to be fine. Zai has got the snowball, and here we go. They're looking for Swindle straight in, and there we go with the suicide, getting them the first blood here for Zai on the Tusk. And that, of course, always the danger of trying to fight up level 1 against the Tusk Techies.
Yeah, I like how the fact, like, Secret went for the lowest armor hero pretty much that was there. Between all of them, Zeus has the lowest armor by a long shot. Or actually, no, Winter Wyvern also has 1. So I guess either target would have been fine. But obviously, you kill the mid player over killing a support, right? So they get themselves on the board in a very quick way. And we can already see Arteezy. Because Swindle, I think he got the rune, but he died. Yeah, so now Arteezy, he gets a rune, and he gets that level 2 a little bit faster. He'll be able to pressure this middle lane.
And so bottom lane is going to actually be this tri-lane here. So Z-Free is just going to help ZZ out with the farming. Now going for Puppey. Puppey, of course, just level 1. Only got the heal. Needs to be blood raged up as well. So the damage that he's taking is too much. That's going to be 1. And now Complexity looking for S4 as well. We'll get the Light Strike Array onto 2. But Zafreak diving for this. And with the Riptide, there we go. That's going to be a 3rd kill for the side of... Well, 2nd kill, essentially. The first one just counting as the suicide from Techies. But nonetheless... 2 kills on the board here from this aggressive tri-lane, working out very nicely. In top lane, Moon. Zai's got to be careful here. The Iron Shield doing damage, but Moon's out of there. The punch is too much from Zai. Kuroki and Zai just backing themselves up. Bottom lane, Puppey just coming in with a harass, forcing ZZ back. But this lane from Complexity proving to get the work done.
Yeah, the aggro tri-lane was something that a little bit unexpected, I think, even from the side of Secret. Like, you could tell they were caught a little bit off guard by that. I'm not sure if they're going to be giving away too many more kills like that. Complexity should just be happy with the fact that they got those kills in the first place. And until Zai and Kuro in this top lane hit level 2, we're probably not going to be seeing a whole lot of action. And bottoms is just taking a little bit of damage under the tower. I think if they keep... Okay, never mind. Z-Freak's starting to go top. I was going to say, if they keep the tri-lane going, they're definitely going to keep down S4. But I don't know if they can do that and just completely sacrifice Moon at this point.
Oh. No, Arteezy
he has Bloodseeker Vision.
Oh man, Arteezy pops Refraction. Moon's going to chase this one down. Surge, level 1, not going to be enough to chase it, and the Ice Shards very nicely there, just in case Darkseer was going to chase it down. But still, Arteezy being forced back, and he hasn't actually got any regen other than the stick on him at the moment, so looks like he is going to have to go back to base here, given a lot of space to swindle here now in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, having to go back to base at this stage, not really the greatest thing in the world. It's kind of annoying, actually, but... I don't think Arteezy is going to suffer too much for it. You can always recover by stacking for this hero. And you can always recover as well. Like, you can stack Ancients, you can stack Creeps. And I think during the mid-game, Darkseer and Winter Wyvern are going to be the 2 biggest issues that he's going to have. Getting Ruptured in of itself isn't so bad, but when you have those heroes that can actually like move you around, like with Vacuum and Ion Shells to break through Refraction, it could be a little bit of a struggle here for Arteezy.
On bottom lane, just going in with the Arctic Burn Harass onto both of them. The Parafly, oh, with the Blood Rage as well. That's a hefty bit of harassment coming out here from the Wyvern. Forcing them back top lane. Tusk Techies, they're looking for blood so far. Not really be able to find much more than that first blood attempt. And they force Z-Freak back. Still in lane though, Moon. Finding the farm as Darkseer does, keeping himself top of the CS board as well at the moment. So the Tusk Techies are unable to really do anything against the Darkseer in lane.
Yeah, again, it's a lot to do with how much armor the hero has, because Techies is all physical damage up until you get those remotes going. So the fact that Moon has 7 armor, he's keeping himself constantly at full HP. This is how you have to play against it.
Oh, bottom lane S4 has been blood raged up here. Fly on the side with the Arctic Burn, and now ZZ bringing him low. The Shallow Grave will come out from Puppey. S4's going to be fine. But again, this combination just absolutely terrifying here in Complexity, having a grand old time in this bottom lane.
Puppey's out of mana too, so he's going to have to walk back to base. If they notice that, like if they see him going back to base, they probably just continue to pressure here. I'm not sure if the ward actually scouted him, but before that point, yeah.
Arteezy's gone incredibly deep here. There's going to be Z-Freak wrapping around. You're going to have Fly coming in as well from the side if he wants to. And I think you're aware there's a reaction coming out from Secret. Zai smoked up with Kuroki as well. He's got the Suicide available. And they might just use it if Z-Freak comes a little bit too close. And I think, no, it's going to be Swindle that's going to be the target. Straight onto the Zeus here. They do have the Cold Embrace, though, buying some time. That physical damage from the mines. Not going to do too much. And the Suicide just coming out. I think he realized that there was no way that he was getting out of there. But that's going to be the Suicide used just to escape. And not being able to use it aggressively. And Complexity, I think they can be very happy with the starting 4 minutes of this game.
Maybe it was a mistake from Secret to not ban Winter Wyvern. If you think about it, all the abilities that Techies can do in the early game is all physical. So if for whatever reason Fly is in the area, a Cold Embrace will stop that combo every single time. Like the stun from the Snowball isn't that long. And even if you're stuck in Cold Embrace, even if you can't move for 4 seconds, that gives ample time for the rest of Complexity to react and just be like, oh, well, you'll not be able to Suicide optimally, which is what we just saw right there. Like Curl pretty much just had to Suicide. He didn't have a choice. So I really like the way that Complexity are playing this early game.
It's certainly working out for them. Arteezy, though, still at the top of the CS board. His farm looking pretty damn good. 31 for 8. It's getting to the point now where Swindle's having a little bit of trouble in lane keeping up. 21 for 0 on this Zeus, so slightly falling behind. Top lane Puppey, just looking to find some levels here up against the Darkseer. Whereas the rest of the team, Zai and Kuroki, are looking to make a rotation towards this bottom lane, wanting to do something about this Bloodseeker. He's had quite a bit of space. 20 CS on him at the moment. Still just a bit lower than S4, and here we go. This is going to be able to connect here with the snowballs. Sigil here, enabling him to chase it down. S4 has got the mana for the combo, but ZZ just a little bit too speedy. Will be able to get himself out. And the TP coming in, force Puppey back. But so far, it just seems like Secret struggling to kind of get a hold onto Complexity.
Well, thankfully, Artor and both S4 are starting to recover in terms of their respective farm rates. At the start, they were both being pressured very heavily, but now Arteezy's made his way back towards the highest CS, and S4 is looking to be in third place right now. And that's pretty much what you want. You just need the cores of Secret to continue that farm. And eventually,
ZZ, I think he's been caught out a little bit too much this time, and yeah, they'll be able to find themselves the kill here. Techie's there with the mines, blowing up the Bloodseeker.
It was bound to happen eventually, right? Like, after so many snowball combinations, you have to assume at least one of them is going to be successful. Straight
into mid here with the Invis rune. He's going to go in. He has got the snowball here for a few seconds, but it looks like he might not need it. Arteezy here with the physical damage will bring down Zeus. Now TP coming in, fly as well with the Arctic Burn. They might be able to try and turn this one around. No, the snowball coming out just in time to dodge the net, and now turning it around potentially as Arteezy moves in. Fly's got the cold embrace. He's going to be able to live through this, but he's going to be able to live through that one final hit there. No, Arteezy gets himself a double kill here in the mid lane.
That was actually really nice usage of Psyblades there from Arteezy. So for anyone who doesn't know, Psyblade is actually pure damage. So if you use Psyblades to hit the person inside of Cold Embrace, it will still hit them. So he used Psyblades to hit a creep once and still deal damage to Fly within there, just to making sure that he could secure that kill.
Very nice for Arteezy, and did top of the CS. And imagine if we have a quick look at the net worth, yeah. Thanks for those double kills, top of the board as well. 4 for 4 at the moment. Secret being able to equalize it for the time being. S4 still finding a fair bit of farm. And mid lane, Swindle Melon still continues to fall behind. Certainly having a hard time against Arteezy now in his TA.
It's expected though. Again, it's kind of hard to trade the mana for just burning down Refraction, especially once the Refraction gets to be a higher level in Arteezy. He's fully controlling the rune here. Going to be able to get top, no big deal. Knows no one is in the vicinity from Complexity to stop him from getting this. And even though Complexity had a couple of nice, really early movements, their heroes are still farming okay. You can tell that Secret have regained their
lane, looking for the Bloodseeker. He's just a little bit too fast, though. Will get himself out. Now he's been surged up as well from Moon. He's going to be fine. He has got a Rupture available. I don't know if they can turn it with just the two of them. It's going to be a hard fight to take. And now he's going to leave it. And by the looks of it, just head back to the jungle with the Blood Rage and continue to try and make the most of the map.
It makes more sense to not try to go for something risky, especially when you know that Kuro has that Suicide available. But they're not really building it the same way that Complexity did. He is not opting to max Suicide. He's actually just putting the 2 points into it and hoping that that's going to be enough to just go for the kill. And he's putting extra points into mines.
An interesting note as well at the moment, Fly. He's kind of been given this lane along with Z-Freak to get himself the levels, work his way towards getting that Winter's Curse online, but S4 going forward. Fly's just kind of set this one up, though. Will be able to live through the burst damage here, though, and now with Z-Freak turning up and the charges as well, Fly will be able to get himself out. Turns around for the Arctic Burn, but no! Dragon Slave will clip him, and S4 does bring down the Winter Wyvern.
Not sure why he turned. Maybe he just underestimated Dragon Slave range. It's very long. Like, I think it's even longer than her auto attack range by a fair bit, so a little bit weird. He ends up giving away that kill, but it's not a huge deal. Like, support dying at this stage in the game, it's kind of negligible, as long as you're not like losing farm in the process. And still, Ziz just doing his jungle Bloodseeker thing. He's not really feeling too content to show. I don't know if he's actually going Midas here, or if he wants to finish his treads, because he's kind of pooling gold. Leads me to believe that he wants to, in fact, go that Midas.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with the Naga lineup as well, they're kind of happy being in there for the long haul if kind of the game goes to plan for Complexity. So Midas will be nice. Moon, he's found himself Kuroki here. And actually snagged himself a haste rune as well with the Rupture. Gonna think about going for it. Wall dropped as well. Kuroki does have a Suicide available here. And oh, with the Thunder God's Wrath, very nice. They catch out Kuroki, doesn't have a chance to get off that Suicide. And ZZ's going to try and chase down Zai now, and he might be able to do it with his movement speed. No, he's not going to dive any deeper. A little bit too scared, but nonetheless, getting away with that techie skill.
That's really nice because he didn't even Suicide. He wasn't even expecting the Zeus ulti, I think. Although, is it actually worth using Suicide in that situation? You respawn 50% faster, but the cooldown itself is still 140 seconds, so maybe it was actually better that he didn't end up suiciding in that particular situation. But we can see here, Arteezy doing some ancient stacking. Very, very good income. He's going to be able to get to that Desolator probably, I guess, 13, 14 minutes, somewhere around there. maybe even sooner.
I mean, RTZ's farm's pretty crazy at the moment. 5.5k net worth, a good 1.6 ahead of that Zeus. Complexity are actually smoking up here. And they do have this ward up here, so they know exactly what Artur's up to. Can they get the initiation onto RTZ? Here we go with the slow from the Wyvern, and now with the Rupture. RTZ's going to need some kind of backup. He's just going to look for the simple TP out, but no! The Ensnare from Zafreak's going to hold him in place, bringing him low. ZZ getting low. Oh, he just gets the lifesteal off, and now with the Cold Embrace, he's going to be okay. Ice. I keep calling Tusk, Ice. Zai coming in there. Will be able to find the kill in return onto ZZ. And now looking for Swindle Melons as well. KuroKy inside chasing it down. How long until the next Snowball? 10 seconds. Ice Shards, oh, that Ice Shards placement will block it off, but Moon's there with the vacuum. KuroKy getting low. They look for Swindle Melons here. The song! Just in time, Swindle Melons looks for the TP out right under their noses, and what a song there from Z-Freak. He's going to have to be careful himself because he hasn't got the mana here for a TP. Ah, yes, yeah. Okay, he's just picked up the Arcanes, and Z-Freak there, he's got his teams covered.
He's one of the players to watch out for when you're looking at complexity. Like every single game, he always manages to bring some really cool plays together. So really happy to see that he's able to get Swindle out of harm's way there. Little brotherly love, I guess you could say. But complexity now, still looking to try to get something really big going. They haven't been able to pressure any towers, and I guess both teams are kind of in the same boat in that sense. They're not really going for map control so much. It's just a lot of really small skirmishes. And I think that Secret are okay with that because Arteezy's still farming up, right? Like, he's not suffering at all, even though he just did die like one time, but that one death isn't going to set him back too far. He just needs to make sure that he clears up that Ancient stack eventually, which he might do now.
Mech now complete here onto the Moon Darks here, and at the same time, Tusk, Mr. Zai, and he's got those Arcanes. Still continues to try and find the farm here on the top lane, but 6 for 6 at the moment. If we have a look at the difference between the two sides, it is just the 1k, but yeah, we've got to watch Arteezy at this moment because his farm is getting scary. 1300 now on top of the first Mithril Hammer. Certainly feels like Complexity needs to do something about this if they want to try and slow him down. 1300 also on Swindle, on top of his Arcanes. And Fly has now got level 6, so they have got that curse available for the next fight. But yeah, still, the Moon Meander, he's on level 10 at the moment. He's having a grand old time on the top lane.
Well, he actually played it perfectly against that Tusk Techies. He didn't give away a kill. So normally when you have that matchup, oh, Rupture here.
It's going to be the simple TP out. Can they get in there in time to cancel it? Yes, they can. Swindle Melons will hold him in place in there. Fly with the Winter's Curse, just coming out in time. Nicely done there. Throwing down the ult, more than worth it there to get that kill onto the TA. And, frames have been dropped this time. Headsets haven't. So we are going to have a pause.
Frames equal dropped. Something like that. Something similar. But yeah, Arteezy dying for the second time in a row. Not really the greatest. Just playing it too greedy, I feel. Zai and Kuro were in the area, but they were a little bit too far to really do anything about that. And even then, like with the Winter's Curse being dropped, Complexity are not opposed to just throwing every ult at him, you know? They just want to kill him. They're like, whatever, we'll Rupture you, we'll Curse you, we'll pop Zeus ulti, it doesn't matter. As long as you're dead, it's fine.
On the plus side, though, for Arteezy, he did buy that second Mithril before he died. So he really loses minimal gold here. So that is something for the TA. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get this show back on the road as soon as possible.
Apparently the practice PCs were like more stable than the actual tournament PCs. It was kind of funny. People were talking about that yesterday, yeah. Because I guess, I don't know which ones they set up first, but the practice PCs were pretty much on point. And I'm not sure, because yesterday they had to switch out a lot of computers, right? There was like a 30 or 40 minute intermission.
Some people, unfortunately, but we must be at the point now where the computers are all swapped up to being the best. But yeah, okay, we're ready. Fly's ready at least, and the G is called. We're ready to get the show back on the road. I mean, KuroKy, in terms of levels, he has hit level 6, so we're going to see those remote mines start to come out. And how are we doing in terms of, has anyone got any sentries here for the side? Not at the moment. Bloodseeker has finished off his Midas. Okay, S4, just pushing down this bottom lane here with the help of Puppey. Tier 1 now sitting about half health. Z-Freak just soaking in the XP, soaking in the gold. He's got level 7 and 600 on top coming up with the arcane boots. Just scouting out the rune here. They'll find this mine and they will be able to remove it here. And obviously one of the strengths here of having Swindle Melons on the Zeus against the KuroKy techies.
The one thing that's kind of, it's good and bad because if you're not very vigilant about how you're spamming your bolt, you can end up just running into mines on accident when you're chasing somebody. That's like the most common thing that happens against techies is if you don't have detection and you have multiple melee heroes, like for instance Darkseer, Naga Siren, Bloodseeker, Complexity Air is still primarily comprised of melee. So even having the Zeus is not a good hero for clearing the mines. That's a problem. Like he can scout them, but he can't kill them. And Fly is pretty much the only person on the team who can deal with that. And I feel like that could be another reason why he's opted to max that Arctic burn, because he wants the cooldown to ensure that he can kill those mines when it's necessary.
Totally understandable as well. Bottom lane, Kuroki pushing the lane in with the mines there. Puppies are backing him up. Still Z-Freak hanging around here, making the most of this lane. Moon, he's very, very close to hitting that level 11. And Swindlemelon's on the Zeus, as well as the Bloodseeker, is going to opt for a Midas himself.
And Midas Gaming, whenever you're playing against techies, we saw the same thing when IG were playing against Complexity, right? Every single person on IG bought a Midas in that game. Every single one. And unfortunately, they still lost, but I think Midas is still... like, logically, Midas still makes sense. If we think the game could potentially go long, having something that is a good investment in the early game in terms of how we get experience in gold is always going to be good. Like, that's just the mentality of it. But Arteezy, he's got his Deso. If they want to start going for push, I think they could definitely do that. After having seen 2 Midases, Secret might just say, let's get some tier 1s.
They're going to clear out the wave here. They know that Moon stuck, stranded by this tower here. They're going to be hard to catch out, though. I guess if they can land a stun, they might be able to burst him down with a Laguna and a few melts. But it's going to be... okay, if they can get the timing here, I think they might be able to. Yeah, indeed, the burst is too much with the physical damage from Arteezy. It's going to be Winter's Curse holding Arteezy in place. Now, can these two kill him, though? I don't think they can with the backup of S4. That's going to be Complexity. They're going to retreat. In fact, in comes Zai here with the Snowball. Con Embrace coming out to protect Z-Freak. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to save him because no, Arteezy there with the melt hit as soon as Con Embrace wears out, and they're chasing down Fly as well. Fly's in a lot of trouble. He's going to need some kind of help, but it doesn't look like anyone's coming in to help him. He's going to go to the tree line. Ice Shards will catch him out. The Sigil granting them the vision. S4 with a final right click will be able to bring him down as well. So Secret there find themselves 3 kills. Nothing coming out from the side of Complexity.
And that's a good portion of the mech also done for Zai. So once he finishes that, they're going to have a good item to offset the damage dealt by the Zeus. And Zeus with Bloodseeker is something that you always have to respect at every single stage in the game, just because of the damage
Zai
you can deal.
wrapping around towards mid, indeed with a snowball onto Swindle. Arteezy is there as well, and he's going to go for Swindle with a 1-2 right clicks. There we go, finds the kill. We are going to see Swindlemelons actually take down Techies there, Kuroki with the Thunder God's Wrath. Oh, puppy. Does he get out of this? It's TP in 6 seconds. Oh, ZZ's seen him. Oh! Can't get off the shallow grave. And it's going to be Puppy losing his life. So they are finding kills in return here. But it is, well, it was essentially 3 and then 4 heroes going down, including the Zeus and Secret just losing 2 off the back of it. But 10-9. As we see slight increase of gold difference there, favoring the side of Complexity. But overall, just because of the farm that Secret's got at the moment, so the fact that you have got Arteezy a good 2,000 ahead of this Bloodseeker that's running Midas as well.
Yeah, but a lot of that's also because the way that Bloodseeker farms is not as fast, like, just in general. If you abuse Psyblades and you're good at it, you can just farm the jungle, like, twice as fast as any other hero, more or less. And it's the same reason why Ancient stacking is so good now. Ever since they changed Psyblades to hit Ancients again, you can just stack them non-stop at any stage in the game, and you just continue to get that income. So Gem actually purchased very early here by the Naga Siren here, so Z-Freak not wanting to run into any mines if it's not necessary. So Moon denies that tier 1 in the safe lane. I really feel as though Complexity, they're not really pressured to try to get control, but you can tell that the way that Secret are playing this, they don't feel anything. Like, they're just like, okay, well, you're not pressuring any lane. We got techies, we got Arteezy farming. They're not really pushing Secret at all right now.
Oh, Arteezy looking for their Ancients, but he's going to get scouted out. Is ZZ and Fly there. The Sideblade's doing a lot, not quite enough. Fly holding Arteezy in place here with the Winter's Curse. Arteezy's got a double damage, but he's going to go down. He can't find anything from this. Arteezy going a little bit too deep, and he's off the map for a full minute.
Those 2 heroes were so low, though. Like, Ziz lived through that with, like, what, 10 HP? Started regenning when he was running away. Because he actually put the Solar Crest on Arteezy and then got meld on him with Desolator. So he went from having, like, 20 armor to minus armor. And then he almost got, like, just blown up instantly. Fortunately for Complexity, they don't lose anybody for it. And Artur dying quite a bit this game, actually.
And the 3rd death here from the TA, still at the top. Top lane TP coming in from ZZ. Has got the rupture here for 18 seconds. Won't be able to do anything about S4. Bottom lane. Tusk Techies, I mean, you feel like the Tusk Techies haven't really been able to achieve that much this game. I mean, Zai have a little bit more so, but Techies in itself, we haven't really felt the full force of Kuroki yet. Obviously, there's Techies can come into his element in a numerous amount of ways. I mean, if it ever gets to the defensive stage for Secret, it's going to be very nice to have on the side. But aggressive-wise, not much of the old Techies Tusk combo, and a lot of it down to the fact, as you were saying, because of Fly's Wyvern there with the counter. Now, well, Secret have got to be careful. Swindle coming in as well. Actually, S4's turned up to the fight. It's Complexity that might be caught off the back of this. No, Z-Freak again with the song. Now, do they want to fight this? They're thinking about it. Fly moving in. He has got a Winter's Curse for 22 seconds. The Sigil scouting out Fly. Fly needs to be very, very careful. Has been surged up, and now with the Arctic Burn flying himself away, will be able to get himself back into safety. Secret just continuing to push. RTZ here on the sidelines. Blink, Deso ready and waiting. He's just going to look for the H's. Needs to keep his farm game up. And with this, should be breaking around 10k net worth at the moment, around 20 minutes in.
And when you talked about the effectiveness of the Techies itself, I do agree that Kuro has not really been able to get a whole lot of kills, but I think sometimes it's kind of what the Techies brings you in terms of threat is. We're going to see him ruptured here mid.
Oh, in the vacuum, Thunder God's Wrath. Very nicely done there to bring down Techies. The fight off the back of it. Puppy's been Winter's Cursed up. S4 hitting his buddy. Yes, it's just going to be fine, though, because now they've got the Yules on Bloodseeker. They will catch him here. He has got a look at a break, bling and low, but the Cold Embrace just in time. In comes the Snowball Stun. They're holding Ziz in place. With a Walrus Punch, they'll finish him off. They do get Ziz here on the Bloodseeker. Now can Artur look for more. He's got a blink in a second. We'll go forward here onto Mumiander. The armor reduction is too much. Will blow him up now. Fly from the high ground with the Arctic Burn going in onto Arteezy, but it's fine. Puppy's there with a backup with a Shallow Grave. Arteezy will be able to live himself through this one. And they will be able to claim themselves the tier 1 here in the middle lane off the back of that Secret.
That looked like it was going to be a pretty good fight to start, and action still not stopping bottom lane.
Indeed, going forward onto Swindle Melons, who's caught all out on his own. Another kill for Secret. As Complexity need to be very, very careful about giving away engagements like this.
They're giving away a lot now. Like, they've lost all their outer tier towers. Right now, Complexity have only taken the tier 1 off lane of Secret. And the more map control that you actually lose, the more space you'd give to a hero like Techies to be able to start mining aggressively. And that's going to be when Complexity starts to run into some serious issues. Because if Kuro does what he's doing now, he's able to split farm, sit up here, you know, get closer to the Aghanim Scepter if that's going to be his choice.
Look at the Roshan speed with Artur.
Yeah, I mean, Desolator TA, this is what you get, right? So Kuro shows top, and he's like, okay, whatever, you come gank me, then you know that we're going to get Roshan for free, so it's no big deal. And they're just the way that Secret abuse the map in general. It's just very, very efficient the way that they've been playing this.
Smoke up now from S4, Puppy and Zai. Moving into the dire jungle. Complexity towards the mid lane, though. They're not going to be able to find any of that, but they might be able to take this tier 2 if they wish to do so. Kuroki has, of course, already pushed the lane in. And 22 minutes in, Zai, yeah, just going to reveal himself here with Puppy. They're going to look for the push here onto the tier 2. Pressures, can Complexity do anything? They pop the Thunder God's Wrath. They're aware of Secret's position here up towards the top lane. But it looks like it doesn't matter. Artur straight in with the Deso hits onto the tower. It's going to absolutely melt. And he's got 3,000 gold in the bank now on top of the Blink and the Desolator. So he is more than ready to get his next major item. Does he just continue to build, right-click, build for the damage? Does he need to go back for BKB this game, or is it not really going to do too much?
I think BKB is still really good. The main thing is you want BKB to stop things like Ion Shell and the Arctic Burn from just eating through your refraction. So obviously Rupture still goes through BKB. But if you BKB and pop refraction and you don't move, you still get full benefit from those refraction charges if Ziz wants to try to run in and hit you. And obviously Zeus does absolutely nothing against BKB. The only heroes that you really have to worry about are the Ensnare from the Naga Siren, or if Z-Freak wants to ulti to isolate you with that BKB on, and then of course you're going to have the Curse from Winter Wyvern. But those are really the only things that he would have to worry about if he had BKB. Now, I'm not sure if he feels he needs it, because right now Secret are still doing a damage job of pressuring.
He's found S4 there with a vacuum. TP actually coming in, though. Z-Freak there with the song as well to cover the retreat here of Complexity. Yeah, Moon gets out. Z-Freak, oh! Very tight timing there with the song. Does manage to get himself away as well. Just in the nick of time, 30-11. Ice Shards being thrown out towards Fly. Won't quite catch the Wyvern. And now Secret grouping up on the bottom lane. And Arteezy still yet to spend his gold. 4.5k. There we go. Okay, what's he been picking up now? What's on its way out? Okay.
He's just going straight crit. All right. So he
Very
doesn't feel like
nice.
he needs the BKB. He just wants to hit really hard.
And he, 24 minutes in. He is still just a little bit short of the Demon Edge goal, but this is going to be a crazy amount of DPS coming from this TA.
Yeah, he can potentially one-shot like 3 of the 5 members of Complexity, I believe. He probably can't one-shot the Bloodseeker, and he probably...
This is an issue for Complexity. I mean, they're breaking the high ground here. Fly's going to get bursted before he can do anything. Complexity need to get right back here, because Arteezy with the double damage is going to be able to find this Tier 3 incredibly quickly. Blood right laid down. He's just going to walk it off and go back in here. Tier 3, 25 minutes in. It is going to fall on the bottom lane. And Secret looking for more. They're straight onto the melee racks. Complexity need to do something, but what can they do? Arteezy's got the Aegis ready as well. That's the completed Daedalus now out to him. How are Complexity going to defend this?
It didn't really seem like they were that far behind, right? Like, it just seemed like the kills were kind of even.
Going straight in one hit there, bringing ZZ down to about a third of his health. And as you said, ruptured up. Just sits there. He's fine. He's good to go. Now turning towards Swindle. Swindle's got to run. And they just hit the racks. Shallow Grave's there as well. Moon, he's going to get bursted down. No, they've got the Cold Embrace to buy him sometime. Arteezy moving forward. That's your Aegis down now. Now, where's Secret? Can they fight off the back of this? They've got to do something. 1 hit, 2 hit. That's Z3 getting blown up. That's your Naga Siren evaporating. Winter's Curse down on Arteezy, but he did get the refraction off in time. And now with the Shallow Grave, he's just going to continue to fight for the time being. And it is too much damage for the side of Complexity. Moon is able to turn this one around. No, there comes the snowball in from Zai, turning up to the fight, but Moon Meander being Cold Embracer will be okay. Puppey trying to duke it down the tree line. They will be able to kill him as well. But they did lose the melee racks. They did lose the Bloodseeker. I do kill Secret off the back of it, but still losing your melee racks 26 minutes in, not the best of situations to find yourself.
That was a really weird engagement though from Secret. They snowball in when Puppey has no health, and Zai is pretty much at no HP and no mana. Just seemed a little bit odd that they wanted to try to go all in after the racks had already been killed. But I mean, they didn't even utilize the fact that a while ago they had retreat mines. Maybe Kuro killed them all. Yeah, I guess they're all gone for the time being. But usually the teams will drop mines, use them as a retreat mechanism. If the fight starts going bad, you just pull Complexity right into the mines, and it's like, whatever. It doesn't feel like Secret are really, like, totally in sync in this particular game.
And, well, interesting. Looks S4 is going to opt for the Bloodstone as one of his first major items after the Yours this game on Lina.
Yeah, as core position Lina, if you're playing, like, safe lane, it's very common to buy Bloodstone just to make sure that you can spam non-stop. Same reason why you see Leshrac buy Bloodstone, just so you can continue that kind of snowball and just keep your farm relevant throughout every stage of the game. So pretty common stuff. I'm pretty sure he's going to be going back for an Aghanims eventually, or maybe he just goes like Blink or something.
Complexity now, smoking up here. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with this one. Heading towards the bottom, Arteezy is there in lane. Yeah, it's got the backup of Kuroki and Zai. Very nearby. They're going to go straight to the jungle. Z-Freak does have that song to set something up. Level 11 as well, so the cooldown isn't going to be as much of an issue. Go. Wrapping around. They found them. They found them, and they're going to look to just go straight onto Arteezy. They found the Winter's Curse. Arteezy dropping very, very low. Can they keep him alive? Oh, no, they can't. He's going to go down. Zai as well. Complexity with a fantastic gank here onto Secret. Kuroki stuck in the corner. Will commit suicide. And that's going to be 3 heroes dropping on Secret, and a very nice smoke gank there from Complex. They didn't even need to use the song.
I'm actually like super surprised the Complexity are doing as well as they are. I mean, there's been a lot of people who have underestimated them. You know, it's a primarily American team, and we're really only known for having EG, right? Like that's kind of like our one team, and Archon got eliminated in the wild card. So I'm actually really happy to see the Complexity are able to sit in this game, and with a team that could be considered one of the top 3 in the world, they're still able to contest them like this.
This is incredibly impressive stuff. Very impressive indeed. Gold-wise, they're starting to pull it back round as well. Did go to about a 10k lead for the side of Secret, but now it's heading back towards the side of Complexity. I mean, Arteezy, what was he able to pick up on top of the Daedalus? Hasn't yet finished anything on top. 1,200 gold on him.
He might buy BKB now. Like, after what happened to him in the last 2 fights, I feel like BKB is such a safety net for him. Like, he doesn't have to worry about Ion Shell, he doesn't have to worry about Zeus damage, he doesn't have to worry about Blood Right. It's just only Curse and then getting Ruptured. Those are the 2 things that he has to care about the most. Like, even getting netted is not that big of a deal. It's like, whatever, I can still hit things if I'm trying to push high ground or whatever. It's not really that bad. But going for the Daedalus, he just wants the big numbers. And, I mean, it showed that it's very useful because he actually killed the Bloodseeker when they were inside of Complexity's base just because he had a Daedalus. Like, if he didn't crit there, the Bloodseeker would have lived. But I think it's already been showcased more than one time that Complexity's team fight is nothing to shake a stick at.
Well, it certainly feels, though, that there's a lot of space being given to S4.
Right.
It has got the boosted travel now, 1k gold on top of it as well, only just behind the Zeus. And Zeus, of course, has been running the Midas for the majority of the game. And he's talking about the Zeus's net worth. Has now got an E-Blade on top of his 15 Bloodstone charges.
Really useful against the TA. Even when BKB comes out, and this item could be in anticipation of just that, like thinking Arteezy, his next item pretty much has to be Magic Immunity. You can just E-Blade whoever the TA goes on, because a lot of the damage at Secret Deal right now is physical. Like, sure, they have Alina, but between having, like, Mines and Techie Suicide and stuff like that, and mostly the TA. Like, the TA is the one here that you actually want Ghost Scepter for.
Top lane, Secret smoked up. Arteezy was the only one to reveal himself in lane there. They're going to wrap around towards mid. Can they find Swindle? It would be a very nice pick-off. The highest net worth at the moment on the side of Complexity. And now he's sticking with the rest of the boys, and they're going to smoke up themselves. Z-Free just getting the images out. Just playing very, very carefully. Roshan's going to be up in a couple of minutes, potentially. So Secret might look to wait until they can grab that one. Arteezy now with the bottle double damage as well. This would be well, if Complexity can catch out Arteezy, then, I mean, we've seen the fights go pretty much their way every time. It's all about controlling the TA.
Yeah, prior to having that BKB, one well-placed curse from Fly just ends the fight pretty much. All they have to do is take him down, and then the rest of Secret don't really have like a ton of damage. You're going to be relying on S4 to kind of deal some, but again, he doesn't have Eggs. He just went for the Bloodstone build and the Yules. So he's got a good setup, but Arteezy definitely over the course of the fight will deal more damage, especially with that DD like he has picked up a little bit earlier. So checking the Roshan timer, it's about a minute left. So I think that both teams are going to try to vie for control of that Roshan pit soon. I think with one Rax down, if you give away a Roshan at this point, it might be a little bit too much for you to handle. And maybe Secret are able to push in another set of Rax because of that.
S4 just 2 pit into top to join Arteezy. They did, of course, scout this movement from Complexity out. It has now been dewarded. They want to look for Swindle. Can they find this? If they can stagger it, they should be able to before he can get out the ghost form. No, he gets it down in time. Oh, Arteezy with the side block. Wow.
That crit, though. How hard did that hit him? Like 1,400 or something? That was insane.
That was crazy.
And the funny thing, too, is I think that was like just at the edge. Because that was really far. Okay, it was 1,100 crit.
Damn.
Yeah.
1,100 damage, straight up.
Right now, Melon's just standing there going, did that really just happen? Because he E-bladed, but he got hit with Sideblade, and Sideblade is pure damage.
Pure damage, yeah, so it goes for it. It doesn't boost it, but it doesn't need to be boosted.
Yeah, well, when you crit for 1,100, you don't need to be boosted much, right?
Woo! That's a dead Zeus. That was that's impressive stuff there from TA. And a little bit more gold in his pocket now, 17,500. That's the BKB done. So Arteezy's now got his BKB ready for the next fight. And it's going to be a lot harder for Complexity to deal with. Still, there's a farm on Complexity elsewhere. How are we looking? Vlad's has been the option for Naga. We're stockpiling the gold a little bit, but we're not going to see any kind of Radiance Naga this game. It is going to be that more kind of orthodox support build from Nagasara.
I think the Radiance might have actually been better. I mean, it kind of depends, because you don't know if you're going to get to that point. Like, you don't know if you're going to be able to get that farm before Secret either takes Roshan or just straight up ends the game. And knowing that that TA is going to have BKB for the next couple of engagements, and it's going to be a 10-second BKB with Blink, Deso, and Daedalus, Arteezy just went from being, like, a pretty big threat to a gigantic threat. Like, having that freedom in the team fight to say, okay, I can bait, like, 2 ultimates just on me, Rupture and the Winter's Curse, and still be able to fight, because I don't have to worry about my refraction getting eaten. That's going to be something that Complexity are going to need to find a way around.
Arteezy moving forward here on the mid lane. I've got Mumianda here on the side, along with Fly. And top lane just being pushed in by S4, who again himself. I mean, on top of the bots now, 3.2k gold. It's starting to look very, very fat here on the side of Secret. Complexity revealing themselves here in the mid lane, and Artor going straight in onto Fly. Cold Embrace coming out. Arteezy's also got the support of the Lotus Orb granted to him by Tusk. The song is coming out, though. And the question is, what do Complexity do with this? They're moving on to S4. They want to try and go for a kill here. RTZ is still there on the side. He's been ruptured up, though, trying to walk around here with the BKB. Winter's Curse holding in place, so Artor cannot help his team out. There's going to be a snowball coming out onto Z-Freak, but they've already lost Kuroki. They've lost 2, and they're going to lose S4. They've lost 4. RTZ, he was kept in control by Fly. He will end up killing Fly. They did also find the Bloodseeker, but Secret have lost 4, and now they're all rest of Complexity trying to converge in onto RTZ. I don't quite know if they'll be able to find this kill, though. And they're trying to chase it down. Artur is going to try and turn around and give the slap to Moon, and one more. He's going to kill Moon here. Swindle Melons, though. If Swindle Melons finds the kill, and he does, that's absolutely worth it. Effectively, a team wipe against the side of Secret. And Complexity just keeping their game at the highest of levels.
As soon as the initiation happened, where they song in, they get 2-man vacuum wall. That gave Ziz a ridiculous amount of movement speed. The hilarious part about it, though, was that he walks into Kuro, and Kuro just drops a mine, suicides, and he kills Ziz in the process. So that trade's a 1-for-1. Arteezy spent so much time chasing around a Winter Wyvern. Like, you don't need to chase Fly. It's fine if he cold embraces himself. Just go hit somebody who's not physically immune. He pretty much walked all the way past the Tier 2, almost to the Tier 3, trying to chase him when the rest of his team was just being massacred.
It was, I mean, just the control from Complexity. We saw the Rupture come out, the Winter's Curse, everything onto Arteezy. So he was just unable to contribute anything to the fight. And as you said, he went for the Wyvern anyway. So he wasn't able to back up his buddies. And the fight, well, with that, it's going to swing it around a little bit for Complexity here. So Complexity, I mean, we were looking at the odds on sites, and it was 8% Complexity. This doesn't feel like a 92% to 8% game.
Well, the last time when we saw the IG matchup, it was kind of the same, right?
It was, I believe, 83%, 70. People are underestimating Complexity. Yeah. I mean, they haven't won the game yet, but this is a pretty strong performance so far, 36 minutes in, against Team Secret.
Yeah, one of the front runners in the world in terms of Dota teams. So I'm in the same boat as you. I'm definitely thinking to myself, Complexity are coming into this the underdog, but they're making it a fight. And I mean, this Zeus is still very farmed. Like, he's got 2,000 gold now on top of the E-Blade that he had earlier. He can look to buy something like Refresher. He can go Dagon. I think his item of choice typically in this situation is Dagon as well. I think he likes to go for the big burst on one hero as opposed to just having like the double ulti. But the options are open. Like, if he goes for Dagon, he's got that burst for one target. If he goes Refresher, he can get the whole team low for the Bloodseeker. And then Ziz can just run at like 900 movement speed. Just be a huge issue for Secret to have to deal with. Looks like both teams starting to prioritize Roshan here. They realize it's up. And BKB is still up on Arteezy too. It's 9 seconds. Hopefully he can get a better use of it during this fight.
Z-Freak here just with the illusions, D-mining what Techies has done. And ooh, Zai trying to go in onto a Fly, but Fly up to the high ground here with the Arctic Burn. It's going to be safe for the time being. S4 will find the Yaws here. Do they have the amount of damage here from the high ground to disperse? No. Z-Freak's coming in with a song. Are they going to be able to turn this one? Wall's being dropped here. S4 and Zai in it already. Here we go. Zai gets off the snowball straight away, looking for Swindle Melons, but he's moving in on his own. Arteezy trying to find the kill onto ZZ. Will blink forward. Can he actually find it here? No, the Solar Crest evasion is doing too much. He can't get the kill onto the Bloodseeker. And now Complexity, they're turning around. They have lost Moon here. Zai's incredibly low, and so is S4 with the Winter's Curse. They'll be able to bring down S4. Arteezy turning back up to the fight. He's got a lot of work to do, and maybe he can do it. The Cold Embrace onto Swindle Melons here will keep him alive. It's going to be Zai looking for Fly flying down to the high ground, the low ground, sorry. Arteezy trying to get the hits onto Swindle Melons, but Swindle Melons, he's able to get himself away for the time. Oh no, Arteezy going forward with the blink. Can they kill him? Yes, they can. With the meld hit there, they will end up killing the Darks here, but Complexity, they're not done. Z-Freak looking for Arteezy. He's got to be careful though, because the damage is it's pretty hefty. Looking for the Bloodseeker, they'll find him, they'll trap him up in the Ice Shards here. If they can bring down ZZ here, this is going to be very nice, but no, again, the Cold Embrace from Fly, giving ZZ that extra chance here to fight. Ensnare holding Arteezy, but no, there we go, the mine there from Kuroki, holding them in place, blows himself up as well. The fight continues, Arteezy incredibly low, he's going to look for the TP out. No, he cancels it, he says, guys, I can help you kill Swindle. Will they be able to kill Swindle? He's low, no, the Cold Embrace. Fly again, keeping Swindle Melons alive. There's going to be a buyback now from ZZ, he wants to come back and join the fight, because they're incredibly low on the side of Secret. Puppey will put the Glimmer Cape. S4 has returned with the Yules, and now locking onto Z3, bursts him down with the Luna Blade. Here's ZZ, rupture onto S4. He's going to turn towards Zai, has got RTZ around here to worry about as well, because RTZ is still alive. He's been BKB'd and Shallow Grey Top. Can they kill him? No, blinks away just in time. Now S4 going in here with the help of Zai, snowballing forward. Look at the speed of ZZ, he is out of there. No, he's going back in. He wants to find some kills. He's very low, got to be careful. If any kind of burst comes from S4, they'll be able to kill him, and they will. That is a dieback from your Bloodseeker. Mumianta realizing this is the time to disengage, and Complexity.
How is RTZ not dead?
A damn fight. But at the end of the day, it is a dieback from Bloodseeker. And let's have a look at the fight recap. They did effectively lose everyone, but
I don't think I've seen a team get outplayed like that in a while. Like, RTZ walked around that fight with 5% health for like a minute and a half.
Oh my goodness.
He gets out of the team fight once due to a clutch force staff to the low ground after already having the Grave on. He blinks to the other side of the river, reinitiates, nice vacuum.
Yeah, but it might cost Moon's life. He's going to be able to get away with the Glimmer Cave. There is the Snowball chasing him down with the Surge as well. Moon's out of there.
I don't understand how RTZ lived. Like, I really just... I don't get it. Like, how is he alive?
This is 40 minutes, and now at the top of that. Demon Edge. 2.4k towards what I can imagine to be those double javelins for that MKB. 27-25. The difference after that fight, though, yeah, those buybacks and dieback, of course, costing the side of Complexity quite a bit. And Secret now, for the first time, start to confidently break away in terms of the difference on the graphs. But what a fight, though. I mean, completely, you got to give it to Fly, doing so much there, keeping their team alive, but just wasn't enough at the end of the day, as you said. Secret just with the outplays.
I mean, after a fight like that, you got to be thinking to yourself, how do we actually, how do we actually win a team fight if that's going to be what happens? Like, the thing about Cold Embrace is you're buying time, but you're not really pressuring when the Cold Embrace is on, right? It's not like Grave, where you can still act. Like, if you get Shallow Graved when RTZ was at, like, 1 HP, and he's just sitting there hitting Ziz and forces him out of the team fight or almost kills him straight up, you don't have that same freedom with a Cold Embrace. So instead of being able to set up a kill with it, you're pretty much just biding time. It's a little bit different in the functionality of the skills. So I think that's a lot to do with the fact that Secret were able to take that fight, even though Fly, like, he was doing everything he could. It's not that using the heal is bad, it's just, it's different in terms of what you're able to accomplish with it. So with that Roshan secure from Secret, Aegis now up on S4. I think he's making his way towards Shivas. It's a little bit of a different take on the Lena build here.
For the large part, seems to be working out. 8 kills, 6 assists, and has only died 4 times here, S4. That is your MKB now complete on RTZ. He's level 25 as well, getting very, very close to capping out here on the TA. And
he is full damage right now.
Yeah, this is very, very scary. And suddenly the Solar Crest, we've seen them do a little bit to help out Complexity. Not going to be the case anymore with that True Strike, with that old MKB. And, well, top lane, S4 just going straight in here. Arctic Burn Slow coming out. And they will force S4 back. He's taking a fair bit of damage here with the E-Blade as well, but the reverse E-Blade there from the Lotus Orb onto Swindle. RTZ's been ruptured up, sits there, takes it like a man in the mid lane. Swindle trying to come in, but the refraction's already out. Now Complexity, they're going to need a one-by combo. They, of course, do have Z-Freak to set it up here with the song if they want to try and fight into Secret now. And, of course, that is a big if.
They have to go for RTZ, I think. Like, he doesn't have Aegis here, so they can kill him. Oh, he wants to go for Ziz.
Oh, Z-Freak controlling him here with the net. Still, Complexity looking for the right kind of opening. The Gunner Blade was thrown out there by S4, and here's your song.
Oh, this is 3-man wall.
Can they get this off? Yeah, well, they're not going to go for it. In fact, they're looking towards top, because RTZ was hitting away at the tier 3. They did have to look for a bit of a defense.
That was definite miscommunication. There's no way you don't wall that. Like, if you get that wall going and you get Ziz a really good sack on his thirst, oh god, Puppey just gets annihilated.
And they might lose S4 here as well. They do. He has got the Aegis. Winter's Curse onto Zai. The fight could do the RTZ. One more. No, the Cold Embrace. RTZ getting low. Will they be able to keep him alive? No. This time RTZ goes down. And now this is the point where Secret need to think very carefully about sticking around here. They'll snowball forward with a punch. They do get the kill onto Swindle. Zai just waltzing through it all. Going to look for the TP out, but the instead's there. He is going to lose his life. They will find a double kill here for Ziz. And it's only Kuroki and S4 living, but S4, yeah, didn't manage to TP out, but they did kill RTZ. And again, we're seeing that when Complexity do kill RTZ, they come out on top. And Kuroki just went in there for the suicide. Wasn't able to find anything, and the mines that he's popped down will all get taken away.
That's a gem too.
Oh,
I think it was a gem actually that Secret got from Complexity, and then they just reclaimed it. So now they have 2 gems. I'm pretty sure that's what went down. So the retreat mines not really able to be utilized there. It was kind of a clutch force staff trying to force Swindle in so Arteezy could actually get that kill, but I don't really think the TA, like if he gets ruptured, he kind of just has to stand there. Like what else can he really do during that engagement? And I think like the Lena build from S4, it's unconventional, but it's not really bursting anybody, you know? Like who is he actually killing when he doesn't have Aghanims, when he doesn't have like a Hex, he doesn't have that lockdown?
Oh, it's certainly different. And as you said, at this point, 28 to 29, Complexity looking very good. They are still behind in terms of the difference in net worth because of Arteezy's farm. But if they're able to kill him a couple of more times, they will be able to close that gap. Arteezy will be back in 10 seconds, though. We'll see what he's going to be.
Nice mines.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that is Bloodseeker dead without buyback.
Yeah, 80 seconds.
With the mines hidden in the trees. Okay. Yeah, so no. Yeah, that's not great because TA is back up. And top lane, eyes are on Fly and Swindle Melons. And they might think about trying to go for Zai, but with the Lotus Orb, it's very hard for Zeus to do anything with the E-Blade. It's going to be a snowball going in onto Fly. S4 is there as well. Fly is in a lot of trouble. Whoa, won't be able to get out of the cold embrace. And they'll bring down the Wyvern. That's 2 heroes down on the side of Complexity. Arteezy working his way down the mid lane. Top lane's going to get packed in as well here by the side of Secret. And they might be able to get themselves towards the base before Bloodseeker is back up by the looks of it.
I think they'll be able to do some damage. Not sure if they're... Okay, well, Arteezy's here. Maybe they can make something big happen. The buyback, though, is now up on Ziz. I think he got enough passive gold gain to actually be able to bring himself back into the game. If Secret can force that now, that would be ideal. Because around the time that Roshan's spawning, I think that they still would not have buyback. So Fly, he's been forced to buy out. That'll force Secret back for the time being. I think they still want to try to go for this tower, though. And
this Lotus Orb, yeah, okay. It's going to be used up. Z-Freak is trying to set this up. This time, will they drop the wall? You'd imagine they will do. This as a 3-man.
No, wait, it's not dropping
He doesn't want to do it. Winter's Curse is going to get dropped, though, onto Puppey. S4 pots the BKB, looking towards Swindle. Swindle getting low. Arteezy moving in. They'll be able to take down Fly. That's 1 down. That's going to be Moon falling as well. Double kill here for Arteezy. Buyback from Moon as he needs to return to the fight because the Racks are now under trouble. Z-Freak, he's going to blink himself, well, move himself away. Arteezy taking a lot of damage, but the damage from himself is too much. Moon, that's a dieback. It's a triple kill for Arteezy. Z's on the way out. Needs to escape from this one. Arteezy incredibly low. They're keeping him up. ZZ really wants to fight this kill, but he walks over the mines. ZZ needs to get himself back. Zai with the Ice Shards won't quite trap him. Bloodseeker back to base. But this is 3 heroes down on the side of Complexity. None with buyback available. Swindle left to hold the base on his own here. And he's going to blink forward here as well. Kuroki has got a suicide. Can they turn this one? Can they get themselves back in? Suicide has been used now. Bloodseeker there. They're going to Blood Rage up the Zeus. They look a little bit scared.
They need to run. They can't stay here. This is like so risky what they're doing right now. Puppey has almost no mana. Okay, thank God they're getting back. Jesus. Like, staying like this is very risky. I mean, sure, you force a couple of buybacks. You even got a hero to die back, but they didn't actually get a Rax. You made them invest a lot of money into defending their base, but you didn't actually get anything tangible from your push. So I'm looking at this game right now and I'm thinking, Arteezy is just kind of being kited in these team fights, you know? Like, he gets ruptured, and then he kind of has to chill. And then he just sits there, and it's either he gets auto-attacked down, or the Winter's Curse comes out. And by the way, what was that initiation? Like, they have a free 3-man wall into a curse, and they don't take it? What?
They seem to be holding back on the walls.
What possible reasoning could you have for not wanting a 3-man vacuum wall into curse? Because when they used the curse on Puppey, he got immediately Glimmer Caped and took almost no damage. So I don't know. That was really confusing. I think Complexity could have held that with a lot less risk if they had just opened up the way they did before.
Arteezy's going to be back up in just a few seconds, and we'll see if they're able to go for it again. They did manage to take the tier 3, so it is the exposed Rex on top. And still obviously off the back of that fight. The lead still very much in Secret's favor, 20,000. It's going to be a smoke up now from the side of Complexity. Roshan's going to be up in a few minutes.
Oh, it's going to get revealed by Kuro.
And there we go. Okay, they spotted Kuroki out and straight in. Winter's Curse as well. They want Techie's dead. Won't be able to get off the suicide. The bounce back there on the E-Blade to Swindle. He's been blood raged up as well, though, so he's ready to fight. S4 her on the front. And there's your wall vacuum.
Nice.
That's nice. Very nice indeed. Won't be able to get anything more. It's still just the techies down for this one. S4 moving forward with the Shiva's guard here. Z3 getting low. Needs to be careful. RTZ trapped up here by the net. Now there's your song. Are they going to move up onto the high ground and look for more? They do not have a Winter's Curse available. Of course, was used on Kuroki. Maybe they've got the burst damage. No, RTZ just going straight in. That's going to be one. That is your Wyvern down. Zai trying to deal with them on the sideline. Oh, the crit! RTZ gets himself a second kill. Double kill here. And at the same time, we've got Zai trapping up ZZ. Oh, that is a Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker dies. He does not have buyback. Zai trying to chase this down. He can't quite get it. The mine! That mine! 80 seconds down for the Bloodseeker. This could be the opening for Secret to do something major. No buyback available for the Wyvern for 3 minutes. Darkseer in the same boat as well, and so is Bloodseeker. He's 1,000 short. Straight into the base. This could look like it's... He's looking for the Sideblade hit here. Through the E-Blade. He doesn't need it at the end of the day because it wears out. Will kill him. That might just be the gap that loses complexity the game. And yeah, this is onto the tier 4s. 4 heroes down at the moment. I think it's game, Andy.
Yeah, I think that's
but
that's all she wrote for game 1.
You've got to hand it to complexity. For the entirety of the game, they played very, very well against Secret. And at the end, it was just that one fight. A couple of maybe decisions that Secret just made a hell of a lot better at the end of the day.
The way that Complexity took their last few fights, it really seemed like they were so hesitant to go in. When Z-Freak throws out a song and you get a wall into a 3-man vac and then you have Fly nearby to throw out a curse, that is the ideal engagement for you, especially when you're fighting inside of your base. So I'm a little bit confused as to why they didn't want to do it. Like Z-Freak probably songed with the intention of having that combo come out, and then Moon's like, no, I don't want to do it. And then all of a sudden they drop it a little bit later, but at that point Fly had already died. I think there was a dieback from one of the heroes as well from Complexity when they were defending that. And then when they go mid, they actually had a really nice combo to open up, and then it just didn't matter at that point because they're fighting an open field and Secret just had too much of an advantage. And I think the blood rate timing was a little bit off when Z-Freak canceled his song. If that silence hit, I think it could have been potentially favorable for Complexity.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, I think Secret will go into game 2 maybe with a bit more respect for Complexity, because Complexity proving certainly that they can stand up to the top dogs and give it their all. And I mean, I was expecting a close game 1. We certainly got that into the end where Secret were able to just push the edge. The RTZ TA just a little bit too damn good for the side of Complexity. And we'll see what goes on in game 2 between Complexity and Secret, which will be coming out right around the corner, so don't go anywhere. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second game here in the series between Team Secret and Complexity Gaming. Here with myself, OD Pixel and Draskell. And game one, what a match. Well, Secret, of course, they do end up taking the victory there, but Complexity really did give them a run for their money.
They did a lot better than I think people were expecting. Even after the fact they trade 1-1 with IG, it's still they continue to show that they are not a team that should be underestimated in any circumstance, and they are proving that they are definitely supposed to be here at TI5. So Secret now moving into game number 2. Last game, they had a bit of struggles, I think, with some team fights. Maybe if he went, or RTZ went like for BKB instead of going like for, I think he went Daedalus. Yeah, he went Deso, Blink, then Daedalus, then BKB.
Yes.
I think maybe if he had BKB when they were originally pushing in bottom, that it might have been a little bit easier for them to kind of just finish out the game. But the item progression that he took, I think, made him a bit more susceptible to dying in team fights, and because of that complexity, were able to regain some traction during that mid-game. Unfortunately, they weren't able to take it. Now it's Secret if they want to try to 2-0 right now. If Complexity put a point on the board, there is a good chance that they could actually still place in top 4.
There's a lot in it for these two teams here with this game as well. I believe LGD also playing at the same time, aren't they? It'll be interesting to see how they fare up, to see how this kind of difference between Secret and LGD comes about after this day of the group stages. Team Secret, they're going to be able to get themselves that Queen of Pain and also the Gyrocopter. Two very, very strong heroes, which we know both S4 and RTZ are incredibly proficient with.
It's a really strong opening in general. It's not often you actually see both of these heroes make it through and picked in the same stage, because Gyro has very few weaknesses in general. Queen is a great laner, good mid to late game transition. Obviously, you have S4. He's fantastic at the hero. And
okay.
You know, I was thinking about that when I saw the Tusk first pick. I'm like, are they actually just going to pick techies like right now? And they've already shown that they know how to play against it, because in the last game, Moon didn't give up a single kill in lane up against the Tusk and that techies combo, even though it ended up being like the techies, in my opinion, I think he got like 2 kills on the Bloodseeker, and that was pretty much the contribution.
I mean, the kill he did get at the end was pretty game
Oh,
winning.
he had that...
that mine that finished off Bloodseeker at the end.
That mine was
big.
really sick, and he also had that stasis trap that he placed when they were fighting around the river. So he did have some good moments, but overall, I felt like I've seen better performances out of Secret with their techies playing game 1, and now they're going to have to play against it here in game 2.
Indeed, I believe so far, I might be incorrect, but I'm pretty sure, I think techies is 100% win rate so far in the group stages. I think the times we've seen it is always
I haven't seen them lose, but I don't know how many more games have been played that we haven't cast.
That's true. There is like about 35 hours of gameplay each day, so we may have missed a game, but I'm pretty sure, on the whole at least, techies is doing pretty damn good here in the group stages. Bans coming out. Complexity Gaming themselves are actually banning out the Nature's Prophet, and Secret actually taking away the Bloodseeker away from Zizzy, and he did have a good performance in the first game, to be fair. He did quite a bit on the Bloodseeker.
His item build was a bit weird, though. He went like Solar Crest, SNYAC. Like, he didn't buy BKB at all, even though the Lina wasn't going Aghanims. It was a really, really bizarre build from a couple of heroes in that game, but yeah, I think the Bloodseeker is another one of those heroes that giving away to a team that's experienced with it is extremely dangerous, especially when you have this very high kill power in the Tusk and the techies combo. Because even if it doesn't get the kill, you're putting heroes super low at a very early stage. And just in general, like playing against that that Bloodseeker can just be Queen of Pain and Gyrocopter especially. You can get punished really hard. Like if you mess up mechanically and you're Queen and you don't actually walk after your blink, you can just end up splatting, you know, if you're not paying attention. So definitely understandable that they want to take it out.
Third pick now for the side of Secret. Now, Team Secret being Secret, Tuscan techies, that's what they like to roll with. So you would assume that these guys are going to know exactly what to do against it.
And the other thing, too, is they actually banned Wyvern during that phase because they understand how good it is against techies. And I think that's kind of why Kuro was struggling. His Fly would always be there with a Cold Embrace whenever there was like a snowball combination coming out from Zai and Kuro. It's just Cold Embrace, boom, all of a sudden you're useless. Like you can't do anything. So I'm glad to see that Complexity take a note from that game and say, yeah, we should probably just go ahead and get rid of this hero in general. But now, third pick coming in from Team Secret. Pugna.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting that, I'll be honest.
Well, let's see how it goes down. Pugna has been picked up a few times. I think with varying success here in the group stages. Secret, they're going to roll with it this time. Now, it is, of course, going to be a support Pugna, so we're not going to see any of that core kind of Pugna being performed. Unless, actually, no, unless they do it as kind of a dual lane in the off lane with kind of Zai Kuroki.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, Undying is still available, too, so Secret could do, like, Undying Pugna off lane. Wouldn't be too bad. It depends on if Complexity actually pick it up here, though. I'm not sure, though, because if you have Tusk Techies, you kind of already have your offlane set, right? So you could probably hold your Undying pick until a little bit later on into the draft. But really, it's an interesting pick. I mean, normally you pick Pugna in like two situations. One, where Netherward owns the enemy team. Or two, when you want to push real hard. Like, those are typically the situations that you see it, and you're like, yeah, okay, we'll pick Pugna.
Oh, I'm interested to see how this one ends up panning out for the side of Secret, Complexity. Now, with their third pick, what do they go for with this Tusk Techies starting pick there? Viper is going to be their answer here for the pick. So I'd imagine that is going to be probably the Viper going in the mid against the Quap.
It could be right now. I mean, that's the ideal setting, right? Is you have the Queen versus Viper matchup. That's what Complexity want. They probably pick it because they see Gyro and Queen together, and they're like, okay, that's 2 cores out of potentially 3 if Secret were to run some kind of like triple farming kind of a lineup. And if that's not the case, we know that there's a high chance that we're going to get our Viper Queen matchup. So it's a good hero to pick and very stable in lane. So if we can get that like mech going a little bit early, try to do some 5-manning and stuff, you can definitely get some map control that way. And because, again, we have techies, our push potential is nuts. Like being able to drop mines on towers, it hits so hard. Like you can get towers down very, very quickly with that.
Well, fourth pick now for the side of Secret in their lineup that's, well, I guess intending to deal with this Tusk Techies of Complexity. Let's see what they opt for here with their fourth hero. And especially now that they know the Viper's in the board, it's going to be the Team's Secret Treant Protector, which I don't think is something we see a lot, is it?
No, I don't know if they've picked it at all, actually.
No, it's
certainly not in the games that we've seen. And I'm a little bit unsure as to... It could just be a hero to frontline for the Pugna. Like, it could just be, like, Zai Tree, and then... Or Zai Pugna, and then, like, Kuro Tree or something like that, and you just go offlane together. Because it seems like that's very common for Secret, right? They put Zai and they put Kuro in the offlane, and they put Puppey with either Arteezy or S4, depending on what their safe lane hero is. And Tree is beefy. Like, trying to kill him in the early game, you got a really good frontline hero for that Pugna if you want to try to get a little bit of farm priority.
Oh, fourth pick for Complexity. They're still looking for, well, their position 1 and their second support here. And so we will imagine to see Tusk Techies in that dual lane situation together at the start. Now, I'm trying to think. Any heroes that kind of come to mind that are still left in the pool here that Complexity might be thinking about against, especially now that they know there's a Treant in the mix?
Ember's not so bad. Against this lineup, I think Ember is actually very good. It's kind of similar to what we saw yesterday when EG picked up Ember Spirit against a lineup that didn't really have a whole lot of lockdown. This is kind of the same thing. Now, it can be a bit tougher if, for whatever reason, the Queen has a good start and gets to Orchid early. Then you can kind of suffer a bit. But I think Ember is still very solid against the heroes in general. You have something that eats through tree armor for sure, high mobility, very hard to gank. And in the late game against these heroes, like you can use it to de-push pretty easily. You already got Tusk Techies to help you control the game. You got Viper mid. You have a very, very strong team to back you up. And Ember is notorious for being a very strong early mid-game fighter because of how much damage he can deal. So you can like teleport to lanes and even go for counter ganks if you have a decent start.
Well, the final ban here for Secret is going to be the Bristleback. Now, I can see what they're going with this, especially now that the Witch Doctor was picked up from Complexity. You can tell that as soon as the Viper gets the mech, they're going to look to group up and take towers. And if you throw in someone like a Bristleback who can frontline for that kind of aggression, it's going to be pretty darn nasty.
Oh, boy.
Okay, Secret. I don't think they were happy with the game getting as close as it was last game. This is slipping in the Brood card.
The Zai Brood, man. The Zai Brood.
Damn.
It is crazy good. So now Complexity, they need a carry who can actually deal with this. I'm looking at things like LC and I think it's all right, but I'm pretty sure Cloud9 is like the only team who would run Legion Commander. You could pick like a... Nah, you don't really want to pick Darkseer in this position, I think. Sometimes it's good to pick heroes that just straight up counter Brood instead of looking for like a traditional core, just so you make sure you don't like get owned in lane, but I think Complexity are going to have to go with something here that is not not caring about being like Darkseer or something like that.
Well, the final 20 seconds here is Complexity looking to pick that lineup that's going to allow them to equalize the series, take this game against Team Secret.
Did they just go aggro? Did they put the Brood bottom against Tuss Techies and just be like Pugna, Tree? Oh, they are going to pick LC.
They're doing that. They're going Cloud9. They're going to go full Cloud9 there.
It is a really good choice, like for this game at least.
Okay. So, lane's kind of coming out from both sides. Yeah, Puppey's going to be on the tree. Okay, so it's going to be Kuroki Pugna. And you reckon a potential for some kind of aggressive lane?
Well,
or
if
just dual lanes?
So if for whatever reason you know that the enemy team is going to pick something like LC to counter your Brood pick, and you know that Tuss Techies is very hard to lane against in general, you could just take the path of avoid the lane of Tuss Techies, go top, pressure the Legion Commander a lot. The Broodmother might not die in a 1v1 or a 1v2 because you're obviously going to have web to be able to hide in and such. The alternative is just doing normal lanes and relying on stuff like Decrepify and Treant Armor to just save you. So either way, I think it's fine for Secret. Like, they don't have to go aggressive, but they can.
All right, let's see what comes out here with the second game between Team Secret and Complexity. In a series that so far, well, the first game, quite a close one between the two sides. Team Secret did end up taking the win. Let's see if Complexity are able to step it up even more in this match to try and force it to a draw. Some kind of interesting picks coming out from both sides here. We're going to see something maybe a little bit different. And we're going to see if Team Secret, the masters of the Tuss Techies combination, know how to deal with it when Complexity bring it to the forefront. And okay, Puppey leveling up Nature's Guide straight away.
That's actually not good that he had to skill that at level 1. It's not really the ideal skill for a tree.
Yeah, I've got a sentry on flying. They're going to drop it, but Puppey did go the opposite way. But good attempt there from the side of Complexity, just seeing if they could catch out this Treant. Puppey already eating for a fair bit of his mana here just to ensure that he keeps himself alive. We'll be able to get the ward down. Is he going to walk back this way? There is this sentry placed down. Moon is around. But they've already left it. They're already looking to head back to their lanes. So Puppey's going to be okay. But having to use essentially all of his mana pool here, will probably even just head back to base at this point, I guess.
Yeah, looks like...
okay, he's got 3 clarities. Okay.
Wait. Why is Zai... Is Zai going mid? He's going mid against... Okay, so this is what they're doing. This is what they're doing. They want to dodge the Queen Viper matchup.
Wow.
Right? Obviously. Like, you don't want to have that matchup come to fruition. Brood mid is actually good. Because normally, these heroes you would try to gank. Even something like a Queen of Pain, you can at least pressure because you know your 1v1 matchup is going to win. Viper is terrible against Brood in lane. Like, crazy bad. Then you have a hero who can actually blink away from any sort of initiation from the Tuss Techies, so they also win in that lane. And they are going to go aggressive. So they were going to go aggressive. It's just they ended up switching the mid matchup and the safe lane to ensure that they get, like, 2 much better lane matchups.
And they are, yeah. They're putting Legion now in the mid lane and Fly heading up to the top lane with Swindle Melons in bottom lane. Okay. The Tuss Techies.
He ran into mines, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Z-Freak doesn't get Suicide at level 1. He does this every game. He skills Suicide at 2 and 3, but at level 1 he always gets mines.
Okay, Kuroki and Puppey are going to find Swindle Melons, but can they bring him down? That's the question here. With the punches from Puppey doing a fair bit, we'll just force Swindle Melons back. Not going to be able to find themselves the kill. Bottom lane again. Just Z-Freak and Moon going straight in on S4, forcing him back. And, wow, what an exciting game we're going to have on our hands here with the amount of lane switching up. And just, okay, so in terms of how the lanes have rested up now, the fact that they have got the Legion up against the Brood, top lane, they've got Swindle who's going to try and farm against this RTZ-Kuroki combination with the backup of Puppey. And bottom lane going in on S4. This time he will be able to get the blink out. Won't quite be able to catch him though. Get the ice shards out onto him though. And making this lane a bit of a nightmare here for S4, who still is yet to be able to find a single CS here down on the bottom lane.
The other thing, too, is they were actually putting him out of experience range. That's a really big thing. Most combinations of heroes would not be able to pressure a Queen so much that you have to sit out of experience range in your own safe lane. So really nice for Complexity to be able to do that. And the LC versus Brood matchup, obviously LC does a lot better than most heroes, but Brood always wins in the end. Like, anybody who's played this will tell you that eventually the Brood will just overtake the lane.
Ziz doing his best work at the moment, though. 13-2 versus the 13-0. Top lane, just Puppey trying to disrupt the lane equilibrium and Swindle. Maybe need to be careful because Artie's in Kuroki. They're keeping themselves very, very close to the town, looking for any kind of opening. S4 trying to find a bit of space and time to farm, but it's certainly not going to be the case as Z-Freak, Mumianda on the sidelines. Mid lane, Zai 1v1ing Zizzy here, but having a little bit of a trouble. And top lane, it's going to be them going in. The Rocket Barrage onto Fly. They do punch him down there. Puppey with the final slap. Swindle Melons turning this around, or at least trying to, but the Nether Blast coming out for Kuroki. Maybe making him think twice before going any more ham. TP from the bottom lane coming in from Mumianda. Maybe they can turn this. There's going to be the return of the Witch Doctor coming in very, very soon. Can they get the kill onto Kuroki? Decreps himself, trying to get away, but now Swindle Melons, and now the paralyzing cast, finishing him off. Witch Doctor with a rotation will find that kill on the Snowball. Is he going to catch up to Puppey? He has got a Nature's Guise. They don't have detection. Arteezy there with a Rocket Barrage available here. Moon maybe going a little bit too aggressive. He has got Fly here with a Voodoo Restoration and is just going to be able to escape from this one, but now the TP back into lane. They've got the full three-man back up here on the side of Secret. But again, this game, chaos everywhere across the map, but it certainly seems like complexity. They're ready to deal with it.
That was a little bit weird. Moon actually almost gave away a kill there, but a little bit of just lane rotations for both teams, trying to maximize their efficiency in this lane, and I think he wanted to
he was poisoned. It was very close for S4 could have killed it.
He wanted to just avoid the death.
Yeah, he was very scared of S4. And rightfully so, top lane again. Melons finding a bit more fun than he would have done in the mid lane, but still not a lot. 7 CS up in this top lane compared to RTZ 17. Falling behind. Mid lane Zai, 23 for 2. Zizzy just a little bit behind it, but not a lot. It's going all right for both of the heroes here in the mid lane, who are both finding their farm. Zai's starting to stack up the Broodlings. Now they've run out now, but 2-2 at the moment. 4 minutes in between these two sides. Pretty close here at the moment in the laning stage.
Yeah, Complexity have managed to stabilize a bit, so they're not really too worried now about the individual matchups. They get their Viper in a safe lane. Melons is still farming. Okay, they're going to snowball in here. They want to go for Arteezy.
And they might just find it. He's going to have to decrep behind him some place and time and hit the Rocket Barrage. He's trying to turn it around, but he's stuck up, trapped up, will go down. Look at the Voodoo Restoration just with the Nether Ward. Hitting back
Puppey's
at
only level 1.
Puppey's coming in looking for punches, and indeed level 1. How much can he do? Well, he can still punch for an absolute chuck ton. Now Zai with the rotation. That's going to be your Witch Doctor down, and he might even look to try and clean this one up because Swindle Melon's incredibly low, looking to get out to the side. They want to find Puppey, but Mumianda won't be able to. Zai does get the double kill as he takes down Swindle here on the Viper as well, and Puppey will live. Zai coming in just at the right time with that rotation, turning it around for the team at bottom lane. S4. He jumps in and he gets the kill onto Techies. It's getting kills across the map here for the side of Secret.
How many times do you think you can honestly say you've seen a Brood go mid and then gank? That was actually just a ganking Brood. Like, who does that? It's so random, and it's just like, it's actually working out so well at this point. If Zai eventually wants to transition to top, all he has to do is redrop a couple of webs, and he can just sit top if he doesn't want to keep going mid up against that LC. And Ziz even made his way up here, maybe anticipating that that could be the case. Either that, or he wants Fly to hit 6. And now
Zai's back mid, and he's found Fly. Fly's alone. He's going to take a bit of harassment here. Arteezy actually hanging around the mid lane as well, looking for the farm. And here comes Zai's army, moving in towards the lane. Fly's going to have to be very careful how far out he comes. They do have this sentry down. They haven't been able to deward this yet, side of Secret. But Fly's going to be well aware that, yeah, okay, backup actually coming in. Maybe they can find this here with Zai. He's just under the cover of the sentry, and they'll blow him up immediately.
He killed Fly, though, still.
Okay, he gets the kills, but it's, yeah, after he's died anyway. The suicide from Techies enough to bring him down. And 7 for 4 and still. Legion's farm looking pretty nice here. In the middle lane, TP down to the bottom lane, coming from Puppey. He's now managed to hit level 2, but yeah, this game, Puppey hasn't managed to find a lot of XP at all.
I'm surprised he went Armor instead of Leech Seed, especially if he's going to be roaming like this.
With the slow from S4 and the punches, but oh, the cast! The cast will bounce a couple of times here, and that was S4 blinking in aggressively. The living armor is not going to be enough, or is it with the bottle charges? One more hit, bringing him low with the poison damage. Will be able to pull himself through it. Just living That was incredibly close there. Wrap around on the top lane from Moon. Going in, ready with the Legion, and they have got the jewel available. Here we go! Mortal Kombat! Gets the jewel! Ziz with the rotation and his 416th victory on the Legion Commander.
You actually just made a Mortal Kombat joke, didn't you? That's incredible. You know what? High five. Test your might and all that jazz. So, right now, the lane rotations for both teams, like, no one really wants to stay still. And out of this secret, even... Oh, God, that hurt. The amount of gold for those spiders.
Moon's coming in. He's just waltzing in. He has got the snowball and the shards. Goal coming in the world. Fly from the backside. He has found Puppey. With the Nature's guys. Just throwing out the ice shard here. Easy. He's trying to get rid of it, but the decrep making a little bit of a nuisance. RT's just waltzed in with a rocket barrage. Pew, pew, pew. Collision's easy back, and now Fly throwing out the cast. We'll be able to... No, not the cast, so just getting rid of the Neverward. Zai will be able to pick this off. He's got the nuke available in a couple of seconds. The right clicks are enough for Light to go down. Puppey trying to chase down Zizzy here. Ziz. Oh, pop. That's going to be Legion going down. Double kill for Zai on this Broodmother. And I've got to say, the mid-Zai Brood certainly working out for Secret. 5 kills. Only died the once so far this game. And he's got 1,900 gold. I'm going to be really interested to see what the build is for this Brood mid.
I imagine he goes Midas. I mean, he's sitting on a lot of gold. If he, oh, no, he goes back for Treads. Okay. So pretty much every Brood player goes Midas. But I guess in a game where you have a mid-Brood, all bets are off in terms of normal item progression. Could be seeing something a little bit new coming out from here in this game. But still, Secret definitely getting the advantage here early on.
Top lane.
He's got Suicide.
He's okay. I mean, because what's S4 going for in terms of build? Hasn't really found the farm to start building anything as of yet.
He was being pressured by the Tusk techies, so that lane is very, very difficult to function in, even as a Queen of Pain, especially considering Puppey was level 1 for so long, and he was kind of roaming around the map trying to make things happen.
Okay, looking for it. Oh, with the burst! Oh! Can't quite get it. Techie's able to get off the Suicide. Only just, though. And now off the back of that, Arteezy and S4 beginning to pressure the top towers. Is he coming in? He's got his jewel. Wants to maybe look to you. Oh, whoa. S4! He's not going to get away with that one. Goes down. And that's another jewel for the Legion Commander.
I'm not really sure what just happened, actually. All right, a little bit confusing stuff coming out here from Team Secret. And
I'm loving it. This is the kind of action we want between these two teams. Secret still with the lead, but Complexity, they're giving it some. Looking for Puppey. Living on with the guys. Fly still yet to hit level 6. Hasn't got the old Death Ward at his capabilities yet. What's Zai board up? Okay.
He's
going for the Vlads.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty good when you're in this position where you're not really like... You're not sitting in one lane and pressuring all the time. Like, you can sit there mid and you can farm the woods and such, and it'll keep you with a pretty good amount of mana regeneration, and you can just continually apply pressure to multiple lanes if you want. Because he's made the transition top and even like going up into the side chop with his webs and just trying to kill that way as well.
He's found Legion. Legion, how's Legion doing in terms of build? Well, 1,200 gold on top of the Treads. Bottom lane. Puppey getting caught out there by the Tusk. And the Witch Doctor and the Viper. And off the back of that, Complexity trying to look for this tier 1. Top lane pings coming out. How's Arteezy's farm looking? Let's have a look at the old net worth. He is, at the moment, quite far behind. It's Zai at the top, but then followed by the Legion and Swindlemelons on his Viper. Overall, the difference between the two teams only slightly on the side of Team Secret. It's still very, very close. Bottom lane, indeed, they're going for Kuroki. Kuroki will decrap himself. The cast coming out. They're going to wait it out. S4 maybe trying to turn this one around. Hasn't got the ultimate, though. Kuroki getting low. Will fall. They have lost the Witch Doctor here. They're going to lose Swindlemelons as well. Mumiana tries to TP out for the sideline. Will he be able to make it? Yes, he will. Does get himself out. But they do lose 2 heroes there for the Kuroki kill. And mid-side just continuing to fight up against Aziz.
I wonder if I'll ever get to use a courier. All right, here we go. Now he finally has it.
Okay.
That was, okay, so now he's got Vlads, he's got Treads. I'm wondering if he's going to go for the Deso build or if he wants to go something like BKB. But right now, he can completely take over the enemy's jungle.
Absolutely. Yeah, Zai's farm's just going to increase to the point where we're going to see him stick on the top of that net worth board for quite a while if it continues at this pace. Legion 1,700 towards what I'd imagine to be that Blink Dagger that Ziz is looking for.
Blink is really solid. And also, Blade Mail is good too. Oh, Ziz.
Going in on Ziz. Here we go. He's actually going to duel Zai here. I don't know if that's the duel. I mean, he's not going to give away the... Oh, he is. He is. Zai wins it. He gets the bonus plus 14. And...
Yeah.
I mean, well...
Okay, so here's the thing. When Insatiable Hunger is popped, you cannot win a duel. Especially not when you're the only person there who's able to deal damage.
And especially when they've got a Quap helping out the Brood.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, even in a 1v1, like if it was just those two heroes and Insatiable Hunger is used, you just do not deal enough damage at this point in the game to counteract the healing that you get from just auto-attacking in general. And plus, Zai, he still has like 12 armor. He's got that Vlad's, he's got Poor Man's Shield. With that Vlad's, he's going to be making his way towards top lane now, trying to pressure onto that tier 1. And the other thing, too, is this opens up really early Roshan opportunities for Secret because of the fact that they have that tree armor and they have Vlad's at such an early stage.
Here we go, tier 1s. They're going to be able to take it. Swindlemellas is pushing back S4 here in the mid lane. But this game, I've got to say, all eyes are on Zai at the moment. 1,300 gold accrued now on top of the Vlad's. Ziz just hiding in the tree line. 1,800 gold towards that blink. Needs to be careful though.
Swindle.
Kuroki and Puppey are here. Mid lane, indeed. Zai going on a Swindle. He's got the backup of S4. Swindle's got to run. Zai with the insatiable hunger, chomping away at the Viper.
He needed the TP immediately.
Top lane, Ziz tried to go in here as well. There are 3 heroes at the moment on the side of Secret. There's the backup of Moon. And the Ice Shards there will actually just force Secret back. They're not going to look for that kill. So Ziz able to keep himself alive, which he needs to do so when he is this close to having that blink with 1,900 gold stockpiled up.
I mean, he's sitting at the highest farm, so it's not like Ziz has had a bad game or anything. He even got fed a couple of spiders, but his highest net worth is just towering over everyone else's right now. He is unbelievably farmed at this early stage. I'm really curious to see what he's going to go for. I wonder if he goes for like Book or if he goes the Manta-style build, which a lot of Broods used to do back in the day. This gives you that mobility. All right, it's a Mithril Hammer, so we're probably going to be seeing it does so.
Okay, the full-out push. Arteezy, he's kind of still sitting a bit in tow. 4.3k gold. He's level with S4. And he is just above Swindlemelons. But it's certainly not the Arteezy level of farm we've come to expect from him. But we're only 14 minutes in. We'll see how well he's able to transition into the latter portions.
They did kind of bail on him. I
yes,
mean,
he was kind of left on his own.
They sent him top lane, and they're like, you know what, we're out of here. It's not really safe anymore. So Puppey and Kuro kind of left. Z-Freak, he's going to find him here in this lane.
Pings are coming out. Arteezy realizing he needs some assistance. There is going to be S4 making his way down, but Swindle's turned up, and Arteezy could be in a lot of trouble here. Trying to juke it out. They've caught him in the tree line here. And, whoa! The ult from S4 will be able to find Techies. Techies does end up killing Arteezy with the mine, but S4 cleans up. Gets himself a double kill as he wipes the Viper off as well. Top lane, Ziz has the blink. Trying to close in onto Kuroki. I don't know if there's any way Kuroki can get out of this. Has a TP, but the duel actually used on him whilst he was decrepified. Maybe could have used... done with holding on. No, doesn't win the duel. They will get the kill. But yeah, just a little bit too quick there with the fight.
Yeah, there was actually no reason to duel him like that. Because unless he's TPing, and then of course you can duel. But obviously waiting would have been the better play. And Zai, middle lane, he's just like, whatever, dude, I'm going to kill Fly.
Hey, look at the spiders. Moon's in a lot of trouble as well. Moon, he's at the spiders chomping away. One nuke would do it, but he hasn't quite got the mana to do so. Ziz is there as well with Z-Freak now to back up. So Zai going to be careful. A few, 30 gold away from that second Mithril Hammer. But this Zai Brood, I don't think we've seen mid Brood from Secret ever before.
Nope.
And
but we said it, man. We said this is a team who will do experimental stuff. Like, they will change it up. They will make sure that you do not know exactly what they're going to be bringing to every game.
Indeed, just 100 gold away from that completed Desolator. And we've seen what he's been able to do to the weaker members of the side of Complexity so far, and that's going to increase tenfold with that armor reduction as well. Puppey trying to catch himself up and has got the recipe for the Hand of Midas. I mean, he's going to have the Gloves of Haste in a bit as well, so 16-minute Midas, not too awful considering how slow the start was.
He was level 1 for like, what, 5 minutes? It's pretty insane, yeah, the fact that he's gotten
up. Complexity coming in. If they've got any tech, they do have a dust here on Ziz. I don't know if they're... I'm not going to randomly pop it. Puppey just hiding in the trees. And top lane, the push coming in from S4 and Kuroki. Fly. Just going forward, trying to pull it back. Ziz and Moon just looking for this opening. There are 3 heroes here at the moment on the side of Secret. It's going to be a hard jump to make. And the rest of Secret just looking to take this tower. One more blast should be able to do it. Zeiss, he's found Z-Freak. Suicide's available though, it's going to be a hard one to go on. And Ziz has actually gone in here, did get the dust onto Puppey. TP reaction from S4. And Ziz and Moon will simply back away from this one. Top lane Kuroki looking to go in here to take away the tower, and he'll get it there with that blast. More money into the pocket as Secret.
Complexity for the time being. What is their fallback mechanism? Like, what point in the game does their lineup actually become stronger? Because I'm thinking of it in my head, and I'm thinking, okay, well, the Legion Commander has 20 damage. Ziz isn't snowballing that hard. Viper's not known for being a late game hero.
He's just bought a Midas as well, the Viper.
Yeah, and Swindle went Midas, so snowball here.
Straight on to S4. S4 actually going to get jawed up as well. This is a good jaw potential. Yes, they do get the victory for Ziz there. And that's going to be S4 down for 40 seconds. Tower taken as well by Viper. And here's Zai with the Deso going for that Roche attempt.
Told you, man. You can just kill Roshan when you have these items.
He gets away with it as well, I think. I don't think there's going to be anything this side of Complexity can do in time.
He can just go back to the tier 1, actually, after he kills this. Like, you can just walk up there and hit it, because, like, tier 1s don't have backdoor protection, right? So you just walk over there and you punch a tower. You maybe force Complexity to TP to you. And some of them don't even have TPs. Yeah, this is free. This is, like... This is something that, okay, Ziz actually thought about, but then realized shortly after. Oh, he's dead.
Ziz.
He is. Oh, maybe not.
The Viper strike from Swindleman's, but now Secret Zai just turns to him. Look at this spider.
You can't deal with this. Why?
Melons.
Why doesn't Melons just TP? You have to teleport away from Brood. You can't run.
Man, this is one scary, scary spider. Oh, 2,200 gold now. On top of the Deso, the Vlads. Zai, he's putting in so much work in here for his team. Now Arteezy catching up. Second on the net worth. 18 to 11 though. And it is Zai with 10,500 in the bank. And as you said, just going to push down this tier 1 here. Not a lot of Complexity can do to stop the fight actually going on here. As S4 picks himself up a triple kill. I mean, this
pretty casual S4 triple kill, you know, just randomly in the river. No big deal.
And that's one tower down, and Zai's going to look for more. The push is going to be on, the Spiderlings are out, and here comes the creep wave. 3 heroes down on the side of Complexity. Secret could look to just push even out, and he's got a Hyperstone now as well, and with the pushing build in mind, I wouldn't be surprised if, I guess he just goes for the straight up AC now on top of the Deso.
It's probably going to be Curious. That's my guess as well. I mean, you can go, let's see, you can go Moonshard, I guess, something a little bit clowny, but I mean, the amount of push that he has right now is nuts. Like, look at how fast this tier 2 is dying. How are they supposed to stop this from Complexity? I think they actually got pulled into a knee-jerk reaction by picking that LC, saying we need something that actually counters Brood. And then even with the Brood counter, and Zai and lane, like, he did get quite a few, you know, so it's not like Ziz had a bad laning phase. It's just, you can't actually do anything when, like, he ganked. It was a ganking Brood. He ended up getting his team 2 kills in top lane. He gets his Vlads up really quickly with the treads, sneaks Roshan when Complexity are pushing in. Like, Zai has pretty much done all the work right now, and it's reflected in the fact that he has the highest net worth by a large margin.
Orchid now picked up by S4 here on the quad. 21-11. Let's look at the graph. The difference, 12,000 favoring the side of Secret. Top lane at the moment, though. Gyro did get the kill onto Techies, but now he could be caught out here. Is he going to look for the duel? Can they actually bring him down? Arteezy's fairly damn tanky. Even with the Death Ward, they can't win the duel. They do get themselves the kill, but Zai, he's in your base and he's onto your tier 3 here. You're going to need to do something in reaction. S4 and Puppey, though, trying to stop any kind of help coming in, as there we go with the Overgrowth to cancel the TP. And at the same time, Zai's just killing people.
Everyone's dead.
Zai is just, my goodness, double kill for Zai. Tier 3 is going to drop to the push of him and Kuroki, and the fight's still continuing up here. S4 looking for Swindle Melons. Science to flight won't actually find the kill here. It's going to be a buyback from Ziz. The Racks are under heavy attack here. They're going to be able to clear this one out the side of Secret, and that's going to be the bottom Racks down. He
gets the deny, I guess,
the deny,
but Racks.
I think at this point they'll be looking at the mid Brood and just going, wow, this actually destroyed us.
Unexpected, I think, is the word that we can use. Because I saw the Brood and I thought it was just standard offlane Brood as well. But then I thought about it more and I was like, okay, well, if you put the Brood mid and you don't get that Queen matchup against Viper, then you have 2 lanes that automatically should do pretty well. And allegedly, sure, the Queen of Pain kind of struggled against Tusk Techies, but anybody would, right? And the important part is, the only kill he gave away was to 1 set of mines, and then after that, he didn't really die in the lane. So that means that the Tusk Techies are just not really contributing what they need to be, at that point in the game. And even with Arteezy not even farming much, it didn't matter because no one can deal with the Brood. Like, Zai right now is enormous. AC, Vlad's, Deso, treads 1,500 gold at 22 minutes in.
Arteezy as well, he's just a few hundred gold away from his butterfly. Complexity have found him here in the jungle, and oh, here we go. S4 with the Sonic Wave onto 2. Suicide there from Techies. Death has been popped down the cast as well, but they, oh, Moon just in time with the snowball. Arteezy dispatches of the Witch Doctor, finds a double kill here. Ziz looking for the jewel, but there's Kuroki giving him his health. Give you your energy, Arteezy. Ziz will go down. It's a triple kill, maybe even more. They do lose the Pugna here. Arteezy, he wants the Ultra. He's going for it. He won't get it. Swindle kills him. S4 with the Avengers taking down the Viper. And Zai, well, what's he doing? Well, he's looking at your base, and that's what he's going to be going for next. So Z-Free coming out. It's alone Techies, and Techies.
He doesn't have suicide.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Zai's going for the gold. He wants it.
Yep. Oh!
All right, the well's not going to stop him.
Damn,
he just needs to keep hitting him. Oh no!
No! He's got an Aegis.
There's ice shards up though. I think he gets blocked here.
So the question mark coming. Oh no! Pushed him out. Zai. Oh man. Well, Dota 2.
Yeah, I'd say that accurately describes this particular game.
Teenagers. Heads are being shaped. And Zai. Well, he's going to look for Moon. Moon has got the snowball here. But I think this game, Complexity, going to be walking away with a serious case of arachnophobia. Oh, okay.
Look at the heal! He heals for so much with his ult on, they can't kill him.
Oh my goodness, Zai. What do you do? What do you do at this point?
I think you win if you're secret. Like that's actually just
can they kill Zai? They got the mine out.
That did like no damage.
Kuroki is giving Zai his energy. Moon back to the base, and it is just the fountain farming beginning at the moment. And well, Midrax has been taken as a secret. I think they feel that this one,
it's in the bag.
This may just be over.
Yeah, it's definitely in the bag.
And Moon complaining about the hero.
Well, to be honest, there's been a lot of games where Brood has gone completely unnoticed, like not banned, not picked, just completely ignored. And then you have a game like this where a team like Secret just makes it look ridiculously strong. And a lot of it, again, is just due to the matchup and how the hero actually functions against this style of team. And the Legion Commander really being the only hero on the team that has a direct answer to the Brood in lane. But a lot of people forget that once you get right-click items and you have that insatiable hunger, LC is actually not that good against Brood. We saw earlier a duel where he couldn't even kill the Brood. Like, he just can't.
Well, here we go. This may be the final fight. Moving forward on Swindle Melons with the Rocket Barrage. The right clicks. Gyro will find the kill. And there we go. S4 with the ultimate, bringing down Tusk. Oh, Zai, beyond godlike now. 13 for 1 for 3. He's looking for more. Walks into the base. And just going to get walked around a little bit. Looking for Ziz. Will he be able to find it? Yes, he will. That's going to be a triple kill for Arteezy. Kuroki giving Zai all of his energy. And Zai just tanking up the mines, and well, this may be it, Andy. This may be the end. GG.
I'm no expert, but I would say that this game it's pretty close to being over.
We talked about whether Secret were ready to deal with the Tusk Techies of someone else's, and it was the case. The game is over. The game is done. Secret take the series 2-0. Complexity give up a good fight in the first game, but it's game 2. It's all about the Zai Brood in the mid lane.
I gotta say,
what a performance.
It's always awesome to see something a little bit new that ends up working out so well. Now, of course, you could say that Secret came into the series favored, and I don't think anyone would have said anything otherwise, but to be able to bring something like that to the table, people have always respected Zai's Brood. He knows he's very good at the hero, but just the way that Secret are able to adapt to any situation and say, you know what, we're going to make sure that we get good matchups in our lanes and just give Zai the space that he needs, because if he gets that good start, he'll totally take over the game. 700 GPM, almost 800 experience per minute. What else can you say?
Not a lot. Not a lot. That was Zai Brood in full force, and I kind of hope we see more of it in the tournament. But at the same time, I kind of hope we see teams maybe react to it in a little bit of a better way. But it has Complexity, you can't blame them. I mean, when this happens, what do? is something that you don't expect.
You learn. That's what you do.
Next time, you know, if anything, Complexity are going to have one up on any other team in the sense that they've been against the Brood mid, and they might have different ways of working around it. But, well, what a game. Team Secret constantly bringing something new to the forefront of Dota 2. And that is it for the series. 2-0 to Secret as they, of course, go at the group stage. And that might even put them at the top now. It depends how LGD just did in their series that they were playing at the same time. I'm not too sure on the score. Obviously, if LGD 2-0 that, they'll be even. But we'll find out, I'm sure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you very shortly for another series here on the stream. The next series will be Empire versus Newbies, so don't go anywhere for that one. And myself and Driscoll will catch you in a minute.
Stick or go for it. I think that's also a pretty solid option as it clinks. We haven't seen Wraith King too much, but it's also not.
Hello. And welcome to another series in the group stages of the International 2015. Team Empire versus Newbie is what myself and Draskell will be following next, and I'm excited. We haven't had a chance to cast either of these teams so far yet in the group stages, so let's see what they're going to bring to the forefront of Dota 2. Andy, what can we expect from these boys?
Well, like you said, we haven't seen them, right? So
that's true.
I mean, to be honest, we casted a heck of a lot yesterday, so we didn't have a chance to watch pretty much any other games. We only had a break for about, I think, 2 hours or so, and then we're just back to casting. So I'm just as curious as you are. What are they going to be doing? Are they going to be doing the TI5 meta? Is this Tusk first pick? Is it Naga Siren? I mean, the heroes made it through. A lot of teams are prioritizing Naga and Tusk very heavily throughout the group stages here.
I remember, yeah, I mean, talking about Tusk, I mean, Naga, you said, I'd be interested to see if they're throwing, but at least Tusk. I know that Yoku, I've definitely seen him in the past. He's a big fan of that hero, and we'll see if that is going to be something. But again, yeah, the sensible bans here for Newbie. You don't want Empire getting their hands on the gyrocopter, and let's try like a lot of teams at the moment, really. But if anything, we know how good Empire are with these heroes under their belts. And of course, the Undying ban pretty much standard against a lot of these teams from China. Newbie.
There it is.
And as you said, you called it. Is the Naga straight up, and it kind of seems to be shifting over the days. There was a day where we were seeing a lot of Gyro getting through his first pick. There was a day when we were seeing a lot of Bounty getting through his first pick. Today, it certainly seems like it's the day of the Naga.
It's usually like Naga Siren, then the other team picks Tusk +1, and then you kind of go from there. And then after the first 2 picks from each team, you start to see the lineups come into their own. It's similar to what we saw in the last series, Complexity taking on Secret. It wasn't until you saw the last 2 or 3 picks where you actually really started to say, okay, this is starting to look like a specific type of draft they're either going to push. I mean, we saw mid-brood. There was some craziness happening in that last series. But Newbie, they will be able to get their hands on Queen of Pain and Earthshaker. Could be an anticipation of Empire maybe going back for that Tusk. If it's not picked here, I'm going to assume it's just going to be banned. Like, I don't think you can let that hero through if you've already made it past the opening phase.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see that touched upon on the second phase of bans, but depends what Empire want to sneak through here as their second pick. Shaker Queen of Pain from Newbie, you know, it's the standard opening too, and it's going to be the Bloodseeker again. I think this is the second draft today we've seen from a team where they go Naga Bloodseeker.
It was the opening from Complexity, right? Because they played Zfreak support Naga, and then they played Ziz on the Bloodseeker, so I think it's actually, yeah, it's the exact same, in the same order on top of that. So maybe looking to see that Tusk ban here in the second phase. Dazzle and Winter Wyvern, obviously going to be priorities here for Empire to take out, as Newbie actually have the pick out of the second ban phase first. And the first one is going to be Bounty. Pretty common stuff. Does either team actually decide to ban Brood here?
I think maybe it's kind of the fourth ban material we sometimes say. I mean, yeah, later on in the bans, I won't be surprised. But the thing is, you said your Tusk, your Wyvern, and your Dazzle might be the ones they're thinking about more. I mean, even heroes that we know certain teams are very good with, like Empire, of course, with their Disruptor. You know, it's one of the supports that we do see them pick up, at least they used to pick up a lot. I don't know whether it's been a little bit less or more so during these group stages, because as you said, us casters only really kind of get to see the games that we see.
Yeah.
It's
everyone's
long
working
days.
hard, so we basically don't get a chance to watch the other games, and if we do, it's going to be during the break between the main stage and the group stage.
Yes.
Like, that'll be the time where we can actually go back and check it out. And
hey,
you said it, man.
I said it.
You were talking about it.
There we go. There we go. We might not have seen the Empire games, but you know, I know an Empire favorite when I see one, and Disruptor is certainly one of them. Newbie aware of this as well. Empire now with their fourth ban against the side of Newbie. Now, I've got to say, obviously, when Newbie coming into this tournament, a lot of people give them a bit of flack. So far, they haven't been doing too awful. I think what we're looking at in terms of the moment on the group stages, they were...
So right now, Empire and Newbie, they're pretty much
They've
right next
drawn
to each
3.
other in the standings.
Okay, so they haven't lost a single series. They've always managed to 1-1 against everyone in their group so far.
Yeah.
So that's quite something here for Newbie, a team that people were downplaying. Empire with the fourth ban is going to be that PL. And now back to Newbie. So yeah, as I was saying, I haven't really had a chance to see much Newbie, so I'm kind of excited to see what they're going to do. So far, of course, with the Quap Earthshaker, that's standard. There's a lot of teams doing that. But I hope we're going to kind of see a bit of a Newbie touch here with the final 3 picks.
I feel the Chinese teams in general have a tendency to gravitate towards what everyone else is doing. Like, they're not really seen as innovators so much, but they're always very good at perfecting what strategies people already have in play. So you can look to see them picking a lot of the same stuff, but they just kind of elevate it to another level. You know, that's kind of just been the history of Dota is Chinese teams. They'll see a strategy, see its strengths and weaknesses, and try to make it even better, like perfect it, right? And then they move on to something else. So I'm not sure if Newbie are going to pick anything too crazy. Like, I doubt we're going to see Tusk techies or anything like that out of them. I think they'll just stick to the normal kind of TI5 styles of lineups. Could look to see something like Dazzle, you know, Winter Wyvern, stuff like that. As far as cores go, since Gyro's been banned out and Bloodseeker is already picked. Oh, they actually take out the PL too, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sensible stuff. Talking about sensible ban. Newbie, of course, taking away that Viper. They're going to be running a Quap potentially in the mid lane.
Yep.
You don't want to deal with having the potential of having a Viper against you, especially in a kind of group stage meta where we are seeing a lot more Viper come about. Talking about your Dazzles and the Wyvern, Dazzle is going to be the pickup here for Newbie now, on top of the Shaker and Quap.
Yeah, I like the Dazzle a lot. We spoke about the difference between Wyvern, Cold Embrace, and Grave when we were watching Arteezy live on TA with like 1 health for so long, and the ability to still deal damage and use your skills when you have Grave on as opposed to Cold Embrace where you just can't do much. And I think against Bloodseeker, it's really important for that. And not only the fact that you have Grave, but the heal is an AoE heal. You're not just healing one person, you're healing multiple targets. So the actual throughput of the heal makes it so Thirst is far less effective, and it's still a very, very good hero against Bloodseeker in general, with that Weave, making sure that if you run in and Weave is on you, you could be in some serious trouble if you get caught out.
Oh, third pick here for Empire. And it's going to be the Storm Spirit. Okay. Coming out here for of course, Resolution, I'd imagine, in the mid lane. And, I mean, the Storm versus Quap matchup.
Queen wins.
Queen wins at the start. Once you get that 6-on Storm, it's a lot easier. But, yeah, it's the beginning phase that Queen, would you say, has the chance to dominate?
The first 5 levels, the Queen should win. It's kind of player skill dependent, I think. But the Queen is typically seen as the one who's going to come out on top. They're maybe like 70-30 in terms of how much the lane is favored towards Queen. Like, Storm can do some stuff. But in general, you should lose. But once you get 6, like you mentioned, having that Ball Lightning available means it's going to be really tough to do anything about it. And that's kind of why Empire picked the Storm here. It's not the 1v1 matchup that they care about so much. It's already having seen Shaker and Dazzle that you know that neither of those supports are really that great against Storm. Like, the Shaker is much better once he gets Blink, but even at that point, you have to worry about like Bloodseeker and Naga Siren together. So Newbie, they're picking up the Dragon Knight. This could be Newbie adjusting their lanes to make sure that they're not putting... Like, they could still put the Queen mid. They could put DK safe lane. It's not completely unheard of, but it is a little bit unconventional.
I mean, is there the potential that Empire might put the Bloodseeker mid and the Storm in the safe lane? Or do you think
they can do that too? Yeah, they can definitely do that. I think that the Storm probably has an easier time in the matchups, though. I think Queen has the potential to shut down a Bloodseeker in like the first 1 or 2 levels. So if that can happen, then the Bloodseeker might struggle, whereas Storm is still going to be able to try to get some farm. If Newbie put DK mid, Storm wins that lane. So I think that's why it's less likely that Newbie would want to put that matchup together. They picked a hero with an instantaneous stun. They already have sustain. They have 2 forms of initiation, and they have good push. So Newbie are fairly well-rounded right now, whereas Empire, they have a lot of mid-game. Their laning phase and the Seeker is okay. But I think it's just going to be Storm Spirit probably going to be struggling against the Queen if that's the matchup. And then during mid-game, Empire really going to look to try to get off the ground.
4th pick here from the side of Empire. We've had so far pretty much nothing too different in terms of the meta. This is keeping within it. Newbie's Dragon Knight pushing the boat out a little bit. I mean, we are seeing more Dragon Knight, well, a hell of a lot more than we did a few patches ago. But it's not really been the prevalent hero that a lot of teams have been looking at in terms of bans, at least. Very rarely have we seen the DK being banned out in these drafts. And Empire now, with their 4th selection, still looking for their support. And, of course, Shoku's offlaner. There is still the Spirit Breaker available here. I mean, do you think this could be an option that Empire might be thinking about?
Spirit Breaker is kind of hard to use, especially, and that would be a 3rd melee against Shaker.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
It's kind of rough to do that. Like, maybe you go for something like Clockwork, whereas he's still melee, but he's not a conventional melee hero. Like, you can isolate Shaker, you can isolate the Dazzle, or even the DK in some situations and maybe try to make something happen. But they're going to go for their secondary support right now. It's going to be the Witch Doctor. I'm assuming this is just going to be Naga Siren position 4 and then Witch Doctor position 5 here for Empire. Now, Newbie, they're looking to ban the off lane right now. Could just be a simple DS ban. It's still an annoying combo to deal with Vacuum into Bloodright and such. Or they could also look to ban something like Clock.
Yeah, they're just definitely going to look at the stronger offlaners.
Yeah, it's just going to be DS.
We're seeing quite a bit of Darks here as well this tournament. It's definitely one of the favoured offlaners for a lot of the teams. Now, Empire looking at newbies draft, we probably are expecting... I mean, do you think we're expecting an offlaner for newbie, or is this going to be the offlane shaker? Well, the Empire seem to think it is going to be the shaker on the offlane, yeah. I mean, the Wyvern, it's a smart ban, you know, the Wyvern Dazzle combination. And with a hero like DK, I mean, as you're going to be able to sit through Rupture, you are going to be killing this Dragon Knight if they're able to pick up the Wyvern as well. I mean, even just the Dazzle combination on its own is going to be very, very hard for Empire to break through when they're trying to kill the DK. And the Tusk sneaks through to the final pick. So with that selected, Empire, what do they do against this? I mean, the Clockwork is still there. We talk about it time and time again, how it can be used against a Tusk lineup.
They could do Undying as well. It's not so bad.
Undying, they banned it first.
Oh, they did ban it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, banned it out against newbie. Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason I thought it went through, but yeah, I mean Clockwork's all right. But
what about the SP? You don't think the Spirit Breaker?
There's so many disables on newbie. Like they have Shaker, they have Dragon Tail, they have Tusk. Like it's okay, but you're going to be eating a ton of disables as soon as you go into a team fight. And against Shaker, okay, so they're changing it up a bit. Looks like it's going to be Core Lina, and they're just going to put. What are they doing? 2-1-2. Is it going to be Bloodseeker, like Witch Doctor or something in the off lane?
It looks like it might be here. I guess, yeah, Lina and Naga should be able to deal easily with the off lane. Well, okay, so Sansheng, Earthshaker, yeah, it's a June on the Tusk. But nonetheless, well, I'm looking forward to getting stuck into this one team, Empire versus Newbie. Game 1 of the 2-game series. Well, let's see how it goes down here as we're ready to get this game fired and underway. And
I really like
it's going to be, okay, yeah, Yoku on the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I like the Core Lina. I think it's really good against DK. So normally heroes like Storm and Bloodseeker have a very hard time actually going in on Dragon Knight because the hero is just so innately tanky, right? So Rabbit, he's going to be playing that core position Dragon Knight for the side of newbie. And if you initiate on him like that, a lot of times it can backfire because, like you mentioned, Dazzle in conjunction with Weave and Grave, you can keep him alive for so long that the Storm has to waste like all his mana killing him, then you can't retreat. But if you have Laguna Blade and you have that burst potential to just kill him before the Grave comes out, it can be a huge difference maker in these fights. And as it stands right now, Empire trying to vie for control of newbie's jungle right now to make sure they can get their wards going for them.
Looks like that newbie going to respect this. Give them a bit of space they have. He dropped down that Observer. I think newbie caught sight of that one. And they've also managed to get a ward up here by the rune spot as well. Newbie did get a ward over on the side of the map of Empire. And Empire just looking to secure this bottom rune. Newbie likewise looking to get Rabbit that bounty rune from the top.
Pretty standard stuff here from both teams at the start. And Rabbit looks to be going mid, so it is going to be, at least for the time being, it's going to be the Tusk actually going to the safe lane. And then I think they're anticipating an aggro lane. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense. Like, they're assuming that there's actually going to be aggression coming out from Empire to where they're not going to be able to put their safe laner there at all.
Which is, I mean, this is smart.
They're right.
Yeah, because,
they're right.
Because Yoku is not going to be happy solo laning against a Quap.
No.
So, yeah, Newbie have definitely anticipated what Empire want to do here. And they've got it right. Rabbit actually at the back of here from Banana at the moment. And as you said, yeah, Tusk in this safe lane position. Sansheng going to be roaming around on that Shaker. But, I mean, this aggressive tri-lane, will they be able to shut down June?
Yeah, I definitely think that June is going to be having a tough time. He started with boots, so he's not assuming he's going to be getting much. You pretty much only buy boots when you have to be very mobile to stay out of range of all the disables of the enemy team. I think the most important matchup, like if we consider bottom lane for Empire wins, middle lane from Empire probably also wins. The one volatile matchup is going to be this top lane if it stays as a 1v1. But as it stands right now, Banana, he's decided he doesn't want to stay in bottom, or he doesn't even want to stay mid. He just like, all right, I need to make sure that this one lane wins for us. Because maybe if he sits bottom, maybe it's still not enough to actually keep them in good shape. But holding the Bloodseeker down, like he's doing right now, it means that Yoku, even once Banana leaves the lane, Mu is going to have a level advantage and an experience advantage. And that could be all he needs to make sure that he can hold Yoku down alone.
Yeah, in response to this, Always Want to Fly is going to come up here on the Witch Doctor to turn this into a 2-on-2. And of course, Witch Doctor with the strength he has in the laning will be able to help out this Yoku Bloodseeker, try and get a bit of farm here. Mid lane, resolution getting very, very low, but obviously knowing the limits of the hero, has the salve ready as well. Just about 100 gold away from his bottle. Bottle, of course, already out on Rabbit as he went for it first. But yeah, so Witch Doctor's going to start making the pulls, try and make this lane a little bit easier for Yoku, because at the moment, just a couple of minutes in, only been able to find that 1 CS against the Quap and the Dazzle.
Pretty expected. Like, in this early stage of the game, Queen of Pain is one of the best heroes at zoning off melee. And Bloodseeker eventually recovers, especially once he gets to like 3 or 4, because you get a couple of points and the thirst going. Hopefully your other lanes are dealing some damage. And
Aloha Dance. With this double damage, there is a Fissure. Will buy him some time, but Aloha Dance is going to try and chase it down. 320 move speed on him, 310 on the Shaker. I don't know how deep you want to go, and yeah, that's too deep. And now Aloha Dance could be in trouble here. He might have been off more than he could chew. June trying to turn this one around. Silent is there to back up the Naga. Aloha Dance going very aggressive. It's going to be fine at the end of the day, though, as yeah, they do manage to get themselves out. There's just a fair few blows being traded on the bottom lane. They're clarity up here. I mean, it's level 2 here on June. If he can find the shards into the snowball, he could go for it. And they do have this vision here, so they know exactly what's up. Well, so does Silent. He's spotted out Sansheng. And we'll get the Light Strike array here. Sansheng needs to be careful. There is a Dragon Slave, and it is level 2 as well. Would have brought him very low to going down. Wouldn't have been able to quite find the kill onto the Shaker.
Yeah, he would have needed 1 or 2 more autos, I think, for that to kill. But still very close. Middle lane, Rabbit's actually doing a pretty good job. Storm's still winning the lane, marginally, but I think between Bottle Crowing, it's pretty tough to just say one hero straight up wins mid anymore. It seems kind of like no matter what, as long as you're Bottle Crowing a lot, that you're going to be able to sustain as long as you have some way of clearing the wave, and obviously DK does in that Breathe Fire. So everything considered, I think Newbie are actually okay for the time being. They're getting farm on their Queen, they're getting farm up on that DK, and then of course Tusk. He's struggling a bit, but at the very least he's still getting some EXP.
In top lane, well, Moo and Banana going in here onto Always Wanna Fly. Moo's got the mana here for the screen, will pop it, but it is just the level 2, not quite enough burst damage, blinking himself away as well. Now might be Banana in trouble, incredibly low, and there you go, that is your first blood. Always Wanna Fly with the right click will be able to bring down the Dazzle.
I'm kind of surprised Moo didn't just salve. Like, he had a salve on him the whole time. If you salve against Bloodseeker, not only is it making it so you obviously put yourself at high health, but it's making it so he does less damage and loses movement speed. Like, I'm really shocked that
Sanshane's come in here with the Fissure on to Always Wanna Fly, blinking forward. They will be able to find the Witch Doctor. Now they look towards Yoku. They don't have mana here on Moo, unfortunately, to throw anything else out. They will just force Yoku back towards that tier 1 middle lane. Rotation in from June. Maybe looking for resolution. He's just about to hit level 6, though. In fact, he's got it now with his creep, so suddenly the gank has become a little bit harder, unless they can get the chain stun off here with the Dragon Tail.
They don't have the damage. They would need Rabbit to be 6. Like, he needs that extra damage from the Green Dragon form, but unfortunately, he's not going to hit 6 in time. And I think June was also soaking EXP there for a second, so splitting it up means that definitely not going to have the Elder DK form available.
Top lane at the moment, Sansheng's still hanging about here with Banana and Moo. Moo's still a little bit low on the mana front, so not really got enough to go in onto the Bloodseeker Yoku, who has found himself a bit of farm now. 14 for 3 here on the Bloodseeker. You can compare that to the farm of June. How's he doing down here? 8 for 0. Not found that much. We've seen him try to rotate around the map a little bit. Hasn't really found anything. Towards the mid lane, though. Always Wanna Fly just dropping down a ward here to help out resolution on the Storm. Aloha Dance
Top
moving
lane
in on Banana, yeah, with the Blood Rage and the Ensnare. They're going to try and go for Dazzle here. Dazzle does have the support here of Moo, and Moo now with the bottle bottling up. Oh, Fisher coming out, catching out too. Aloha Dance getting low. He's trying to find something. Always Wanna Fly's come in, but they've already lost the Naga Siren. Moo looking for Yoku. The Snowball coming in as well onto the Bloodseeker. Will catch him. That's going to be your Bloodseeker down as well. And Newbie working as a team here, moving us forward with a heal bomb and the right clicks. Moo gets a double kill, and 3 heroes dropping on the top lane for Empire. Newbie there with the Class A rotations.
I'm not really sure why Yoku decided that he should run in there. Like, he was just hitting Moo with like 10% HP, just saying, oh yeah, it's fine. You know, no big deal. Maybe he just thought he was dead anyway. Who knows? It was a very interesting engagement, to say the least. And we've seen a couple of Queen of Pains today, and Dendy's was one of them. It was definitely a stellar performance coming out of him. But Moo, he is not to be outdone here in this game.
Absolutely. 3 kills, 1 assist at the moment. 6 minutes into the game. Rabbit still farming pretty well in the mid lane, is still losing out overall to resolution on his Storm Spirit. 42-11 against the 36 for 2, but as expected. And Lower Dance is just trying to soak up some levels here in the mid lane. Silent has now hit level 6. thanks to this solo lane XP down here where he's been left alone for the time being. Well, the plan is, when is go time next for Newbie? We're seeing them play very nicely in terms of just kind of countering Empire's aggressiveness. When Empire tried to go in on top, suddenly 4 heroes from Newbie turn up and they turn it around. Mu looking for his level 6 on this bottom lane. Very, very deep ward has been dropped here by Empire in the lane, so we'll be able to see kind of any kind of TPs coming in behind the tower if Silent does decide to amp up the pressure.
Oh,
Silent could be in trouble. Yeah, Sansheng and Banana moving in. Silent's going to potentially walk into this one. Here we go. Sansheng spotted it out. Fisher to set it up. Banana trying to move in. Has got 1 point here in the poison touch. And Silent just a little bit too quick, and he's actually just going to turn around. Light Strike Array will connect onto Sansheng. Has got enough mana for the Laguna, but wouldn't have been quite enough to burst him down. And Banana just backs himself up, and it's this time it's Empire with the 4 heroes moving around as a pack. It's going to just leave the middle tower open to Rabbit to do a bit of damage here with the Elder Dragonfall. And the side of Newbie seem well aware of this, and they're keeping themselves safely tucked right back along the lane.
Now, when you have level 6 on the Lina at such an early phase in the game, it's only 8 minutes in, and you have that Storm, like Resolution, he's got his treads, he's got the 4 points into Overload. Their damage potential is extremely high on Empire. So Newbie just respecting that, realizing that if they get caught out, outnumbered, there is pretty much no way they're going to be able to take the engagement. But Banana, he's going to spot out Aloha Dance over here.
He's giving the old little Riptide and all. Fisher onto Silent moving forward. They've got to be careful though. Silent's got full mana. He's got a Laguna Blade and he'll use it to bring Sansheng low. Not low enough though. There's your Sonic Wave. Won't catch Silent. Brings the low hard down slow. And there's the Walrus Punch to finish it off. Yoku trying to go in now onto June. Dragon Slave as well. They'll find the return kill onto the Tusk. Now looking forward to Banana. Not going to find it. The cast bouncing between Rabbit and Mu. Empire bringing in more here. Resolution even around here. Thinking about whether he can contribute to this. But Newbie playing it safe. Just leaving it at that. So just the 1-for-1, the Naga for the Tusk being exchanged.
Yeah, it's not too big of a deal either way, I think, for these teams. The thing for Empire right now is that since they know that Queen is moving around so much, like Mu hasn't really gotten a lot in the way of CS, right? Like he's just kind of making his way around the map, looking for ganks, you know, trying to make things happen. He has 100% kill contribution for his team, which is great, but he's not farming anything. Like he's made the first stop now in this lane after, I want to say, like 3 or 4 straight minutes of just sheer roaming. Whereas Resolution, like he's just been farming up a storm, no pun intended. But he has 56 CS, 13 denies at 9 minutes into the game. And it's getting to a point where if he's going for that Orchid, he's going to hit a really solid timing, like 16, 15 minutes, something like that, barring some kills. And once that comes out, a lot of people on Newbie are just going to die to that Orchid damage.
Yeah, that's something that looks like, well, he's picking up the Soul Ring first. We'll see,
Yeah, it's standard to always go Soul Ring.
Yeah, and then we'll see if he does go for that Orchid next. Mid lane is left open, and Rabbit going to be able to take that one down. That's a bit more gold into the pockets here of the side of Newbie. Now Mu and Banana pushing in on this bottom lane. Yoku, how's he doing? Level 7, still just got the poor man's and the treads. Blood raged up here. Mu doesn't have the ult, but still a fair bit of burst, and Yoku might... Oh, he's going to get very close to going down here. Rabbit's looking for him, won't find him with a Breathe Fire. Yoku ticking down, and he's going to get very close to dying. Newbie's just moves, just got to find one more tick, and there we go. Will find the kill onto the Bloodseeker. Resolution actually trying to fight up and get a kill in return. Banana will over the Shallow Grave. No, the right click comes in just in time, but Resolution is going to lose his life friend. At the same time, Mu was able to kill off the Witch Doctor, netting himself a double kill. 3-for-1 trade there, favoring the side of Newbie, and after getting the tier 1 in the mid, they're going to be able to look for the tier 1 at the bottom lane as well. Top lane, the pressure is being put on by Empire, but nonetheless, the trade is going very nicely for Newbie.
I'm not really sure. Like, Yoku seems to be in a lot of situations where he's taking a ton of damage and just doesn't seem to respect the fact that Newbie can chase him. Like, that was the second time in a row where he's sitting at not a lot of HP, he gets harassed down, and then just gets cleaned up.
He's going to use the Rupture, but Rabbit is going to be quite a hard kill. They just can't go for it. I mean, moving forward is the Witch Doctor, but Rabbit, he really doesn't care about the Rupture. Has the Banana and Sansheng backing him up. And nothing they can do off the back of it. Tower is now in deny range here. But not seeming to want to deny it for the time being. So, Rabbit will he'll take the gold. He'll say, well, thanks for that. And
yep, no big deal.
More money for the DK then, okay. Okay, 1,700 gold in his bank at the moment.
This is a very awkward game for Empire. I mean, Resolution is the guy you're looking to right now to be like, you need to try to help create a little bit of space for the team. And I guess the nice thing is, too, since Empire have a Alina core, that it's more of a not a playmaking hero, but you do want to try to play aggressive
nice
with it, right?
stack here for Resolution. June actually going to go in onto a low hard dance with the Warrior's Punch and the Scream.
Goodbye.
Bam! Now Resolution going to try and turn this one around with the help of Silent. They do find the kill onto Tusk. Can they get anything more? No, Moo's going to have a blink here in a couple of seconds. We'll be able to get away. So they do get the kill onto Tusk. A fair bit of gold there going towards Silent here on the Lina, who is working towards his Yule Scepter here. 200 gold or so away from picking up that staff. But still, 12 minutes in. How's the lead looking? It's only 1k. It's up and down, but Newbie's certainly going to be the ones feeling more confident with this early game.
DK Blink? Interesting. So, a lot of DK players will go Shadowblade. A lot of DK players will go like straight Silver Edge or Shadowblade into like BKB or something like that. Rabbit just says, you know what? I just want to be able to initiate with my team. We know we have Elder Dragon form for pushing potential. All I want to do is kill people.
Work really nicely in the sense that I don't know if Empire will expect this. They're going to smoke up.
Oh, they might catch Resolution. He's walking the other way in the river, though. Looks like they're going to avoid each other for the time being.
I mean, if they can get Yoku again, that's going to be just as nice. Blood raged up. Yoku just melts. And the blink initiation there, catching them out. But I always want to fly moving in. I don't know if they can do anything off the back of it. And it looks like Empire agree. They're not going to go for anything in return. But yeah, another swift pick off there. And they're going to smoke up with a second one straight away. They want to try and go back in and catch someone else out. Let's see if they can do so. Indeed, they have got this ward here. They're going to know that Resolution is up there on the high ground. Rabbit moving forward, this time with the Elder Dragon form. They can catch out Resolution, which they just might, and they will here. Can they chain stun him up? Yes, with the snowball, that should be enough damage as well. Oh! Sonic Wave to seal the deal. That's Resolution down and out. Echo Slammer always want to fly. They just want to get these kills because at the moment they've found two. They're almost certainly going to find three. Yoku's coming in with a Rupture onto Sansheng, but it's not going to be enough to save the poor old Witch Doctor, and Rabbit takes the Laguna Blade to the face. Gonna have the Shallow Grave. Yoku trying to walk this one off. He could be in trouble because Rabbit, look at the damage to Silent. Healed up as well. It's a double kill for June. They'll look towards a low hard dance, cleaning that up there with Moo. And suddenly you've got 4 heroes down on Empire. Newbie lose absolutely nothing. And at this point, it just seems to be a simple case of Newbie just outplaying the heck out of Empire.
A lot of it is the fact that Yoku's impact in this game has been pretty negligible at best. Like, even the usage of that Rupture right there, he cast it on a hero who's full HP, instead of just rupturing Rabbit, who was running away from the 2 higher damage dealers of Empire. Like, if you just rupture the DK, at the very least you exchange a kill. But instead, like, Silent tries to finish him off with a Laguna Blade. Rupture was on Sansheng, and no one on Empire has enough damage to really kill anyone in the side of Newbie. Between them, having now a mech on Tusk, the Dazzle with the Shadow Wave, Grave on top of that, and then, of course, DK just being insanely tanky in of itself. Empire having a very hard time finding any kills at all.
I mean, at the moment, top of the net worth for the side of Empire is Resolution and Silent. But they're going to have to do something pretty spectacular. You know, we've got Lina closing in on that Yules. And maybe with that, they'll be able to start to find something in return. But so far, Newbie are getting away with a lot across the map. With this double damage now, they're going to look to take the 3rd tier 1 of the game. Empire themselves still yet to really do anything too much against the structures of Newbie. And yeah, Rabbit will be able to claim more gold into his pocket here, as Newbie just start to break away, as it shows on the graph. Coming to about a 4k lead now. So the first significant lead we're really seeing so far this game. And with the Elder Dragon form, Rabbit wants to go for more. He's still got a few seconds here at the double damage. Empire themselves, they're looking to take a tier 1 of their own from the bottom lane. It looks like they will get it. Yoku. Oh no, not again. Getting caught out by Sansheng and Moo. That's a godlike streak for Moo. He's obviously taking a book out of Dendy's because he's on 9-0-3. And this is looking very akin to Dendy's performance on the quad this morning against Complexity.
Moo's been having a phenomenal game.
Against Fnatic, sorry.
Yeah, Fnatic. You're right about that. The I don't know, like, Yoku just seems to be really off today. Am I the only one who thinks that?
I've not seen him play the Bloodseeker before. It doesn't seem like a very Yoku hero. I'm used to seeing him on those big initiators like the Tusk, like the Spirit Break, that you can afford to just go. Bloodseeker, especially against the kind of heroes that Newbie has, you can't do it like that. And unfortunately for Yoku, it's not working out so far.
He's just been caught multiple times. He's had situations where he was either... Oh,
Resolution's got a haste going on to June, but June has got 23, 24, 25 going up armor. It's going to be a hard one to pick off, even with the punches of Silent. Silent does have the Laguna Blade available still. Level 9, though. Hasn't got that second point in the ult. And Rabbit now with 2.1k, and suddenly... Okay, we've got a 16-minute Aghanim's here on Moo. And he is level 11, so with the 2 points in Sonic Wave, That's a significant amount of burst, and especially something else that Yoku isn't going to be too happy to see. More burst damage against this Bloodseeker. Not a happy time for Yoku.
Yeah, he's only got Treads a Keeler right now, and it's 17 minutes in. This is a hero who's supposed to have farm priority, and to be honest, he doesn't have much considering the circumstances. I mean, even June has like more farm than him right now. Like looking at net worth, the Tusk is above the Bloodseeker in terms of overall GPM and net worth, and that's a bit concerning. The Shaker even, he's over halfway to his Blink Dagger. He's 1300 right now, so Sansheng with his Arcanes. Once he gets that going, I think Newbie are going to be even farther ahead. Resolution and the rest of Empire now realize that they have to try to do something. They can't just keep losing these team fights and not get any impact out of their mid-game style of lineup, whereas normally you see heroes like Lina, and you just go in, you know, you get that Yule's combo going, you blow somebody up with a Laguna Blade, and you try to take your team fight, but it doesn't really seem like they've been able to find any foothold in this game at all.
15-4, 17.5 minutes in. The difference still to increase up to 5,000, favoring the side of Newbie. Looking very, very strong indeed. The Queen of Pain, just the two cores here at their side, playing immaculately. Yeah, 9 for 0 for free. And you look at the DK, hasn't died at all and been involved in 7 of the kills. And farming at a pretty significant rate as well. Top of the net worth board for those two. And just followed by Resolution's Storm Spirit. He is close to the Bloodstone, so we'll see if that's going to enable for him to do much more. But so far he's been caught out quite a bit. And Rabbit just continuing to farm. It certainly looks to get harder and harder for Empire. I guess the plus thing about Yoku being a Bloodseeker, he can back up into the jungle as he is, continue to farm up, has now found the Ogre Club. Maybe if he's able to get that BKB online anytime soon, he'll be in a better position. Mid lane, going in on Moo. No, not going to happen. Able to just get the blink out before the coconut connects.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the problem when you go Bloodstone is, if you don't have Orchid, no one's really that scared of you because you don't have the ability to just throw out that silence, steal the extra damage, and maybe Moo would have died if he had Orchid, you know. It's hard to say, but because the rest of his team isn't really doing that well, and he's going Bloodstone, it's seen as a greedier option. So your kill potential is very limited throughout the game. And Resolution is going to be heavily, heavily relied on to be able to do something in this game for his team. Because right now, Yoku certainly isn't able to do anything. He needs a BKB, which he's building his way towards right now. And if you want to transition that Aloha Dance Naga into a position 1 like we saw earlier, you're going to need a lot of time. Because right now he has pretty much just brown boots.
Yeah, Bloodstone done now in the Storm. But the push coming in from Newbie on the mid lane. Moo, June and Banana. Ready to look for something here as they move into the jungle. Double damage bottled up by June as well. They can find a hero now. It's almost certainly going to be a pick-off. Moving towards the top. Resolution's already backing himself away. And now the focus coming towards this tier 2 on the mid lane. They've already found the tier 2 top. They can find another tier 2 just before the 20-minute mark as well. This is a very, very fast progression here for Newbie, and things certainly going to plan here for the Chinese.
The next big thing I guess they could do is they could either go for Roshan or they could go for tier 2 pushes. It's very common though for a team to take a team fight before they actually try to kill Roshan, just because Empire, obviously very experienced, they would know they would try to contest that. And BKB actually done here on Rabbit, and they're going to walk right into the DK.
Okay, I mean, it's a good job though. He hasn't got the BKB on him, it's still on the courier. And because of this, they might be able to kill Rabbit. It certainly looks like they will, and that's big. Able to kill him just before the BKB comes out, but the Echo Slam from Sansheng onto 3. The Sonic Wave is a triple kill for Moo. They're going to look for Silent and Resolution as well as they head up to the high ground. What a wombo combo and a half. Silent to fall. It's an ultra kill for Moo. My goodness. Step aside, Dendy. There's a new man on the Queen of Pain in town, and Moo showing us how he wants to go for beating Dendy's score. I think at the end of that game, it was, I think Dendy was 20-0-15. That's what you got to beat, Moo. So far, he's on good track. 20 minutes in. It's 13-0-3. We've seen, oh man, 2 incredible performances on the Queen of Pain today from both Dendy and Moo. And this is, they're going to get the tower off the back of this as well. And Empire going to be a little bit starstruck after that because the Echo, you've got to hand it down to Sansheng. That was a beautiful Echo Slam, and that was the reveal of the Blink Dagger, of course, as well.
They didn't know he had Blink.
They did not know.
That's the hardest part about that team fight is you always get that one free initiation. Just so happens for Newbie that it was a devastating Echo for Empire, and they had nothing to deal with that. Even with Rabbit being dead before the fight really kicked off, just all it takes is one bad move, and then all of a sudden you get completely wiped out by a Shaker. And now Rabbit with the Elder Dragon form. They're going to get this tier 2. Blink forward here from Rabbit looking for a potential Dragon Tail. Not going to find it. And I think this could be the point where... actually, Roshan's still a little bit risky. You kind of want to wait for Echo to be back up, I think, if you're going to do Rosh. Or you want to get some lifesteal, at the very least, on that Dragon Knight. So it looks like Newbie are just going to go back to farming.
Resolution's pushing out this bottom lane pretty damn far. With the Ogre picked up now as well from the Storm Spirit. Looks like he's going to opt for the BKB here after the Bloodstone.
BKB after Bloodstone is a super safe choice. I'm not sure if he can get away with going Orchid anymore, just because of the kind of disables that they have. Like, for instance, knowing Rabbit has Blink. A Blink Dragon Tail can just be the end of a Storm, which is something that we haven't actually talked much about, is how good the instant disable on Dragon Knight is against that hero. Because DK is something that you never want to ball into, right? Because if you ball too close and he's in Elder Dragon form, you get a single target instantaneous stun. It's very similar to a Hex, and now Moo.
Oh, Death Ward onto Moo, but Moo just walks this one off. There's going to be the song from Aloha Dance. They are grouped up. What's the combo here? It's going to be the Blood Right follow-up now. This could be big for Empire. Moo's low, but they've got to pot the mech. Yoku trying to look for the first kill. Will be able to find Moo here, but Rabbit with the BKB just looking to turn and fight. Standing still at the moment with the Rupture on him. And now June with the Snowball. The Warriors punch onto Lodge. Echo Slam again from Sansheng. Always want to fly, could have dropped, but Resolution, he's putting in the work this time. He's found 2. He's going to look for Sansheng, but the Sonic Wave, that's going to be Yoku down. They're going to be able to find Resolution as well. Silent, the last one to live in. Moo moving forward. Sansheng with the Fisher. They're going to be able to find a team wipe here again. Newbie, double kill for Banana. It's too much for Empire. Newbie are just winning 24/7, literally.
The buyback, 24/7. All right, Owen. Well done, well played, etc. Moo with a really good buyback. Like, he needed to buy back there. If he didn't do that, I'm pretty sure Empire would have actually wiped out Newbie, and it would have been completely lopsided in the other direction. And the other thing too is you have to make sure you secure that Roshan. And now with the buyback, even though he gave away a godlike streak, it was a lot of gold to the team of Empire, but in the end, they get the Aegis, and that is pretty much what matters at this point, is making sure that you don't give an Aegis away to something like a Storm, especially being played by Resolution. And now, waiting for a stun here, potentially middle lane. Okay, never mind. I guess he just popped Elder Dragon form for the fun of it. Or maybe he's doing a stack. Nope. It's just a 2-stack.
Oh, he's just chilling, flapping around, having a great old time here,
I mean, it
Rabbit.
is stacked once, so I can still see why you would pop it.
Oh, wait. Oh, we're going to know. Moo did die, of course. So I'm sorry, Moo. You're not going to be beating Dendy today, unfortunately, for the man. But still, a stellar performance nonetheless. 15 kills, 4 assists here onto the Queen of Pain. We've seen some huge multi-man Sonic waves. That's been absolutely incredible. Guardian Greaves now done on your June Tusk as well. 24 minutes in. The difference between the two sides, it is 7,500, which it's not that significant. I mean, Empire, they are still farming to a certain extent. The majority of it down to the fact that Resolution, he was able to find a kill or 2 in that last fight, but still not looking too great here for the side of Empire. Newbie now smoked up. Moving over to the half of the map of Empire. They've got that Echo Slam available in 30 seconds.
Oh, they found the real Naga.
Oh,
no song.
Hard dance if they can kill him, which with this snowball... Yep, there's nowhere for you to run, nowhere for you to hide. Aloha Dance. Taking it on the side, 25/7. Another kill here for Newbie. And Newbie at the moment, this is fantastic play from the team as a whole.
Yeah, they just want to continually play aggressive. They have the Aegis advantage. There's no reason to sit back anymore. You have a team that can actually break high ground at a pretty early stage. Like, a lot of drafts nowadays revolve heavily around fighting and trying to kill a lot and then pushing as like an afterthought. Whereas Dragon Knight, not only is it a great counter to 2 of the cores of Empire, but it also gives you high ground potential at a much earlier stage than a lot of teams would be able to get and still have something be that effective. So I really like that Newbie, they pick 4 pretty standard heroes, but DK is something that we don't see a ton. Like, we've seen it a couple of times, but it's not like at the forefront of picks. And maybe after seeing how the DK functions against the Storm and the Bloodseeker in this game, I would imagine some teams making some adaptations and saying this hero is actually really good in these situations.
Yeah, I mean, Rabbit's performance on the hero has been absolutely spot on. And now with the Invis rune moving in on the mid lane, maybe seeing if they can catch out anyone on Empire. Bottom lane, you've got Resolution continuing to look for the farm, just a few hundred away from that BKB. And top lane, oh, actually, let's have a look at the mid. Sorry, Blink in from Rabbit. Wow! Yoku gets blown up. Where's your BK now, brother? And now he's going to look for more. Loa does, tries to sing, but oh, he stumbles. He's got a frog in his throat, and he goes down. Now to look back towards the mid. 2 heroes down the side of Empire. Oh, Rabbit blinking forward. The dragon flapping through, looking for more. Resolution coming in with a puppa. Oh, Sansheng with his echo slams. Resolution needs to get the hell out, and he's going to try for it. But the blink's forward. The snowball is incoming. Oh, back to base for Resolution. The rest of his team are dead. And Newbie now with the opening to take this mid set of racks. Empire just crumbling against the might of the Newbie team.
Newbie have played a phenomenal game. Like, ever since Moo decides to just adopt the nomadic queen role, just blinking to every single lane.
We've got a bit more action here, apparently. Resolution double it, but oh! Killing spree for June.
That song.
And that's so beautiful. That's they're going to sing this at his funeral. As a low, maybe they can turn it. Maybe this is big. Rabbit getting pulled in. The shallow grave is there, buying the DK some time. He's actually just turning and hitting on Loardans. Will kill Loardans jukes it out with the mirror's image. Nagasaran with the plays. Moo's going to lose his life there. Has got the BKB available. He's going to need Sansheng to maybe come back in. Oh, because no, he can blink out. In fact, they weren't able to lock down Moo. Now with the Yule Scepter, Silence got the Light Strike Array available, and he will time it perfectly, bringing him in as well. Resolution pulls him in, pulls him down to the ground, and Empire managing to formulate a defense of some sort and take 4 members of Newbie down, including taking the Aegis off their hands. So I gotta be honest, suddenly Empire, I mean, they are kind of known as the comeback kings of the Eastern European scene, and they're proving it here. They've managed to shut down Newbie for the time being, and they're gonna look for a push at the back of it. Now, it's gonna be a little swing, not all the way back to 0, but it's a swing.
It's a pretty big swing. It was like, what, 5,000-6,000 gold and 7,000 experience? Like, that's not small.
No.
At 28 minutes in. Especially given the fact, like you mentioned, that was an Aegis push. Maybe just a little bit too ham coming in from Rabbit, blinking into those tier 4s, wanting to kill Resolution. Like, they got their kill, but the song coming in from Aloha Dance set up a nice buyback, ball back in, Blood Right hits on like 3 or 4 of the heroes, and then all of a sudden you just have no HP left. Like, you can't really fight at that point. And Storm is pretty much one of the best chasing heroes in the business. With that team fight, he's almost got his BKB completely done. And Silent, he's got Aghanim Scepter. So the burst damage coming out from this Lina, you're going to have to be really careful now.
Woo! Okay, well, Newbie, they're going to go for round 2 by the looks of it. They're grouping back up in the mid lane. They're starting to get the push on again. Moo's going to be back, seeping into the mid. He's going to have to blink his way up. They're going to try and break the base again here. Now, there is no song available, but everything else is ready and waiting at Empire's disposal. So let's see if they can go for a repeat here, Empire. Rabbit pushing in onto the racks, tickling their way at these melee barracks. And okay, here we go, straight onto Silent with the Dragon Tail as well. Bloodbright's going to put down, the BKBs have been popped, and they will remove Lina from the fight. That's no Laguna Blade they have to worry about. So he'll up to Resolution here to do some heavy carrying, trying to get himself around Yoki, trying to 1v1 Moo, but Moo coming out on top. Aloha does getting caught up by the Ice Shards as well. Rabbit just sitting there. He's too damn tanky. They can't seem to have the damage to bring down this DK. Oh! Uppercut there to the Nagasaran, bringing her down. That's 2 down. Now Rabbit, they're looking for more. They were not happy with the chance that they gave Empire, and they're going to make sure they don't do it again. 3 heroes down on the side of Empire, none with buyback available, and Newbie will look to finish off the middle set of racks, and maybe even more. There's still a tier 2 sitting in this bottom lane because of the fact that Resolution has constantly been pushing it out, but top lane of tier 3 and the racks is ready to be taken, and Newbie, they're going to look directly for it. 25 seconds till Witch Doctor's back, just over 10 before we can see the Naga and Lina back on the pitch. Yoko on the sidelines. Is he going to be able to do anything? He has a medallion and his BKB, but the BKB is on cooldown for 25 seconds. He's got to be careful how close he gets. Resolution, he doesn't give a damn. He goes straight in. He hasn't got a BKB himself for 20 seconds, but he's still fighting Rabbit. He's going to be Glimmer Caped up, but now the song, Aloha Dance, singing with a slight touch of serenity. Beautiful. Beautiful tones. And now Rabbit, BKB though, he wants to step up the action. Oh! Sansheng, you bloody Earthshaker! 3 heroes down! Now they're looking for Resolution and always want to fly. They're trying to get the hell out of there. They just got spooked. Too spooky for them. Moo with the right clicks, checking always want to fly. Resolution punched up into the air. BKB, is he going to save it? No! Sansheng with the back slap, bringing him down. 4 heroes down. And now GG is called. It's all too much for Empire and Newbie. Take game 1.
What a performance out of Newbie. 38-11 against Empire. And like you were saying earlier, Empire is one of the better Western teams, at least coming into TI. They've had some really solid performances in the last couple of months. Not really able to show what they're capable of here in Game 1 up against Newbie. The draft, for me, it wasn't a massive outdraft by Newbie, but you could tell like they had a lot to deal with the Storm and the Bloodseeker. Like the Lina core it was 1-6, maybe not Silent's best game. Yoku had some pretty questionable engagements during the early game. Nothing really seemed to click for Empire. Maybe some miscommunications. People weren't on the same page. You know, small stuff like that. But in general, I really loved the DK, how they used it.
Yeah,
Buying the Blink Dagger,
impressive.
forcing a ton of team fights. You get that Dragon Tail stun. You get a follow-up with the Tusk. You get a Fissure. You cannot get away from that. There's no backup plan. Like, sure, Aloha Dance can song, what, once every 3 minutes when he's level 6 as a support Naga Siren? You're not going to have it up every single time a newbie wanted to do that. And it was just non-stop aggression, just taking the entire map away from Empire.
Well, at the end of the day, newbie just outclassing, outplaying Empire. But game 2, let's hope we see Empire come back with a bit more of a fight, something a little bit stronger, see what they can do in response to newbie's playstyle there. Fantastic stuff across the board. Of course, shout out just to Sansheng with those key echo slams, and Moo for his performance on the Queen of... The whole team, June, Rabbit, Banana, the whole lot, working fantastic as a team. And we'll see what they're able to bring for us in game 2 against Empire, which will be right around the corner. Don't go anywhere. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another game here on the the third stream. Of course, the best stream here at the International Alliance today. Stream number 3 is where it's all going on. Best things are in 3. Valve likes to work in 3. Unfortunately,
Half-Life 3.
The dream. It's
almost.
Almost. Hopefully one day. But anyway, let's talk Dota. Newbie versus Team M. That was a very kind of Toby Dota, wasn't it?
A little bit.
Dota.
Dota.
Dota 2.
You got to get like the Doder.
The Do.
Join Doder.
Join Dota. That's
Dota
American.
2. No, it's
Dota
not.
2. That's like Microsoft Sam.
No. It's not Dota. It's
John
Doder.
Madden. John Madden. Newbie versus Team Empire. We're into the draft. Let's see how it goes down. This is game 2 of the 2-game series. First game, of course, did go to Newbie, and my goodness, quite convincingly as well, Andy.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't the closest game we've ever seen. I think the biggest change in the game was the first time Sansheng revealed his Blink Dagger. It ended up being like 4 heroes basically dying. It was a 3-man Echo, 4-man Fissure, and then everyone on the side of Empire just gets wiped off the map. And that was after they caught out Rabbit on DK, killed him, and they get completely turned around on. And at that point in the game, they just couldn't regain momentum. Empire never really had anything left in that game to say.
Now, this is more my kind of Empire. They've got the Tusk, and we know what they can do with that. They've also got the Quap. We saw how well Moo was doing with it. Let's see if Empire are ready to get themselves on the people who can play Queen of Pain pretty damn good leaderboard. Because today, at the moment, we've got Dendy, we've had Moo with some top-class performances. Let's see how Resolutions are able to do with it. Newbie, of course, though, they do get the Undying, which in the first series was Empire's first ban against them, so they do really respect how good Newbie are with this hero.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the first game we saw the Undying ban. This time it goes through. But as you said, Naga Siren, one of those things that you don't really want to deal with it if you don't have to. I think the last game was a really good showing in how you can just say, okay, whatever. If you have Song and you have no combo with it, it's not really that threatening, right? Like we saw the other day, I think Gyro, Naga Siren, and Darkseer together. That combo was a bit scary because the Song can not just be an initiation tool, but you can just die out of the Song, and there's not really much counterplay unless you have something like a BKB. So maybe if you're not going for that Wombo combo, the Naga Siren is not like as effective during fights. But either way, Newbie going to get their hands on a Lina second pick. So both teams getting a pretty strong opening too. I will say, though, I like Empires a bit more because Tusk is not the kind of hero that falls off, I think, as hard as Undying does. So it gives you the same flexibility in terms of lanes, but also doesn't degrade as time goes on. It's like Tusk is pretty much always good.
I'm kind of interested to see as well, they did actually Newbie banning out the Shaker. Now, I don't know if Empire would have necessarily picked that one up. And, I mean, after Sansheng's performance in Game 1, it would have been a very... Obviously, it works very nice in tandem with the Queen of Pain, so maybe they're thinking, well, we've just done it, and it was incredible. The Echo slams into Sonic Waves. They don't want to risk Empire getting a hold of that. And I guess Shaker just all around at the moment, one of the top-tier support/offlaners in the patch.
I think he just wants to prevent defensive supports. Like, yeah, he just bans Dazzle too. So instead of it just being like a ban that says... we want to ban a person out, and we want to ban like the Shaker against Sansheng. I mean, obviously, I know Newbie is banned at this game, but for this instance, it's more just about we want to make sure that we can continually press our advantage. Shaker is so good at disrupting team fights in general, even without the use of Blink. Like, just throwing out a Fissure can just stop you from going in. Dazzle, same thing could be said for having that Grave going or just healing up. I mean, Bloodseeker is still available. Maybe Newbie want to try to go back for that, although Empire do have the first pick out of the second ban phase. There's a lot of options. I think Newbie are feeling confident after their first game, and they want to try to push the advantage. They don't want to let heroes like Shaker and Dazzle through to let Empire play it passively. Yeah,
absolutely. And the Empire themselves, taking away the very aggressive hero. You know, these heroes like PL and Gyro, they're going to be farming and can fight, and also removing the Bounty Hunter here from Newbie, a hero that we've seen the strength of it time and time again. Empire now with their third pick. Now with the Quap with the Tusk. I'm trying to think what they might pick up here in tandem with the what we expect to be the Yoku Tusk. The Witch Doctor is available again.
Yep.
I mean, it wasn't a great game all around for Empire in the first one, but the Witch Doctor performance, it wasn't too shabby.
There just wasn't much he could do. I mean, it's hard to look at that last game and say that the Witch Doctor just didn't have a good game because it's Witch Doctor. It's more like everyone was having a bad game because Newbie were just running all over you. So I think that Witch Doctor is still very good. Not sure if they want to pick him now. I guess it's going to be a support, but I'm not sure if it's going to be the Witch Doctor. Ideally, you want to get your hands on something like Lina that Newbie have picked up because it just gives you that extra burst damage that you can just really go and kill. Or you can pick Winter Wyvern and try to deny it from Newbie because I feel like that could be a priority pick. And just being against that Tusk, and it's so annoying to try to kill somebody when you have that Cold Embrace and a Tusk combo goes in. Because it's such an easy counterplay, right? As soon as you see the snowball, you just Cold Embrace the target that he's going on, and then there's a very small chance that you can actually get the kill. And plus, it makes your lane still very open as to what you want to do. So we'll see how Empire prioritizes this. Or if they want to go back for the Seeker again, they can do that too.
A little bit risky, though, picking it into Alina.
It is Witch Doctor.
Witch Doctor, yeah. Yeah, he's a hero that they're very comfortable
Yeah.
with. I'm sure. I'm not actually had a look at the stat Bible at the moment for Empire, but I'm sure Witch Doctor must be one of their most picked because it's definitely a hero that I associate with Empire.
Yeah, always want to fly plays it pretty much all the time. So definitely in their comfort zone. And sometimes that's all you really need is just to make sure that you're picking heroes that everybody feels at home on. And that way you can all perform 100%. And that way you don't get taken off guard by like bad team fights or something like that. So now Newbie, they're looking at one more here. Lina Undying. I mean, there's so many things that you can actually partner with those heroes. And that's why drafting becomes extremely difficult, especially at the highest levels. And the more balanced the game gets, the more things that actually can work. Means that there's like almost an infinite number of possibilities.
Spirit Breaker is the hero here apparently for Newbie.
Right.
Okay. And we were talking about the potential of it in the first game. Didn't actually slip through. This time it's going to come out. And it's one of those disruptive heroes that you do like to pick, especially if the other team goes for something like a Tusk. You want to have something yourself that you can send flying into the front lines and just disperse whatever the opponent's trying to look for.
It makes their bans a lot more sensible too. If you look at the Shaker, the Dazzle, even the Naga Siren ban, these are all heroes that are great at stopping Spirit Breaker's chain of initiation. So one of them can Grave, the other one can Fissure and stop you from a distance, and then you have Song. So they're getting rid of all the heroes that have counter initiation to their Spirit Breaker to allow him to have a much, much better early game. Because even though Team Empire have some stuns, they're still kind of lacking in the damage output department. They pretty much have Queen right now. And then, of course, you're going to be relying on Tusk and Witch Doctor to hit 6 before they really reach their maximum potential. So with that in mind, I love the Spirit Breaker. Not only that, but because Witch Doctor Cask has a travel time, sometimes, depending on what angle you're charging at, the Cask might not be able to hit you fast enough. You know, like you can still get your stun into that fight. And TA.
Okay, I mean, so far, you know, there's no kind of damage over time.
This Silent Queen, then, I guess?
I guess so. Yeah. I'd imagine so, yeah, with the TA.
Yep.
I'm sure it's going to be Resolution TA, yeah. But, okay, I mean, we've seen a surprising amount of TA so far in the group stages. There are teams picking it up, and Viper straight away in response to the TA. Okay.
He actually counters both of them. So no matter who they send mid, it's like, it's not going to be great.
Right. That's, okay. This is not going to be
fun.
Okay,
this is where Empire last pick Brood. And then do Brood mid, safe lane TA with Witch Doctor, off lane Tusk with Queen.
Take a book out of the old secret one.
That's the game plan.
Well, the Storm is going to actually be the ban here. So obviously the potential of Storm and Viper, again, they can be mixed around.
They think that they're going to dodge the lane matchup, I think.
Okay.
Or no, wait, Empire ban it. Never mind.
Yeah, Empire
ban it, not Newbie. Okay, yeah. So it could have been safe lane Storm for sure. They're assuming that it's support Lina, like 100%. Because otherwise you have too many cores, right? Spirit Breaker, Viper. Yeah, it has to be. So now, what is the ban? I would just ban Brood just to be safe. Like, I'm going to have nightmares about that. Okay, it's a Razor ban.
Okay. Empire now with this final pick, and it's maybe going to make it a little bit more clear what their game plan is. In terms of, like, I mean, the fact that they have got this Viper against it is not going to be nice. Maybe Empire, I guess if you're picking at this portion, you're obviously confident in being able to play around whatever Newbie's going to throw at you in those final 2 picks. So I'm sure they would have thought about the Viper, and you know, they had the mental, it doesn't matter in the sense that they must have a game plan. And Empire with his final pick, still looking for what we expect to be that final support hero here for the side.
You know, this is what I think makes Secret such a good team. And I know we're watching Empire Newbie, but Secret would have just instantly picked Brood here. They would not have hesitated, and they would have said, we don't care if our lanes are weird, we would have picked it.
I think they just go for, I mean, what about throwing in the Disruptor, getting that back? That's an Empire classic.
Yeah, Disruptor's good. Oh, it's Mag.
Okay.
So Resolution Mag.
I think
Yoku Tusk.
I guess it might be, what, a Tusk top lane?
Wait, who plays the TA? So Resolution plays TA and Mag. So
Is
it support Mag?
I think it's going to be... I think they'll just do Tusk as the support with Witch Doctor. They're going to put Yoku on something. I think it will be Magnus Yoku. Yoku's going to play the Magnus. Yoku's going to play... We've seen him do it before. It'll be Yoku on the offlane Magnus, and it's going to be one of the supports playing Tusk. So it'll probably be, it's going to be a Aloha Dance on the Tusk, I'd imagine.
Yeah, okay. So it is Silent Queen,
it's your offlane
Resolution
Mag.
TA. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And Ember Spirit. Okay. Moo Ember Spirit. It's one of his classics, and... Well, it's going to be the pick here against the line. But we're seeing a Magnus. I'm happy about a Magnus game. Have we had a single Magnus game?
Not that we've cast.
No, not that we've cast.
Yeah, there might have been one in another. Actually, has there been any Magnus games? There has to have been at least one.
There must have been. Someone else must have played it. But yeah, so Yoku's going to be on the Magnus. It is going to look like it's going to be this solo safe lane and this aggressive, silent, always want to fly, and Aloha Dance tri lane. With, of course, Resolution in the mid lane on the TA. Over the side of Newbie, they're going to probably see what Empire do and react to it, I'd imagine.
I would assume so, yeah.
Try and get the favorable lane matchups.
You're probably going to want to put Rabbit up against either of the TA or the Queen. Moo on Ember, it's kind of a rough matchup against TA, but it also depends on how the TA skills. If you go 3-1-1, the Ember will actually do fine. But if the TA decides to max meld, or at least put like 2 points into it, it can be really troublesome for the Ember because you have to go in melee range to hit, and every single time you're just taking huge damage from meld strikes. So for now, Newbie doing the standard get control of the enemy jungle maneuver here at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, nicely done though by Yoku. Did get the ward down first and did catch vision of them popping down there, so he will know that Newbie have got that ward placed down there. In terms of lanes, yeah, Aloha Dance hanging up here on the top. Always want to fly about and silent position very aggressively here on this high ground. Looking to secure the top rune. And from the side of Newbie, they've got Rabbit down here with June at the moment. Sansheng around the mid lane, but is it going to be Moo on this safe lane Ember? By the looks of it, they're going to put him up on the safe lane. And then have this maybe very nasty aggressive tri lane of the Viper, Spirit Breaker, and Undying. No, Rabbit, okay, Rabbit's going to... Well, where's Rabbit going to go? Is he just going to go to mid? He's going mid, okay. And then, Sansheng's going to... Like does Sansheng need to go top and help Moo, or can Moo be left on his own?
I don't think Moo is going to be getting a lot no matter where he goes. In reality, what could happen is Rabbit decides that it's probably better to just go top and take the brunt of the tri-lane as Viper than to let Moo sit there, because Moo is probably going to make more use of the farm, I think, than the Viper. Even if the matchup mid is still favorable for the TA in a 1v1, I think you might end up losing less if you just put Rabbit up there and then you have Moo go mid, because at least then Moo will get EXP. And I think you want EXP on Ember at least. Like, obviously you want farm too, but if you get to level 6 or 7, at the very least you're going to have that max Flame Guard, you're going to have a couple points in the Searing Chains and those remnants that you kind of need, right? Like, it's the bread and butter of the hero.
So bottom lane, you've got this Magnus on his own against the Spirit Breaker and Dying. I mean, this can't be a nice lane for Yoku.
Well, it's not going to be a nice lane, but at the very least they won't kill him unless there's some 17% going on. He might get harassed a bit, but he's brought a pretty good amount of regen to the lane. He'll probably go bottle too on top of that. And Sansheng has made his way towards top on the side of Newbie. So yeah, they're TPing up a third. So they are actually just going to straight up contest this tri-lane.
And I mean, tri-lanes as they get, the fact that Empire, they've got the Tusk though. I mean, I guess with the Undying thrown in their hero that certainly does thrive on going against a tri-lane if he can get those multi-man decays off. And I mean, this is good for Yoku. You know, giving him this lane against the Spirit Breaker, he's going to have a little bit of a nicer time. And Newbie obviously thinking that they can definitely achieve something by having the Undying up here. And if anything at the moment, it is creating a little bit more space for Moo to farm a little bit more reliably. And that means, as you were saying, they don't have to do this trade now. Rabbit can just take advantage of this mid lane and of the superiority that Viper has over a TA.
It's a great matchup for now. I think the Undying in of itself just being in that lane. No, Snowball here onto Moo.
Tombstone has been dropped though from the side of Newbie. Moo's going to be able to walk this one off. He has got a dagger in his back. Banana trying to chase down Always Want to Fly. Blink forward from Silent. It's going to be Banana finding the first blood on the Witch Doctor. Empire might just be able to find a kill in return. Aloha Dance with the... Oh, it's Sansheng coming in with the deny onto Moo. Very nicely done. And now Banana, they're looking for a second kill. They might just find it. It's going to be a snowball. I think it's just going for the dirt here. So Sansheng should be able to pick this kill up. Okay, no, it's going for Lina, but he gets the Light Striker out in time. And now suddenly has got a blink, will need to use it to get himself out. But 2 kills there for Newbie.
They do lose a hero, but it was a deny there from Sansheng. Very nicely done. And this tri-lane already off to a great start now for Newbie.
I was going to mention how having the Undying in the lane makes it a lot less likely that Empire would do something like that. But before I say it, they just go in and they prove my thought wrong. I was like, against Undying, you typically don't just go ham like that, even if it's a 2v3 engagement, because as Tusk, you're forcing the other support into the team fight when you put him in a snowball like that, and then you can't really run away from the Tombstone, so you have to kill it. And Sansheng with the clutch deny, as you mentioned before. The funny part about that deny was he actually had 4 wand charges and a salve. I'm not even sure if he would have died. I think maybe the deny wasn't even necessary, but either way, it was cool to see.
Well, off the back of that, we're actually seeing Aloha Dance move towards the mid lane. Maybe see if he can help Resolution catch out Rabbit. Oh, sorry. At the same time, June goes
17%.
in. There must have been a bit of the odds in his favor as, yeah, gets the bashes off and has found that solo kill onto Yoku. So, yeah, another kill here for Newbie. 3 kills on the board. And again, off to a very strong start. Top lane, Light Strike Array always want to fly in a lot of trouble. They're going to be able to pick up that one. One dead Witch Doctor. And Moo going to be able to live this one through. The dagger is that just a level 1? It's just a level 1 dagger. He's A-okay. Resolution will grab himself this top room, but still, at the moment, this early game looking very good for Newbie.
They're winning mid marginally. Bottom, more charges.
Is he going to get a bash?
Oh my god.
He is. June. Oh! He's got the charge, and Yoku now does have the bottle on him, so it's going to be all right for this time.
He still needs to be careful, though. All it takes is 1 charge, another bash, and he could just be dead.
Mid lane. Aloha Dance with an Invis rune. Eyeing up Rabbit. Rabbit has got 2 points in the corrosive skin, though. Could be a hard on the side blades, actually bringing him low. Very nicely done here from Resolution. They want to try for it. They're going to go for it now here. Oh, they can't all snowball. They're going deep. There's going to be TP reaction. Rabbit going to look for the Dukes. Won't be able to find them. Does go down, but the Light Strike Array catches Aloha Dance. Can he find this kill here? Sansheng on his own. No, the Sigil coming out. Won't be able to chase that one down. So Empire do get away there with a pick-off in the mid lane.
The rest of Empire are also in the area still. They rotated everyone over here, actually. So now Moo able to just free farm under his tower here. No danger whatsoever. And bottom lane, June continues to farm. He'll be level 6 soon. Because he gets that solo kill. Like him and Yoku are farming pretty evenly at the moment, but that kill puts him obviously a leg up on the opponent in this lane. And he can get level 6 and just gank whoever he wants. Like, it doesn't matter who it is. Maybe TA is one of the few heroes on the team who would require a little bit more work to kill. But if you have a Dust on you, I think they could kill him too.
And indeed, as you said, June now this very potent point with a 6. Aloha Dance is silent. They have come down here just to see if he comes out. The line being drawn out. They're just worried that June might be charging towards mid. He's not for the time being. Actually going to head his way back to base as he picks up the fully completed treads as well. So fuck, just coming up to 6 minutes in. He's looking very scary.
Yeah, he's going straight on mid.
On Resolution, looking for stacks. Banana's there. And with the charge, this is going to be kind of hard now yet. They're going to cancel that one. Resolution aware, does back off. But they do know that this stack of Ancients has been created, so we'll see if they're able to do anything in response.
Yeah, it's only 2 stacks, so it's not really that big. As long as they just get like a couple of good ganks with a Spirit Breaker, I think they're going to start trying to control the map a bit. They even drop a ward in the camp to make sure that they can't stack it after the fact. And here comes the choo-choo train.
Indeed, they're going to go for Yoku here. Banana wrapping round as well. Straight on, they've dropped the Tombstone. Yoku trying for an RP. Won't actually get it off. And he is going to go down here with a bash. Coming out from June to finish that one off. Yoku's dropping yet again. And another kill for Newbie here across the board. It's game 2. Looking to be going in a similar kind of way as game 1 did here for Newbie.
Yeah, Empire is still getting some farm though on their heroes. Like Mag, Yoku's actually the highest CS right now. And then Queen and TA are both also farming on top of that. So they're not really making any huge concessions other than a couple of kills going the way of Newbie. And the towers have not been pressured really at all. So the mid tower is almost at 100% health. Same to be said for the offlane tower. It's just some kills.
Going for the charge in mid. Sansheng moving in forward with Rabbit as well. They've got the Nether Strike. No, they haven't actually. 30 seconds. Okay, they're just going to use some bashes and some right clicks. The Light Strike Array, that'll do. There we go. 1-2. Resolution to fall. The bounce is coming out here with the cask, and they're going to look for June first. Aloha Dancer moving in with the help of Voice Want to Fly. June is trapped up. He's going to be able to get the charge off just to be able to make the escape. Snowball coming in and out of the side trap from the TA will enable Empire to find a return kill. So they do get something in return for that one. They do lose that TA there in the mid lane.
I was going to say, if he got away there, that would have been like soul-crushing. Top lane, Can see Yoku here. I think he's actually fine.
Yeah, look at Moo. Moo's
He's got
a little
RP
bit
too.
too low to get that close, yeah. Moo's got to be careful how close he steps to this Magnus. And bottom lane, Silent. He's finding the space, finding the room, and he is top of the CS board at the moment on this quad.
Yeah. I think that's the one nice thing that Empire have going for them is their cores are actually still fairly mobile. Like TA, you're going to go Blink Dagger, Queen of Pain, you got that Blink built in, so you're not in that kind of weird situation where you're not able to take fights. You can always go for the team fight. June with the Rune Steel, super BM here. Gets that charge off on the Silent, takes it away from him. And as it stands right now, like Moo is farming all right, but it takes a little while for Ember to really get things going.
Oh, he's got level 6 now, so he's going to be able to keep himself constantly sustained in lane, TPing back and remnanting back out. And Yoku's actually found quite a lot from this lane. He's touching on level 8 now at this point. Has the backup of Aloha Dance with a Snowball, Ice Shards and an RP. Maybe they can find something, but Ice Shards not going to catch anyone out here. Smoke up, in fact, from the side of Newbie. They've got June and Sansheng moving around in the Radiant jungle towards the mid lane. Rabbit's ready and waiting as well. They should be able to catch someone out with the ward drop. They will spot out Silent here. Ping's coming out there. Aware that the crop is in the nearby. There is a fair few here. Resolution as well. This could be a hard one for them. They don't have level 6. They're going to go for it nonetheless. Straight in onto Resolution. Straight away, they've got the Nether Strike this time, and they will pop it here. Bring Resolution back. Light Strike where Sonic Wave comes out. Maybe they can turn it Empire. Look for June. They find the Spirit Breaker. Rabbit wants to find the kill. Will get Resolution. Might just lose his own life, and he will. So it's going to be a double kill for Silent, and maybe more. Empire going in onto Sansheng. Skewer back onto the Lina. There's your RP. Onto 2. They'll blow up Sansheng. Looking for Banana. They might just find 4, and they will. It's a triple kill for Silent. Empire, they've finally woken up, turned up to the game, and cleaning Newbie right out. Only Moo surviving on this top lane. But what a fight there for Empire. Everyone coming in at just the right time.
That snowball from Aloha Dance was sick. Like that timing, if he didn't get that snowball to bring Yoku in there, there would have been no way they would have gotten any more cleanup kills. Like they would have traded 1 for 2, would have been a marginal gain. Instead, they get Silent with a triple kill. And I really hope June stops that charge. Okay, he did. Thank goodness. Okay. So, I mean, Aloha Dance is pretty low there, but I don't think it's worth charging past the tier 3 mid to try to kill him. At this point, the Ember is now level 7, so I don't think that you're going to be seeing dives like that without him starting to react. I think Ember is one of the best, like, mid-game focused kind of fighting heroes that you can have, and is also extremely hard to lock down. So, between their heroes right now, they have the Tusk, they got Mag, they got a Cask, they got an okay amount of lockdown, but I think Ember is going to have to start being a priority for Empire to think about killing.
And you look at the net worth at the moment, and it is the Quap and the TA, the Silent and Resolution combination that is sitting at the top at the moment. But it's very close.
Yeah.
Very close. It's just 3,000 lead, which actually saying that's not too shabby for 10 minutes in.
It's all right. I mean, the thing is, those types of gold leads at any stage in the game can be turned by like one team fight more often than not. So when it comes to like golden experience lead, sometimes it's only really prevalent depending on what lineup you have. And here we go.
Going for Resolution. They've got 4 of them here. I don't think there's any hope of the TA escaping from this one. And Resolution will go down there. There's Newbie. Throw everything there on top of the TA.
Yeah, that was the Spite 4-man gank. But this is kind of why the TA matchup is not really favorable, because as long as it's a Spirit Breaker, yeah, Moo.
It's coming down to this bottom lane here, trying to 1v1 Silent. Whoa, the snowball coming in time. They might be able to turn this one. Silent's already out of there. There's a charge coming in from June. June looking for the bashes here. Hasn't got the ult available. Moo moving back in as well. Has the Searing Chains if he can latch it. And he will onto Silent. Silent gets onto Sonic Wave, though, onto 2. And now blinks away. Sansheng's there, though, with the clean up on the Dragon Slave. And now with the 4 of them on the side of Newbie, looking to find a low hard dance as well. He's not going to be able to juke this one out as the tombstones drop. Clears out the trees. Double kill for Sansheng.
Now this Lina, man, level 7 support Lina, 4 kills, 4 assists at 12 minutes in. Sansheng is an absolute beast. He's only got 5 creep kills, but God help him, he has been contributing to these team fights at every single opportunity. So now, probably the big things to keep an eye on for both teams. Blink Dagger going to be coming up soon on Yoku. He's sitting at 1,400 gold right now. Other than that, you're going to be looking to see what item progression Resolution is going to go for. Does he go for the quick Deso? Does he want to go Blink to try to go for a big burst kill? In these types of situations, I feel like TA, like he really wants to make BKB against these heroes. But the other thing too is BKB it's okay, but it's not great.
Oh, we'll see indeed, yeah. How much is he sitting on at the moment? Sitting on 1k gold here for the time being. And Yoku is, as you said, getting a lot of space up here. 1600 at the moment. Newbie just applying pressure on the bottom here with Mu and Sansheng. Trying to finish off this tier 1, but at the moment, yeah, with that fight, Newbie just swing it back round. But all in all, this game a lot closer in game 1.
Still anyone's game for sure. The CS difference, I think, is the main reason why Empire aren't getting super far behind, because most of the movement that's come out of Newbie has been successful, so they haven't been wasting their time. It's one thing when a team is farming a lot of creeps and they're like still trading even in fights, and then the other team is like ganking all the time and not farming. That's typically when you see like the big difference, right? But for now, Empire maintain themselves at a pretty good amount of creep hits, so they're staying pretty consistent with Newbie's overall net worth and experience gain. They do get the safe lane tower, yeah, the deny. Very nice.
Mid lane, Yoku. And Lower Dance moving in. Rabbit is there. No, they're not going to go for it, looks like, for the time being. Yoku really wants to be careful. Doesn't want to be going too crazy when you're just a couple of hundred away from finishing that Blink Dagger. And okay, it's going to be Newbie smoking up now in their own jungle. What's the plan of action? Mid lane looks like it might be it. Rabbit, he's doing pretty well in terms of the farm game. Level 11 at the moment. I'd imagine that's his completed mech. Yeah, he has got the mech complete now on Viper. And this is fight time for Newbie. TA did opt for the Blink Dagger, which he has now picked up. With the wraparound here, oh, the ping's coming out. I think they know something might be up. June on to Always Want to Fly, bringing him back. And Tombstone dropped, Slider Fist to slash up the Witch Doctor. And now back to the tower. Tier 1 being pressured. Can Empire do anything? They do have Sonic Wave available here onto Silent. Blink on Resolution. The fight's going to get June wants to start the fight. Going in onto a low hard dance here. Banana getting the decays off. Walrus Punch controlling June. And now there's your skewer. Oh, the RP here!
Oh my
the
God.
Sonic Wave is a triple kill. Catching them all. Yoku with the plays there. Moo's going to look for the TP out. Is he going to be able to get it? He will be the only one escaping. Yoku saving the team fight there for Empire. What a Blink Dagger. I can't remember the last time I saw a Blink Dagger reveal that spectacular.
Well, I mean, if you want to talk about last game, Sansheng had a pretty good reveal. Right?
That's true.
Like a 3 or 4 man
that
echo,
was
right?
a Sansheng level
that
reveal.
was sick. Yoku, I'm so glad he's having a better game. Like last game, he seemed a little bit out of sorts, you know. I mean, here comes Mu.
Mu. No, that was it. That was it. Just a quick Mu. But yeah, I mean, Empire. That was some impressive action.
That was, I mean, that's one way to get momentum, right? You get a really good 4-man or 4-man RP into Sonic Wave Scream, just kill pretty much everyone on the side of Newbie. Mu's the only one who was able to escape there. That is the way. That is definitely the way. So with that kind of fight, you can look to see the item progression of some of the heroes kind of speed up a bit. Typically, can you get like one item, like a Blink Dagger on Mag, that could turn a game really big? You start to see the net worth of some heroes kind of skyrocket after a few really good engagements. So hopefully Resolution get himself to something nice here. He's got a
1v1 with Resolution. Resolution's actually getting charged as well. Resolution with the bait though, because here comes the snowball. Passing by June. June getting caught out here now with the Walrus Punch. Tombstone has been dropped and well, Always Want to Fly looking at it go. June using the truck to get himself out, but there we go. Yoku with the skewer. Finishes off your Spirit Breaker now. Always Want to Fly in a lot of trouble as Rabbit moves in. Now, can they turn this? They are going to be fighting us with Tombstone if they try and go back in here, Empire. Both teams with one hero down. And oh, he's moving forward. Mech's being popped, and well, he's going to blink forward here, Resolution. Trying to find Banana, and they will, with a shockwave there from Yoku. They get themselves a second kill with this engagement now. Okay, Silence turned up. Aloha getting low. They will lose the Tusk here, so it's a 2 for 2. The trade remains even. Silent blinking himself up to the high ground. 3 of them sticking around here. Now, moves. Oh, okay. Resolution going forward. Won't get caught out by the Light Strike, but he will get caught out by Silent here with the Yule setup. Sansheng needs to be careful, and the Sonic Wave clipping him just at the edge. Will bring down the Lina.
These fights are getting a little bit hectic.
Talking about hectic, June. He's not going to tie odds that deep. They've even got the Death Ward back available in 20 seconds if the fight continues. Yoku's got an RP here. They could very well jump back in on this Empire. With Lohardans coming in, topping up Yoku with the bottle charges. I mean, Newbie needs to be very aware of this RP coming in for round 2. Because Yoku, he's certainly ready to go. And look at this. Empire have this ward here. They've got perfect vision, waiting to see if Newbie group up. And Newbie at the moment just keeping themselves behind the tier 1. I think they're aware that Empire are ready to look for more blood.
Well, both teams want to fight. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You got Spearbreaker charging in. June, once again, he's found his target. It's going to be bottom lane. Silent does have that Yules, though, so if he sees it coming, okay, yeah, he's just going to TP away. So nice move coming in from Silent, realizing that he's going to be in trouble. They got some good warding.
Mid lane Moo. They might be able to get this. They would have to expend the RP die. He just tries for it with the skewer. The Remnant was there, so not going to be able to find it with that 1-2. Resolution now managed to pick up the Mithril Hammer on top of his Blink Dagger towards, I mean, I'd imagine after Blink Deso. Yeah. Udi's a BKB would be safe, but Deso's going to be a lot of fun. And
the nice thing about his particular build is when you have Blink Deso with somebody like Magnus on your team or Tusk, the setups are really nice because you can snowball into like a Blink meld and you just kill that hero straight away. And the minus armor also synergizes very nicely with the Tuskar punch. So you deal more damage with the Tusk punch as long as the meld comes out first on top of that. So it's really good synergy. Yoki has got RP.
Well, Silent going for Banana. There we go. RP onto 2. Catches Moo and Banana. It's a Banana Moo as they're 33 seconds down after the Undying. Moo trying to get the Sleight Fist out, and now will Remnant away. He's going to live, but always want to fly. Looking at it go, and they just can't stop him. June getting low. Is he going to be able to keep himself alive? He's going to live through this one, and this is a disaster for Empire. They've actually lost 3 heroes off the back of what was a pretty good RP to start off with. Yoku's going to be in trouble as well as he's going to fall. And Newbie coming back, fighting back with vengeance, taking 4 of Empire, and only losing the Undying there.
I think there was a bit of miscommunication when they went in because the RP hit on 2. They immediately kill one of the heroes, but instead of hitting the Ember and making sure that Moo died, Resolution was hitting the Tombstone. Like, he didn't actually turn around to try to go for the kill, and that way, Moo actually managed to get away, and because of that, it allowed Newbie to continue chasing and just clean up the rest of Empire. So when RP comes out, you pretty much have to prioritize the heroes that are stunned and try to kill them in that RP. Because otherwise, like, what's the point of using the ulti in the first place? So maybe they weren't exactly sure how they wanted to go about it. Maybe Resolution thought that killing the Tombstone was more important than killing the Ember Spirit. But I think after that, he will definitely change the way that he was going about those fights.
Yeah, I need to be a little bit careful about throwing away fights like that. There's going to be a charge on Resolution. Doesn't look like there's going to be any follow-up. Nah, they're going to cancel that one. And yeah, he's closing in on his second Mithril Hammer, so this Desolator is going to be pretty much right round the corner here for the TA. Always want to fly. He's looking pretty poor. Hasn't really been able to find himself anything at the moment. No sign of that Aghanim's on your Witch Doctor, which is a shame because he's been managing to land some pretty nice death wards and getting some good durations off on them. Move. He's found Silent, and there was going to be a charge, but again, cancelled by June. Newbie just waiting for that perfect moment to jump. And okay, there it is. So Deso now complete here for Resolution.
And that opens up Roshan opportunities for Empire. Actually, Resolution can solo it with those items. If he can find an opportunity to just go in there and just start dealing damage to Roche without Newbie realizing, he can just take it for free. Unfortunately for him, there's a ward that would see some of the more obvious pathing that he would take towards that pit. And Newbie maintain their tier 1 mid and their tier 1 in the offlane. So doing Roshan right now is even more risky. I think he'll probably just be okay to continue farming, as he is the highest CS in the game, actually, right now. And overall, in terms of net worth, he is also highest, along with Silent on the Queen of Pain. And then Yoku, he's actually top 5 as well. So he's continued to keep a pretty good level of farm up throughout this game, even with his contributions and his RPs.
Yeah, Blink Dagger 4-staff complete on top of the Arcane Boot. Shoku looking pretty good for himself, 21 minutes in. Moo, he's closing in on that Battle Fury, just halfway there through the final sword. 22 minutes in on top of the tread and the Aquila, not bad at all here for Moo. That's going to hold Newbie in a pretty good position as we go kind of forward into the later portions of the game. Rabbit working on his Aghanim Scepter, and again, about 3/4 of the way there. Just a couple of hundred before the penultimate item. And June looks like he's going to be opting for a BKB here, potentially on your Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, it makes the most sense. The less disables that Empire can throw at you, the better off you're going to be. Spirit Breaker's only job during a team fight is to be a jerk. Like, just disrupt people, bash them all over the place, maybe go for a solo kill on something like Witch Doctor, or maybe you hold the Magnus down long enough to where his team just dies before he's able to get a good RP. There's a lot of options that you have, but the general rule of thumb is just charge with BKB, ult somebody, keep him locked down.
Oh, Empire, looks like they want to go here. They've got the RP available. Haste Rune at the moment on Resolution, moving towards the top lane. And now he's going to go straight in here onto... Oh, wow, one hit. doing a hell of a lot here to Banana. They're going to charge forward, and actually, well, Resolution, that TP's not going to work out, son. And Large Track Array is going to miss, but the Searing Chains and pretty much everything else isn't. Gets the Refraction off, will be able to do a little bit of return damage onto June, but nonetheless loses his life. And I got to say, that TP was unfortunately for him not the play.
I don't actually know why he TP'd. Maybe his haste was wearing off, and he thought that he had to TP to get away. Like, maybe that was his mentality, but he kind of...
But he had the blink. What?
No, he blinked in.
Oh, yeah. I think he did. He blinked in to hit the Undying.
Yeah, so, I don't know. That was weird. A bit uncharacteristic of Resolution to do something like that. I think as soon as he blinked in, he realized that he made a mistake because he didn't have enough time on the haste rune left to be able to really pursue that, and he saw the Tombstone being dropped, so he's like, all right, I just want to run, but I can't actually run away normally, so I have to go for a TP, and then June just... He gave him the Moo Cow, and then suddenly life was hard.
Right, and off the back of that, Newbie are going to look to take this tier 1 on the top lane. And they will do so indeed. That's going to have that finished Battle Fury up now for Moo on his Ember. Well, there we go. So Quap now, Silent, has finished off the Aghanims. Level 13 at the moment on this hero. And Yoku, 1k on top of the Blink 4-star. Overall, in terms of the graphs, it's very even for 24 minutes in. And I mean, I said it before, I'll say it again, Empire. It's certainly kind of the Empire we expect after the performance, which was... it wasn't really Class A.
Well, again, I think they put a couple of people on heroes they might not be accustomed to. I think Yoku has totally blossomed in the second game in comparison to what we saw in game 1. Like that 4-man RP, they are pretty much even in this game because of Yoku's Magnus. Like his play so far has been very solid. Even in that 1 RP top where he gets 2 and skewers them in, I think that was more kind of Resolution not targeting properly than, the RP being bad. But now Silent. It's being charged down here.
Oh, he's actually going to go in onto Sansheng, and well, it's the bait successful as they turn it around. Newbie, June just turning up right in time. And that's a big kill there. Lena getting 630 gold there for that bounty onto the Quap.
That was very well executed. Because if he saw the Spearbreaker coming, then he would have Yules. But the thing is, the Light Strike Array came in as the Spearbreaker was coming into vision. So he basically had no time to react, and he got his blink baited out. So Sansheng knew the stun would land. So overall, very nice coming in from Newbie. Now they get themselves a Roshan. I wonder who they're going to give this to. Maybe Moo, I guess? You can give it to Rabbit, but I think he's actually so tanky he probably doesn't need it.
Especially now with the Aghanims complete as well, yeah.
And Ember's a pretty
a
decent Aegis carrier as well, because he has high mobility. So you can keep like a Spirit out. Oh no, wait, they did give it to Viper. Okay.
Okay. I mean, good luck killing him twice. It's
yeah, for sure.
He is going to be right on the front of these pushes when they go for it. I mean, that's one thing they haven't really done, Newbie. They've not grouped up too much. They have taken down the tier 1s. Last game, they're 20 minutes in. I mean, they were knocking on the tier 2s in a fair few different lanes. But I guess that was when they had the DK. They did have arguably a little bit more of a pushing potential than they do with this lineup, which is certainly more of a skirmishing one. Aloha Dance. They're just going to back up here. Banana wrapping around. They did have a ward up, but it's been dewarded here. So Empire doing this quite nicely there, shutting off this position in which a lot of the charges were coming out from Mr. Space Cow earlier. June.
Yeah, I think the Spearbreaker pick has actually been very important for Newbie, just being disruptive in the team fights. Given the fact that when a Spearbreaker charges you, there's some heroes that you don't want to play against because they don't have to commit very much to stopping your initiation. But Magnus, for example, and Witch Doctor having to use like Skewer or an RP or even your Cask, you don't want to have to use those abilities suboptimally. Like you want to get a good RP, you want to get a good Cask. And when you have to throw them out just to stop June from going into the team fight, it becomes a huge issue because then Moo can run rampant and do whatever he wants, and Rabbit can just throw out the Viper Strike, and then all of a sudden you got a couple of heroes who are just getting kited around and dying. So against some heroes, Spearbreaker can function very well against, and I think that in this matchup, June has had a pretty easy game in terms of what he's able to do inside of these engagements.
Towards the middle lane, June and Rabbit applying the pressure onto this tier 2. The backup is there for Empire. Yoku, of course, with the RP available. We're seeing if you're going to find some opening, but Newbie have got this ward down here, so they're going to see any kind of movement from Empire towards the tier 2. It's going to be very hard for Empire to get this jump. And they're just keeping themselves split up and safe. Crystallis has now been picked up by Moo now on top of the Battle Fury. So in these fights, he's going to be able to have quite a bit of a punch if he can get those crits out.
He's not going for the double Battle Fury, dude. I think this is the first game that we cast that an Ember didn't go double Battle Fury, right? Because I think we saw like 3 Embers, and 2 of them went double Battle Fury. One of them's gone Crystallis Battle Fury, or Battle Fury Crystallis, rather. But it's all dependent on the team composition, right? Sometimes it's better to go double Battle Fury because you get more damage based on how close people are together. And sometimes if the team is going to be spread out, like you got Queen, TA can be considered like a semi-ranged hero when you have that Sideblade maxed out, and then Witch Doctor. You're probably not going to get the kind of cleaving that you would hope for. So maybe getting the other damage item is just better. And plus, there's some heroes that are just squishy that you can immediately kill with just a good crit. Like Always Want to Fly. Guy's got 800 HP. That's not much.
A couple of crits and he will be down. 19 for 15. A little bit of a slower point of this game, in which no one's really catching either team out. Both teams playing rather safely. The difference at the moment, as we can see, it's selling at a very tiny amount. It is pretty much even across the board. Very, very close between these two sides. And it looks like Yoku, with the first Perseverance now with the Void Stone, is going to go straight for the Refresher now after the 4 stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty standard build from Mag. You should have enough mana with these items. If you make sure that you have a good amount of charges on your wand, like he has 17, he can double Arcanes, he can bottle a few times. You should easily be able to use all of your abilities.
They're going to go for Silent. He's got the Eels to buy him sometime, but he has already blinked once. They're going to maybe need to bash. They've got the Nether Strike. They'll hold him in place now with a Remnant Burst. There we go. A little bit of an end to that moment of peace we're having in the game as June picks up that kill onto the Queen of Pain. Now this may be go time for Newbie. This Rabbit turning up to the bottom lane. Both Yoku and Elho are danced back in up, maybe not wanting to fight because they don't have their co-op for 40 seconds. It could be a little bit of an opening here for Newbie to get something done.
I think with the Remnant in the jungle as well, they can just go as hard as they want. Like, they don't have to wait. Queen being dead should probably secure the tier 2. And right now, they need to rely on big RPs. Like Yoku, he's already had a really good game. He's going to have to continue having a very good game, I think, if Empire want to try to come back. Because it's going to get to a stage very quickly where that Ember is going to become too mobile. He deals too much damage. They don't really have a good way of holding him down other than just popping an RP on him, or maybe the Tusk gets a good blink punch.
Rabbit. Oh, the Ice Shard's not just trapping him in. And there's your Quap. So Quap now, Silent back in the game. And Newbie, I'm well aware of this, backing up. And okay, Moo's going to be able to bottle himself here and Invis Room. Has got 2,400 gold now on top of the Crystallis. So we'll be closing in on completing that Daedalus if he wishes to do so as his next purchase. And
yeah,
Silent,
I think he will.
do you think Silent just goes for the straight up BKB here?
Is BKB... Is it that good? I'm thinking, like, it blocks a lot of damage. So it blocks Flame Guard, Searing Chains, obviously. Lena's damage. Yeah, okay, it's probably BKB. I think that because the Lena has Yules, that kind of solidifies it for me.
Yeah, and I guess the fact, yeah, Lena's nowhere near an Aghanim Scepter. June gonna hold back on this one. And, oh, will they be able to trap him? No, unfortunately not again. Just pushes him outside. But still just this bit of a stalemate here between these two sides. No one really feeling confident enough to go straight in onto the other. But it certainly is Newbie that's pretty much got the majority of the map control, and Empire feeling a little bit more timid. Now they're going to try and fight up against it. They've smoked up. They want to try and break themselves out of their portion of the map and see if they can catch out Newbie. They've got this RP. It's going to all be about Yoku's initiation, really. What can he find here? Banana and June are going to dispel the smoky onto Silent. And Nighttime, they didn't quite have the vision, though. Still Yoku's... Maybe they're going to see if they can use Silent to bait here. Of course, Silent was already picked off once. Maybe Newbie will feel that they can do it again. Yoku's just going to reveal himself here. And still not able to get a jump onto Newbie.
Well, if they need to have a good RP, somebody needs to lead the fight off. It can't be Yoku going in first. Like, Yoku has to be the one to go for the RP after things have already kicked off. So they need, like, Aloha Dance to go in, or they need maybe, like, even Resolution to a degree. Charge here onto Aloha Dance. Okay, it's going to get canceled.
Okay, that's an RP there. Catches 3 of them. Shoots a couple back into the team, but they're actually still alive. Popping the mech. Always want to fly, trying to do what he can with the Death Fall, getting low, and he will do it. That's going to be the Viper falling down now. June with the bashes onto Resolution with the Nether Strike, but June, he's got to be careful. Resolution doing a fair bit of damage. Will get caught out by the Light Strike Array above Sanshang. And Newbie, they've got 4. So's Empire's 4-4 at the moment. Still alive. They're getting healed up here by the Soul Rip. Yoku, can he go back in? Maybe look for a potential skew in a few seconds. A couple of seconds and he will have it. And the Slider Fist going to cancel it now, remnanting away. June's actually going to go back in. The Yule's there. So you can in out there for Silent. No, okay, blinking forward from Silent. Again, the Yules, this time from Sansheng, going to try and combo this one up. We'll find him in the Light Strike Array. The Snowball coming out. It's going to go straight for Sansheng. Looking for the Lina kill. We'll get it. There's the Sonic Wave. And oh, Yoku bringing back the Undying into the Sonic Wave. But aha, Moo just cleaning up with the Slider Fist and now looking for more. He's going to have a Slider Fist in a second, but it's not going to be soon enough.
The damage.
Double kill from Resolution as they clean up Newbie. It was a long fight, a disjointed fight, but at the end of the day, it is Empire that come out on top. And I gotta say, these are some full kind of man-on-man. These are really kind of hearty, everyone playing to the best of their ability, and very close ordeals between the two sides.
I gotta say, though, that Sideblade 2 from Resolution on the high ground, like, he Sidebladed, and I think, who was it that he killed with it? I think it was a Spirit Breaker. So June was sitting, like, on the high ground, retreating away. Resolution Sideblades a creep on the low ground, gets a kill, and the RP at the beginning of the fight, June actually BKB'd, so he didn't get skewered back. If he didn't BKB, I think Empire would have like totally annihilated that fight.
23-20 at the moment to Newbie. Empire certainly closing the gap. And as we can see, they did slowly over time. This was kind of the period when Newbie were taking control of Empire's jungle. But now after that fight, Empire sweeping it back, but it's still only very, very small differences. Off the back of that fight, though, Yoku has now got the Refresher all completed.
Refresher RP, I don't know if Newbie really have what it takes to fight against that yet. Like, they're going to have to start focusing Yoku somehow. Like, at least make it so he can't RP the way that he has been. Like, hitting 3 or 4 heroes 2 times in a row, that's not going to be okay. Like, Newbie won't win that fight ever. So they're going to need to find a way to address that. I guess you can just have June BKB and go in, like, all the way. And here we go. Going to have a smoke up here from Newbie. They're looking for something here.
Well, let's see if they can find it. At the moment, farming the lane, Silent. Okay, charge for June. They want to go straight in onto the quad. And here we go. BKB pop by June. He is going to take well, Silent gets himself inside the snowball. Very nicely done. Maybe they can turn it around. And it looks like they can. They've killed the Spirit Breaker. The Death Ward doing work. Looking for a low hard dance here. The Tombstone has been taken away as Resolution comes in with the right clicks. And Moo has to remnant himself back. It's a 2-for-1 so far off the back of this. The rest of Empire getting themselves out. And Newbie there with their smoke, with their brashness, with the initiation, do come out on top, as we can see. Just a few, about 1,500 gold to change. They are going to be able to stake some of these Ancients as well here for Moo, who has now got 2,200 gold on top of the Battle Fury Daedalus combination.
Yeah, it's pretty common for teams to do that smoke because, again, even Empire probably knew it because there was a trap in the pit, so they know Roshan's up. And Roshan is always going to be high priority at this stage in the game. We're getting to the 35, 40-plus minute mark. Roshan starts to be very, very important for both teams because the inflated net worths of all the cores. So I think it was maybe not the fight that Empire were looking for, but also keep in mind that Yoku didn't use a single RP. Like, he had RP up at the end of the fight. He was forced out in a way where he wasn't able to get the kind of counter initiation that he was looking for. And if Empire keep having that happen, they might have a bigger problem on their hands.
Empire, I've got to be careful about it. That's for sure. Still at the top of the net worth, it is your Resolution TA with the BKB Manta style on top of the Deso and the Blink. Talking about Blink, Ember is going to be the option, item of choice on top of the Daedalus and the Battle Fury now.
Well, I mean, Blink Dagger is something that I think the Chinese teams do on Ember a lot. Smoke here from Empire.
Indeed, moving close. They'll drop the ward. They know Sansheng and Banana are around. Yoku, it's going to be up to him. Ice Shards coming out. We'll catch a couple of them. Yoku, when's he going to jump in? Yules, he's waiting for an opportune moment here. They've got to kick off the fight already, bringing Sansheng low. Yoku still not looking for not finding the initiation. It's all right there. They've found 2 already. June's trying to fight up here with another strike, trying to control Magnus. Death Ward doing what he can against Rabbit, and Rabbit's getting low here. Rabbit might just drop. They're going to be able to go in with a low hard dance of Resolution and find themselves the 3rd pick-off of this fight. And now looking for June. There was actually an RP here onto Moo. You've got to see if they can actually control him up. That's the first RP here.
He's got Refresher.
He's got the second one, and he's going to use it looking for Moo. With the Arcane Boots, he has got enough mana. Can't quite find Moo. Moo proving to be a little bit too elusive. Deso will connect, so there's not going to be any chance of the Blink. They're trying to hunt him down, and this could be a dead Ember Spirit. No! He's got the Remnant, jukes it out very nicely there with the Blink, gets himself out. But that's what that can be said for the Ember, not for the rest of the team though. Newbie losing 4, Empire just losing the 1, and off the back of that, Empire are going to find themselves Roshan. What a fight there for the Empire.
I mean, that fight actually went so well for them, even though Yoku RP'd pretty much just an ancient. Like, he RP'd a dragon. He didn't RP a hero. So, very fortunate for Empire to walk away with that. Now Resolution, with that Manta style being done, has that Aegis of the Immortal in his inventory. I mean, after game 1, I was really thinking that Newbie kind of had the advantage in terms of, you know, they played extremely well, and it was, what, like 38-11 or something like that was the end score in game 1. But now, game 2, on the back of Yoku's Magnus and Resolution with that TA, Empire pulling it back.
Yeah, I think it was, we said it was just, this is just an Empire lineup, and Empire knowing exactly what to do with it this game. It's looking very, very strong indeed so far, and now the graph's starting to break away a little bit more. I think it's a 7.5k now. Okay, Silent needs to be a little bit careful because there is a charge coming in from June. He looks ready to commit. Oh, no. Okay, sees Yoku there on the Magnus. Doesn't want to chance it when it's just himself and Mu in the neighborhood.
I really like the fact that Newbie is still playing aggressive, even though they lost like the last engagement pretty hard. They lost Roshan. They still can't sit there and just let Empire do whatever they want. You know, you still have to try to apply pressure in some way. And this game could still go either direction. Like, even though Empire has taken a couple of really commanding leads in terms of fights, you can't just say, all right, well, we lost the fight, so now we have to play passive. It's like Newbie are still looking for openings. They're still trying to exploit weaknesses that Empire have. I'm fairly certain that we're going to see a lot more action before this game ends.
I'm sure we will. 39 minutes in and 25-26.
Oh, Courier down.
Okay, didn't have anything on though, fortunately for the side of Empire.
Yep.
A little bit of extra gold. They're going to the team of Newbie. Sansheng trying to work towards his Aghanims now. Has got the point booster and 1k gold on top of it. 4,200 in the bank for TA. Banana, he's been pretty poor this game, unfortunately, for the guy. Second, actually, is the lowest now on the net worth. Just behind Witch Doctor as well. Witch Doctor kind of been taking one for the team. They always want to fly. But after the back of that fight, he has actually managed to catch up quite nicely with the workings of an Aghanim Scepter. And in fact, well, he's going to have that in about 200 gold. And level 14 as well with the second point of death. Well, it's going to be something that Newbie are going to have to be scared of in the fights as they kick off. We've already seen pretty much every time Always Want to Fly seems to be able to get off a very nice duration of the Death Ward.
Yeah, it's because there's too much other things to worry about. Like, you have to worry about Resolution with BKB being in your face, dealing a ton of damage. You have to worry about Yoku's RP. There's so many other things on Newbie's priority list that Death Ward just hasn't been one of them. But soon, with the Aghanims completed, as you mentioned, they'll have to also find a way to address that. And I think, to a degree, Empire just has so many high threat abilities that Newbie can't deal with all of them. Like, there's just no way. They don't have the amount of disables they need to be able to stop all of those things in conjunction. And top lane?
Well, Mood trying to go on to a Aloha Dancer. Aloha Dancer, he's got the Snowball, and now with the TP. It's all good, though. Mood's got the Remnants out. Will be able to get himself away. And the blink back as well. Very nicely done there from Aloha Dance, just to make sure that Mood wasn't able to catch him off guard as he drew the Snowball into the Radiant jungle, just kind of by the secret shot. But 25-26, 41 minutes. And, well, it's going to be TA. What's he going to go for? Resolution. 5,800 gold. What's next on his menu?
I guess he goes crit.
Okay.
I mean, typically, a late game TA can go back for stuff like Lifesteal and sell Deso, but I don't think he's to that point yet. I think Butterfly is good. Desolator, or excuse me, Daedalus is also good since he has Desolator. So either one of those things, just giving you that damage output you're going to need. You really want to burst heroes like Ember crazy hard, and I think for that, Daedalus is probably the best choice.
Well, here we go, trying to push down the mid, and with that Deso doing a hell of a lot. There's the defense move. Trying to get what he can out with the Slider Fist. Bring them low, Viper Strike thrown out onto Aloha Dance. He's ticking him down, but they've got Always Want to Fly, of course, with this Voodoo Restoration. The sustain is certainly real here for Empire. As Resolution just stays strong and continues to push it back up here. He's going to walk up into this and actually taking a lot of damage here. Resolution needs to be careful. Will Manta away. Viper Strike to hit onto him. He's got the refraction in a few seconds. And again, Always Want to Fly there, topping him up, keeping him safe. And this time, Empire back right up. Kind of feeling the wrath of Newbie from the high ground. And Newbie showing it's going to be quite hard for Empire to break this high ground.
There's also no reason to give away the Aegis for free. So you can go back and maybe heal up. They still have a little bit of time left on it. I think they have roughly like 2 or 3 minutes, something like that. So if they can make use of it in a better way than just walking up high ground and dying before the tier 3 goes down, that would be ideal. And plus, because they have that DD there. Oh, the Aegis is actually gone already. Never mind. Okay, so that was a lot quicker than I thought it was going to be. So the Aegis being gone now means that he can finish his Daedalus. Courier's alive. Has double damage.
Ooh, Nubia smoked up at the same time as well. Wrapping around into the jungle. Line getting drawn towards a low hard dance and Silent. Looks like they're going to be the targets here in June. He's going to lead the way. They are going to spot it out now. Ping's coming out from Resolution. He knows that this is kicking off. And in fact, they found Resolution. Resolution will be able to blink himself out. And June going straight in on his own at the moment with the BKB. Has the Shadow Blade complete as well, walking himself out. Sancheng now with the Ghost Scepter throwing out Dragon Slave. Tombstone's been dropped from Banana. And Yoku still yet to be able to find any kind of RP in this fight. But the side blade, Sancheng will go down. Yoku just getting himself away. And we will, oh, with the punch there. But the slider fist from Mu. The damage is just too much. It's the 3-for-1 at the moment. Rabbit trying to fight up against Resolution, and Rabbit's got the backup now. Mu, Resolution holding his position here with the meld. Knows that they don't have any detection between these two heroes. It looks like the fight may just end as a 3-for-1 trade there. Yet again, favoring Empire, coming off very nicely. And that was in a fight that Yoku didn't even need to use any of his RPs.
It seems like whenever Yoku doesn't use an RP, they win the fight. Which makes like no sense, because you pick Mag for the sole purpose of being able to get that big ultimate off in a team fight, or at the very least, you throw an Empower out onto someone and they can hit a little bit harder. So during that engagement, Resolution, he showed a lot of restraint by not coming back out and trying to hit Mu again, because he still had that double damage, right? But he didn't actually have the Daedalus on him as he just finished it right now. So we can send that out. He'll be able to burst people even harder than he has been before. And instead of going for a risky play that could have resulted in him dying and then being forced to buy back, he just instead waits. Like, it's a high risk, high reward. Like, maybe he kills Mu, maybe he doesn't. But either way, I think he potentially would have died if he went for that.
Yoku, he's got a Shadow Blade complete.
Yep. Pretty standard stuff coming out from the Mag. The thing about Shadow Blade in the late game is it's pretty much a better version of Glimmer Cape, because you're only using it to initiate. Glimmer Cape only lasts like 5 seconds, but Shadow Blade, it lasts 14, so that's ample time to get yourself into a better position. Whereas sometimes in the fight, if you use Shadow Blade to run away, it's not that good, because people can have sentries or they can have dust and they pop it when you run. But if you're just using it to get into the engagement, it's a very, very powerful tool for somebody like Magnus.
Well, Gem now picked up by Lina, and that is certainly going to help them against these Yoku initiations. And here comes the push, potentially 4 heroes in fact on the side of Empire at the moment in the mid. A low hard dance on the top with that Solar Crest on top of the Blinken. Going to go in onto Mu here. Mu will be able to run away. Oh, that's a big RP. Catches 3, the Sonic Wave, the Death Ward. 3 heroes suddenly dead on the side of Newbie out of nowhere. What a play there from Empire. The buyback's coming out. Oh my God, Resolution. 2 hits. And the cow is down. 52 seconds on the sidelines. And this is, I mean, a low hard dance now. Warriors punching up.
They got another RP.
This is big. If they can find this RP from Yoku, this could be game, and he's going to move forward. Just going to use the skewer here to bring Rabbit back. He's bringing him close with the Lina. There's your RP. Sansheng and Rabbit getting caught in it. Yoku, perfect execution. Rabbit will fall here, trying to do what he can here, move, but the damage from Resolution is too much. Everyone's dead on Newbie, and that's with the buybacks expended. GG's called. Empire do it in a matter of those final 2 plays there. And I've got to say, the Yoku Magnus, the Resolution damage in tandem pretty much just ended the game right then.
You got to pick that hero for him every game. He played so well. The thing about Magnus is a lot of people, they fall into this trap of always using him as counter initiation, like waiting until the enemy team groups up, taking a team fight, and then you go in and you get a good RP. Yoku doesn't even need that opening. He just sees the opportunities as they come out in the game normally. Like, the fight hadn't even kicked off yet. He finds 3 heroes, forces 2 buybacks straight away, gets another RP on 2 after that, after using the refresher. Like, what else can you ask of the guy, honestly? Like, game 1, he definitely was a little bit shaky, but this game, he's like, you know what? It's time. It's time to show them.
I was going to say, a lot of things went wrong for Bloodseeker in Game 1 Yoku, and he pretty much redeemed himself tenfold with that performance. Absolutely incredible stuff there from the Magnus. Each and every RP perfectly landed, and just at the end, those 2 game-winning RPs there from Yoku. Incredibly impressive stuff, and obviously big shout-out to Resolution as well. The fact that he was able to get that amount of farm And in a game that was very set, and in a game that Newbie seemed to control most of the map for the kind of the major last half of the game. And at the end of the day, the Ember Spirit move, it just wasn't enough. We saw at the end he was able to get a lot of damage off, but that was just in one sleight of fist, and you just have Resolution sitting there, ready to meld strike him as soon as the sleight of fist ended, and a couple of hits there from the TA, and that was enough to bring down Ember. But what a series as a whole. It will end 1-1, Empire and Newbie being able to take a win each, both walking away from this with 1 point there for the leaderboard. But what a game. That is it going to be it, in fact, from myself and Draskell today, as this is our third and final series. We'll catch you tomorrow. We'll be doing 2 series then, I believe it is, both MVP Hot Sixes game on this stream as well. But don't go anywhere, because there is more Dota on this stream. I'm not quite sure who's going to be casting it in here next, but I'm sure it is a beautiful pairing. So don't go anywhere. More games on the way, more Dota 2. Andy, any last words to sum up today?
I mean, there's been a couple of really exciting series. I look forward to casting more tomorrow. And I think tomorrow we're actually starting at 3 p.m. instead of 9 a.m. So we actually get to sleep in a little bit, first time. Because every day we've been casting since 9 a.m., right? So looking forward to getting some extra sleep.
It's going to be nice. I'm a bit of a lion, but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we'll catch you tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. There's going to be more Dota right round the corner. And what a series. 1-1, Empire, Newbie.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cdeck versus Newbie. We're live here bringing you some Group B action as Day 3 of the International 2015 group stages get underway. Coming into this match, Team Cdeck look like the dark horse that could potentially top this group. They sit 2-0-1, and because they've got the 2 wins to their name, they've got 6 points coming into today's action. Only having played 3 games, that puts them in potentially pole position if they can keep the win streak alive. As for Newbie, the opposition, they've had the tougher opponents up first, and they've tied everyone they've played. Newbie is just not an easy out, but at the same time has been unable to get the precious 3 points that come with a straight-up win. And, well, with that said, I'm LD. I'm joined here by Gods. Gods, this is going to be a bloodbath. We've got 2 Cdeck games back-to-back after Newbie. They play Vici. And I think you and I both agree that Cdeck fully capable of beating both of these teams.
Yeah, Cdeck has been the kind of Cinderella story of TI5 so far. This team has caught a lot of people by surprise. I don't think people were surprised that they finished second behind eHome in the Chinese qualifier. I think they were definitely the favorite coming into the wildcard. But as far as coming to the main event, people probably looked at them as like a bottom 4 finisher for Group B. But they have completely shown up and caused all kinds of upsets. Sitting on a couple of wins, they played less games than the rest of the teams in their group. They are a serious contender right now, not just for top 4 of their group, but you look at the TI main event, the way they're playing, they could be a top 6, top 8 contender as well. So
we talked about them as top 8 coming in, I think, just based on the wild card. After that, before that felt like, okay, this team will probably win the wild card, and maybe they don't finish in the bottom 4. But after the wild card, and then especially after day 1, I think you and I were both of the same mind that this is a team that can not only get into the top 8, but could potentially make a deep run. And I mean, the best way to do it is to have a really solid group stage, maybe even finish first or second in the group and have an easier winner bracket round 1 match. So let's not get ahead of ourselves here. They haven't even necessarily secured the top 4, but they do look strong coming in. Newbie off of a 1-1 split with Empire, looked dominant in Game 1 and then in Game 2. It was close, and it was a sequence of pickoffs from Empire that just allowed them to snowball down the middle lane. Resolution got a little out of hand on his TA, and Newbie ended up dropping that game too. So they come off of a tie as the only result they've had so far. Here comes the draft, Gods. First overall pick, Bounty Hunter. Interestingly, the Tusk slips through. Nobody wants to get their hands on him just yet, and, well, Shadow Fiend also in the pool.
yeah, Cdeck, I think, more just wanting to pick towards their strength. They banned the Leshrac when they have first pick, and I think it was kind of pseudo in the hopes that they can just get their hands on a first pick gyrocopter. That's been the aggressive classic, but I mean, Newbie, they're going to know it. They just say, we don't want to deal with it. We don't want to give your carry player his best hero that's been controlling and dominating games constantly. So Bounty Hunter going to be the choice for Cdeck. Newbie take Queen of Pain. Seen a bit of the Queen of Pain here, also a pseudo deny pick because Cdeck like to run the Queen of Pain as actually in the safe lane as well for aggressive as a kind of substitute for the gyrocopter. So it works kind of in 2 ways for Newbie.
It definitely does. Now, well, for Cdeck, of course, want to keep our eyes on the Templar Assassin of Shiki. That hero has been extremely popular over this event, and something they have gone to, can go well with the BH, can be nice against the Queen of Pain. As long as there's no sentry mid, you can always just melt dodge the Shadow Strike and keep your CS going. Newbie will grab the Tusk. This, to me, as much a block pick as it is a pick. Again, just the type of hero that Cdeck like. The run at you and just fight. Look for this team from the 5 to 6 minute mark to just constantly be smoke ganking, applying pressure, but Gods, teams are catching on. They saw the Tusk Techie shenanigans earlier from Secret, and Cdeck want no part of it. I'm not sure if Newbie have ever run a Techies, but better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I think we saw one Techies ban yesterday against the Chinese team. We're just like, do they even play Techies? They haven't got any record of competitive games on it, but you never know. If a team's been like secretly practicing it, yeah, that can quickly become a problem.
The cheesy heroes are getting removed. It's time for the Brood Mama to bite the dust here as well. These teams want more of a straight-up game, and it seems, at least so far, we're more likely to get one with these 2 bans. So, Cdeck do grab the Lina. How do they run this? Is this the Shiki hero? I believe they generally play it as a core.
Yeah, I feel like it's quite likely a core Lina.
Actually, you know what? First is Hot 6. They did run it as a support. And they also ran it as a support versus VP and Empire.
It makes a bad solo, like, Bounty's a roamer. Like, you
Yeah.
don't have any setup, you don't have a support partner for the Lina, and that's where
It could be more of a core here. Yeah, they never ran it
Yeah.
with a bounty as a support, so that is a good point. Given that, it may switch into more of a core role.
One of those heroes that could always be running the safe lane as well as a core. It doesn't have to be towards the mid lane. Something we've seen like EG do with Fear, VP like to do it with Illidan. So
A little squishier, not quite the same mold as a gyro, but we'll have to see how versatile aggressive is this particular game. Also, Storm still in the pool with the Bounty Hunter. You'd expect Cdec to go for a little more pickoff potential, some burst, so definitely a possibility. Cdec banning out the Razor suggests they may want a slightly weaker laner here and just don't want to get run over early on. Not normally a go-to ban versus pretty much any team in the tournament.
yeah, it kind of protects some offlaners a bit depending on what they want to get there. If you want to go for like a Spirit Breaker, a Tide type pick. Clockwork, the big offlane, is still in the pool, but Cdec, I think they're fairly flexible with their offlane selections. It's not something they actually pick up that early on in the draft typically.
Newbie now, very safe opening, Queen of Pain Tusk, and remains a well-rounded draft. They get the Dazzle, they have some lockdown, team fight, carry potential, not really a hardcore yet, but yeah, Cdec dropping the PL on them. Three picks in, there is an Earthshaker, actually no, Earthshaker's banned. There is a really excellent control. The Gyro also removed the Leshrac, probably one of the best heroes to deal with PL until he gets to that 5-6 slotted status. How did Newbie look to respond to this?
So Anti-Mage isn't bad against as far as the Newbie draft. They can definitely protect him with the Dazzle support, and Cdec, you commit to the Bounty Hunter, so an offensive trialing isn't really possible. And Newbie, if they need to, they haven't gotten for a greedy secondary support. They haven't picked their second support. So if they fear aggression, they pick up the Witch Doctor, the CM, whatever it may be, to protect an Anti-Mage. So Anti-Mage works. It's a possible safe lane carry if they want to go that direction. The other option is you go for aggression, and that's where you look to kind of take control of the game before the PL even becomes relevant. Get something like a Storm Spirit or a Viper, I was about to say, and Storm Spirit's going to be the name of the game here. And there's your two calls, Storm and Queen of Pain, at least your two, like your carry and your safe laner, presumably. So they're not going to be going for any kind of big late game carry. These heroes can scale towards the late game, but they're looking to dominate and pressure the PL constantly.
And it makes it tough to split push here. Now, at the same time, a farm PL devastates these three int heroes that Newbie have, and they know what they want to stay ahead. They definitely don't want to be going 30, 40 minutes in an even game with track gold coming into play, heavy burst from Alina potentially, but Newbie do scale pretty well in their own right here.
It's a great Storm game too, because there's no real good way to lock a Storm down.
It's where maybe the Lina is more of a core, and you get that support that is locked down. Lion comes to mind. Not a great Rubik game. Definitely not versus Tusk and Dazzle. Who else would be a stronger zoning lockdown support? Wyvern, maybe a possibility.
I like the idea you mentioned of a Lion here with like the Lina mid. Because Alina, at some point, you have that kind of time in the game where if you go for the Yule Scepter, you can do the Yule's Light Strike Array, and Storm can't get out of that with the Bolt Lightning. So the Wyvern's actually had a terrible win rate this tournament. I remember we're all talking about like, what are the picks? And everyone was on the Wyvern hype train. Me especially. I was like, this is the support. And
hasn't quite lived up to it.
No, he really hasn't.
But we have seen those games where Wyvern single-handedly takes over it. I don't know that the hero's weak. It's just more teams aren't finding the right situations for him.
He's got a early game. His first spell just has such a long cooldown. Is one of the kind of big things for him. He doesn't have that constant laning presence. So
It's run at you Dota from Cdec. So Spirit Breaker, almost certainly an off laner at this point with the Bounty Hunter support. Now the big question is it that solo mid Lina, or is there any chance that Cdec mix it up and decide to run her as a support? That's the big question mark for Cdec. I think Newbie are going to expect a core Lina. Let's see what they ban.
Yeah, so if you're possibilities, if you're not running the mid Lina, the TA and the Shadow Fiend, probably the two main mid choices for Cdec. They've run a couple games of Dragon Knight as well. If they want to be able to run at them and then also take towers, Dragon Knight kind of fits in nicely. But
interesting. It could have been a pretty scary Skywrath game. Now, obviously, he falls off later, but through the first 10, 15 minutes, it's a feeding frenzy. 3 int heroes. The silence could be really strong. One of the better zoning supports versus a Tusk especially, who just gets pummeled by the constant magic damage. And I guess Newbie want to try to shore up these lanes here with this ban more than anything.
yeah, I quite like the ban, actually. Because Lion, as much as he's great as an answer to the Storm, he's not the dominant laner that a Skywrath Mage can be, so... Last ban now for CDEC, and probably targeting a support, but Newbie actually one of the few teams who run the Tusk on the support role from time to time. He's had a much better win rate in the off lane, but...
Really? They do ban the Darkseer, so... It could even, I guess theoretically, could be an offlane Queen of Pain, but she's not going to fare very well here against a Phantom Lancer. Not without some strong help. Maybe Tusk Quap.
Yeah, dual lanes, I mean, that's kind of the trending thing, I guess.
Dual lanes seem really popular, and even if they end up backing off of them, they like to show those heroes in the lanes early.
If you're putting the Quap off lane, it's to make space for some kind of a last pick that you feel is going to really, I guess, be able to deal with the PL.
Something to go mid, perhaps. Maybe safe lane if you want to put Storm there. I mean, Newbie have flexibility. That is the nice thing about the Storm Quap as your cores, is they can go to any lane aside from Storm to the off lane.
If Newbie want, they could Shadow Fiend, but at that point you're getting greedy. So.
All right, you were right, Gods. It's a support Tusk. Tusk Slardar. This is a severe face rush lineup if I've ever seen one. You can snowball in, you can bolt your way forward, blink and crush and slither. All kinds of initiation for Newbie. And CDEC, as much as they have their own chasing power, they've got almost zero disengage, pretty much no defensive heroes. The game does have potential to get out of hand, and CDEC in particular, more so than Newbie, have very little way to recover if they start getting run over early.
Yeah, and so much minus armor coming out of Slaughter and Dazzle, and that's...
I mean, is this where you want like a Naga even? Something just to be a sturdier frontline support? No, it's a Silencer. How is the Silencer going to be played?
Don't know if that was the pick. I mean, yeah, Silence is fantastic against Quap, Storm. These are mobile heroes who rely on casting spells to get out, but...
Tusk Slardar, man. That just looks like free food.
CDEC's teamfight looks incredibly weak here. It's going to be a core Silencer by the looks of things as Shiki picks it up.
Maybe they even put a mid. I mean, generally he plays that mid role. We'll see if they want to just put him into the safe lane. I'm just trying to
think of like how does CDEC actually take a fight. They charge in with a Spirit Breaker, but there's no follow-up. There's no reliable ways to kill heroes. They silence and potentially kill one.
Then they throw the lances, they chase for a while, they track.
Exactly, you
let you Dragon Slave, and then Global wears off and you all die.
The way CDEC's draft works is they're going to be having prolonged fights. They haven't got ways... I mean, you've got some burst damage coming out of a Lina, but this is a support Lina to keep in mind. It's very much a, let's have a long, prolonged fight where PL is wreaking havoc, having tons of illusions, throwing lances around Spirit Breaker, getting multiple charges off, Bounty Hunter just poking around, throwing lots of tracks. You're not looking for quick fights, and that means the Global Silence is only going to be so useful here. They do swap back, so it's not going to be a core Silencer.
That in particular would have been very strange, but we're not going to see it this time around, as you point out. And the teams get underway. Newbie off the bat. 5-hero level 1 smoke. Tusk leading the way. Sang-Cheng will be handling that. He's got Dust ready. They are just looking for Garter to show his ugly mug in this bottom lane. He will go invis. He's going to be the one that breaks the smoke. And if he does and he's not in a great position, oh, that's likely to be your first blood. Garter runs in straight onto the dust. Pile in, boys. We've got a bounty hunter here bottom. It's a feeding frenzy for Newbie. They'll collect the first blood, and they also deny the warding of CDEC, perhaps even more importantly. These camps will not be blocked, so they can go back to later on. Great start for the TI4 champions.
Yeah, that's just... smart play. Level 1 smokes, I think, in general, are a really bad idea, except when you're against a bounty hunter. It works out so nicely.
That's just the decision-making of a veteran team. A lot of teams just let the bounty get up in their face, and Newbie, they were ready for it.
And that's Storm getting the last hit as well, which I think is the ideal scenario. Slaughter getting it for a fast boots is kind of nice for zoning the offlane, but Storm, bounty rune and a first blood. This is he's already got his bottle out and 200 gold on top, so...
That's just a thing of beauty if you're a Newbie fan. Off to a nice start. So, taking a look at the wards here, there's a Radiant Observer ward planted down bottom in their safe lane. And similarly, we do see another defensive lane ward here for CDEC. So, nobody getting the aggressive lane wards out.
Yep.
Let's see, what are the matchups going to be? Shiki on the Lina mid. Already going to take a bit of pressure from Sang-Cheng. He's spotted by Garter, who immediately starts giving him a bit of right-click harass, has the Orb of Venom. Just looking to protect his Lina early on.
Yeah, and Mu has a Sentry Ward, but Bounty Hunter has 2 Sentry Wards. So this is not going to be a Sentry battle that Newbie can really win in this mid lane.
Well, gods, let me tell you, we're not sure how Q's silencer will fit in later, but it's going to fit in just great now, top lane. This will
Snowball,
not be fun. That's a long way to go. I'm not sure Sansheng wants to stick around for this. He'll take a chop from the Lance. Backs off. And then the last lane, we haven't really taken a look at it yet. It's Banana on the Dazzle. Going to be protecting Rabbit's Slardar as XZ plays the offlane Spirit Breaker. Dual lane potentially. There is some kill power here, but it's going to take an overextension from Newbie to make it happen.
Rabbit saying, I'm going to fight your 17% with my own bash. He doesn't go for points in sprint, says, I'm going to get the bash.
Well, 10% versus 17.
He's already losing, yeah. He's been bashed twice in a row.
And we all know it's 17% not to bash, so it's pretty much guaranteed the Spirit Breaker will come out on top.
June proved that in their last game against Empire. He was like solo killing Yoku in lane with like a triple bash. It was ridiculous.
It's a lot of fun to watch. Uh-oh, aggressive, taking some harass here, and they ball onto Q, catching him out inside of the Ice Shards. Beautiful way to initiate this one, although Sansheng takes some damage on the way out. Aggressive is going to turn it with a doppelganger, a 1-for-1. Yes, he pokes him to death. The Phantom Lance are going to work. June has no more mana, but does have stick charges. He's thinking about a go back in, but he doesn't have the Scream just yet. And Moo is charged bottom. XC, that's my double damager, and get the hell away. Not terrible for Cdeck getting the PL the early kill. And now they are looking to move Garter towards top. There's no Radiant Vision of this rotation. If they can get that Silencer out to the lane soon, they might have an opening, but he's got to hoof it back. Does not have, well, actually does have a TP, but did not want to use it to get out here.
Yeah, just a level 1 Bounty Hunter, no Janata yet. Also the PL a bit mana starved. He wants to make sure he has the Spirit Lance and the Doppelganger. He's just about to reach the mana he needs.
They really want to bait this, but Garter got spotted.
Yep.
The freshly planted Radiant Observer, and immediately Garter's going to get the D-Ward off. This is very nice for him. 50 gold, much needed, and level 2. Thank you very much. And now he does have the Janata. And Newbie going to have to play this top lane a bit more defensively.
Aware he's here, so it's going to be June in the front lines. If he needs to, he'll just blink backwards. And
they're going on him. Oh, yeah. There you go. Blinks out.
Straightforward blink out, and you just want to force that out, gets him down even lower mana, so his ability to stay in this lane going to be challenged. But he's gone for a bottle first on June's Queen of Pain, so once that gets delivered, this top lane will be kind of back to even for Newbie.
Well, in the mid lane, we do see Shiki pulling ahead pretty substantially over Moo, and it's without actually getting much help from the Bounty Hunter. There's even a Sentry planted to support Moo and let him know he's safe. Lina, generally known for winning a lot of these 1v1 matchups, and Storm, apparently no exception for Shiki. Just has a bit better harass with the superior attack range, the longer range nuke, but as long as you don't die as Storm, you can always just go back to the jungle and catch up later on.
We'll see what happens around the 4-minute rune. That's going to be important for both these mid laners, for even the Queen of Pain in the off lane, and something that the teams are likely to both make a go at, especially towards that top rune. And it's going to be, I think, maybe tough for Newbie to actually get their hands on, although June is headed that direction.
Cdeck want the double rune spawn, and they're going to get it here for free. Shiki, Illusion top, not really ideal, and bottom lane, XC grabbing the bounty.
It's bottle crow time, I guess, for Newbie. Maybe not for the Storm. He's still full HP and mana.
Even full HP isn't always enough against Alina. Even like a single bounty hunter attack, if you get the Slave Laguna, almost enough to kill him from full HP.
And you always have to be a little bit worried about those Spirit Breaker charges coming in as well before you hit level 6. So Moo kind of jungles one camp, tries to just accelerate himself to level 6 in the most safe and cautious way possible.
And boy, is he safe and cautious or what. He's going to walk all the way back, meets the Faceless Rex.
That's a misclick from Moo. The
Band of Elven Skin Storm.
That's a first.
Well, okay, Storm lost some weight, all right? So he's very fleet of foot, and he just wants to show off by getting some extra agi.
Storm new agi hero.
Charge bottom onto Banana. Slardar going to rotate in, and doesn't even have to really get that close. Just pokes his ugly head, and let me tell you guys, it is an ugly, ugly head. I don't know when this is going to get changed. We've got Source 2. We've got no new model in sight. I don't know what Valve is doing with our $60 million.
You don't like the lantern? It reminds me of the lantern Pokemon.
It's called Lantern in Pokemon, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I think that's right. Dude, that guy was awesome. Well, I think the upgrade one was like Ampharos or something.
They always have some like really crappy puns in Pokemon, like just the most abominable puns you can think of.
Maybe
but I love them anyway.
Blame the translation. It didn't translate well from Japanese, maybe.
are getting their levels on the silencer here. Something that you always want to keep an eye on when you see that 4 or 5 position silencers. When's he going to get level 6? That's question number 1. Answer is pretty quickly. But then the bigger question is, and what I'm curious to find out, what do they do with the ultimate? Is it going to set up a charge? Do they maybe go for a smoke gank on the back of it? What's the play here?
Well, for now, both teams staying pretty quiet. June is headed back to the top lane with Sancheng, and Storm has he's level 6 himself, but I don't see him looking to rotate a lot. He's going to have a TP score, probably look to counter gank, but for the most part, he only TPs to a lane if it's a guaranteed kill. That goes without saying, but he'd much rather be farming if there's not kills to be had.
Garter again getting eyes on a hero, but it's Banana immediately walking onto mid. They just can't seem to find anybody on their own, and he'll plant down a lane ward, looking to protect his Storm, even a fresh sentry in the mid lane.
Making sure they're not stacking camps. And
This is reminding me a bit of the bounty hunter we saw out of FY when he was shut down a lot versus EG, where he couldn't find any kills, but he did do a good job of getting the aggressive wards out. Also something that you see out of Shao 8. So clearly these players have been watching each other's replays, and they know the fine art of being off the map.
yeah, it used to be that it felt like bounties had to get kills and get like assists or a lot of pressure done to be useful, but nowadays it's kind of changed where just getting scouting information, being a mobile ward is much more the kind of playstyle you have to do as a bounty hunter, because getting too aggressive, teams are just too good at dealing with bounty with sentries, rotations, and you end up just dying too much playing that way. So much more defensive nature, and that's what we're seeing more and more of.
Shiki has the ultimate if he... Oh, Moo knew it too. He's got the hill ward, and this is going to be called out. He should have an idea that there is some vision down the hill. Was not spotted, as it is currently nighttime.
PL got pressured really heavily topping. Actually got forced to TP home from the Queen of Pain.
He's gone bottle as well. And you've got a PL bottle on the loose too.
Yep.
Just a lot of harass early, and this is the strength of the newbie cores. Queen of Pain in the offlane, one of the better harassing heroes, and because of that Tusk, they just can't seem to kill her early on. Things looking nice for newbie here in the laning stage. They've got about a 1250 gold lead, experience quite a bit closer, only 500. But they're starting to pull ahead in the farm department.
So the Storm, not as much as Storm can gank, he doesn't really want to. He'd prefer to be farming. But this slider, as soon as he hits Blink Dagger, he is going to be going all over the map looking to set up kills. He may look to head towards the Storm's lane, or maybe Storm comes to his lane, but the Storm slider duo can kill pretty much anyone on the map.
And the problem is, as we talked about in the draft, there's no defensive play here, really.
Yeah.
Maybe a global, but you only get that once every 2.5 minutes. That's just not going to cut it.
Yeah, and the beauty of this is that Rabbit can head towards any of the lanes. He can team up with a Queen of Pain who'll have a Scream and Sonic Wave, guaranteed kill on a PL probably. You go mid, it's a guaranteed kill on a Lina with the Storm. So any of the 3 lanes, you can find kills if you need.
Guaranteed kill, maybe top, but the silence is going to come out onto June. He's healed up by the stick charges. Oh, suddenly full HP. Shiki's got a Laguna. Will he get in range? Chase, my friend. He slaves him. Can't get the job done. The charge is coming, albeit slowly, and already June on the TP out. They might get Sancheng here. It has the dust, but that's not really going to help him against the dog pile of 3 heroes. 1 for 1. XZ, however, does get scouted out here by Moo in the mid lane. Well, CDEC happy with that overall. Looks like the gold goes their way. But this is before the Slardar of Rabbit comes online, and he's got his blink.
It's a great timing. He's going to probably instantly TP mid. Yeah, he's going mid.
Oh, and despite all the aggressive wards, they don't have anything behind the tower. You'd really love to have a ward.
Like, Nether Strike on Moo, but they don't get the LSA.
Laguna, do we get it off? He's got the range, zaps him down right as the jump comes in. There's the crush. Oh, the Quap Bolt hits on 2. Newbie, quick and decisive retaliation.
Yeah.
But a Storm for Alina, still overall a relatively even trade, and Newbie do reveal the Blink Dagger. But, I mean, my question is, does it matter if it's revealed? Because I just don't see how CDEC deal with this right now, Gods.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much that it's being revealed. At the same time, CDEC could be so happy with that trade just because they weren't meant to get a kill there. That was meant to be just a clean pick off for Newbie on a core hero with a slider rotation, but Storm getting caught out, that's something going CDEC's way. Their initiation is just the Spirit Breaker, but they make it work with the charge after. And for CDEC, they've just got to buy time for PL to come online. It's going to take quite a bit. They've got to play defensively. That's why they're using the Bounty Hunter, just to get all these wards up. But I think these wards are almost going to become too deep. You need wards closer to the lane, closer to the tier 1 towers to spot these slider rotations.
I like seeing this from Rabbit. He's the one buying the smokes here. Frees up the supports to get their basic items. He's already got what he needs, which is the blink, and he's just going to keep on moving around the map. They'll give the bottom lane to Bananas Dazzle. A slight risk of getting ganked here if he shows his face on his own, but it's worth the risk just to keep the Slardar off the map. And even if he's not ganking, you don't know where he is. You got to sit back. And
Oh, yeah.
as a result,
Everyone's
Newbie
scared.
start really pulling ahead in the CS department. You can see now they're, I mean, what is that? 10, probably about 30 CS up on the cores alone. Only 11 minutes in.
You don't see Rabbit, and you know he could be smoked, just waiting for the PL to go for a last hit. He could be smoked at the mid lane, waiting for the Lina to go for a last hit. Nowhere is safe on the map at this point when Slardar is missing.
And there's the smoke. And he is missing. And they're scared. Cdeck are going to smoke as well, but I feel like Newbie might be able to get a double. There is a Global, though. Who's going to get the jump here? He balls in. Global. Will he get it off in the nick of time? Shiki completely changed on. Now they Global. Another strike out of Rabbit. He's the tanky one, not the ideal target. They track him as well. Snowball crashing in. Going to hit on Q. Walrus Punch will finish him off. Moo trying to ball out. He has bottle charges. XC also trapped, surrounded, and brought down. As June joins the fray, they do lose Moo. That's a track kill. They get another track out. June starting to take a beating from the Phantom Lancer. Sangchain has a snowball soon, though. Do they continue the chase? There's a secondary lance, but Aggressive now out of mana. Newbie just a bit stronger here. If that Global goes off first, that's a different fight, but that's the power of the Slardar Storm initiation.
Yeah.
Zip, zap. Like that, you're dead.
That was the right play from Cdeck. Slardar's missing off the map. He's definitely ganking us. Let's group up as 3 or 4, go for a smoke, and see what we can find on the map, because Cdeck have to make sure they're the ones getting the jump, and they were very close to being in that position. Unfortunately, the Blink Crush catching 3 heroes. If Silencer was maybe just positioned a little bit further behind, could have been a different story, but it was the right move from Cdeck, and it does show this team knows how to deal with the aggression of Slardar. It just didn't come up the right way right there.
Thanks to the track gold, they actually won that fight as far as the numbers go, but
Yeah.
it's like you said, a lot of it's on Aggressive. The difference is he's not the gyro this time around. He has to be patient here. He's got to keep his farm up. Phantom Lancer just not the same type of hero, but so far he's doing his job, maintaining the lead in terms of net worth.
And he showed up for kills too. That's
He's
that was
found the
handy.
balance here. Garter getting scouted out. Oh, mid lane. There's the jump in. They found Shiki, and again he goes down. They have to know there's a hill ward at this point. That's twice now Newbie have just come rushing in. And that ward has really paid for itself. 2 big kills on the Lina. Delaying the Yules, and the Yules is such a great answer to Slardar. You see him jump in, you can just precast the Yules if you've got vision. You can Yules yourself, you can remove the amp damage, but he doesn't get to do any of that without the vision.
And now another incredibly deep ward planted by Garter at the top hill. This is, again, not the most handy ward to have. There's still tier 1 towers up, but I think he just feels like if he puts wards near the tier 1 towers, giving kind of more useful vision, it's going to get instantly dewarded, because the Radiant side, Newbie, they're piling up sentries. They know there's a bounty hunter in the game. And they also know those are the crucial vision points that they've got to control. They're not worried about this spot being warded up at that top cliff. So if anything, and they look back on this replay like, oh, that's where he warded. They're not going to think, oh, crap, I wish we dewarded that. They're going to be like, well, he got forced to ward in a pretty useless spot.
So we are going to see the Bloodstone build out of Moo this game. Not a whole lot of control for the Storm. There's the Global, and there's the Charge. Maybe the Yule stun combo, but you got to get on top of him first. So
He's thinking he just wants to probably tank up so he can survive the global silence as much as possible.
that's a good point. We have seen the Yules build on occasion to deal with, like, say, a Skywrath Mage. Could have been a possibility here for Moo, but going to go with a more stock and standard build nowadays.
Yep. Another smoke from Cdeck. They bring the PL also this time around.
They are rotating the whole gang in. We may see a 5-man rumble. Cdeck, boy, they love their smokes around this stage of the game, but they don't really want the big team fight. They want the easy pickoff. Global comes out. Moo, nowhere to run. Charge, Nether Strike. Commit everything you've got to bring him down, Cdeck. They will. Nice takedown there in the mid lane. And that's a Storm dead. Track gold piling in for, I believe it was 4 heroes. That's an 800 gold swing.
That's worth the global silence. That's kind of what it's here for in the early game. You use that ultimate to...
And now Newbie want to punish.
no.
They blink on mid. There's no tier 1. Q will be the victim of this. A 1-for-1 around the map. And while this global's down, Newbie, you got to expect they want to keep the heat up.
Yeah. A pretty unimportant kill on the silencer, though. That is the kind of a 5-position hero on the Dire side, so not a hero that really needs items this game, at least not until you really start getting towards the late game. Are you thinking, okay, at this point, yeah, maybe we want a 4-staff or a Glimmer Cape or the makings of a Refresher, but at this stage, Cdeck are perfectly happy with Silencer not having anything in the way of item progression.
They may have to sack this tower top. CDEC were painting it out. They knew Global's down, and we just can't take 5v5 fights without it. So let's go split push, take over the enemy woods, play keep away. Now you see me, now you don't.
Well, Aggressive has a Lina about to back him up here, so if Storm tries to farm and contest this lane.
Still no Yules, though, for Shiki.
Yeah.
He's really been neutered this game. 2, 3, and 1. Such an important item.
Well, he's just stacking the Radiant jungle for himself here to boost up that farm. And Daytime getting this kill bottom lane, probably not possible. They don't have global silence. I think they're just going to look for some farm here as far away from Newbie as possible.
And the counter gank potential for Newbie. Oh boy, you better watch out. But they found a double damage drone, and they're gonna chance it.
There's
they're going
no
for the
Radiant
Roche.
Vision.
There's no Radiant Vision, but the tier 1's already down. And normally a Radiant squad at this point does one of two things. They either press for the tier 2 immediately and get aggressive wards up, or they back off and head straight down towards the middle of the map. Roche is dropping rather quickly, though, gods, and there is no rotation. The circle is drawn, but CDEC are going to sneak a Roche for free, even if Newbie shows up in time to try and contest this, maybe get some cleanup kills. You don't see many Chinese teams pull this off. It's generally more your Cloud9s who take that type of risk, and, well, CDEC, that's a big boost of momentum for them.
I think Visega was just like, there wasn't even really a risk there. They saw everyone at the top tier 1 tower, and they're like, well, they could potentially all TP to the tier 1, but they found a DD rune. They were in the position right by Roche. Like, they were just farming the Radiant jungle. That was the safest place for them to be farming, and you find a DD rune, you see 4 heroes at the tier 1, it's just like, oh, we can suddenly Roshan, and there's nothing they can do about it. So, very, very big pickup for CDEC, and they're going to be thrilled about that.
The Bounty Hunter tax is in full effect. I just want to look at Banana's net worth here. 1170. The next closest, a 2160 net worth silencer. And to me, this is purely two things. Track gold and having to buy a metric ton of sentries. Yep. You could just see these little green dots peppering the map. It's all up to him to keep the vision up. Maybe later on they can get the gem, but for now, it's even when you don't get the kills, you still slow down their economy just by existing as a Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, that's problematic, to say the least here. You definitely want some item progression on your Dazzle, medallions, glimmer capes, a lot of useful utility items you can get this game. But
I think he'd settle for a bracer right about now.
Yeah.
Maybe a magic wand
if
he's feeling
upgraded
bold.
magic stick would be crazy.
A big pickup.
Shiki has got the Yule Scepter now and already starting to farm a little beyond that. And CDEC can fight pretty well now. They've got an Aegis. They've got that little bit of protection here. So I imagine they will be looking to get aggressive and try find some more pickoffs, especially while Global's up. That's guaranteed kills if they can get that good charge initiation.
Every time it's up, they want to make their move. Still no BKBs on the Radiant side. They are building towards one on Rabbit. It's not available yet. There is a Radiant Observer. I think it's almost more suspicious that they don't see a single hero here bottom than if they actually saw 3 or 4. They're playing back a bit. But Q looks for the opening. There's the charge, the track coming out. Do they global at the right moment? Yes, they do. Moo can't back out. They can't grave him to save him. Laguna, they throw everything at him, and he dies in a hailfire of damage. Now the hunt onto Banana. Aggressive getting caught here. He's already doppelganger. They might be able to focus him. He dodges the quad bolt. Aggressive with the plays. And now onto Rabbit. They're getting the track gold here. This is turning into a train wreck for Newbie as CDEC dogpile in. It's a double for Aggressive. It's 4 heroes dead. And once again, these young upstarts continue to deliver on the big stage. A 4,300 gold swing. That is sweet.
That was just huge here. And that really highlights the power of the PL and the Boots of Travel build, because he wasn't even there at the fight. He took the tier 1 top tower as well. Not only is it a 4 for nothing, they get the top tower. They're going to pressure this bottom tier 2 tower. They got so much out of that, and Newbie have really got to respect the power of this charge plus global that is just catching the Storm Spirit time and time again. I feel like they've just got to play way more defensively and have the vision of the charge coming in. Otherwise, they're just done for every time if the Storm gets picked off.
It makes me a little sad we're not on the mainstream, just because I would love to hear some stats from Knoxville about smoke ganks. I really feel like CDEC is one of the top 3 to 6 teams in the tournament when it comes to smoke gank success, and so many teams mess up the global. So often you see a silencer get caught, just pop it defensively to run away. They global too early, and Newbie just backs. They global too late, and Storm balls away or gets graved. That was just perfect. The right time, the right place. And now Newbie, all of a sudden, the gank train comes towards bottom.
They're not smoking towards anything right now.
They want to fight in this bottom lane. They want to fight while the global's down. Maybe they just take the tower. They forgot about the tower. Cdeck got a little excited. They left it on 19 health, and Rabbit will take it. So, small boost of gold for Newbie. They'll definitely be happy, and I think it pays for the smoke. But by golly gods, look at that graph. That looks like a water slide, or maybe more of a roller coaster. They're just dropping off a cliff. This Cdeck team. They are such a blast to cast.
Yeah, they just play really... And it's aggression, but it's always controlled aggression. They're not just going wild and uncontrollably in, hoping for the best as they dive towers. It's always very much they have a numbers advantage or they have a strategic approach towards the fight with the charge global silence, the boots of travel pick up from aggressive. He knows he can be there and just get involved and take part in the action. This is the kind of carry play which the successful teams are doing at TI. You're having active carries who are coming to the fights as often as possible.
And to me, he's got to be on that short discussion of the big, young, up-and-coming players at the event. You've got Aggressive. Of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention Maybe, who's been turning heads all over the place. And probably Siniko, the other really big one, who has never played at TI before, who's been so impressive on the highest levels. But Cdeck still have to be careful. They are a bit weak in the team fight department if the global's not just right.
Yep.
And Newbie are clustering up. They do not have any BKBs yet, but they are closing in on them.
So Mu has a Bloodstone now. He only had the point boost of the last fight.
They saw Garter. They're going to dust for this. They commit a lot just to kill off that Bounty Hunter. He doesn't die yet. The mech keeps him in fighting shape. They turn immediately with the Laguna. The global did come out in the midst of it, and it forces a headlong retreat as Banana is purged and charged by the doppelganging PL. Storm trying to get on these backline heroes, but Garter's kept alive for now. Banana should die to this swarm of PL illusions. And next on the list may well be the Storm of Mu. Rabbit out of mana, surrounded. It's just an endless charge forward. PL illusion upon PL illusion as Aggressive screams his war cry. Cdeck again. You just can't commit that much on a Bounty Hunter.
And Queen of Pain bought back as well. This is just financial loss after financial loss for Newbie. They can't... they're getting nothing in return. This fight, they picked off a Lina, but Lina kind of threw the ulti, used everything, and will be pretty happy with the outcome of that fight there, especially with the Queen of Pain buyback. So for Cdeck, they are just dominating this game right now. They're completely outplaying Newbie.
Bounty Hunter is just not the hero you want to go on, it feels. Especially, well, I guess he's the mech carrier, but they didn't have like the positioning to just blow him up before he could get anything off, and Global was up is the other issue. All of a sudden, look at the gold discrepancy here. Aggressive, 2,700 gold. He's completed his boots of travel.
He just picked up a Diffusal 2 minutes ago, less than that it feels like.
And he's got his next item.
Yeah, this is scary stuff.
He's running a mint. He's 6-0-4. He's the leader in CS. He's basically the best at everything right now when it comes to this game of Dota 2.
For Newbie, they've got to just play passively until they have their anti-global silence items. Storm Spirit, BKB, Slaughter, BKB. Queen of Pain already has the Yule Scepter, but is going BKB on top of that, which I totally agree with, I feel. Unless it's an Ags.
It makes you wonder, should Mu have gone, and of course hindsight 2020 here, but should he have gone for what Sumail does in this situation? Sumail, if he's up against a really strong silence, he always rushes the Yules. We've seen it like 3 or 4 times, and I've seen quite a few games where it makes the difference. Could that have been an item that changes the game for Newbie?
It's definitely a possibility where it's a great way to get out of that global silence. I think the one thing he was counting on was the fact that Queen of Pain was rushing the Yules, and he's hoping that the Yules will prevent the Spirit Breaker charge.
Oh, Garter pulled and trapped, and meanwhile bottom lane, Cheeky comes in as well, looking for the stun setup, but there's the global. They go onto Rabbit, committing heavily onto the initiator of Newbie. They bring him down. The fish has been turned into sushi, and Banana will die in about a half second.
Track after track
Just
after
doesn't even
track.
have a chance. This is getting out of hand, gods.
Yeah.
And it's not like Newbie can be confident about the late game. You're up against one of the best late game spells in Global and a PL with track gold. Not to mention the Lina, who's casually about to complete an Aghanim Scepter. In fact, it's on the courier, coming out right now. Level 2 ultimate already, soon to be level 3.
Yeah, Shiki had kind of a rough follow-up to the laning stage where he got picked off a couple times by the Slider Blink Dagger, but has not phased him at all. He is still out-farming all 3 of the newbie core heroes, so things for Lina looking very good as we head towards the late game, and I mean, all of CDEC. XZ is going to be having a Shadow Blade soon after the Midas pickup. His farm is not going to fall off because of this, and normally you see Bounty Hunters kind of around the 7th or 8th slot on net worth, but so many track kills has just skyrocketed Garda's net worth.
It was a Midas pickup for XZ, so the gold strat is in full effect here for CDEC, and now he's building into a Shadow Blade. You might think, oh, that's not very good against Slardar, but it's great when you're the one running in, and he's got the global to secure the charge.
Yeah, I think it's a really nice pickup. It means he won't just get thrown up in the air in Yules if they don't have detection for him. I mean, BKB is another way of doing that, but you'd rather they don't see you coming.
Absolutely. At the very least, then they probably get off the grave to help cover the retreat. Every time this global is up, look for CDEC to continue making moves around the map. They are down on smokes, though.
They can go for another Roshan, maybe.
One smoke, and then they're done for 8 minutes. So they may have to slow the game down a little bit around that time.
Yeah, I think try and push out the lanes a bit. Take this Roshan that's now back and available. Newbie will be very hesitant to contest Roshan with Global Silence available, and BKB's up on Slider at least, but Storm Spirit still a ways away from his.
Well, let's see how the item progression is over on CDEC. We've talked about some of the items here. The Force Staff is going to be coming out for Q. Very nice to have against a Storm, against a Tusk Snowball, even a Slardar. And over for Newbie, you mentioned the BKB. Moo working on his own. He has a little bit of a ways to go. June also going into what looks to be a BKB. But like clockwork, every time the global is up, CDEC do something with the smoke. This time, they think about Roche, but then they think better of it. They want to find some more kills, and they're swinging on towards mid. Banana, the man in front. He might turn into a smoothie rather quickly if CDEC get their hands on him.
Yeah, they do one sweep through the enemy jungle, say, okay, nothing's here, let's go back for Roshan. I kind of like this move. Your ideal scenario is to find a core hero with that smoke, and then you can fall back and take Roshan, but you don't want to waste too much time running around.
The one hero whose net worth I neglected to mention, Mr. Banana.
He's going
the wrong way.
Yeah.
How low can he go? At some point, does he have to sell his boots for wards? He's down to 880 net worth. Brutal stuff. This is a support nightmare. And you're up against so much burst. Like, Lina can one-shot him with the ultimate. Minus 7 damage. So if he takes 7 damage in a Laguna, he's dead.
Well, just almost a level 16 Lina too.
Jump onto aggressive here. They get the snowball, the full combo. They get off the global though. The 3-4 hero charge through. XC was ready. The cavalry have arrived. And CDEC are turning this one right back on its head. Shiki laying in and trying to force heroes back. They prevent the TP out from the Storm as he gets Cyclone. Bloodstone denies on the retreat. On the other side of the engagement, the apparently invincible Cow continues his chase. Aggressive will not be able to catch out June. And finally, TPing home is Sang Cheng. That charge, man, XC, but the global covering his initiation, there's just no way to stop it.
I guess the good news is CDEC only got 1 real kill, but a Storm Deny means he's chewing through these Bloodstone charges. More downtime for him. Global goes on cooldown. I just feel like Newbie have to go for a big smoke and get something done. While they haven't used the time when Global's been on cooldown to achieve enough. The one big time when Global's on cooldown, they pushed that top tier 1 tower, but they traded that for Roshan. CDEC has not been punished for the global cooldowns whatsoever this game.
It's not that Newbie hasn't tried. We have seen them smoke and just go for ganks 4 or 5 times this game, but CDEC haven't gotten caught. They've always been sitting back. They have good wards, and they're playing keep away when the global's on cooldown. And as soon as it's up, that switch flips, and in they go again for round 2. They're not making it easy here for the TI4 champs, who have been very hit or miss in a lot of their series. One game they dominate, the next game they struggle. CDEC looking to take this game 1 now, up to about a 14,000 gold lead, 12,000 experience. Firmly in command with an excellent late game and track gold at their side. But Newbie still being scrappy, trying to get their next round of items and just hang on. Pray for the big team fight. Pray that this global can be denied at some point by BKBs, by the Yule Scepter. it is theoretically possible. It's just the execution that's been lacking for Newbie.
Yeah, and to me, the other big worry for Newbie is their damage output is going to fall off towards the late game. They've got a lot of this minus armor, and I think it'd be okay if they were in a more even game where minus armor can actually somewhat amplify Storm into a pseudo right-clicking carry when he goes balling in and zipping around, right-clicking with the overload procs. But when you're playing from behind, a Storm, Queen of Pain as your kind of magic damage, burst damage heroes is going to really just not scale that well into the late game. It doesn't work if you're not playing ahead. Like heroes like Lina, Storm, Quap can be great late game carries only when you're ahead.
And it's also the amp damage, you'd really want it against the PL especially, but he's always getting it off of himself, whether it's a Doppelganger, a Manta, a Diffusal Blade.
Yeah,
so you don't have the minus armor on arguably the most important hero to be able to focus down.
So yeah, so unreliable on him, and they're just forced to give up tier 2 towers at this point. They can't really defend them. Lena's also the one hero I guess you can reliably get amp damage on, but she's saying, well, let's try and counter that. Picks up a plate mail, building probably towards the Shiver's Guard, although AC not out of the realm of possibilities, but probably unlikely. Actually, Lotus Orb is great because you can use that to actually dispel the amp damage, so maybe Lotus Orb is going to be a consideration for Shiki.
It really could be. And, well, we'll have to see what the choice is. Maybe even the Snowball can be countered with this one. We saw that earlier today. The Queen of Pain all tossed out immediately. Now, that is an Axe for the Queen of Pain, but immediately gets thrown up in the air by the Yules.
Baited.
The stun comes out. Track Gold don't even need the Laguna. Sang Shang Kupi next. Here comes Spirit Breaker rushing forward. That's the Laguna. The Nether Strike back. They want some extra Track Gold and Aggressive. He figures Sang Shang's dead. He goes for Rabbit instead. Purging Banana. And they commit on him. They get him too. It's a triple for Shiki, who continues to get the job done for CDEC. Finally, Rabbit runs in, but it's on to 4 heroes. He's got a little help from Moo, and now the Global, and now Newbie are routed and completely without support. Trapped in their base, Sang Shade searches for answers.
He wants the Rampage, but no one's going to give it to him, LD.
It's 4. Can he get the fence, Shiki? He's close. He doesn't get it. Aggressive, you jerk. Taking all the glory for himself. And then CDEC all the way, 33 minutes in, 23-10. This has to be one of the biggest surprise stories of the International out of any of them that I've ever cast. This team just continues to deliver, and the best part is they did it with some new heroes this time around.
Yeah, they're doing it in style. They're doing it with a very similar approach to, they're very reminiscent to me of like LGD. They're great in the mid game with how they move around the map, great use of their smokes, really good at getting not just pick-offs, but turning into towers and objectives. But they do what LGD is, but they just go even that next level of aggression. They're really catching teams by surprise by just how willing they are to go for kills. And they're even diving really early on, bringing in aggressive so fast. Even before he had the boots of travel, even before he finished off the drums, he was coming to team fights to help out and make sure things were going CDEC's way.
2 big things to add on to that. You already mentioned it, but just to highlight it again, they played so well around the global. The timing was right, and it's like, to me, it's almost more about what they do when they don't have the global, which is they don't make big mistakes. They don't overextend. They don't get caught. I think Newbie found 1 or 2 kills on the Lina mid. That was really it. And the other thing is they're surprisingly disciplined. Sure, like, the reason that they're so fun to cast is they just run in and kill people as a squad, but they also know when to back it off. They didn't run down mid and try to immediately go for X. They rotate top first. They push in that lane. All 3 lanes are pushing. Then they go for the GG. So even if that fight somehow goes badly, there's not many objectives for Newbie to claim on the way out. So just a great mix of offense and patience here from this team.
Yeah, this Group B is looking like a very probable CDEC top 4 with the way they're playing and their current standing. And if they can seal the deal in Game 2, and they're looking a lot stronger than Newbie right now,
they might win. If they can 2-0 Newbie, they have a very decent chance to finish second, if not actually win the group. There is EG to worry about still. Yeah. So let's not get ahead of ourselves with that. But the top 4 is looking like a reality if CDEC take this next game. Folks, thank you for joining us. He's Gods. I'm LD. We'll take a break here. When we come back, Game 2 of Newbie versus CDEC. Wowza.
expecting an offlaner from Newbie, or is this going to be the offlane shaker? Well, the Empire.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Game 2 of this two-game showdown between Fnatic and Newbie, the International 4 defending champions, with most of the same players returning here, minus an ever-so-important one, Mr. Xiao8. They've done okay so far at the International 5, but they haven't been getting 2-0 wins. 4 ties coming in, and in this series they dropped Game 1, setting them up for, at best, 5 points through 5 games. This team is in desperate need of a 2-0, but they're going to have to look towards their last 2 series to claim one. On the other side, you've got the young guns, Fnatic, who have come in hot again, completely surprising Newbie. They took Game 1 in style on the back of a Spirit Breaker Global Silence combo, and just some great face for us. They're such a fun team to watch. They have them now right where they want them, and should Fnatic win this game, they will have 9 points through 4 matches. Only teams that did better than that in the group stage were LGD and Secret Gods, who got 10 points in 4 matches.
Fnatic are looking strong. They're looking scary. Newbie, they had their games. By no means have Newbie looked weak. They got a lot of flack coming in. There are some people who didn't think they were worthy of an invite, but I think all in all, most people thought, yeah, they're the defending champions. They've got 3 of the 5 players. They've done well enough since TI5, especially directly after since TI4. Right after TI4 up until about Christmas, they were doing really well. So I think they're definitely deserving of their invite. Most people don't doubt that, but I think they've surprised people by their performances. They take a game off EG. They've had 4 ties, though, is the problem here. So they've been taking games, but they haven't been getting 2-0 wins. And unfortunately, that can't change this series. So they've got to just get the draw if possible and then move forward to their last 2 series. One against Hot 6, which theoretically is the free win of the group, but you never really know. So they've really got to just up their game moving forward.
That's what Vici thought. The one team who dropped a game, and MP made it a stylish victory. Can't underestimate them. Fnatic start with the Undying here. Now, normally the Tusk is their preferred follow-up if they want to play their standard style of Dota. Newbie are going to go for lane control. They pick up the Razor early. Fnatic did opt to ban this in Phase 2 last time around. And Newbie will rotate into a Dazzle pick. So a fairly durable support, someone who can withstand the early aggression that an Undying brings, at least to a certain extent. And there you go. Your Tusk is on the field. This is normally the nightmare scenario versus Fnatic, giving these 2 away.
Tusk Undying, the most brutal dual lane in Dota 2 right now.
And especially for Fnatic. I mean, God, they love to run it. They didn't get the gyro, though. That was banned. So something for Newbie.
Yeah, this is where look towards Tusk Undying in the off lane, aggressive in a safe lane farming role with a support of some kind, and then you just need the Shiki hero for mid. So this is just a Fnatic classic. This is them in their comfort zone. Newbie, though, they were willing to give it up. They've got some kind of a plan in mind. Razor, Dazzle, strong lane, and that's what you need against this Tusk Undying. I don't think you can run a dual lane. I think they need to go full tri lane, get something like a Witch Doctor, a really strong range support to be able to stand a chance against this, and then just you're not really sacrificing your other lanes. It's just the old classic kind of 1-1-3 setup, and hope that you can get an off lane that can at least leech some experience and get the most out of the lane.
I would agree with that. You got to play it safe with this duo. As for Fnatic, they ban out the Naga, a good disengage hero, someone who can deal with Undying later on. Yusong, focus the Tombstone. I wouldn't call it a hard counter, but it's a nice way to try and address the Undying and the zombie apocalypse that he brings to the table later on in the game. Also just tanky in general. And I mean, who knows? Maybe Newbie would even consider a carry Naga. Not something they're known for running, but desperate times call for desperate measures. 4th ban now to come out for Fnatic. And pretty much can ban anything here. There's nothing that really jumps out as like, this hero must be banned to me, gods. Both teams are pretty open so far.
Yeah. I'm totally with you. I'm thinking there's like heroes like the tri-lane supports you can ban out, but I don't think that's really something you're scared of. You'd rather ban one of the playmaker heroes. So they take out Darkseer. I think this is just kind of a comfort pick. June's been playing it a lot coming up to TI as well as even during TI. So we saw this in the previous game where they'll ban the Darkseer if they feel like the offlane is still open for Newbie, even though heroes like Clockwork, which for most teams are preferred, is still in the pool.
Let's see. Ban number 4 from Newbie here. No idea where Fnatic want to take this. We saw the Phantom Lancer for aggressive last game, the Lina for Shiki. Yep. Lina's out of the picture. I wouldn't be so shocked if they even banned the PL as well.
Yeah, I think you ban PL or even Queen of Pain is another hero that C-Deck aggressive plays the Queen of Pain in the safe lane even. So
The Darkseer ban kind of encourages the PL ban here just because he's so good at countering illusion heroes, and that would be 3 melee as well, but it's a Shadow Fiend for newbie. So settling down into 2 strong ranged heroes, also pretty good melee counters, I would say. In general, lots of AoE. Razor obviously excels against the melee cores, and they've got some physical damage here to focus on the Tombstone. They are lacking a frontliner. Maybe the Slardar comes out again for newbie. We'll have to see, but I guess that would make the lanes a little bit tricky.
yeah, I think also the Slardar maybe proved to be a bit of a flop in game 1 as far as what it can contribute. Got the Blink Dagger, found like 1 or 2 kills on Lina, and from there newbie just didn't really get much done. So maybe something they would just shy away from because of that. But CX do pick the Queen of Pain I was talking about, and they run this probably as much in the safe lane as they do mid, maybe more so in the safe lane. So no guarantees this is really going either direction, but it kind of depends if they feel like there's a carry they really want, like the PL, or if they're happy to play a more... I think they want to just go for a more snowbally kind of strategy where they have a safe lane Queen of Pain, the Tusk Undying, strong off lane, because that frees up... The Queen of Pain doesn't have to get much support. Your support can help the mid lane when you've got that Queen of Pain. We saw Secret do this when they were taking on LGD. If just S4 can dominate the lane against an offlaner, and then both supports can be pulling, stacking, off helping the mid lane, doing whatever else they want to do.
Well, as expected, should be a core Tusk now with the Witch Doctor pickup. So they do grab the second support you mentioned, a strong laner. Newbie went Bane, and Bane Dazzle is a pretty strong combo. This with the Razor, if they play it right, should be enough for the Undying Tusk. I mean, I am wondering, though, does C-Deck even say, you know what, you think your defensive tri-lane is safe? That's okay. We're going offensive tri-lane and just running at you with Tusk Undying and a Witch Doctor.
It's definitely possible. I think the Witch Doctor will be a bit flexible, maybe switching from like mid to bot lane, from mid lane to the off lane as he's needed. So there's some kind of flexibility there for C-Deck, but yeah, they can look to take him.
Do you think they win that lane if they play it right? That particular
the aggro
trio?
lane? Dazzle, Bane, Razor, there's a lot of just range, chip, and harass potential there, so it's going to come down to the timing where once you get enough decay stacks, you snowball in, but I would give maybe a very slight edge towards newbie, so I feel like you just want to play the Tusk Undying dual lane, harass as much as possible, wait for a misstep or a misplay, and then you pounce on it. But and if you don't get the beauty of the dual lane is if you don't get that kill and it's because they're tri-laning you, well, you've just soaked up 3 heroes' time, and these are going to be under-leveled, under-farmed supports on newbie's side because of that.
Okay, so Decision Time will come out after this last ban, and it's the Spirit Breaker removed for newbie, who are lacking an offlaner. Clockwork in the pool, not so good against Queen of Pain. Can be decent against Tusk Undying, but I wouldn't say great. What else comes to mind for you guys? Any offlaners for newbie? I mean, unless they want to run an offlane Bane and go full Secret on us.
That'd be the secret way. Not entirely sure. I wonder if even... I don't think newbie would consider dodging the Tusk Undying and going offensive tri-lane, but Clockwork is just such a strong, stable offlaner. Always look towards him, but I think the Spirit Breaker band's nice. I think it would have been better than the Clock just because of his durability, his just high effective HP, good armor. He can actually fight pretty well early into the Tombstone, more so than maybe a Clockwork can. Doesn't need as many levels before he can get active on the map, but...
I'm really thinking a Storm for C-Deck could be a possibility, or what do you think? What do you think of an Ember? Is that too weak in the laning stage here?
Ember's great, I think. They can safe lane the Ember if they want to, and...
Because I'm just looking at newbie, their only lockdown is a Bane.
Yeah.
That's all they got.
It suits the C-Deck style, mid-game fighting. You get an Ember Spirit online around the time he hits level 9, level 10, and just take fight after fight. Great chasing potential, and you combine that with the Queen of Pain, the Tusk, you are going to just be running newbie down.
Oh, newbie. They want to shore up this team fight. They're worried about the Tombstone Snowball. Last hero I'll throw out there, Templar Assassin. It's a Shiki special. Maybe they run the aggressive Queen of Pain safe lane.
Yep.
I feel like it's going to be one of those 3, though. Storm, Ember, or the TA. Do you agree with that? And if so, do you favor any of those?
I really like the idea of the Ember Spirit. I think it's just such a good mid-game fighting tempo controller hero, and it also can be something you fall back on and just kind of turtle up for the late game. But
it is the TA.
TA comes out, and
it gives them a little more Roche potential. That was one area where they were lacking with a potential Ember pick.
yeah, a bit more reliable late game too. Just having huge burst damage and just that insta solo kill potential for the Ember Spirit. He I mean, much like the TA, you need the items, but Ember Spirit, it's not like you just go in and you instantly get a kill. It's like you've got to slide a fist 2-3 times, and then maybe you found someone. But
and now they get to run their Queen of Pain safe lane for aggressive.
Yeah.
This is going to be tough times for June, and if C-Deck have their wits about them, I wouldn't be surprised to see a very early ward planted in the Ancients just to prevent any catch-up Dota from June in the mid-game.
yeah, so I imagine we'll see quite a bit of time from Q, the Witch Doctor, spend in the mid lane, kind of just harassing the SF as well this game. Queen of Pain can do just fine against a Tidehunter, so will be an interesting laning stage here, and one where I think C-Deck do have a slight edge. And you've got a Tusk Undying. If you haven't got an edge in the laning stage, you're doing something
Something
wrong.
has gone horribly wrong. So
Oh, they got 2 mangoes too. Laning stage secured. The more,
seriously.
he who has the most mangoes wins the laning stage.
Well, with
That's-
this duo, I mean, the Mango is no joke, especially on the Undying. Oh, Undy, you dirty old man. Here we go. C-Deck Dire side leading 1-0 in the 2-game set. A win here gets them pole position in Group B with 9 points, right up there. And I think even surpassing EG through the first 4 games. Now, of course, they still have to play EG, so that could quickly change. And apparently EG looking good so far in today's opening action versus eHome. But Rabbit will be defending this bottom lane for Newbie. He'll be on the Razor. Banana, your Bane, also a Mango boy. Moo playing the Shadow Fiend, and Sanctuary handling the Dazzle. Up towards top, June on an old stable hero, an RRTK special, the Tidehunter. As for C-Deck, the XC Tusk is in the field. Garter handling the Undying. Shiki, the Templar Assassin. Q, the Witch Doctor. And then Aggressive, the Queen of Pain.
Always fun when both teams go for the same bounty rune, and that's exactly what the two teams are gearing up for, a 4v4 engagement.
Is there any way Newbie can win this? Oh, he has
No,
taken
there's-
Decay already. Let's see,
there's
does he
not.
get the 2-hero Decay? He's trying to find it. They're being patient with this one. Out off the bat come the Razors, but they go in with the Ice Shards and they start to engage. A lot of damage stolen, but Rabbit's the focal point here. Can they club him down? One more auto attack would do it. They don't have the damage. Meanwhile, Shadow Fiend forcing Cheeky back, but he's got Refraction soon. Rabbit able to salve up. That regen forced out off the bat, and nobody dies
How's
just
nobody
yet.
dead, LD? What's going on here?
He
This-
didn't take Tombstone, man. Where's the
No,
level
no,
of
you,
Tombstone?
decay for sure. Decay for
No,
sure.
I'm kidding.
It's the snowball you could maybe consider there, but they get the first blood.
And he salved
They didn't
too.
disappoint
Oh,
us.
the lane is a train wreck now. They've even got their mango still available.
Mango shards. No, the shard's on cooldown. He'll wait. He actually has mana for his shards now.
Now this bottom lane gets fun. And the first blood goes to the Undying. So off the bat, he's got boots. He's got a decay stack to enter the lane with. And
yeah.
Rabbit is out a salve. And you need your regen versus this lane.
This
It's
is-
also basically a stick for the Tusk of XC if he wants to pick it
Now,
up.
the one thing, just having 4 heroes that did do it, protected their pull camp. They're going to be able to... This is the crucial thing. Even though you're in a 3v2, you've got to pull. You've got to just deny experience, prevent the level. Like, the level 2 Undying, suddenly you throw Tombstone in the mix. Level 3, you've got another point in Decay or Tombstone.
Jesus. It's
Oh.
2 nukes, running for his life, 2 tangos left. And now they're going to go to the pole camp.
So Undying got first blood, which means we could be in for a fast Arcane Boots here, depending on how they want to distribute the farm.
Yeah, maybe they just even quickly roll swap until he gets the Arcanes, because once this lane gets the mana regen, there's just no stopping them.
They're coming in, just making sure they can contest these pulls as much as possible, but pesky stuff here is Gardo and XC going to have to just flip around the lane. So this is... It's still not going to be a... I don't think they're going to get a lot of kills here as the Tusk Undying, because unless they can really catch someone out of position going for the pulls, but they're going to look to just get as much in the way of levels and then try and have a rotation come their way to make something happen. Guard is actually going to be stacking Ancients as well for the TA, which is a move I like, especially against a tri-lane when you can't get kills and you can't contest the lane too well. You can make sure the TA has a great mid to late game.
June will grab a bounty, but Tusk gets a haste, and they've got eyes on Sanctuary.
He won't be able to get much with this.
You say that, but
It's-
I've seen enough of these Tusk Undying lanes that I never rule anything out.
It's wearing off already.
Yeah, he's gonna. It did, yeah, that's right. It did get nerfed with the duration.
The new haste rune duration means if you're not bottling it, you're not getting much done with it. It's
They don't really need to, though, because look
No,
at the
no.
other lanes right now. In the mid lane, it's a 9-4 advantage for Shiki, and he's going to continue to at least stay even here. And in the top lane, I mean, my God, gods, 12 and 12, 13 and 12. June's got nothing but Ancients, and it's only 2.5 minutes in.
yeah, he's gonna have a tough time, and that's the beauty of the Queen of Pain safe lane. It's kind of talked about this in some of our games where there just seems to be a very small pool of safe lane carries you could pick, and Gyrocopter seems to be the main one. And that's where teams aren't really running safe lane carries. They're running heroes like Queen of Pain, Storm Spirit. There's been more Storm and Queen of Pain in the safe lane than there has been like Spectres or whatever. I mean, there hasn't been any Spectres for one thing, but like just your traditional safe lane farmers have disappeared, and Queen of Pain and Storm have taken over the safe lane. Lina has taken over the safe lane. Silencer has taken over the safe lane in the case of Virtus Pro. There's just, it's these Intel semi-carries, which the heroes you run in the farming role nowadays.
Just look at the gold. It's almost a 1750 gold lead. We're 3.5 minutes in. Everyone's farming on Cedec. They're winning all 3 lanes here, I mean, to be totally honest about it. And the Tidehunter, although he has a double stack of Ancients, he's nowhere near being able to farm this. And even the supports are being denied their experience because Cedec just waltz in, suck it all up. The 2 bruisers stand there and just leech everything they get. Well, Newbie, not having the kind of start. You see a Razor first pick and you're like, okay, these guys want to secure their lanes, but that has not been the case.
And they've got Ancients being stacked. Triple stack already for the Templar.
And here comes the fight. Let's get ready to rumble! Cedec jumping in, the tombstone drop. They try to focus it, but Aggressive's here already! He's here in 4 minutes! It's a
He's
train
level
wreck
5!
He's ganking anyway! Rabbit's down! Banana on the run!
You can't be serious!
Cedec, quad lane bottom. To Newbie's dismay, they're gonna give up 3 kills. Can't even Nightmare deny. I don't think anybody at this event has been ready for this team.
Where's this Quap come from? He's level 5. It's not like he's just, like, you hit 6 as a Quap, you get Sonic Wave, you're like, yep, I'm going to TP into a lane, let's go for a gank now.
Jeez.
No, he's level 5. His lane was empty. He's like, this is boring, guys. I don't hit creeps. I hit heroes. I'm going to TP bottom, because he'd had an empty lane for 2 minutes. Does allow, Dazzle TP's top and takes a few CS, Ty gets a few CS. Who cares? You just got 3 kills for your team. That was the best rotation I've seen all TI5.
I think if you're pubbing, you're just like, why is there a Quap in my lane right now? You know, it's just like, what is this hero doing here? But, I mean, Cedec, they know what they're up to. With this draft, they saw the early advantage, and the second there's an opening, they pounce. And because Newbie's tri-laning, it's just like there's 3 heroes concentrated in a nice small area. It's easier to farm the kills. You don't have to move around as much, so... Oh, boy. All right, gods, if you're Newbie, what's the game plan? What's the game? Hey,
Okay.
you're the analyst, man. I got to ask you.
You got to stack lots and lots. You've got to get some levels on your Tide. Unfortunately, the Ancients have been blocked. You want to unblock that as soon as possible, and Moo needs his stacks in the jungle as well. This is going to turn into stack Dota, farm up the mech on Shadow Fiend, farm up whatever you can on Tide, and then group up and fight around the Tide Ravage. That is the general game plan here. They can't afford to give up too many more kills. They can't let Cedec snowball here. And also, they need to block these Ancients.
Look what's happened. Already a sentry's down. Not only are they dominating the lanes, but they're not losing their composure or losing sight of the big picture, which is there's a Tide in this game. He's pretty bad in the lane against Quap, so he's probably going to the Ancients. Only the single stack, but no more stacks to come until this gets dewarded. This team is they're just on top of Newbie. They've got him hook, line, and sinker, and now there's a jump on Moo mid. Shiki deploying an additional trap, and he's going to go, forcing out the TP. And as this TP is forced out, there may be a dive on the bottom lane. They know that they're -1 support here. Get ready for a snowball from XZ. Q swinging around. There's no Radiant Vision of this rotation any moment now. If there's a cask opening, they may just go. And I'm looking at Newbie right now. They've got a TP on Rabbit, and he's already here. This could be a tower dive.
Oh, Aggressive has a
There you
TP
go.
as well.
Snowball, jump in again, Tombstone deployed. Who's going to focus it? Rabbit is stealing damage here, but they continue to chase with the Sigil and going anyway. Nice grave. Rabbit up to 84 damage, but he's still TPing out. He can't take the heat. He's got to run. It leaves Sang-Cheng to the Wolves. No grave, no TP. They just clobber him. Death by zombie. A horrible way to go, but better than losing your Razor. I mean, that was just inevitable once the TP was forced mid.
Yeah.
They just know how to pull Newbie around the map.
Now they start getting up the deep wards, and for Newbie, there's no real answer to that kind of play. You feel like you have to TP mid to protect your Shadow Fiend, which is the right call, but at that point you've almost got to just abandon the bottom lane, and then you're giving up a tier 1 tower. So CDEC are the ones who are going to just keep getting further and further ahead. For Newbie, it's all about efficiency. How can they get the most out of what little farm and space they have on the map? And it's going to be tricky for them. The Tide needs levels before it can really contribute. Not just talking about Ravage, but getting levels in Anchor Smash so he can farm these stacks.
Well, speaking of farming stacks, that's what Cheeky's doing right now. He's going to walk down to the river. He gets slept, but he's already refracted. There will be a bounty rune grab by Moo, but the lanes are over now. Garter is just going to march on towards Moo. He rotates in. They've got the Bane up on the high ground, looking for the snowball opportunity. Everybody get on board. Snowball surrounded, dead. And more. They want more. Ice Shards also going to block up Banana. Beautiful catch. He panics and pops the smoke. That's not going to save you, Bubba. And down he'll go as well. Again and again, the brutal early game of CDEC paying off here. You can ban the Gyrocopter. You can try to ban the Bounty Hunter, but then you give them some other offensive powerhouses, and they just start playing Newbie like a fiddle.
This team is not a one-trick pony. They've got plenty of heroes in their arsenal, and it's very much like they kind of substitute things as needed, but then they maintain the same playstyle, and it's a sight to see so far.
Newbie is definitely doing everything they can, but I mean, there's just not much.
Yeah.
They are going to have Ravage soon. That could be a game changer, potentially. They've got the level 4 raises, but there's so many things that can go wrong here. If there's a heal that comes out, if the Undying's able to just drop the Tombstone in a great location, it may not matter if you hit the full combo perfectly.
They've got vision of the Dire Ancients, but I would have much preferred to see them to have blocked off the Dire Ancients.
Oh, the Dire Ancients, yeah.
Put down a Warden. It's like they want to maybe contest and go for kills, but when they're in such a defensive position, I think you just block it, because they've just stacked it twice, and at this point the Ward is just watching them stack. By the time he farms it, it may have even expired.
There's your shards. Rampant able to retreat away. 4 of the top 5 heroes when it comes to net worth, all on the side of CDEC. And then when it comes to the mighty battle of the 5 position supports, a 1 creep advantage for Q, who's proudly marching around with a pair of boots. They hold the lead. 4K gold, 10 minutes in, only 2K experience. And we do have this big team fight that they want to put to use, but the Rune of Trouble. Shiki picking up a haste rune here. Looks like he wants to clear the Ancients now. He's going to start working on the side blades. They'll give the mid lane to Q, try to get him his experience.
This is where, what does this board get you? Can you come in and contest this? You've got to commit 4 or 5 heroes if you want to.
He's got a haste. They need like a 5-hero smoke.
They TP'd in the
with
Tide.
a Ravage. They got to commit everything for this.
Yeah. They can't. Well, they can steal the Ancients if they get low.
He's got stick as well. This is so tough for Newbie to get in, and Shiki's already dropped a trap. He's already seen the Bane. It's too late.
Yep.
And now they're going to counter-gank this. June is in front. He might find the 2-hero Ravage, but Garter, if he gets down the Tombstone, is going to completely ambush this gank. No Ravage yet. Where's the Tomb? Drops it quickly, and now immediately Shiki on the hunt, looking for Saint Chain. They try to focus the Tomb down. They do get it quickly. The shards are coming through, and June's held the ultimate. This is about as good as it's going to ever get for Newbie. They bring down the Queen of Pain of Aggressive. Buyback for the Witch Doctor. There's your punch. Dropping Moo in position. He requiems. He holds the line for now. He's kept alive for ages, in fact. Still pops like a pinata, a 2 for 2. Banana will be the 3rd man down. Maybe he can get the neutral to die simultaneously. Garter running for his life from Rabbit, but the Plasma Field's on cooldown for quite a long time. He's going to have to give up. The triple goes the way of XZ. A 3 for 2 at the buyback, but the Ancients are secured for CDEC. That's about as good as it could possibly get for Newbie.
And they threw everything in. It was the smoke gank towards the Ancients, the Tide Ravage, all the ultimates coming out, and it was barely a break even. If anything, it's a CDEC favorite exchange.
And that exchange, the fight recap, didn't count the Ancients, and it didn't count that kill that just came about. So even then, you're still looking at a 1 to 2K gold swing favoring CDEC, and now, gods, they've got a minute and a half with no Ravage to start making moves.
Yeah, and Aggressive only barely went down in that exchange too. It was like mid-blink out when a Plasma Field caught him, which was a bit unfortunate. It looked like he was going to live.
And they're going to steal the Ancients.
Oh,
CDEC are just... There's
no Ravage.
They are just choking Newbie out everywhere they move. Ready to team fight, ready to pressure early, playing the economy game, warding the Ancients. They're the full package right now. But they might have to be careful here. Q is dropping fairly quickly to that initial plasma field. As Rabbit tries to latch on, stealing XZ's damage. He might be able to finish off Q. Aggressive in position to slow him down. Can get off the Shadow Strike. Newbie, 5-manning their own Ancients just to hang on. But I think Cdeck want to go. They've got a snowball at the ready, Walrus Punch prepared, in come the shards, it blocks everybody out, and there's no Ravage. They need this Anchor Smash at the very least. Aggressive still looking for the opening with the ult. It's on cooldown for 20. Snowball forward, punching Moo up in the air as Shiki annihilates him and then goes back for a bit more. The Grave Outside Chain is going to find Rabbit too. Somebody deal with this Templar Assassin. No, they can't. XZ has the shards. It's 4, about to be 5 if he can secure the banana kill and without a TP. I'm not sure where he's going. The scream, the ball, self-nightmare, deny, uppercut, see ya again! 5 dead. A slaughterhouse with Cdeck's name written all over it. This is just a tour de force from this team.
This is how you play the Tusk Undying. That is just a sight to see. Newbie make kind of the right call, I want to say, focusing down the tomb. But while that's happening, there's a 70 HP Witch Doctor getting off like a full duration Death Ward on them. There's just too many problem spells and heroes going on. There's the Tombstone you got to focus. There's the Death Ward you have to cancel. There's a TA who's just doing so much damage just by being level 11 at this stage of the game and having Max Refraction and Meld taking out heroes so damn quick in these fights, and Newbie just don't have enough answers to all the problems that Cdeck are throwing at them.
It would be one thing if they were just like dominating that bottom lane, but I mean, it's everything. It's the Ancients being warded early, the quick rotations from Aggressive, the well-placed traps by Shiki giving them vision, the willingness to go steal the enemy Ancients, fighting whenever the Ravage is down. Last game, avoiding fights when the global silence that they had was down. They are playing complete Dota right now. Here we go. Newbie reduced to the 5-man, it feels. 4 mid, 1 top, so not a full 5-man, but that may end up costing Rabbit, who's way off on his own. He's got the stick charges as well as the drum. He's not even going to bother using a drum for this. And now mid, Requiem was thrown out. Shiki refracts and is going to survive. They even committed a Ravage just to try and get poor Q, who's surrounded by this, but Garter has dropped the Tombstone. Moo graved, held, kept alive for now. Shiki trying to decide who he wants to kill first. He wants the Bane. He almost gets the Shadow Fiend. Sang to fall as well. And Newbie routed again, and with the ults on cooldown, it's Roche time for Cdeck. Into the pit and onto an Aegis.
Yeah, that was a great time for Shiki to have a double damage. Not that I think it was really even the deciding factor, but it just made things that much easier for Cdeck. Not to mention that much easier to follow it up with a Roche. And the item advantage is just getting nuts at this point. You've already got a mech up on your support Undying. XC on the Tusk has a Blink, Earn, and Arcane Boots. Q's got a Medallion. TA's Desolator just 50 gold short now. Everybody is just packing heat.
Oh my goodness. Does he almost have a Deso?
Oh, and there's the Orchid. So there's an Orchid on Quap and a Deso on TA. 15 minutes in the game. You've got problems.
They can't do anything now. They can just silence the Dazzle. He'll never get a Grave off. They can blow up any of these cores in a quick combo, like a snowball in with these items. Even if they turn with the Ravage, they just can't kill the Tombstone either. It's just so chaotic when... I feel like that's one of the big things with the Tusk. He snowballs in, and you don't see the Tombstone when the fight starts. It just suddenly pops up while you're already running for your life, and you can't run from it, and you just can't focus it off the bat. It's going to be tough for Newbie to take these fights, so they try to split push again.
They may be forced to defend high ground here. Is the Deso on the... Yeah, Deso's on the courier, so that's going to arrive with the Orchid. I think they just push high ground. That's
you go high ground here.
Even if you're not actually getting a lane of Rax, you're forcing Newbie to come TP back and defend.
If they wrote it down, Gods, they know there's 40 seconds until a Ravage. There is a glyph, but they can at least force it out.
Oh, that's brutal.
That feels like an Aeon.
Rabbit needs to get in front and try and static link Shiki, but you put yourself in so much danger to do so.
Now, Cdeck could overextend here. They do have to be careful not to start diving tier 4s. That's where the combo of Newbie can get scary. A long duration static link and... potential for big AoE plays. But Moo is just going to split push. He's always been a calm and steady presence for
top.
this team.
Cdeck, they're going to back off.
They play it safe.
That's the thing. This team, as aggressive as they can be, they're so disciplined.
They just flip the switch. You know, it's like, okay, now we're going to dive you to your well, and now we're just going to farm on our side of the map and have wards everywhere.
They're really good at just picking their moments of when to be aggressive, and then they see Newbie kind of posturing to make a traditional high ground defense that could cause them some problems. They say, yeah, Let's just wait. TA's, yeah, we've just got our Deso Orchid. Like, we've hit our first big item timings, but these are item times which are going to allow us to dominate a fight on an even playing field. We don't want to risk it going high ground until we have a BKB on Templar Assassin.
Back to the Ancients, the site of many a destructive newbie engagement. This time, there's no contest. CDEC get it for free.
Yep. And they'll probably just start working away at these tier 2 towers. Much easier to
Well, even a tier
to
1
pressure
top.
them.
A freebie if they want that.
Oh, gosh.
Cheeky can just solo that.
Getting ahead of ourselves talking about high ground sieges perhaps when there's tier 1s.
I mean, honestly,
top lane, move.
oh, in trouble.
Vizrin.
He does have the Invis and no detection. Oh, they may be considering fighting this. They do have a full duration Fiend's Grip, but Cheeky, the Aegis carry, not the hero you want to go on. XC throwing out the shards here, blocking Banana out of his own base. Playing it safe. Moo still strutting around Invis towards the top side of the map. CDEC just waiting and farming. It looks like Cheeky's Blink should come soon. Maybe he goes BKB, but when you're ahead like this, it feels like the Blink is the item.
Yeah, I think
he's going to have it soon.
The Blink, and then you get your BKB later, and that's probably like around the time of the second Roshan, and you can go for a high ground push with the Blink plus BKB. Magical TA DD rune is also spawned for him, awaiting at the bottom river.
At your service, sir. That plus the Blink might actually just be a high ground push. They will be lacking the Aegis, though. That's the one unfortunate thing here for CDEC.
Yes, still plenty of towers to grab, and even like there's just more items, more levels. Like you're Undying, hanging a level 2 ultimate, getting another point in the Soul Rip can be handy. Witch Doctor's still just level 8, so
they are using the map well, but finally Newbie want to get out. Cheeky dropping a trap here. They bring 4 around. And do they have a smoke? No smokes for Newbie.
Ooh, Mook. Oh, almost got hit by the snowball during that TP.
Ooh, close call. He's close to a BKB here. That could be an item that allows them to turn this a bit, but there are answers for BKB. There's a Death Ward, the Tusk Uppercut, the zombie slow going
Sonic
through
Wave,
BKB.
TA in general.
Yeah, I mean, it still helps,
yeah,
but it's not a full solution.
It's still the only real item you can go for here as a Shadow Fiend, yeah.
And CDEC, they roll up the tier 1 top lane. They press forward onto the tier 2.
This is maybe a more handy item. The Tide Blink comes up for June, so Blink Ravage, SF probably will go for a Blink after his BKB just so we can get that instant follow-up, and that's when Newbie kind of have some hope for their team fight. Blink Ravage followed up by Blink Requiem, and then you get Rabbit running in looking to clean up. Still some ways off, and still kind of wishful thinking when you talk about it that way. But
XZ is hunting Banana. He's hungry, wants a snack. Uppercut. There's the cast, the Maledict, and maybe a self-denied. No, he tries to sleep XZ. That's not going to work. And down he goes. So a quick kill. And just map control maintained for CDEC while they await this next rush.
Tuska's 2.6k. That's
what's the build here? Shadow Blade? You get like a pipe?
I think you go. Well, you've already got the mech, so utility's okay.
Undying.
So that's the thing. You've already got all your utility items. You've got the mech. You've got the medallion, which will probably
you don't even need a
Deso,
Deso, which is normally like the carry Tusk build, but.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like a load. Like, do you rush a Lotus Orb or something? Do you need a? You don't really need a Lotus Orb this game. Maybe a Vlad's. Vlad's would be good.
Vlad's would be pretty good. I like that.
But depends how much of like a damage DPS threat he feels like he needs to be. And I would say he doesn't need to be a damage threat at all. He can go absolute complete utility. Lincoln's is a possibility if you're worried about a Fiend's Grip or something. But even that's like too big of an item for this early on in the game. He goes Shadow Blade, so run around, more mobility. It's so early on to buy it, and Newbie is so poor that having to buy sentries and detection is just going to be another hit to their economy.
We've hit a very dank score here, Gods. Not sure if you caught that, but
ooh,
it's.
I trust that's what you're here for.
It's a meme lord's dream right now. They're probably hoping there's no more kills, but I don't think CDEC are going to answer their prayers soon enough. With this next Roche respawn, they'll be looking to really take the next level of objectives. For now, it's just consistent gold being accrued, slowly pulling ahead. It was a Shadow Blade, and move just to let him know that there is a Tusk on the prowl. They'll punch him in the jaw.
Yeah, so CDEC kind of definitely slowed things down here. Another double damage rune spawning, although they don't have vision on that one. And Cheeky heading down there. He's just been farming Ancients all day long. The Radiant Ancients, his own Ancients. The gold advantage is just getting bigger and bigger in CDEC's favor, and this is going to become a big problem for Newbie.
And this time there's a DD rune with Roche potentially respawning soon. Newbie do finally make their move. They've got a plate mail up on Rabbit. Some pretty cost-effective items here picked up across the board. If they can get that Dream Ravage, quickly blow up a couple supports, there just might be a chance, or at least that's what they think. But with top lane pushing, C-Deck are just ready for this move. It's almost too predictable, and now it's their turn to smoke and their turn to rush down mid. I think they even saw Banana retreating.
Yeah, they'll see heroes spawn at top, so now they can kind of plan where they want to go based on this. Maybe just look to get some map control. Well, you ideally don't want just map control. You want to find some pickoffs here, but there's a lot of wards floating around here, and they've got a gem to deal with them.
You're talking about wards. C-Deck want wards, and they also want to dive. They're primed to pounce on the banana. Sentry will go down first here, and now they look for Moo. Shards come in. It's a double D ward. Both teams losing theirs. Sentry for Nobs.
Yeah, so the gem on Q, a nice little pickup. You want to just starve Newbie, keep them in their base, prevent them from being able to get too much done. Unfortunately, they missed the Radiant Observer Ward on the cliff, and the Dire Ward that he planted deep got immediately dewarded. So small warding victory for Newbie, let's say. that's about all the victories they're getting right now.
Trading a Sentry for an Observer, and actually they had to plan a second one, so it was 2 sentries for an Observer. I mean, that is about all they can count on right now. Anything more is going to require some serious outplay. They are waiting for the runes now, and meanwhile, C-Deck waiting for the Roche respawn. They've got a trap in the pit. They've got wards surrounding it.
I'd love to see Shiki just go
straight Daedalus.
Straight Daedalus, yeah. Like, with an Aegis especially, just go ballsy. Straight Daedalus, yeah, there's Ravage, Requiem, but...
And you know he's going to get the Aegis.
Yeah.
I mean, the chances of Newbie walking into the pit and actually taking a fight, they feel so small. Because if they blow that fight, they have no Ravage. They're going to have no Requiem, most likely. And C-Deck go down mid with an Aegis and a DD rune to try and just take a full lane of Rex.
They do have another smoke, which they are going to pop now on the Newbie side.
They want to fight before anybody congregates in the Roche pit.
Probably worried about Roche going down now. The problem is, like,
this is so risky.
You have to just camp the Roshan pick because TA can solo it. So even if when you see 3 or 4 heroes on the map, you never know. Roche could just be going on while that's happening.
Looks like they should get XC here, though. The Shadow Blade not going to be enough. They get dust on him. And now they go. He can snowball install this one a little bit. Maybe directly forward. Then the blink out. Don't tell me he escapes from this. You got to shut him down, Newbie. 5-hero smoke rotation out.
Easy.
Played again. This is just painful to watch.
They have Weave. Did they use the Weave, or was Dazzle maybe not there?
No, they had all 5 there.
Yeah, they need to use
They
the
could've
Weave or save the Plasma Field or something. But I mean, great play from XC. That's the beauty of the Tusk Blink Dagger. It's such a problematic item to have to deal with.
Yeah, defensively, offensively.
Tier 1 tower backdoor. There's like a creep wave pounding on their tier 3s, and they're just trying to backdoor this bottom lane.
And that won't be allowed either. As Moo gets trapped towards the corner, he's got the BKB.
punished.
No TP scroll for Moo. This is going to force Newbie to engage here. Quickly, the Tombstone drop down. Oh, almost dead already. Healed up by the Dazzle. Pops the mech. BKB still in line. Aggressive has the ultimate, and he's going to kill him while BKB'd. Moo is executed in front of his team. They're helpless. The guillotine ends him. There's the Ravage, though. Good turn here by Newbie, but is it enough? Probably not, considering Shiki hasn't even showed up yet. He comes in, and we'll TP out. Run, boys, run! They get 2 out. But they will lose 3 for 1, and they blew everything. The Ravage, the Requiem. Well, actually, they didn't get the Requiem off. The Fiend's Grip and the Roche's respawn. C-Duck will take it. They didn't even have the TA for most of the fight. Never even used the BKB. They didn't get the tower either, gods.
Yeah, it's getting somewhat desperate here for Newbie, and they're going to be fighting into this Aegis here, and that's where they just got to buy out any item they can. Looks like, yeah, Shiver's Guard going to be coming out for Rabbit. He's 400 gold short, though. He will have it probably for the high ground defense here, but Ravage still on cooldown. That's 100 seconds where if C-Deck want to rush things, they can go for that high ground push now before Ravage comes back up.
There might be a Shadow Demon on cooldown at this rate. Dazzle on the run. Or not Shadow Demon, Shadow Priest, rather. They do TP. Sang Shang going to die anyway. There is a sleep, rather, under the tower. Trap coming through. And XZ looking to go here. He's going to have the combo soon, and they can tower dive this with a BKB. Shiki, not quite invincible, but the snowball's going to help him out a lot. He may have overextended. He doesn't fully have the backup that he's looking for. They're going to heal him now. They drop the tombstone, and what looked like maybe a newbie turnaround, they have to back off, at least let the TA survive. They do bring down the tombstone, though. Little bit over-ambitious by Shiki. XZ hunting. Nothing going to connect there. Had a fish. But that is going to neuter the push a little. With no BKB, the high ground dream might be dead.
Yeah, the Tide Ravage, 45 seconds away, getting closer and closer, but probably looking to, yeah, they're going to look to chip and poke away at this mid-tier 3 tower. We'll see if they look to commit during this small duration before Ravage comes back up.
There's the weave. Will discourage CDEC a little bit. They slow down XZ with the Shivas. And I think they should have the Ravage up, Gods.
Yeah.
There's still a glyph.
They're buying time well enough here. Unfortunately, nice plays from Shiki where if he gets static linked, he's just blinking back, not allowing Rabbit to steal too much damage from him. But they seem keen on just sticking around this time, at least for now.
And right as you say that, the caster's curse kicks in and they run away.
Yeah,
but they are going to stay in an offensive posture here.
I farm out the enemy ancients as per usual, farm the enemy jungle. It's where a newbie actually getting anything on the map apart from whatever creep waves arrive at their tier 3 towers, and it's really nothing.
I mean, is this really happening again? Another double damage
rune.
There's
been a lot of DD runes this game.
I'm starting to suspect Mr. Shiki here. Somebody call Gabe. We need a full investigation.
It's gone to the Witch Doctor though, so
he's actually that's the second time Q has stolen his double damage rune.
Surprised Shiki didn't keep the bottle and drop the Aquila, but I guess the bottle went to a different hero who could potentially make use if you get like an Invis rune on a Witch Doctor or something.
I agree. I think generally you do keep the bottle there, but well, with somebody else holding it, it's not totally wasted.
So they'll make another move towards the mid lane. Still a couple minutes left on the Aegis and everything online as far as spells go for both teams, really.
It is a little tricky to go high ground against newbie, as ungodly far behind as they are. It is a strong high ground defense lineup. If the weave kicks in, they get the long duration static link off on the TA, and Moo doesn't die off the bat. Well, that's a way to start it. They may just be able to hold this and drag this one out a bit longer. I mean, at this point, newbie, they just can't afford to be losing when they have yet to grab a full win in Group B.
Yeah. The Daedalus is going to be a really nice pickup as far as ending the game, just because it allows you to go for those blink melt strikes, and if you insta-crit someone, you one-shot them, suddenly the push gets a whole lot easier because it's 5v4. So you need that insta-give potential to really become a big threat for the push to work. With the BKB, the more defensive option from Shiki, it's surprising, as much as normally you think, okay, you go BKB to help you push, the way newbie are defending the high ground, just kind of passively kiting them around, you really need that burst potential.
Oh, I'm sorry, Moo. Did you think there would be ancients here for you to farm? Nuh-uh. No siree. There's the shards. They're going to engage on this, perhaps. Moo is BKB. They want to force this thing out if possible. Sigil flies high. Quap bolt over the top. Aggressive going in. The BKB's thrown out. And now Banana. Trap will slow him even further. Decay spammed as well. They haven't even deployed the Tombstone yet. They find Banana. Now the Tombstone thrown out. That's not the right position for it. Well, that'll be dealt with rather quickly. CDEC, they get one, but it's a BKB charge. It's a 5-hero commitment. Even the double damage Witch Doctor getting in on the action there. And it doesn't lead to an objective.
Not a huge win for them, but at the same time, newbie's not really getting too much done themselves, so it's...
I just feel bad for this poor Bane of Banana right now.
Yeah, it's been a rough game for supports in general on the newbie side. 0-6-1 on Sancheng, 1-8-1 on the Banana Bane. Looks like the Aegis will time out, though, so a successful defense in some ways for newbie. They don't lose their tier 3 tower.
It reminds me of that game that you pointed out from IG. I think it was on day 1 where they just sat in the base though.
Yeah, against Fnatic.
At some point, you have to get out on the map, even if it's risky. You need to take risks. Try to find some farm. We've seen it from Eternal Envy multiple times this event. Even Artesia in their loss earlier today to LGD. They got active. Well, as soon as newbie tried to get active though, this is what happens. They jump in with Shiki. He looks to go onto the Tidehunter, drives him back immediately. Queen of Pain ult doesn't connect on him, but it still brings down the Bane as Sancheng tries to hold the line. They never finished off the tomb. Rabbit's got to go back for it. He does clean it up, but Moo is being auto-attacked down by a freaking Queen of Pain. XC, the one to get the last hit. And everybody just on the run. Shiki, one more shot. June Blink disjoints it. Well played, sir. But not well played enough to save Rabbit.
Oh, he's going to die.
And he does die. He might even want to buy back here. There's a Ravage, actually. I don't know if you buy back.
Well, the Razor buying back will probably force CDEC to reconsider this push. And
there's no Requiem. Shadow Fiend, BKB also on cooldown, so I don't know if they can really go offensive here.
yeah, I think this is time to retreat. You're going to have a Roshan respawn in 2 to 5 minutes. And
then you go, because at that point your TA has the Hyperstone. It looks like Assault Cuirass will be the choice. That gets to a point of ridiculous minus armor where buildings will melt. That's minus 12 on a building that is 22 armor.
everyone's just filthy rich. Like the Queen of Pain, Queen of Pain's actually topping the net worth. Is the crazy thing this game still.
Feels like he's mostly been farming aggressive, but I mean that's all you need to do right now. Just keep the lanes pushed down and wait for the next stages.
He's had absurd farm since the game slowed down. It was funny. It's just the way he played the first 10-15 minutes where he was TPing bottom at level 5. You wouldn't expect him to have this kind of items, but once the game hit that kind of slow point, he really just power farmed his way to a lot of items, and these items just have come from nowhere. Shiva's Guard about to be completed as his 4th big item. And this is a scary Queen of Pain.
That's putting it mildly. Even Witch Doctor's got himself a Solar Crest now. And you look at Newbie, and it's really all physical damage at this point. With the BKBs on the cores, you can't count on the Requiem damage or the Ravage. So you're left with a Weave, a Static Link, and right clicks from the minus armor of a Shadow Fiend's presence. And the evasion negates pretty much all of that. Uh-oh, XC prepping up for a kill, and he doesn't want Rabbit. He really likes Sanjay. Maybe he's going to cancel the TP. Oh, he's a jerk. You got to walk home.
I thought he might just run past and try solo kill Sanchik, which he probably could have done, is the sad thing for Sanchik.
I was expecting the same.
But, yeah, just mess with that kind of split push a little bit and playing with Newbie's head at this point.
Get ready to boil that Rabbit. Newbie got their Ancients for the first time in 20 minutes. I don't know if you caught that. That was something.
That's a big proud moment for them, perhaps, this game. They haven't had much go their way.
Yes, you blow the celebration horn.
They're already ringing home and letting their parents know. Mom and Dad, I finally found the Ancients.
Aren't you proud of me? No, son. You suck at Dota. Hopefully their parents don't say that.
One TI championship's not enough for me. That boy S4 was talking about it in his interview how he's going to win 2.
These parents are tough, you know. They believe in their kids, but some of these Dota parents, they expect success. No, I've been really touched by most of the videos Valve has put together so far. It really gives you some nice insight on the players behind the names. Here comes the smoke. A long,
you want it active.
Gambit.
This is good. This is the kind of...
They have to.
Yeah,
I mean, they really do have to just get out of the base. If you wait until CDEC comes, then CDEC knows where you're going to be. It's never going to work. Shiki even blinks in, but he's so tanky. If he BKBs, I don't know if they can bring him down. He's almost already killed off Moo. Grave comes out super early into the fight. The Tombstone dropped on the backside. It's going to prevent a retreat. Moo frantically trying to Requiem. The quad bolt cleans up 3. And now Rabbit on the run. No escape. GG. Newbie never had a chance and never had a lead. They end this game down 30,000 gold, 35,000 experience. CDEC just made the TI4 champions look like noobs.
They pummeled them. This was so decisive. And so much of it was just incredible play from CDEC. By no means did Newbie look like weak or there was no real individual misplays at any real points. They kind of got outlaned and outmaneuvered in various places, and I think even the drafts just favored CDEC a lot for the most part in the 2 games where they just had a clear strategy in mind where Newbie were kind of reacting too much. But it's not like the Newbie we saw like during DAC where it was just complete horrible misplays, getting solo killed in lanes, doing all kinds of weird things, missing chronospheres. I mean, Newbie are playing solid Dota on an individual level, but CDEC they're the full package. The synergy's there. They're playing as a team. They're playing aggressive. They're getting objectives. This is a team to look out for. I can't wait to see them go up against EG later, I think tomorrow.
Honestly, the way they're playing right now, that match is going to decide the group. If CDEC even tie EG, they may have an inside shot at taking the group. I think EG already has 2 ties so far.
Yeah, tie against Newbie and I think VP maybe?
Yeah, so, well, CDEC still got to play the big boys, the boys in blue, who looked good in eHome in the first game, but we will see more of CDEC. Next up, they've got a date with Vici Gaming, and I would say a fairly desperate one, Gods. Not out of it, but they need to start getting wins at this point, which a lot of teams are in the same position, so we'll see if CDEC can bring the same fire and fury. Stay tuned, guys. I'm LD, he's Gods, and we'll be back for our final match of the day in a little bit. Vici Gaming versus CDEC coming up next. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the thrilling conclusion of day number 3. Things just got interesting in Group B, gods. CDEC are 3-0-1. They've got 1-0 loss and 3-2 wins. It gives them 9 points. And if they somehow manage to win out, they are guaranteed first in the group. Everybody's got more wins/losses than this team. Now, they still have a couple of opponents to go here, but they are looking so solid coming into the end of day number 3. And, well, it's really crucial for Vici Gaming, the opponents, to at least take a game off of them. Ideally, Vici wants a 2-0 win here. CDEC challenging EG for top of the group, and their matchup tomorrow may end up deciding everything in this particular group.
Yeah, there's 3 teams tied on 9 points, but CDEC have played the least games of those 3. They've played only 4 of their 7 matches. VP have played 6 of theirs, and EG have played 5 of theirs. So as far as the standings go, CDEC have the most potential to earn points. So to me, they're top of this group right now. It's going to come down to EG to kind of dethrone them tomorrow and 2-0 them, depending somewhat on the result of this series. CDEC looking for at least a tie. That would get them first place of this group. Ideally, with the way they're playing, they're going all out for the win. Vici Gaming are the ones who need to turn things around.
And look at this. I mean, after the last series, Vici, they took one look at the replays. Maybe they ran into a newbie player in the lobby and saw him hunched over, sobbing quietly in the corner after the brutal beating they took. And they say, let's ban Undying and Tusk here. Now, I do want to mention, first pick goes to Vici this game, and gods, I think it's the first time this tournament where a team has not picked Radiant. They actively picked Dire, so maybe CDEC's got something special planned for Vici here in game number 1.
I wonder how much if it's something special, but you look back at those, like that 2-0 series just now, and Roshan was a pretty critical objective for them. It was a big part of their game plan. Even when they weren't really far ahead, there was that game 1 where Newbie were 4 men pushing the top T1 tower, and CX suddenly like, hey, we're in the Radiant jungle. Let's just take Roshan. Like, that was at a pretty even state of the game. So it seems like this is a team who can position and use Roshan really well, and that's something it seems like they want to just take advantage of. Not to mention, both games against Newbie on the Dire side. So at this point, it's maybe even a slight comfort factor where it's like, we just played 2 games, had success on the Dire side, let's stick with it.
A lot of time being put into this first round of picks and bans already. Quite a bit of reserve time eaten up by CDEC, and, well, the aggressive Gyrocopter and the Bounty Hunter get given away. Against some teams, this often feels like a disaster just for phase 1 of the draft, but they've run so many of these aggressive heroes well. You have to make choices. What do you want to give up? What do you want to play against? We have seen some tools to deal with Bounty Hunter emerge in this tournament. I think probably the strongest cases are what EG have done. The Spirit Breaker AUI 2000 showed, and PPD's Tree. Spirit Breaker can just charge the Bounty Hunter, and as you pointed out, often Bounty away from his team, an easy target, or at the worst case, you just back off. And Tree always can just protect whoever gets jumped by the BH. So maybe Vici has something planned for this, but that's normally not a pair of heroes that they're known for running much of.
Yeah, and Vici Gaming had to expect this with what they left in the plus. Not maybe expecting the first pick Queen of Pain just because it gives CDEC their comfort Gyrocopter plus Bounty Hunter, but if you're taking the Gyrocopter yourself, then CDEC's the one getting a Bounty plus Queen of Pain or something. So
there's the clock for Vici, so revealing little early on here. CDEC revealing a bit more about the overall game plan because of the Bounty Hunter pick. Not seeing any offlane bounties from them, and I can't. There's only really one team that's even run the offlane Bounty Hunter, and that's Na'Vi with Fnatic. But even then, it's not that common.
Yeah, it seems to be very much towards the support. I don't even want to say full position because some teams are even playing it more as like a hard support with where it ends up. And then other games, it just gets a ton of farm through track. It really depends on how many track kills you get, whether it's a 4 or 5 position. But yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing much offlane Bounty Hunter. But
oh, it's Vici who banned the Spirit Breaker, interestingly enough. They
guess
already
they're
have their
committed to
offlaner.
Yeah, committed to the clock. And every now and then a support Spirit Breaker can work, but probably something Vici Gaming don't want to get too experimental with in such an important game for them right here.
So a lot of cheeky heroes are banned out. The main one that is out there right now is the Templar Assassin, but there's quite a bit of control for that. The Shadow Strike, the Cogs, the Hook could slow him down here in the mid-game, and I don't think we'll see CDEC go for it right away. They're focused on the bans currently. The FY Rubik lurks. Earthshaker, a little surprisingly, ignored through the first, what are we at now? 11 picks and bans. Feels like those are probably the 2 most hotly contested heroes that could emerge into this next stage.
I don't know how well Earthshaker deals with the super aggression that CDEC pull out at the around the 15-20 minute stage of the game, which is maybe where Vici Gaming is like, yeah, he can throw a fissure, but then he doesn't have much else after that. So maybe they want something a bit more active. Similar story with Rubik. To me, he doesn't have enough contribution at that stage compared to the Witch Doctor, the Dazzle, these other supports we're seeing.
Uh-oh. There's the Shiki Lina. Could be a support in theory, but we've seen what he can do in the core role as well.
Yeah, the Lina Gyrocopter, not really a obvious pairing by any means. You need that setup for Lina typically, or if you run Lina as a support, it's normally with another kind of support, not a roaming bounty hunter.
So what do you think Vici want for supports? I mean, the FY signatures are out there. Mainly the Rubik comes to mind, but is that too weak against these kind of aggressive heroes?
I think it's a little weak. I think you rather the Witch Doctor as probably one of the better supports left in the pool. Earthshaker's possible.
It kind of weakens their lanes. Having a Shaker and a Clock, it's just so defensive.
Yeah, I think you try and go for a strong dual range support duo, which to me is a Witch Doctor and something else. They've done a game or two of Crystal Maiden, but Rubik, the FY hero, so this will give them, well, not always, sometimes it's Fenris hero as well. I have to take note of that, but this will give them some roaming potential here. Maybe they even go for a Rubik +1 dual roam, although the Lesh and the Lean obviously not available.
And that's kind of the nice thing with the Lina pick, and maybe that's what CDEC had in mind is Vici probably want the Rubik here. We don't really want to ban it. So let's just take Lina, and then if they go Rubik, they don't have a great partner. There's just nothing that really compares to those two. Sure, you've got Skywrath who can deal a lot of damage, but he doesn't have that follow-up stun to help secure kills.
Yep. I think more importantly than the supports of Vici is going to be what kind of secondary carry they go for. They don't want to get something too greedy. The CDEC playstyle is very much, you need something which can fight and deal with the early aggression. To me, the two main heroes for that... Okay, it's saying different from CDEC.
Now, they have room for one more Core Gods. Any chance of a Drow?
For CDEC...
I mean, you verse a Clock here. That feels a little risky. Quap closing as well.
Your teamfight looks quite weak at that point, I think.
I don't know if you need it. I just throw it out there because they do have 3 ranged heroes.
Yeah.
It could be a pocket 5th pick. It actually was one of Aggressive's signature heroes over the past 3 to 4 months. We haven't seen it much recently, but potentially I could see them winning all the lanes with a bounty running around creating chaos, 4 ranged heroes on the Drow Aura. I don't know. Something that Vici are probably at least thinking about. Maybe they're not expecting it, but it's got to be on their minds on some level.
Yeah, whenever you see the vision, it's can they pick a Drow? Is it going to fit in? For Vici Gaming, I think a Storm would be really nice. We've seen quite a few teams go for the Storm, Queen of Pain, Dual Core, at least, and then with the space creating offlane, in this case, the Clockwork. So there's not much lockdown or disable. It's just the Lina stun and the Familiars right now. Lina would have to go for a Yule Scepter for one thing, and then you kind of can maybe look to ban out some of the Storm counters with your last pick. The Silencer caused problems earlier on when it was the newbie with the Storm, Queen of Pain, Dual Core. It didn't work for them, but it felt like that was a big part of the Silencer pick.
Only thing I'm not liking for CDEC is their lack of initiation here. Until they get a Yules on Lina, they just have to run in.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, that's Aggressive's modus operandi, but... yeah, maybe they look for something just more stable to round things out. The Earthshaker could be their offlaner if they wanted to run that for XZ here, potentially. Naga coming out for Vici. Is this an Ice carry Naga? Are they going to curveball CDEC here? I mean, you expect the support. That's what we've been seeing. But I feel like, sometimes I feel like with Vici Gaming, I would love to see them just use the versatility of Ice a little bit more. He's always playing the offlane. Yeah, he plays a different array of heroes, but we've never seen him back on Zenith, where occasionally he'd get an offlane lone druid. Now, granted that hero's weak right now, but maybe put him on one of those micros intensive carries. I don't know, just something I'm curious if they'll ever do.
It's hard. It's who then you put How in the offlane?
I don't know. He likes to play so aggro. Maybe it doesn't work.
Yeah. So Ember Spirit going to get banned out by CDEC. I think Ember and Storm, the two good mid-game fighting carries, which Vici Gaming probably considering quite highly. But
do you think CDEC can fit in a Storm, or is that too greedy here?
I think it just, again, they need something maybe, like you mentioned, they had no initiation. Their team fight's actually not looking too great here. I think they need that, utility offlane. Darkseer, Spirit Breaker.
Earthshaker still.
Heroes that are banned, unfortunately.
It's a tough Earthshaker game, though. That's the one that is obvious, but there's a clock and a Rubik here to mess him up.
Yeah, it's
What
still
else?
it's
What
still
else
a
available?
very possible pick, just because that's the kind of hero they need to round things off. If not that, you look towards. Ooh,
I mean, I feel like we've gone over the big possibilities here. The off chance of the Drow, the kind of stable Earthshaker who maybe doesn't match up that well. Other pocket initiators that could come out. I mean, there's always your Axe, Legion Commander Tide,
Centaur.
that like one of those 4 maybe, but could be a safe lane Queen of Pain. So any of those is going to have a really tough time if that's the case.
Yeah, and for Cedek, it just doesn't feel like they can.
Vici. I don't know if they've got the heroes for this.
Yeah,
gods.
that's a good.
Has
pick.
Cedek done it again with a draft? I mean, it's not a win or anything, but it's going to be the 5th pick Brood just in general. It almost never comes up because it's almost always banned by this point, regardless of the draft.
Yeah, and it's something Cedek have done quite a lot of. It completely slipped by us this game, but
I think it slipped by Vici, to be honest.
yeah.
I mean, if you look like, I feel like you'd rather ban Darkseer than Brood. But
Now, draft and synergy-wise, this is one of, I think, Cedek's weaker draft as far as the overall synergy and what they're going to try to achieve with this draft. They very much drafted towards having strong lanes and just having a 5th pick Brood that doesn't really have a good answer. So they're not going to be seeing the same Cedek we've seen in past games as far as their movement around the map, taking objectives, because the draft just doesn't come together as nicely, but Brood just causes problems in his own right.
it feels like each hero is very individually disruptive and could be tough to deal with, but like you're saying, the synergy isn't quite there.
Yeah, their ability to take fights, they don't have that like Spirit Breaker Silencer duo we saw with the Charge Global Silence, or any kind of great initiator this time around. So we'll see how it works. Last pick Bristleback, so they make sure they have a safe lane farmer who's pretty decent at dealing with the Brood Mother.
Naga's not bad against Brood either. A lot of AoE. Even Fade Bolt can be good against Spider Lane. So
they've
it's
got
not
answers.
really the best Brood game, but not the worst either. In the mid game, the catch isn't really there. There's no Bat Rider. We don't really see much of that hero right now, or something like a Storm that can just hunt the Brood for days on end. Okay, it is the FY Naga. I mean, I wouldn't shock me if FY ended up playing more of a carry role. I feel like they have enough room to maybe make that transition here in the mid game. But we'll see. We get underway, gods. It's game number 1 of this 2-game showdown. C-Deck. I think really they get 1 game here, they're happy. I mean, if they get 2, they're ecstatic and almost guaranteed top 2 in this group. Vice Ice, early TP towards top. He's going to plant down a ward. He'll be playing the Clockwork. FY on the Naga Sirens. Early sentries picked up to deal with the Bounty Hunter. Super going to rush down mid as the Queen of Pain. Looks like they want to get some detection off the bat for this BH. Fenrir will be your Rubik, headed towards the safe lane. They've gone double sentry, and this seems to be the way that most of the top teams are going to counter the Bounty Hunter picks, get extra detection to be safe. How? The Bristle. And in the offlane, XC playing the Brood, heading onto the Bounty Hunter into the roaming role will be Garter, and up towards the top lane, Lina being handled by Shiki. He had a great game with this earlier, game 1 versus Newbie. He'll be going mid and leaves Aggressive on the hero of the tournament, and I mean, so far it's been his hero as well on the Gyrocopter with Q, rounding things out on the surprise Visage pick.
Yeah, and some very disciplined early game warding came out from Vici Gaming. FY was like spamming pings on the exact spot he wanted Ice to ward with the pool camp, and then they pinged the exact spot that they wanted the mid lane ward. So they had a very clear idea what they were looking to do with their early game movement and which spots are going to be key for them to kind of control vision-wise. And
I mean, if anybody knows how the Bounty Hunter picks are going to move around, it's probably FY, right? So, in that sense, it's nice to give them away. You know how to make things happen with them, therefore you should know how to deal with them.
And no sentries to de-ward the pool camp here at the top lane. So Visage, no money as well that he's pocketing, so he'll have a pretty good time. There's one sentry, the sentry towards mid lane on the Bounty Hunter if he wants to bring it top, but he really wants to hold on to this to kind of have that sentry battle at mid, but this pool camp, when you've got a Visage who wants to get farm, can be very important.
He might want to have that battle, but he's going to lose it. FY has 2 sentries. As you can see, he's doing the now standard move of ferrying out the mid lane salve. No chance of the courier getting sniped this way. I'll see Ice getting a bit of harassment here from Q. He tries to trade auto attacks. Aggressive moves into position, and Garter's here. This could be the first blood. They get the Janata slow, or rather the Orb of Venom slow, and there you go. Just like that, Cedek on the board. Q gets the first blood. top lane is not normally where you expect the bounty hunter to come this early. It's normally if the mid lane doesn't work and just catching ice a bit off guard.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Like, you don't... That bounty just... The place you'd least expect him, and that's the great thing to do as a bounty hunter, is just to go to those unconventional lanes, and he's going to continue. Ice
He's
getting
so
slowed
slow.
here.
He tried to just kill the cog, but the attack speed slow. It caused him to cancel the animation and had to swing a second time.
Yeah.
Well, C-Deck, I mean, the number of first bloods this team has gotten is off the charts at this point.
Yeah, and that's going to free up this mid lane with FY already rotating off it. So they've got this 3v2 lane, and once Gyrocopter picks up some boots, there's a lot of kill potential coming out from C-Deck.
So let's look at the other lanes here. Well, I want to, but there is that chance of a kill top. Quickly glancing at the mid lane, it is going to be the Lina versus Quap. We've seen most of the Lina players tend to win this matchup, at least by a decent margin, if there's no interference from the supports. And the bottom lane, it's the Brood versus Bristle Rubik being handled by Fender. How do you rate these other two lanes, Gods?
Brood should have a fine time getting a lot of levels and being able to build up a decent number of spiderlings to farm the jungle with, more so than the lane. And if Rubik's not careful, Rubik can get punished by a big spiderling army as well. So I think Brood very comfortable with this lane. Bristle similarly should get a decent amount of farm, but I think slightly favoring C-Deck the way it's going to pan out. And I think all three lanes, there's just like a slight edge going C-Deck's way right now.
Okay, let's see how it works out. For now, Ice definitely having the struggle in the off lane compared to the Brood, who's got her level 3. He's only 1. He doesn't even have a point battery cell or Rocky yet, but I'm looking at mid lane where FY is just camping the hell out of Shiki. They want to help secure the Queen of Pain start, feeling like the top lane just can't be won and not sure how easy it would be for them to make a play on mid. So he parks himself here. Super's going to blink in, goes for the Shadow Strike. There is mana for a stun, but no mana for a combo. And Shiki wants to hold that stun in case there's an actual tower dive coming out.
Yeah, so we'll try and wait out on his bottle, but he's worried about a courier snipe himself. He's actually left the bottle back at the tier 3 tower without having eyes on, well, I guess the Rubik. No, Rubik's showing kind of towards bottom lane, so a bit surprising, but at this point it's just about being proactive to make sure any kind of early game advantage you've got, you don't want to throw it away with a courier snipe.
Well, no CS for the Visage. I suppose that's good news for Vici. Q not really getting much as far as the farm goes, and it is, I mean, later on maybe more of a 4-position Visage, but for now, all the lane control is up to him. So we're not going to see that super fast level of farm that, say, a Kuroki Visage would often acquire. But I am all eyes on Aggressive for this safe lane. With the start, he's had 17 denies, early phase boots, and I mean, then it's just level 6 and he's TPs. Like, it's every game that happens, so Vici need to keep their eyes out for the early movements.
Yeah, he'll TP, he'll join up with his team for smoke gangs, he'll be everywhere on the map. You don't know where he's showing up.
Oh, they have found FY here. They've got the Invis in as well. He can be slowed down again. Can they get a rage for the stun? Shiki, no boots. Naga with decent move speed here, and Ice will come in. They're going to slave it. I don't think they can commit any further. In fact, they could get trapped on the way out. Just if they stuck around a bit longer, Super could have closed the gap there. But they play it just to the right limit, then they back off.
Yeah, I think Shiki could have maybe gone for the stun before picking up the rune there, but yeah, just wanted to make sure he was prioritizing the rune and bounding. He's like, hey, we can get this kill. Come on, man. And
let's go. But they have double boots now. Pretty decent timing on the boots here, just because he got involved in that early first blood.
Yeah. So for C-Deck, I think very pleased with how things have panned out here for the laning stage, and it's just going to be about making sure you don't give a team like Vici Gaming avenues back in through kills. Like, you want to try and slow down the Clockwork's progression towards level 6, because that's where he can become a real problem. And just make sure that Super, when he gets level 6 and brings Sonic Wave to the table, that he's not finding openings to get pickoffs, especially on core heroes like Lina or a rotation towards top on the Gyrocopter.
Well, they have tried to slow down Shiki a little bit, but he hits level 6 now, and Garter decides now is the time to make his move mid. Already an additional Don't Talisman being built. I don't think they can actually burst Super with this. Maybe hoping to find a support off in the jungle, doing a bit of stacking. No, actually there is an Ancient stack. Didn't catch that, but worth pointing out. They have the Bristle back, so that's something Vici could do to adjust the lanes here. Give a support the lane later on.
Yep. Garda trying to hope a courier comes his way in mid lane. He sees Super with like the circlet mantle, and he's like, okay, his null's coming out soon, as well as his bottle. Where is this bottle? It's headed bottom lane, unfortunately. It's Hal using the courier, and unfortunately a bit of a misread from Garda.
The recipe is there, though.
Yeah.
You know, he might not catch it coming mid, but maybe he catches it going back. And they've even used the speed burst.
Depends how patient he's going to be. It should be headed, and the courier should go mid right now. I'm not sure what.
I mean,
there we go. It's going to
normally
redirect.
you save that speed burst versus a bounty hunter. It's a very small thing, but
They're actually microing the courier over trees now. They're actually scared.
they're already worried.
Yeah.
They're like, this bounty hunter has to be up to something.
No, this is just smart anti-bounty hunter kind of play.
Oh.
Gada going to kind of give up here.
No FY Fenrir ganks, though. You know, it's Vici. I mean, how often does this team not dual roam early? I'd say at least half their games they go for some kind of pressure, but they are playing very defensively.
Yep.
And overall, looking at the farm, they're getting out farmed pretty heavily, about 1,000 gold down. Most of it, or about half of it, coming from the first blood here. But still overall, getting the laning stage edge on Vici Gaming.
Yeah. So top lane, they're going to look to pressure Ice once more, but just a bit of casual harass coming out from the Grave Chill. And here we go. Aggressive hits level 6. This is where the magic begins.
No, yep.
Oh,
there
he's
you
already
go.
TPing?
I'm telling you, man. Every time he plays Gyro, get 6, TP. Here we go.
And
there's no lane ward. Vici's
no.
not ready for this move. I mean, if they've watched the replays, they damn well should be. But Naga, not the easiest target. Even the Bristle's going to be a tough one. Who do they go for? Do they actually try to engage on this
he's being
aggressive?
spotted.
Oh, that's not the hero that he really wants. It may end up being a failed rotation.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's not even that costly if it fails because it gives Q the open lane.
Meanwhile, top lane, Ice trapped out. Soul Assumption's there. They're bringing in Fenrir. A little bit of reinforcements onto Q. They go the lift, the drop. They get the kill. They stun Garter, and he's going to have to back Vici, finding their openings and not giving up any as Fenrir looks for a Fade Bolt follow-up. Garter has Shadow Walk in 1 second. They get the vision. Ice nails him with the rocket. Oh, the timing there. Just so crisp for Vici.
Yeah, and CDEC didn't have mana for the Shuriken on Bounty Hunter, didn't have mana for a second Soul Assumption. Kind of hit or miss that fight there, but yeah, every little thing went their way.
FY trying to retreat himself away, but XE on the hunt doesn't have the move speed to keep up. He is doing a good job of occupying this jungle, but that's okay. Hal's just farming bottom, and nobody really can keep the Bristleback out of lane at this point.
Yeah, so Garda's still just roaming around, trying to wreak havoc throughout the Vici Gaming lines. And yeah, you kind of mentioned Q doesn't have anywhere to farm, so this actually opened. Yeah, he's getting the top lane. He's going to get time to get his level 6, and this is just the classic C-Deck move where aggressive roams around and will worry about catching up and farm later on should he need to.
Help Super do a bit of jungling, you know, flax the creeps down for him. What a thoughtful guy. He's a gentleman.
Yeah, so Super, double Nell, 1,200 gold. Hasn't actually got any boots yet, so probably just going to look towards treads at this point. And Ice seems to be a little bit careful. There's Bounty Hunter back up top lane, but this Bounty Visage duo don't have the best kill potential onto a Clockwork.
It's like you said when the draft ended. The synergy isn't quite there overall compared to what we've seen from C-Deck, but they do still have the potential to keep the lane dominance going. Overall, still way up on creeps. Gold, though, pretty close to even. A lot of these are neutrals, and that extra hero kill makes a difference. FY. Jeez, that's a big Spiderling army.
Right now, C-Deck are effectively farming all 5 heroes. They've got a support farming bottom, a support farming top, and Gyro jungling the Dire jungle, and Brew jungling the Radiant jungle. They have all 5 heroes somewhere farming. This is some serious communism level of play going on here with the C-Deck side.
Unfortunately, one of the great ways to slow that down is to just gank the support in the safe lane, but Ice didn't actually catch the hook shot, but he did end up missing it top, so a missed opportunity, and with that, Q should hit 6 here very, very soon.
Super also looking to punish, and yeah, that's really the best move. As soon as you see these supports alone in lanes, they're easy kills. They're the heroes that don't have escape spells, don't have great survivability. You should take those freebies, but got to hit those hook shots.
Familiar's about to come online here. Just one more creep wave should do it. And they've got a medallion. This allows C-Deck to walk into the pit very early on. Only 2-1 the score, 10 minutes in. Given how most of C-Deck's games have gone as of late, I think Vici will be pretty happy with the start. Gold experience even, but I mean maybe more importantly, just nobody feeding after the first blood. They've stabilized. They are getting their core farm, and it looks like Hao is getting closer and closer to a potential Vanguard.
Yeah, and this Brood in the Radiant jungle is just getting so much scouting
they
information.
They want to evict XC. They're like, okay, dude, you've had your fun here. Can you just leave, please?
He's kind of playing the bounty hunter role. He's getting all the scouting information. He's finding all these heroes. Ooh, they spot him with a rocket flare. They also had a sentry there, too.
Well, he's able to scurry himself all the way towards the east as a super is pursued out by familiars.
They're dusting, they're centering, they're investing
Space
so much.
created. Getting the kill makes it worth it, but he runs back in and into trouble. Now he jukes the other direction. No,
Dust
the
wore
hook
off.
is going to whiff. XC just has to stand his ground. He's going to survive. Space created. I think that was 2 sentries and a dust there.
And the hook shot too,
and
yeah.
obviously a hook shot.
And
yeah.
even if it hits at that point, the dust had just worn off, so they weren't going to be able to get that kill unless he walked back into the sentry. But
You know, despite his heroic efforts, we're not quite seeing it in the scoreboard here as far as gold, but experience-wise, they are getting the levels. They're almost up 2K experience.
yeah, they're wasting a lot of Vici's time, and I mean, gold-wise, Vici Gaming are going to have to keep buying more sentries, more dust, so their economy should be taking hits through this, but we'll have to wait and see if they can make something work out of this. They are farming spiderlings every now and then. Like the sentries I saw earlier, like they dropped one and it was like found a big pile of spiderlings. So they're getting a little bit back from the brood.
I'm just wondering at what point CDEC feel confident to... I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they even try for a Roche sneak. They're
Solo smoke from aggressive. Normally he's like smoking with supports. This time around he's like, okay, I'm just going to go by myself.
He wants to make something happen. He's had a very high hit rate on these ganks, but Ice is in great position to reveal this one, and he's kind of moving around as though he expects this
He's trying
rotation.
to bait with the spiderlings, it looks like.
Oh, Ice even seeing them, but not falling for it. They're just going to call down how they're going in. Ice is in position to prevent this aggression, and XZ could be the man that gets caught. The Quill stacking up. Oh, he may just die to Quills at this rate. Needs to get down the cliff. He can't right now. The hook again, a miss from Ice. 0 for 3 on those. How may end him with the Quills. He doesn't get him. He's found the one nook, the one cranny where the Quills won't connect. XZ is living a charmed life. This man needs to be playing the lottery, not Dota 2.
And they're still wasting time, but it's very much like it feels like Vici's gaming's time is being wasted, but you have to remember this is the Gyro and the Brood not farming the map. Brood was kind of just toying with them, and Gyrocopter's also going for these kills. So this is the 2 of the big core heroes on the CDEC side not getting a lot of farm, and there's actually been a bit of a gold swing back toward Vici Gaming's favor.
They did get the tower bottom. That's where the big chunk of gold comes from. It's up to a 2,500 experience lead, but you know, that's where the rubber band really comes in. One bad fight, the gold rubber band was loosened quite a bit, but the experience rubber band snaps like that if you have one bad exchange. Could easily swing back the other way. And now the Vanguard up on Hal. May go into a direct Crimson Guard if he really wants to just help the team. Generally, it's that Sanjin Yasho or BKB build.
There's been a huge ongoing sentry battle in this Radiant jungle, but it looks like the action may head towards the top lane as Hal and Fenrir making their move. Just Ancient Stack is still here, so I think Hal just going to look to even accelerate his farm even further. Already topping the net worth chart, and that could get potentially even more out of control.
So Super will TP himself away. In the meanwhile, XC...
Spiderlings, please.
He's on mid right now. He is starting to pressure the tower, but he's also feeding quite a bit of gold, as you're pointing out. Needs to be careful with these things.
Yeah, not a huge amount of gold, but still a bit unnecessary.
Hasn't taken the tower bottom either. That's the one thing. You've lost your tier 1 bottom. Nobody is farming the bottom lane right now for CDEC. It feels like they're almost over-committing to the aggression at this point.
Yeah, he's moved all of his webs into the Radiant jungle. He has no lane webs down bottom, which is almost unheard of for a Brood. This string going through the jungle, even towards the mid lane. He wants to apply pressure on heroes rather than the lane, which is... I don't know. It's a different approach. We'll have to see how it works out.
Garter, he's the one who scouted. They have dust for this. This should be a kill. That hook's not going to miss, and they do steal only Shadow Walk. CDEC happy that it's not going to be the track. But they do end up giving up a kill. 3-1 the score. A very quiet game. Aggressive immediately TPs in, drops a sentry. They'll D-ward the lane ward. Very prepared for that particular placement. And the Visage of Q will start pushing the top lane. Can they hold this mid lane? There's a Song of the Siren online now. And it's a decent setup. They can go into the cogs potentially as Super blinks forward, engaging onto Shiki. He's got backup coming. A rather tanky Queen of Pain walks back into the cooldown, but able to withstand the damage. There's the Song. FY almost dead off the bat. He's trying to run out. The Urn from Ice keeping him alive. Big saves. They almost got him, but couldn't quite finish the job. It's up to XZ to cut him off. And Vici retreat as 5. They know they cannot spread out against this bounty hunter. And now CDEC, do they think about a Roche sneak? I'm just wondering, because they've got the Medallion, they have the Familiars. The Brood's pretty good in the pit, but they're not seeing enough of a window yet.
Yeah, CDEC, this game, they're playing to their typical style, but the kills and rotations just haven't been working out for them as well as they normally do. It's been very good maneuvering around the map from Vici Gaming, and also, while avoiding the ganks, getting huge farm on How. He's now almost 2k net worth ahead of Gyrocopter.
He's the one that can't be ganked, and that's why we see him on his own. He just goes bottom, pushes the lane, takes the tower. Nobody even bothers to pressure him, but at some point they're going to have to reckon with How, and this may be the time, gods. He's marching on mid. He's got a Sanj up. 1,700 health with the max Bristleback ready to go. Oh, this is going to be hard to deal with.
And this is where the Bristleback power farmed against a Gyrocopter who's been roaming too much and not really getting much. That Rocket Barrage cooldown doesn't do much damage to a Bristleback when he turns his back on you. This is actually one of the better heroes to have against a Gyrocopter.
Fenrir, have they finally found a freaking opening? Nope, not even. Hook shot's there. They do get the one kill, but Shiki's trapped within the cogs. Queen of Pain ult comes out. The net holds him in place. XZ lucky to live through this, and Hal's going to look to rampage his way through the backlines. Call down connecting, though. They do bring down one. It's a close exchange so far, 2 for 1. The track onto Ice. They're just trying to ignore this Bristleback of Hal, but it's not going to work much longer. Q next on the list. How? Oh, don't know if he finds anything more here. It might be Garter. Detection is gone, but he may well... Oh, Blink Scream, that'll do it. 3-2 the fight overall. The Bristle didn't even take a lick of damage.
He's beast moding. When he gets his SMY, that's added mobility, some more attack speed as well. He brings down heroes like Visage, Bounty, even the Lina in just no swipes at all.
And he's going to take a tower now. Oh, do they glyph it? They will.
TP's coming in from Lina, but I was about to say, I don't know if you want to TP into this Bristleback.
Oh, it's feeling like Hal may become the problem that can't be dealt with. How does Cedek adjust here, gods? What's the plan?
I think Brood wants to go back to maybe putting more focus and emphasis on pressuring the lane, trying to create more space by just having pressure onto this bottom tower. Not to mention, if you can take the tier 1 tower, it just opens up the access into that Radiant jungle that much more.
Oh, look who's found Super. XZ with an army of familiars almost gets him off the bat, but he's going to blink exactly the right direction. And XZ loses his pathing ability. So they will successfully retreat the Quap. May open up this bottom tower, but I do see how with the TP here. And a Bounty Rune. He's ready to go. Oh, Garter. Hunting. Just one nuke and they'll get him. Can they find it? Blake, Scream, onto XZ. He goes, tracked and forced back immediately, but now How engages, and with a couple of auto attacks, they'll cleanly bring down XZ, not losing How. Great bait by him. Cedek being rebuffed in this Radiant jungle.
Yeah, Fenrir going to rotate in as well. Runs into Garda, but this bottom tier 1 tower is still the kind of focal point for Cedek, but I think they're going to quickly realize it's just not something they can take, and while this is going on, FY's up top pressuring the lane, and he's going to force rotations up here as well. So this is quickly getting a bit out of control. Cedek just need to be able to take these objectives. This is the stage of the game where they're known for finding kills, taking towers, and really up in the heat, but it's not working against Vici Gaming.
And honestly, I feel like there is enough space that they could put FY into a carry Naga role. The Clockwork can easily go into a 4-position support, just be the initiator. Fenrir's kind of been playing the 5.
At this point, they don't necessarily need to, but if things start looking like they're going to reach a neutral point between the two teams, definitely a consideration.
He is saving a lot of gold here. 1,600. If he wants that cheap, cost-effective item, he could start picking up the components now. Garter again making a play towards the top lane, but the ping's already come out. They know he's in the neighborhood. Vici are just not getting caught at all by the bounty hunter. The game is grinded to a halt for them. They had the one good gank top, and it's just been Vol Vici all the way ever since, gods.
Yeah, I think Vici Gaming just picking smart core heroes who they were very willing to give away the Gyrocopter, and then you get a Bristleback Queen of Pain, 2 heroes who don't succumb to those early Gyrocopter rotations or just early any hero rotations that Aggressive is so well known for, and it's worked out well. You've got Super, who's yet to die, as well as How on the Bristleback. Neither of these 2 cores with a death yet.
And they're getting tanky as well. I mean, not just How, even the Queen of Pain of Super, Point Booster, and Double Null Tally. Now the Tread's complete. They do get eyes on Shiki as How meanders through the dire woods. Not sure even these 3 together can take him down. He's turned into a raid boss in rapid order. He is going to move right past a dire sentry. Do they have a hero in range? The ping's coming out, but that's from the Radiant. Cedek also saw him, and immediately the TP out from Aggressive. Wherever they see how, they just run the hell away, and they may just have to forfeit that tower if he wants to push.
Yeah, that was a quick response towards mid lane. Aggressive still working on his SNY. As Ice plants a ward in front of them, and I think quickly realizes he needs to get the hell out.
They're just getting a little scared. Not often you see Cdec playing defense like this, and finally they're going to make the move into the Roche pit. This seems like the appropriate response. You see FY pressuring top, you see How up there. Try to get something out of your medallion, bring the familiars in. They're flying forward at this moment. But an Aegis, will it make a difference here, gods?
It's a bit of a gold boost.
Well, if they
gold
get
and
it.
XP boost, if they can get it.
They're already backing off.
And allows them to maybe take a slightly more dangerous fight with an Aegis on the gyrocopter. But yeah, they're going to be forced back, and Michi Gaming ready for it. They also, I think, scattered out with a rocket. No, Rocket Flare went towards the Ancients.
They're going for the Roshan. And it does appear like FY is looking for the Radiance. He's up to 2,600 gold practically now. Familiars come in, but Hal just stands unafraid in the midst of the pit. Maybe we see some big plays, but I'm not sure who they come from. There's no clock here, no storm, no jumper. They have to walk into the pit. Maybe the Brood. Track number 1, thrown out on Hal. Riptide will end the Spiderlings along with a Scream and aggressive perches atop the high ground. Radiant team doesn't scout him, but they most likely expect the backstab here. And they get Roche into the danger zone. Time to go. Call down coming through. Will connect on Super, who's tracked. Double familiar stun. Brood Spiderling's not enough. He blinks out to safety. Where's the Laguna? They can't get it off. And now Hal charges forward. Garter did manage to finish off FY. NXC doesn't get him. Oh, he had Super, but the hook from Ice denies him. And they have Hal on the run, who comes back in as the Quill stack up. There's the Cogs. Beautiful by Ice. Pulls 2 in, but they managed to bring down the Bristleback. Somehow, someway, as Cdec have found the damage, multiple soul substance, and the Laguna out of nowhere. What do you know? It's a Cdec team wipe, pile in the track gold, and give them a Roche. I don't have any clue how they killed that Bristleback, to be totally honest.
I mean, gyrocopter, you throw enough rocket barrages, eventually he maybe goes down.
He just he's got to have like 2,500 effective HP.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The vision advantage that Cdec get in a fight around the pit there just tracks on absolutely everyone. You have XZ in the important position of being on the high ground, throwing Spiderlings, throwing constant nukes, and the Queen of Pain initially survives. It was a great save from Ice, but it's still just a save. You're still in that bad position where suddenly Ice has put himself in danger. The chase potential of a Brood is there.
Have you seen this yet?
It was a 5K gold. I saw in the teamfight recap it was 5K, and yeah, we're back to even.
It's more the trajectory and less the number here. It's just a plummet.
It's an Aegis as well as the important thing. So
it's a free Yules for Shiki, and now he'll look towards the Ags. XC completes his Vlad's, and now is 2,300 gold. Right back to occupying the Radiant jungle. In good news for Vici, they do hold their towers, so they maintain some map control here. They still get the aggressive wards up. But that has to put them on the back foot mentally.
Yeah, now's definitely a time where everybody's saying, "I'm definitely going Radiance." This game.
Yeah.
Let's
Any
start
questions?
executing the backup plan.
Plan V. I mean, it's a pretty good Radiance Naga game. They don't really have great solutions for these illusions. Time to test FY God's micro skills.
And for the time being, Vici Gaming gonna have to be once again dealing with a Brood Menace who's very close to them in the mid lane here.
Were they scouted? They just smoked. I don't think they were actually seen, but they're going to run. Oh, they do find the Bristle. Can they focus him down? Stun's going to connect to start off. They follow up with the track, but his back's turned, and that is a difficult target to bring down at best. Hook shot was attempted. Ice. It looks like he hits a teammate again, and now they engage as Fenrir tries to run away. The calldown's going to connect. That's a quick kill. BKB now deployed by Aggressive. The super ult was good, but not quite good enough. Ice found the tower deny. Again, XC just maneuvering on the sidelines of the fight, trying to find the easy pickoff. But FY says, just relax, guys. I'm farming. Back to the top lane. And they are going to clean up these Ancients, it seems, even as the tracks pile in. Shiki a bit too low to go in there.
Yeah, doesn't want to risk too much there. It does have the Aegis, but throwing away for little gain isn't really on the cards for Cdec, who will fall back. And they would sort of kind of build towards their next level of items. Aggressive actually completed the BKB before the SMY. Shiki now is planning towards an Aghanim Scepter with a point boost to pick up, so for Cdec, they're not in a rush right now. They've kind of climbed their way back with a big team fight around the Roshan pit, but they know what Vici Gaming are kind of capable of because of everything that happened before that one fantastic fight. And if they're not getting the kind of high ground advantage coming out from the Brood as well as the tracks on everyone, team fights will not go so well for them.
And Garter just scouting things out. Does run right by Ice and Fenrir. He's going to go invis again. May look to plant an Observer Ward here soon. Maybe tries to block the Ancients and slow down How a bit. As XZ watches How farm up this bottom lane. Working towards his BKB. It is coming fairly soon here. FY still trying to get towards Relic territory. 2 minutes on the Aegis. And there's still a tier 1 top.
They're really chasing this bristleback. They TP'd down 2 heroes, including the Bounty and the Gyrocopter, but...
That's not the hero you're looking for if you're CDEC.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. If they bring 4.
If he stayed pressing the lane, they could have brought him down, but he fell right back.
No Radiant Vision, but Hal just keeps on scurrying about in his own woods.
He's going to get swarmed on.
They do have BKBs here, but coming in is the smoke gank. Ice Super and Fenrir all clumped up together. Maybe they lose Garter. Maybe they lose more. BKB from Aggressive. He's going to engage. Diving on to Super, trying to finish him off here before the Blink. He gets the kill. He's even chasing on to Hal, and he's got the backup of XZ. There is a song available from FY, and he hits the eject button and says, get the hell out. This fight is over again. 3 down. They had the numbers advantage when it began, but they just couldn't sustain.
That kill on the Queen of Pain, the aggressive blink into a cooldown, just causes so many problems there. And the good reactions from the Gyrocopter and just the positioning for CDEC, Vici Gaming didn't have an answer for. The Gyrocopter just pops the BKB cooldown rocket barrages, and they're not at the stage where they have damage that can go through the BKB yet.
FY has, oh, well, he does have a net. He's got a dust just to ensure the net hits. Didn't have the TP, didn't have the song, but will be able to make his way out. This Aegis is going to end soon, though. Not sure if they actually take an objective on the back of it. It's a Deso Brood. We've seen more of this, gods. Just better split pushing item, helps you with the Roche.
Helps chew through the bristleback a little bit as well.
Yeah, if you're not auto-attacking, does make you very, very squishy, though.
Yeah, and this Brood is, for the most part, not going to ever be like the #1 focus feature game. And that's where that one big team fight around Roshan, Brood got a lot done. He threw a lot of nukes, was constantly right-clicking away, even during the ultimate. And because of how much damage output the Gyrocopter and the Lina can do and just how pesky a bounty hunter can be, the Brood is often getting ignored. You see a Vlad's Brood and you think, oh, it's not really a hero we have to deal with. But over the course of a long team fight, that Brood will put some damage output out.
Also gives them some nice control here for Hal. The incapacitating bite, a very powerful slow, and the mischance helps a lot. He's got the Warpath stacks to worry about, and when those start to add up, his damage gets very substantial. They are making the move on top. Blink, Queen of Pain ultimate. They blow up Garter instantly.
I blinked and I just missed it, so.
I actually moved the camera, and while I was clicking, I also blinked. I didn't actually see him die, but I saw the death notification. So we catch the corpse hitting the dirt. That's better than nothing, I suppose, here. But if you're going to lose anyone for CDEC, best to be a bounty hunter. Still, Vici happy with the kill, and now looking to apply pressure top.
Yeah, FY reaches Relic territory, so he's going to have around a 31, 32-ish minute Radiance at this rate.
We could be in for a long one, gods. We've been hoping for this 2-3 hour epic Chinese Dota classic.
Yeah,
this has the makings of it.
TI5 hasn't had any classic Chinese Dota yet.
No, it's had a lot of epic games though. That's for damn sure. Well, here comes the rotation in. Q's going to get eyes on Hal. The familiar slow him down a bit. As they look to surround him here, are they going to throw everything at him? BKB gets popped, and Hal turns onto Aggressive. May have to BKB to help get himself out of here. There isn't a whole lot of backup, but he's just going to play it safe. We'll end up retreating now.
They trade BKBs. Hal's like, I BKB, you've got to do one too. It's only fair.
It's only fair. Well, now Q looking to back off, but he's going to be the man that's caught. Trapped in the middle lane, and nowhere for him to go. Pick off again for Vici. A little bit of bonus gold, and they did steal, I think, a soul assumption there. Oh, Gravechill. Haven't really seen a big Fenrir spell steal yet. There are some good ones here. The Track, the Laguna, the Call Down, obviously great, but none of them particularly easy to grab.
Yeah, the Track probably, the ideal and actually plausible spell for him to be stealing, but even that is, there's no real guarantees. So, not the best Rubik game, but we'll see how he kind of copes as we head towards some of these big team fights. For now,
Lina Ags is online, and if this Bristleback isn't turned, and Shiki gets his next level, that's almost half his health, even with the BKB. Heavy damage coming out from this Lina if she can get it right, and probably their best tool to lock out down. But now that he is BKB, they are feeling stronger. They're running headlong towards aggressive. There's a hook shot to cancel a TP. There's also a net, but FY is farming, not ganking. So they're going to need to hold the hook here if they hope to kill off this gyro, and they're not going to find him. Oh, they got vision. They're going to get Garter again. He's the sacrificial lamb. Trapped in the cogs, he force staffs out, and everybody and their mother is waiting for that force staff. But C-Deck immediately smoking. I think maybe hoping for the instant Roche respawn, or
no, I think they're just going to go deep, put down some deep wards, and try to find a pick off here.
FY is so close to this Radiance. Can they kill him? Yules, I don't know if they can chain stun this, and they're going to get revealed now. FY can Son, if he really feels nervous, he's holding it for now. They're going, and yeah, he's going to have to pop it.
Didn't get the Yules off.
Was trying for it.
Bottom lane, meanwhile, Q getting... There we go. There's the deep wards behind the bottom tier 2 tower. Maybe looking for a kill on Fenrir.
Fenrir looking to shadow walk away. He's baited Q in, and Q may pay for this with his life. C-Deck getting a bit sloppy here. Starting to feed Hal quite a bit. Aggressive looks to hold the line here. He's charging forward, but he's going into 4 heroes. It's only Xe at his side. He still manages to pound through Ice, and they have the Laguna ready for Hal, but he shoots it while Hal's back's turned. Not quite the damage they wanted, but the BKB ends. What a timing for a stun. Cheeky doing the math and getting another kill on Hal. I have no clue how they continue to bring him down when he is so freaking tanky, but C-Deck making him look squishy.
They're doing like what would be like 3 to 4k damage worth of damage to a non-bristleback hero. Yeah. To a bristleback, essentially. It's just like, you've just got to keep on throwing spells, keep on throwing rocket barrages, keep on attacking with your Deso Brood, and now the high ground is being sieged. Tier 3 tower brought down, and Rax exposed.
There is a Radiance. This is the time you want to get this first lane of Rax before FY can start really split pushing out. They haven't committed fully yet, but they're going for it. They get the stun on Super, and XC goes in. That Deso damage! Are you kidding me? XC chewing through them. They're going to lose a couple now, but they've gotten the Rax. 2 dead, and C-Deck booking it out of there. I think worth it, gods, for that Rex.
A double buyback. The Queen of Pain also bought back on top of the Bristle. That's an expensive hold for Vici Gaming, and you can't even call it a hold. They lost the melee Rex and everything. Super's buyback in the end wasn't even needed, but they were just, at that point, Vici Gaming are just in a panic. They're like, wait, what's going on? We had like 1 or 2 heroes picked off, and suddenly we're losing a lane of Rax. This isn't right. We were winning this game early, and all of a sudden, it's C-Deck in complete control. Next, Roshan respawning in less than a minute, and that's something they'll be eyeing off. As soon as these heroes respawn, maintain your creep equilibrium, push out some of these lanes, get some wards up, and look to secure a Roshan. Secure the game.
As for Vici, with the transition into a Radiance for FY comes the plan B, that, as you called it. Stall the game, farm the enemy jungle, get your Boots of Travel up, get towards the Manta Octarine, and I guess at this point, you play for late game.
Yeah, you're going for 50, 60, 70-minute game here, and surprised to see Super on Queen of Pain also going for the Octarine Core. It's a bit of an odd second item choice on Queen of Pain. Normally you see it much later in the game after your like third or like as a 4th or 5th item, following up your Shivers or your Orchid, your Hex, whatever it may be. Just with an Ag Scepter, you're very tanky. You get a lot of stats from this. Is the one of the big benefits though.
Yeah, Super is getting beefy. That's 2k HP now for him as well. Everybody seeing the devastating fire that this Lina can put out and just wanting to armor themselves up as much as humanly possible. C-Deck now with 1 melee Rax. It's not enough to keep the lanes all pushed in, but it gives them that extra bit of momentum that they'd like to have as the game moves along. This hasted Super does move in, trying to steal some of Garter's creeps. Let's Vici begin to play a bit of a starvation game. Looking to control the map, slow it down. There's a gem for C-Deck, and this may be the plan, Gods. Just deward and try to counter exactly what Vici looks to do.
Yeah, and getting some map control is going to just help them secure this Roche that little bit easier. And I think they probably feel pretty confident they can just walk in, even if Vici Gaming know they're there. The Naga, as much as the Radiance timing is going to help them a lot, it doesn't really allow them to teamfight just yet.
Ice, ice, ice. Are we going to see some heroics? He's got vision on the pit, the hook. No heroics. Just a scared little Clockwork walking away.
And that gives Aggressive the money as well to complete his Monkey King bar. So he's got Aegis, BKB, SMY, and MKB. Very, very scary timing window now for C-Deck where they can apply pressure. Should be able to take a lot of these outer towers, if not even threaten the high ground once more.
Do you think they need to end the game relatively soon? How do you feel they match up? Like, let's say this game goes on close to an hour or something. Is that where the Naga factor kicks in, or do you reckon CDEC have the tools to deal with it?
I think they have the tools to deal with it. You just reach that crazy, like, 60, 70-minute late game status where it's not like one team has an advantage. It just comes down to complete decision-making and execution, whether or not you can get that pick-off on the Naga Siren by scouting him out with, like, a Bounty Hunter and the Lina Blink Hex or whatever it may be. And you just don't want to reach that state, I think, if you're CDEC. I think you want to try and at least take some out of towers with this Aegis, and next Roshan at the latest, try and take a lane of Rax. If it goes beyond that, then you get into that crazy late game state where all kinds of things can happen.
Anything can happen, I guess. That famous interview with Dendi, I think shortly after TI2. How? Caught. Mid lane, he does have the BKB. The stun comes through. He didn't pop the BKB. How? Not quick on the reactions, and he's probably paying with his life for this. The track goes in. He gallops away, but has no TP. Oh, it's a big kill if he gives it up, and they're ready with the rotation, but not fast enough. Can he actually just Speedy Gonzalez his way to freedom? Where's the homie missile? The tower shot's not going to do it. They keep on chasing. The creeps just swat him on the behind as he runs away. Finally, the Yules. And with that, the kill. Jeez, he's fast.
Well then.
I mean, that's just, this guy's, he's not a Dota player. He's a track athlete.
Yeah.
Well, they get him.
That is a track kill and a completely unnecessary kill on what was once your one position hero. It's still the most farmed hero on their team, but at this point you're treating FY like your main carry, I feel like, because he is the late game plan for Vici Gaming.
Maybe it's a bit of that suicide farming we've been talking about, but that felt a little overeager, to put it mildly.
Yeah, I'm just surprised not seeing BKB on the Yules drop down, but escaping was always going to be difficult.
They are starting to squeeze a bit, trying to corral Vici Gaming. Moving 4 heroes down near the middle lane. Top lane will be held by XZ, who's gone back into a BKB after his Deso, and now up to another 2,700 gold. He could become another big right-click threat as this game comes along and give them... I mean, honestly, they could have a quad core gods with track gold.
Yeah.
The Visage isn't there yet, but a couple good fights and that can change quickly. Out goes the track on FY.
This Brute's just been a big problem throughout this entire game.
It fell for... Oh, they stole track. Oh, this could be big for Vici. I don't know if CDEC want to push while track is stolen. That's
there's
begging
comeback
for
mechanic.
trouble.
Yeah. And Bristle about to respawn, so Aegis probably going to whittle away. I don't think CDEC will be able to get another melee Rax or even a tier 3 tower. Maybe they threaten this last remaining outer tower in the top lane, but for now they're pressing the lanes out, trying to get some vision up on the map. They shouldn't have too much in the way of wards going right now, but with the gem on their side, they should at least be looking to deny Vici Gaming vision on the map.
Oh, this is interesting. The Octarine Sonic Wave. You mentioned getting tankier, and well, the Sonic Wave, every creep wave can be ulted. I mean, it sounds a little gimmicky, but it could stall the game quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit gimmicky. I'm not a huge fan of this, but yeah, the tankiness is the kind of side benefit as well, where having this much HP can actually help you out a lot, because he's been blinking in and dying a few times when he's tried to fight this game.
Maybe we see a heart for Super at this rate. Yeah, there's the quad bolt.
Yep.
Hey, it's a Spiderling farming ability.
Yeah, if you can get some Spiderlings, that's great.
But I have to say, XC's done a pretty good job at protecting these. He's given up some. I don't feel like I've seen him just feeding like those endless waves of Spiderlings that you sometimes notice in a Brood game.
Yeah, it's been pretty well microed for the most part this game. And CDEC gonna be dewarding some of that Vici Gaming vision around the top river, and they're looking like they want to pressure this top lane.
Hello, Fenrir. There's everybody running.
Okay.
But they do. There's the Spiderlings being fed. The caster curse is still real. I just wanted to check. You know, make sure it's still operating properly according to expectation. They will take down the last outer tower. CDEC, they will make their move with the Aegis. They've got a very little bit of time. It's basically down. The quad bolt's going to slow them, and now they pull back in XC. Can they burst him before he BKBs? Can they force out the BKB? There's the net on aggressive. Aegis, again, about to wear off, and I don't even think he can fight. Yeah, he's going to back. The tracks are being spammed out. This is like the worst possible time to go in.
Yeah, this
but
seems
they've still got the track for some time here.
Seems like the good time just to complete full retreat. You've just lost Aegis. There's hunting.
We have not seen many hooks from Ice 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 this game. That's I mean, and the ones he's had, he's missed most of them. Q. Oh, TP's out. No basher on the bristle just yet. And they go back to farming. So.
And Bristle, one of those kind of carry heroes who can be very scary throughout the laning stage and throughout about 30 to 35 minutes. But you reach this point in the ultra late game, he does fall off a bit. He gets kited quite badly. He gets down to that 5-second BKB, and he's so BKB reliant. It doesn't also have the mobility. Like, movement speed is there with the Warpath and the Sanjin Yash, but not having like a blink or something as a carry or some way to quickly move around in a fight, he can really suffer from.
It might even be a blink. A blink might even be worth a pickup eventually.
Yeah, we've seen the Bristle blink.
It was good. It really owned a wisp.
The IO Tiny game, yeah.
I think it was LGD who got countered by it. It can be very, very potent, as clowny as it may sound. But CDEC unable to find a big objective with that Aegis. They still have the one melee Rax bottom, and I think they're very glad they committed a couple of bodies for it now, as it's allowed them to keep these lanes out. Still Vici Gaming are getting control of the map. You can see more and more the lanes getting pushed in, deep behind enemy territory. Bottom lane, the one that's being forced back, but they are starting to make this map their own as the game progresses, gods.
Yeah, the Naga effect is really coming into play, and this is before FY has Boots of Troubles, before he has a Manta style, so this only gets trickier for CDEC as time goes on. It feels like this next Roshan needs to be a lane of Rax. Although, I mean, it doesn't have to. It's like, not to say, like, okay, if they don't get a lane of Rax with his next Aegis cheese, they're in trouble. It's very much like we'll reach a point of the game where CDEC can't push or do too much. At the same time, Vici Gaming in the same boat. They're looking to stall things out. They're just going to be constantly split pushing, creep skipping lanes with the Naga Siren.
They've seen how he does have BKB, no TP, it's cooling down.
Cheeky
wants to make his move. He's found the Yule Scepter, but the BKB could be popped immediately. This time, Hao's learned his lesson. Still, they're going to chase this. They get, no Janata slow just yet, but they're trying to go on him. He's just so damn fast, even with the track move speed going against him, and continues to book it back. This time, he doesn't underestimate what CDEC can do if he's stunned. But his BKB does grow lower, down to 6 seconds. As they pick up a Satanic on the Gyrocopter of Aggressive. Mid lane is pressing in. Naga Illusion starting to snake through the CDEC jungle. And CDEC, do they actually try to force this high ground even without an Aegis? They want to, gods.
They've
have
only
the
got
AC.
one creep wave.
It's a minute before Roche respawns. If they get wiped here, this could lead to a Vici Aegis.
I think Cop just needs to Sonic Wave this, and then there's no more creep wave for him. But
there's the ult. No, trying to find it. It's not a great ultimate as Aggressive lays into Hao's backside and forces him out of the fight. They lift up XC. He didn't BKB in time. Now the stun onto Hao, and blinking in front of him. Cheeky just rips him a new one. That's some swag play from the Lina. But now the turnaround. Hook in from Ice. Can he make something out of this? XC manning up with the BKB is able to get the job done, and now CDEC have punched a hole in the Vici base. 2 lanes of Rax down, no buyback on Hao, and it might just be GG all of a sudden, just like that.
wouldn't be surprised to commit for this third lane as well. The range tracks at bottom.
They're going back in. They've stolen the Laguna Blade, trying to throw it against him. They do bring XZ down, but Super may pay the ultimate price. There's the song. FY with the reset. He can finish off Q here quickly. Aggressive has a Satanic soon, though. And they're just trying to stall this one out. They heal up Q. He's going to survive. Call down coming in. They're focusing on buildings here, not really worrying about heroes too much. Laguna's ready as well. They have to be careful not to give up more kills. Ice could get Laguna right now and die almost from full health. He's just above the threshold. The stun. Oh, he's dead as well. Shiki racks up another. Aggressive, the one to claim the kill. Super forced to buy back. FY back into the fray. Aggressive track. Lifted up and down. He does Satanic and tries to fight his way through, but he's hitting illusions. Now he hits the real hero. He hangs on. And he chases after Super, has to blink to the left, makes it out. The melee down mid. CDEC again and again with the upsets, looking to make this another one. TPing out in their face, pouring salt into the wound. They may lose Garter here, but the base is in shambles. And this team, gods, who would have thought? Who would have thought they could pull this off?
They're the real deal. Like, this is a very different kind of composition to what we've seen with their last draft. We talked a lot about how there isn't like the obvious synergy where they can move around the map with a ganking unit. That's why the Gyrocopter was going for these solo smoke ganks. And the really scary thing for teams in their group and in the rest of TI about this game is that CDEC's early movements didn't achieve much. They were smoking the gyrocopters, going through the enemy jungle, not finding kills. It was one disastrous Roche fight that really swung things in CDEC's favor with that 5k gold swing, but the fact that CDEC can also play this well from behind and against a team like Vici Gaming, that is a sign of things to come from this promising team.
And with a win here, they put themselves in at least very good position for top 4. They've got the least games played of all the teams in the top 3, and they're tied for first right now.
By the way, refresher on Aggressive's gyrocopter.
Okay, double BKB, double Satanic, double cooldown.
Yep.
That's a very big pickup.
And
it's a good zoning ability, the cooldown, even if because it just means you get more auto attack. Oh, and the double flak, of course. How could we forget that? If they get the Sages and just go down mid, Vici can have a very hard time holding. The base is low, but as you can see, the fight breaks out near the Roshan pit. FY immediately, Laguna almost dead off the bat. XC ends him, the blinking spider. It's something out of the most horrible nightmare, and it will kill him off. Now the secondary call down. How? Can't turn his back, won't turn his back, and will die back.
These blink
well,
daggers.
Actually, that's just the death, but he's dead for a long time
The
regardless.
blinking brood there in the top lane, it was the blinking Lina where when the stun hits Bristle, you blink past, get the Laguna from the front. These have been the key late game items. It was a last
GG.
item blink on both of them.
And there you have it, Gods.
CDEC take game 1 of this best of 2, and they have pretty much clinched the top 4 finish, and quite likely they're going to be eyeing off the top spot in this Group B.
And I think Vici looked at the way the Bristleback got started for How, and they felt like the Brood had been dealt with. They hadn't given up kills. In fact, they had shut down the Bounty Hunter roam, and you know, I do go back to some of those missed Ice 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 hooks. Definitely not the only reason they lose the game, but he normally hits at least half of those, and he only found really one on a point-blank Bounty Hunter. Didn't find many opportunities to get kills, and it was that one fight at Roche. 5 heroes falling. CDEC just somehow crushing through a super stack, super farm Bristle. This is a scrappy bunch, and they are taking down some of the titans of, I mean, international Dota, really.
Yeah. This is, I think, CDEC's maybe first time out of the country to compete in a big tournament. They went with their previous team to a D2L, but with this current roster, they're young, they're inexperienced, especially on an international level as far as competing, but showing no signs of nerves, or they're staying composed. They're competing with the big boys, and it's been a treat to watch them.
With the least games played, CDEC, if they manage to win out, they would win Group B, but a lot of games still to be played here. They'll be looking for the 2-0 sweep. As for Vici, they're in the thick of it, just trying to avoid a drop into the losers bracket. One of the favorites coming into this event. Looking shaky here. I'm LD, he's Gods. Let's see what Vici can do against CDEC. Game 2 coming up after this. And our final game on stream number 3. We're in the last heat of the day. And boy, oh boy, Cdeck are looking to make a run that, I mean, honestly, it makes you think of the Mighty Ducks or something. It's just been beyond miraculous how well they've done, but it's not luck in the end. They've played with skill, with poise, and with a lot of diversity in picks and style. And here they are again for the 4th time this tournament, up 1-0 on a gigantic name, a juggernaut, Vici Gaming. And on the side of Vici Gaming, oh boy, they desperately need at least a tie here, and really they need to start finding themselves some 2-0 wins. I'm LD. I'm joined by Gods. Gods, they tried one strategy before. We saw the Tuscan Undying banned out in the previous series. Newbie, this time around Vici, they decided to get rid of the Bounty Hunter. It seems like every team that's playing Cdeck, they're like, okay, those were the heroes that were the problem. Let's ban those. And then they pull something else out of the hat.
Well, now they get the Tusk Undying, or at least the Undying. The Tusk, I feel like Vici Gaming will probably need to take it. Otherwise, Cdeck are going to have another classic of theirs. So there's always 2 different approaches with Cdeck. They get the Gyrocopter Bounty, or they go for like the Tusk Undying. You're not going to get ever all of them, but they only need a couple of those heroes to make their overall game plan work. So Vici Gaming, I don't know what they would have expected Cdeck to first pick. Maybe they're thinking they'd go for the Tusk over the Undying, but either way, they make sure they deny the duo.
Do you like the Undying over the Tusk? What's the trade-off here?
The Undying's a bit better for your 5-man once you kind of reach that mid-game state. You're also on the dire side, so better for Roshan, which seems to be something where Cdeck are actually having huge success. That was the turning point in that previous game 1. That Roshan fight, they kind of baited Vici Gaming towards it. They backed off, then they went in, and things looked up from there. So Undying around the Roshan pit, very strong, and I think maybe a bit more stable. I was just about to say Undying Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker is kind of a pseudo-Tusk replacement, but it will be denied. But there's other heroes they can dual lane the Undying with if they want to go for powerful dual lanes.
And it seems like Cdeck really want to force Vici away from that safe, get a late game carry, and just try to farm up for the 30 to 40 minute mark. They banned the AM. Last game they banned the PL here. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see him banned out again. They again go for the Lina, but this time even a little more priority, taking her in the first phase. It almost feels like Cdeck didn't really value the hero all that highly coming into the event, but as they've continued to win and have success with it, it's like, this hero really works for us. Let's make sure we get our Lina nice and early.
Well, there's the AMPL ban you were talking about, so they take out some of the pesky carries that Vici Gaming could go for, and, well, we'll see what Vici Gaming have in mind here. It's a really tough spot for them to be in. The good news is, as far as Group B goes, there is no clear 4th place team. There's a very clear top 3 with Cdeck, EG, VP, all these teams on 9 or 10 points. I think EG just won their game 1, so both EG as well as Cdeck are guaranteed 10 points. VP is sitting on 9. Then after that, there's a big drop-off. Vici Gaming, 6 points. Empire, 5 points. And Empire playing EG right now, not doing too well. There's no real clear 4th finisher here. So even with a loss here, Vici Gaming still in contention. They'd love to get a draw, at least get a point or 2 here or there, but a very open group as far as 4th place is concerned.
And that's good news for the Cdeck fans. Still the team that's played the least games in the group, and
yeah,
I guess they'll be there with whoever else hasn't played 5 or 6 games going into tomorrow. So they'll have an active final day. 2 more matches still to be played. And Vici are going to change it up. Here's the curveball. The IO comes out. This is a team that I think, is it fair to say that they really mastered Tiny Wisp more than anyone else in China after TI4?
I don't know how much they mastered. They're masters of the IO for sure. They were kind of 50-50 between the IO Tiny and running other heroes with it maybe, but FY's Wisp, very, very good. And I imagine, like you say, probably the Tiny to go with it. Maybe just going back for like an old classic.
Is this where we see our Witch Doctor, our Wyvern for Cdeck? Do you want to counterpick this IO?
Yeah, definitely. You haven't even really picked your supports yet. Probably the Undying has mostly been played by Garda, so that's your 4-position support. But as far as your safe lane support, Witch Doctor, a very strong option. I mean, Witch Doctor, Disruptor, Wyvern, the big 3 main ones as far as pseudo counterpicks go, and I think Witch Doctor may be the strongest in the laning stage. Wyvern, though, still a possibility.
Interesting.
First Earthshaker we've seen in a while.
I mean, if this were LGD, it'd be no surprise to anyone. But CDEC don't normally favor this hero. He's a little more defensive than their typical flavor. But certainly gives you good control versus an IO. And it's now a triple... Well, I'm going to call the Wisp a melee hero, essentially. So 3 very melee-esque heroes.
I'm wondering what Siak are doing with this, because this puts... Like, if... Let's say Lena's going mid and you've got the Undying as your kind of... Like, the Undying Earthshaker doesn't make a strong support duo. Like, at that point, your carry for aggressive has to be very sustainable by himself in lane. So I feel like one of these two picks has to be the offlane, and then they're going to get a range support to go with whatever his hero is going to be.
Well, there you go. A tanky hero to fight the IO and the Tiny. It could even... I mean,
think
could
it's
even go
Bristle
mid,
yeah.
honestly.
I think you need to send the Bristle mid. This was the solution we saw earlier today against the IO Tiny, at least as far as the laning stage goes.
The only hero that maybe is even better against the Tiny IO at the early levels mid is Tidehunter, but you really don't die unless something terrible happens in that lane.
I'm wondering if you even consider just safe lane farming the Lina, because they like putting priority in farming up the Lina, at least throughout today and yesterday they have. So maybe it's just going to be a safe lane farming Lina instead of the mid Lina with the IO Tiny pickup.
Ban number 5, Vici Gaming. Really depends on... I guess they expect at least probably the Undying to be the maybe even a core here.
Do you even consider banning Brood? No, they're going to ban a support. So
it leaves Witch Doctor and Wyvern if it is indeed a support here, which we expect. Probably Undying...
The only way you can make the Earthshaker, and I think you can make the Earthshaker Undying work as a support duo if it's like an Earthshaker Lina in the safe lane. Earthshaker can kind of roam a bit. Lina can solo the Tusk. And then Undying like with a +1 in the offlane, or Undying roaming, maybe helping mid. But not having a solid range support against the IO Tiny would just, really create some vulnerabilities in your draft.
Now the Ancient Apparition ban from CDEC. They're not that heavy on the heals right now. And there isn't really a great setup for an Ice Blast, but...
I guess the IO heals alone can sometimes
well,
offer a lot.
But it's CDEC banning it, so...
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I think maybe just respecting the global nature, the mobile draft that Vici has.
Yeah.
And it can be annoying for Bristle, who normally builds a lot of HP regen. And
Soul Roop's actually one of those surprisingly potent heals as well once you get to like a level 4 in the mid game.
They'll probably have a mech as well on one of these heroes. Not a terrible ban.
So Vici Gaming looking just for that secondary support to go with the IO. I imagine Tusk has been run as support by a few teams, but
I'm thinking it's either Witch Doctor or Dazzle here for CDEC. That would be my guess.
Yeah, Dazzle's made it very deep. Normally we're seeing a lot more priority put upon it, but when you're going for the IO Tiny in that second pick stage, you can't really fit the Dazzle in because it's just not a first pick hero these days.
So what's the Fenrir hero? What are they lacking right now? Do they need a little more damage, some control?
I think the Dazzle you mentioned's strong. They've got enough lockdown between the Tiny and the Tusk for the most part, and Queen of Pain can itemize for some additional lockdown if they need it, going for hexes, orchids, whatever it may be.
Now there's a hero we don't see much. Good against Bristle early, very bursty. The silence can ruin Undying. I would say Skywrath used to be picked as at least an attempted counter to Undying back before he got buffed pretty substantially with the changes to the zombies.
Yeah, looking for just, I guess, a really potent laning hero. And last pick, Slada. So
well, you talked about their love of Dire, and this speaks to it. They're going to go for some early Roche play, potentially, and it's the aggressive Slardar. Oh, God. How far is this guy going to chase this game?
Yeah, give him a chasing hero and things will go well.
I'm just going to keep my camera on the Radiant well, and I'm sure he'll be there within like 10 minutes or so.
Does make CDEC have it play a support laning game, the first of the day, although something they have done in the past. So.
It's 4 melee heroes against a Tusk, Quap, and Tiny. That is... I don't know, gods. That's a lot of heroes clumping up here against some big AoE.
Yeah, it's a little worrisome.
Let's see if they can make these lanes work, though. For melee heroes, these are pretty strong melee heroes in the laning stage. The Shaker, Bristle, Undying. Slaughter not the best, but you're going to give him some support early on. So it does end up being a support Lina. That's probably the biggest curveball here that CDEC are going to throw Vici, who I think we're expecting the carry Lina after the last few games.
Yeah, they were. I mean, their last ban was on a support hero, so definitely we're expecting a support to be picked up and Lina played as a core. But CXA will mix it up here going into game 2. And for CDEC, there is no pressure on them at all. I want to say guaranteed a top 4 for the most part here. I mean, they're getting a tie out of this series, and with the nature of just there being 3 top dogs in Group B, top 4 secured. And with that in mind, for me, CDEC can play without pressure. For Vici Gaming, they're the ones who need the wins a lot more.
Moving in at level 1 is going to be XZ on the Undying. He's gets scout out right away. Uh-oh, this is going to be a lot of pain for XZ. Yeah. He'll get some heavy right click here. Not going to die to this duo, but they will make him regret the day that he dared to enter their jungle. That's over half his health already gone.
Oh, they're pinging it. They think he warded already. Will they sentry?
Oh,
they're chopping down trees. That's what they were pinging for, maybe.
Okay. Ensuring that if he does ward, it'll be a very simple D-ward. So let's run through the drafts here, or the lineups, rather. Vici Gaming trailing 0-1. They need this win. CDEC sitting pretty atop the group. XZ on the Undying. Garter, the Lina. Shiki, your bristleback player. Q will be handling that support Earthshaker, and Aggressive on the Slider. As for Vici, contesting the bottom rune, you've got Hao on the Quap, Fenrir, the Io, and they're marching down in the river. Do Vici dare to challenge this quadruple hero pile? I don't think so. They'll back off. It's a double bounty spawn going the way of CDEC. Super, the Tiny, FY going to be playing the Scarith Mage, and then in the offlane goes Ice, Ice, Ice. And it is interesting with this team, Gods, because I remember when Black was on the team, I saw every single core play the Tiny. I saw Ice, Ice, Ice play it, Black played it, and at one point, Super was even the player to handle it. But it's not going to be Hao, the 1 position. It will be Super, normally the 2, who takes it over this time.
Yeah, Hao going to switch up and go towards mid. And the adjustment here is that they're not sending Io Tiny mid, probably just saying, we can't really put pressure onto a Bristleback or do enough in this lane. Let's just send the Io Tiny safe lane where they can battle out the pesky Undying.
Already, Ancient's being warded here by FY, it looks like, but he's going to get fissure blocked in. And, well, Q's fissure blocked out, so didn't get a whole lot done with that one.
Do they dare rotate in someone like the Undying? It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
Too far away. Well, it was a good idea, but yeah. If you can cage him in and start auto-attacking, it can hurt. So the Ancients will be warded. Seemed like Q maybe wanted to stack those. Doesn't have any sentries. Garter with 1 top, but not going to be planting it down here early.
I guess it makes Q's decision of what to do a lot easier. It's like, well, I can't stick around bottom lane to stack Ancients and back up mid. May as well back up mid/top and rotate more towards his own jungle to go stack up top. So
what are you making of the lanes here? Quap first Bristle. In the mid lane, you've got the tri-lane bottom to try and deal with XC's Undying, and then the tri-lane top to handle Ice, Ice, Ice on the Tusk.
Much more traditional laning in the sense that both teams running just a solo offlaner against a tri-lane. So both teams going to be wanting to make use of their pull camps, try and just get as much farm and levels on their supports. It looks like Undying's going to get a bit more out of the lane compared to the Tusk. He's already getting aggressive here in this Radiant jungle and just trading hits with the Skywrath, leeching experience from the pulls. So
he didn't go for the Tombstone. Change up here with the Soul Rip.
I guess he realizes because he's against a tri-lane, he doesn't really have much of a chance to fight. I mean, theoretically, he could be dropping it onto the Skywrath, but wants to make sure he can stay alive to some extent.
There you go. It's the 1-1-1 build. He is starting to hurt FY, though. That's 2 decay stacks up. He doesn't quite have the mana, I think, to go for this. Actually, 3 stick charges. He could commit. He's going to drop the Tombstone back towards his tower, but instantly 3 move in. They'll start farming zombies. They try to kill off that tomb. That's a lot of gold to give up early.
Yeah.
Well, with the tomb baited out, that's all of XC's mana, and it's really going to put him on the back foot here for the next minute or 2.
Yeah, this offlane gets tricky for him, where he's been able to just come into the jungle and bully the supports as they go for the pulls. That's going to kind of cease at this point. Not only has he run out of mana, but his supports are starting to get levels. Skywrath hits level 2, Io's halfway to level 3, so it just gets a bit more dangerous to make those plays once you have Arcane Bolt as well as the concussive shot at your disposal on the Vici Gaming side.
Good news for CDEC, this tri-lane is not stacking right now. They may start soon, but 3 minutes in, Vici normally, when they run the dual lane mid, they'll get the double stack more often than not, but yet to see a single camp with multiple groups of creeps in there. So there won't be turbo farming early for the Tiny or the Queen of Pain.
The Undying's done a great job, by the way, of contesting this Tiny farm. Just 9 CS to the 19 of Slada.
That's the cool thing about that Tombstone drop is it made him miss probably the better part of a wave.
And even just earlier, he was throwing out a lot of decays on Tiny, really causing him problems with harass.
They're going for XZ now, though. Big dive, the toss. He does manage to pop the stick. Then, oh, no tombstone, just the 3-hero decay. Is it going to be enough to save him? No, Salvi gets out. One more auto tech. They still can't kill him. FY's committed for this. He doesn't have mana. As XZ gets the kill. He burns down the IO. He's tangoing through the trees. Decay, and he clobbers him for a double. Oh no, Vici Gaming self-destructing in the tri-lane. Oh god.
OS Frog.
That should
Please.
not happen.
Nerf Stout Shield OS Frog.
Oh god. I mean, if you write up like the worst possible way to start the game, it's tri-laning an Undying, committing everything on him, and then giving him a double kill and he walks away scot-free.
That is just... That's so big for Undying. That's so much experience as well. And now potentially losing Ice. Aggressive is charging.
There is a snowball, but there's nothing to snowball to. It's a long way to go. They're not going to risk it.
All right.
Meanwhile, mid, Shiki being dove. He does have stick charges and a regen rune here. If they don't kill him, he's going right back to full. XC's there to bail him out. He does force him to TP onto the mid lane, though. And Shiki just waiting for the Shadow Strike to wear off.
Yeah, so Shiki will survive and pop that regen rune. And Hal's had the better part of this mid lane, but still 17 CS to 23 is about what you'd kind of expect and hope for the Bristleback. And Bristle's got stacks to fall back on, so realistically, he's kind of on par with the Queen of Pain once he gets these stack farm, which he's going to go and work on now, giving the mid lane to the Undying so he can get some more XP and farm for himself.
Another fairly unkillable hero here, but they are going to abandon the off lane, and that will be a breath of fresh air for Super, who can now focus a bit more on getting his early levels. As FY moves on mid, I don't think I've ever seen Vici Gaming have this much trouble in the laning stage, gods. And it's not just this series. You go back to the EG series, they got completely just countered by, I guess you could say even by the draft from PPD, but this is a team more than probably anyone in China who's just known for winning lanes, and they're just not doing it the past few games.
I mean, FY and Fenrir kind of talked about as the support duo. As far as synergy goes and understanding one another, this is the best of the best, but that was a big misplay from that exact support duo in the bottom lane. That dive really costing Vici Gaming here in the early game.
It's always, Shiki. Oh, he doesn't have a point in Goo. If he has a single point there, that's the death of FY. You want the top rune? Q, no TP, sir. How wastes no time in dispensing with him, and now he's going to hunt for a bit more. Only a level 2 Scream. He could walk on to Garter. Maybe he's hoping for some big stacks here. Could try to steal this. And with the illusions to help tank him up, he should be able to get a bit of extra income going his way.
Yeah, just the 2 points in Scream, but he'll probably take most of this. I don't know if he'll take all the pesky orange ogres. They're pretty tanky, but yeah, it looks like he's just going to leave some of this behind.
Yeah, leave them less than a normal camp. That's the vindictive way to do it.
Yeah, yeah, please. Those orange ogres are just not worth killing. They're so tanky. They don't give you any gold, don't give you any XP. It's just like, just run away from them.
The only thing worse is probably leaving like a single satyr just to block the camp.
He scouts the big camp, but sees it's not stacked, but it's already been farmed up. So that illusion, not really getting too much as far as useful information for that camp. But Ancient's now stacked on the dire side as well. C-Deck are just...
I feel like they've been like improving their economy game as the tournament goes along. We didn't really see much of this, but they just seem to be getting better and better at balancing resources around the map, and it's scary. If this team's getting better and they're already giving the best a run for their money and even beating them in a lot of cases, then imagine how good they could be by the main event.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When we talked about this team, it's like, oh, they play super aggressive. I mean, they carry player, the namesake of that play style, always TPing around. That's not all they do. They play just good, solid Dota when they're stacking and being very efficient here in the laning stage.
Super chucking out an avalanche. He's getting into the danger zone with these decays. There is a Earthshaker waiting. Oh, if that fissure block gets him near the tower and they drop the tomb, I'm not sure Super lives to tell the tale. And in good news for Vici, Super gets his treads. Fenrir is leveling nicely despite the early death. He's already cracked 5. If I know my C deck, this is around the time where Aggressive goes for his TP gank, but it looks like he wants to finish that blink first.
Yeah.
And then he'll be on the move.
More item dependent rather than level dependent, unlike the Gyrocopter. Tomb was
there's your tomb.
Bottom, yeah.
On to Super they go. They don't have the defensive relocator. They're going to TP in. They're running 2 down to the bottom lane. Way too slow. A hasted and angry Bristleback. Shiki's going to pick up where Aggressive left off, and now it's right around the Rosie. Fenrir tethering to a creep, trying to survive. He is taking some damage here from the orbs, but he keeps on diving in, and it looks like he may end up getting this kill. Stick, another. Snowball comes through. Tombstone may be able to cover them on the way out. Shiki is trapped, but who's trapped to him? He's facing forward. There's the heal. Quill's adding up. How? Trying to get the kill. He will barely at that, but Q's arrived. Oh, does he have the fissure? Just short on mana. And they're just out of range of the tomb. Now it's gone. They might even clean up here. Xe on the run. He's got stick charges, won't make it out. It is a 2-for-2 with the tiny IO being exchanged for the Bristle Undying. A gold swain for Vici. And they come out on top, but this is before the Blink Dagger of Aggressive comes into play. So they can't really feel too relaxed about it.
Yeah, it's action forcing the entire Vici Gaming team to rotate, so Aggressive will free farm his way towards that Blink Dagger, and that's where you see him pick up a TP, maybe even a smoke, or at least one of the support gets a smoke and goes off with him. So I expect to see him get very active now with that Blink Dagger.
And it may be where they give a support delayed. Maybe allow Q to catch up a little bit. Speaking of which, he's going on to Hound now. It does have the blink, though. But they can force him off this lane. He's going to have to TP home. No Quant Bolt for some time. And he will be going Orchid build. Gods, we don't see the Orchid rush much nowadays. He's farming rather quickly, so it'll be a timely Orchid at this rate. But it's almost always the Ags early, it seems, and once in a while, something like a BKB.
Yeah, it used to be like the S4 build, who would do it every single game, but that was when the era of like Centaurs and Axes was really popular, where when they blinked on you, if you had fast fingers, you could pop that Orchid, and against the Slardar, mate, that's going to be what Hal's looking to do. If Slardar's going in with the Blink Crush, if you've got the fast fingers, you Orchid him before he crushes, and then suddenly he's completely out of position.
There's the TP. He's ready to move.
Yep.
Fissure, Tombstone, look for the Blink Crush, and they've got him. Amps deployed, and Super, unless he gets an amazing save, is going to drop again. He will. C-Deck, begin the swarm tactics. The Zerg have arrived, and they're out for vengeance. Time to start pushing some towers, they say.
Yeah. Very LGDS kind of group up and push here now, as there's got 5 at bottom, no one defending it. Vici Gaming's options are limited to just pushing and pressuring and farming these other lanes. They're not going to be able to defend this bottom tier 1 tower, and that's a freebie. And you start losing the tier 1 bottom and the tier 1 mid, then you're looking at easy access into the Roshan pit. That's where C-Deck love to rotate their carry off the lane early on from this dire side, because it allows them to take these fast Roshes when you get tower control.
He's not... Oh, Aggressive could have gone on him. He actually had the vision, but he plays it safe. He doesn't know what's behind FY, and it could have backfired. The relocate's actually online now. That's probably what gave him pause, and it's going on top. Xe has the Tombstone in 1 second. He's got 9 stick charges. Oh, I don't know about this, guys. He didn't bring the Tiny, and now they're going to drop the Tomb. They can relocate out. Not sure they get any kills. Fenrir may just get away with this. It looks like he will. That was close, though.
Always
Hal's looking to go in. Hal wants to go in. He's got the Blink Scream, double damage run at the ready, but Xe walks back, and Hal doesn't have a haste or anything like that. Can he solo Q? Maybe, but if he gets chain stun under the tower, and there's a TP, Hal's thinking the exact same thing. I got this unless, and he's going for it. Blink Scream, Fissure's there. Now he can look to go back in with the double damage if Xe sticks around. But Xe is backing off, and it's Aggressive and Garter moving in. 3 about to rotate. They know the relocate's on cooldown. This is the time to strike, and it's a 2-hero crush. It's Aggressive in once more, just charging into Vici and beating them to pieces. This guy, he just keeps on finding openings.
And C-Deck just making smart moves all across the map. They give the Earthshaker the lane a little bit, but as soon as it gets a bit hairy, he backs off, makes sure he just doesn't give any kind of comeback kills the way of Vici Gaming, and just very crisp with their rotations. Finding the kills, getting out, never really putting themselves in harm's way. And we saw this last game, like when they were getting to a point where they could push high ground, they never really overcommit or even put themselves in slight risk going for those high ground pushes. They make sure they're willing to wait out an Aegis or 2 before they go for it. So similar kind of execution with their just ganks and their overall game plan, where it's very low risk play, but it's still very aggressive play.
Here's the smoke. Finally, Vici trying to do something aggressive in their own right. FY's not 6, though. How is waiting. They're going to commit 3 onto XC, and I don't know if he gets out of this one. He did drop the tombstone. Those reactions, impressive. Aggressive, quick to counter-initiate the 2-hero crush again. Mystic Flare's there, and he is currently sprinting. It's going to hurt a lot, but Wisp relocates in. They bring extra reinforcements. Doesn't matter. It's a Bristle. He's going in on this. Ice, ice, ice down. 2-hero fissure. Can they relocate out? Another crush. If they bring down Fenrir, they're going to get Super as well, and they got him. He's on the run. Actually, a brilliant toss. The Super will spare himself, but he can't spare his buddies. I can't believe he got that tomb off. That was a seriously quick reaction.
And that gets so much work out of it too. That was the turnaround as it just slowed everybody down, created time for the Slider to TP in, hit those 2-hero crashes and cause all sorts of problems. CDEC just continue to swarm all over Vici Gaming, and this is just a high-quality team performance coming out of CDEC right now.
And team is really the word. I'm just not seeing any weak links from these guys, guys. It's not one player throwing the team on its back. I mean, Aggressive may be the one that stands out because of his very unique approach to the carry role, but they're giving him the space. The drafts have been solid. The moves early have been great. They've adjusted well to bad situations. They've gotten ahead and stayed ahead. I mean, this team has been playing a variety of Dota situations and finding the right moves in pretty much every one. And that, as a result, they're up 4,000 gold, 3,000 experience on Vici Gaming, a team that is not guaranteed upper bracket, to the shock of many, I'm sure, who are currently tuning in.
And it feels like a matter of time before CDEC can take Roshan. There, as I said, they ping it. They're probably thinking, let's just go for Roshan, because even if we do it under vision without smoke, we win a team fight there. You drop the tombstone on the high ground cliff. You've got a Bristleback with a Vanguard Treads. You've got Slider who's kind of peeking.
They're doing it now. You can have the tower top. We'll take their Aegis.
There's Radiant Vision, which I think spotted a hero or two walking towards this. There's Radiant Vision at the Ancients, which spotted them walking from the secret shop. Vici Gaming fully know this is going on, but...
And there's now a sigil. So they even saw it, but
well,
it just doesn't matter.
No, not at all. And Vici Gaming's thinking, hey, great, we can take a T1 tower. This is new for us. We weren't expecting to get a T1 tower anytime soon.
But nothing given freely here by CDEC. They get a big trade with that Aegis. They'll put it in the hands of Aggressive. He's a level 11 already. And remember, amp damage, this spell has been quietly buffed so much over the past year and a half. At level 2, it's minus 15 armor. Let me point out to you that FY has 0 base armor. Super has 2. Fenrir has 1. The best armor on this team is 5 on Ice Ice Ice. Gods, they are going to be walking around with negative 10 to negative 15 armor every fight, with really no way to remove it.
Yeah, and no way to beef it up. There's no dazzle, there's no like medallions or anything. I imagine that's mate. I feel like Ice 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 needs to go for something like a medallion. Maybe he's looking for a Blink Dagger first, but it's going to be very tricky to stay alive against the physical damage output of Slider. And that's also amplifying up the Bristleback damage, the Quill damage, as well as the right clicks coming out.
And, well, speaking of which, we're about to see it in action. Ice 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 try to TP out while Aggressive make the Plague. Oh, God, that would just be... Oh, he almost got it. Oh, that would be one for the highlight reels if he just made a prediction Blink stun. And I think that might put Vici fully on tilt. But fortunately, not the case. Aggressive will be thwarted for once. Oh. This time he gets the amp off, though, so no more hiding from him. Remember, they do have a relocate to come into play here, and that's something CDEC do have to be cautious about. This Vici draft very good at quickly turning fights around if you overextend. So they'll slow roll it. They'll work on the tower mid, and both teams going to glyph. As the split push commences, they are spotted moving back towards top. Sprinting up there is the Slardar of Aggressive. They continue to work on mid, but as soon as he leaves this top lane, they're going to send the whole gang in mid, it looks like. Ice 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 rotating. They've got the relocate. It's going to be 5 here in a matter of seconds. They silence XZ. Where's the tombstone? He needs to get this thing off if they're going to have a hope of winning the fight. He's got a Glimmer Cape. He's too tanky. The Fissure caught both on the relocate. They get off the tomb at the final moment, and now everyone's on the run. And how the hell did he get here? Aggressive's already back into it, and on to Super he goes. No way out. They can't even escape with the Sigil. Amped and done for. CDEC somehow again and again just hanging on, getting that tomb off. and salvaging the fights. Now, remember, Aggressive does have Aegis. He may be popping here in short order. Shiki charging in, though. He wants to get one more crush off before this Aegis pops. Still alive for now. Hal's going to kill it, but is it worth it if he goes down to Quills? He might. They try to smoke. Not going to happen. More Cdex say, we want more. On to Ice, and amp damage deployed. There's the fissure. The crush again. Cdex just racking up kill after kill after frickin' kill, routing Vici Gaming. I have never seen a team come out of nowhere and dominate this hard at TI, and I mean never, guys.
This is, unheard of. Completely unparalleled. There's been kind of Cinderella stories where if teams have come to TI, completely overperformed, like Liquid comes to mind from last year, but they were still an underdog, and they weren't dominating their group stage. They were like, this is the story where of a team who has a chance to kind of break their way in the top 8, and they just missed out. Cdex right now is looking like one of the top 4 or 5 teams in the tournament. They are, without a doubt, scary if you're EG Secret. You're watching this team play and you're thinking, holy crap, this is a real contender.
What's the game plan for Vici here? You're down 14-6. You're getting out farmed. You don't have an Aegis. Well, you're getting ganked mid right now. That's the danger. Blink, stun onto Hal. Can they chain stun it down? They do have a Laguna, and they use it. The snowball dodges it. What a play by Ice to hang on to a much-needed Queen of Pain, but he has to be the one that pays the price.
Yeah, it's still costly. And for Vici Gaming asking about the plan here, it's very much going to be reliant and around the IO Tiny. We saw what I think it was IG again in their game against LGD. They're just going to this split push style of play.
Oh, we got him! Oh no, they need to relocate. Fenrir, bail him out. Yeah. He'll save him, but it's another kill. It's the IO down.
It's going to become all about the split push for Vici Game. When you get this far behind, that's all you can really resort to.
They're giving up a lot for this, and Fenrir will be the next man to pay the ultimate price as Cdex extend their lead, now leading 16-6. Continuing to look for objectives. They now move into the top lane. Laguna's about to cool down. The Tombstone's at the ready. The Glimmer Cape online again and ready to go. Curious to see what this Undying build is going to be. He's picked up a Belt of Giant Strength. Are we thinking maybe a Necrobook here, Gods? A Halberd?
I wasn't thinking Necrobook until I saw the Belt of Giant Strength, but doesn't seem like... And I feel like Necrobook is at a pretty weak place right now. Maybe it's a Halberd to deal with the Tiny. But
could be a good pickup. And, I mean, at the rate Super's farming, BKB is a distant dream. Right now, he just wants the eggs. He's got a ways to go before pick that up. Aggressive again, looking for a move on mid. They do have FY in reserve. Blake crushes there. Oh, he's got an illusion. This time he's off the mark. Vici, thank their lucky stars. He could have had the quap if he blinked right, but he won't end up connecting for the kill, so they dodge a bullet.
And Vici going to just abandon ship him, maybe finding a lone Bristleback up top. But it's still a Bristleback. That's the problem here. 1800 HP. Vanguard, 13 one-charges. Even if you got 4 heroes on him, it would take a long time to kill him, and that aggressive Slatter would probably just suddenly show up out of nowhere. So you don't want to risk going... At this point, Vici Gaming can't be aggressive in going for kills. They can only go on someone if they're by their tower and they force TPs elsewhere, or they see multiple heroes elsewhere on the map. They can't go diving for kills. That's just a recipe for Cdex to just counterplay them and just wipe them apart.
I really do like this pickup on the Slardar because I feel like this is the hero's biggest weakness, is his farming ability. He gets the Midas, and with that, he can go into the late game. And to me, Slardar is one of the few heroes that can actually man up on a Tiny late. As long as you're relatively equal in farm, you have the amp damage. With a BKB, you don't have to worry about getting stunned, and you have the bash potential to lock him down. So Cdex may even just not be afraid of Vici Gaming heading towards the late game. We'll see. For now, you can see it's all about the economy. Multiple sentries planted all around the Ancients, trying to keep the stacks up, flowing gold into the coffers of Super as much as possible. But
and it's the Cdex supports also getting farmed. That's really the different story between the two teams. Like, you've got the cores who are doing pretty well in the Queen of Pain Tiny. They're still falling. I mean, when you're this far behind, they're going to be getting out-farmed by Bristle and Slatter. But for Cdex, there's Glimmer Capes on both supports soon. Garda just 100 gold away. The Undying already has a belt going into a Necrobook or a Halberd or something. Urshik has just picked up a Blink Dagger. These supports are getting their items, whereas Vici Gaming side, you're not looking at much.
Another gank train. They just scouted Hal moving towards the camp, and Aggressive predicts the movement. He gets the bash. Amp damage is there. They need a little more damage. Couldn't get in range for the Laguna. He will walk away. Might have wanted to wait just a second more to let Garter swing closer, but he's excited with the way this game's going, and who can blame him?
With how it's going, he's like, I'm just going to get perma-bash him, you know? Channel my inner spirit breaker.
Once he gets his Assault Caress, if that's the pickup here, he might well be able to do it, but he's not quite there yet. And the Blink back. I love this item on Bristle. Against Wisp, I think it's really strong. We saw it the other day, and it really paid off.
Wisp is just such a squishy hero. All it takes is finding the Wisp and getting on top, and that's something which Bristleback can often struggle to do.
Here's the gank train towards top, but Ice will scout it out with the Sigil. Trying desperately to keep C-Deck back and buy his team time, but look who's wrapped around and secured the high ground here. It's XZ and Garter. XZ up in front with the Glimmer Cape, rather tanky. Vici, the way they're moving towards this top lane is the mannerism of a team that doesn't want to come anywhere near their opponent. Not even thinking about pushing up the hill. Nobody coming for the backstab.
They're not even split pushing, really. Like when IG were in this position, they had Burning on that Tiny just every single time. Split pushing another lane, applying pressure to towers. At the moment, the tier 1 mid and the tier 1 bottom is still standing. Tiny only now heading towards bottom lane, but I feel like he could have been there a good 30 seconds ago.
They have one tier 1, and that's the one that was traded for Roche. Haven't taken the tier 1 bottom. And it really seems like the Slardar's the big issue because he's so mobile. He can keep up with the Tiny Wisp. He can actually outrun them with the Blink Dagger, and he's just not allowing them to take objectives. Now grabbing an Illusion Rune.
Speaking of those objectives, next Roshan coming up in about 1 minute time, so C-Deck will be looking to get their hands on that. They haven't really pushed down too many towers yet, but with an Aegis in hand, probably can take some tier 2s.
There's the dog. They found Hal top. And again, another strike into the heart of Vici. This time it comes from Q on his Earthshaker. Level 11. You wouldn't know that this guy was playing hard support at this point. He's getting the farm of a core. Or at least a 3 position potentially.
And this is where games get very difficult.
Now the fight bottom. Oh, this could be difficult for Aggressive. There's the snowball and they trap him. They already used the Walrus Punch. Can he make his way out? There's the fissure. Q's going to bail him out. Do they have a relocate? No, now they do. They've got the mana for it. Can they predict it right? No, they've decided they want to go the other direction, back towards the base. Ice on the retreat. Shiki has a blink available in 4. Aggressive has one suit. Oh, he stunned first before the blink. Bit of a miscue here from C-Deck, but that team synergy, man. If he's on his own, he's dead, but he's got the backup. Immediately Q, quick to respond and bail out a buddy.
Yeah, so, well, the point I was trying to say earlier is, at this stage of the game, when you see someone like a Slardar Bristleback or a Slardar Lina on the map at bottom, you're Queen of Pain pushing top, you're thinking, oh, it's fine, I can't go down. But when the hard support can solo kill you, or at least kill you with like any other hero, like including like the Undying or a secondary support or an offlaner, that's when it gets really difficult for Queen of Pain or any of these core heroes on the Vici Gaming side to play this game, because they want to be split pushing, they want to be spreading their resources and making the most out of the map, but C-Deck have so many ways to punish it with this blink pickup on Earthshaker.
Even the blink bristle, it's not enough to kill on its own, but it's enough to make them run quickly. And it feels like they've got 3 heroes now that can just run around the map, jump on people, and drive them back.
Yeah, I will make it 4. Garda picked up a blink, didn't actually go for the Glimmer Cape.
All right. And level 2 ultimate. Let's see. What's the HP looking like on our supports here? Wisp 739. Before reduction, it's like 80%, 90% of the Wisp's HP. The Skywrath of FY also looking rather frail. He's trying to cobble together a mech. C-Deck on the move. They've just picked up a Slardar BKB, and FY is going to be the first victim. Blake, crush. There's your amp, and dead. One last bash. We'll get the job done.
Oh, not much to it. They'll maybe just thinking, let's find an easy pick off and then open up Roshan for the taking, but could get a tier 2 tower along the way if they want to just stick around mid lane, and it looks like that's maybe what they have planned here.
Q going for another solo kill. He's prepped an enchant totem. He's snaking in towards bottom. Ice. Quick
Last
on
fingers,
the blink out. But Aggressive wants to chase this anyway. If he gets the amp out on Ice, could be in danger. He's going to snowball into the creeps. I don't know if he makes it out. There's the relocate. He turns with the BKB. He's going to try to solo Fenrir. There's a nice sigil placement. They whiff on the totem. Vici handling this fight very well. Even the shards trapping Aggressive, but he just blinks past them. He didn't take the damage because he's magic immune. While Super's held in position, tanks the Laguna. Doesn't have a Wisp to bail him out. There's the TP. The crush. He just got in range. Aggressive playing his hero to the absolute limit, and Vici are given no quarter as Shiki tries to cut off Ice. He may blink in. He's going for it. There's the blink, the goo, the dive, and again, another kill. Rack him up and knock him down. C-Deck, no mercy.
This kind of play, just with the incredible, just controlled aggression time and time again, blinks across the board, punishing a team like Vici Gaming for any small misposition on the hero. They don't quite get the Earthshaker blink initiation they were hoping for, but they just chase them down. They know their timing so well. Aggressive picks up the BKB. He knows he can be a little more risky with his play, and he sees the relocate coming in, just mans up on the Wisp, and Vici Gaming just getting completely demolished at this point.
Half this team's games, I feel like I'm just watching a pub stomp. I feel like
Yeah,
you know, sometimes when
absolutely.
you watch a lot of pros queue up and they've got their stack, and you know the average MMR disparity